Okay, now everybody's a D-boy. None of you niggas got jobs, huh? Everybody just ballin', right? Guess I know who to rob, huh? Creep up out of that photo, pop your ass with that fofo. Real G's move in silence, right? Bitch, I'm moving in slow-mo. This ain't what you want, Charlie. Yeah, I'm back in my thug mode. Hit your ass so many shells, they be calling you slug-mo. Since the little nigga was 12 or so, they would say that my temper's bad. I tell you now, like I told them then, suck my dick, kiss my ass, roll that blunt, like that shit. Me and my chick can fuck your bitch. You love that hoe, I love that dope. She blow this dick, we blow your dope. Then I get in my grind mode, rolling up with two fine hoes. You teach yours how to climb post, I teach mine to shoot pine balls. Buy it, open it, sell it, bout. Push it to the limit route. Pop the top on that oil bush, roll an ounce of that loud kush. Then I get in my club mode, polos, white Joes, jeans by ISO, Barry, bitch, wear it, bitch. Same old shit, just a different color. I am so raw, I think I need a rubber. They say I'm undiscovered, well let's pull back these covers. It's Illuminati, bitch, New Order, motherfucker.
Fuck y'all mad at me for? Fuck y'all mad at me for? Fuck y'all mad at me for? Y'all don't even know what I've been through. Fuck y'all mad at me for? Fuck y'all mad at me for? Fuck y'all mad at me for? Y'all don't even know what I've been through. Fuck y'all mad at me for? Fuck y'all mad at me for? Fuck y'all mad at me for? Y'all don't even know what I've been through. Fuck y'all mad at me for? Fuck y'all mad at me for? Fuck y'all mad at me for? Y'all don't even know what I've been through.
And now, your host for this evening.
No.
Podcast.
Oh, beans!
Yes!
I'm running things. I'm running things.
You know what to do. Hit the subscribe button.
What's good though? I'm about to go jump. Pull up on me. Pull up on me. Pull up on me. Pull up on me.
What's good, y'all? It's your boy Beans, aka Love Podcast, PodMob representative. We in the building. Saturday, March 16th. It is now 10:21 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And this is, I can't say the inaugural. But this is the very first iteration of what I hope to be a continuing show, the Fight Club Alum Show. I should have made my Fight Club Alum shirt, but I didn't because I'm lazy. But the Fight Club Alum shirts are definitely available if you want to get you one. But yes, we are here today, to represent. I heard somebody say the other day, y'all want to relive Fight Club so bad. It's not that. What it is if you graduated from high school or you graduated from college, then you know there's something called class reunions. Right? These class reunions, they only happen so often. I think like every 10 years or something like that. It's kind of crazy, right? Y'all get together every 10 years. And I've heard people say, because I never had the opportunity to go to one, that it's kind of like most of the people show up to say, okay, let me see what your life look like, man. Let me compare my life to yours and my success to yours and things like that. But in reality, it's people remembering the times, right? And rekindling friendships, and bonds, man, that you don't want to forget. This becomes your history. You know what I'm saying? It becomes a part of your legacy, a part of your story. You know, when you sitting around talking to your grandkids and telling them about it, or even your kids and telling them about what you did over the course of your life, if you went to college, that'll be one of those things that you talk about. And for us, Fight Club is going to be one of those things that we talk about, because YouTube is the new college. You know, it's where people come to exchange ideas, learn, debate, argue, meet people, and screw relationships, marriages. It's YouTube University. And so it's not that we trying to recreate Fight Club per se. Definitely not what Fight Club ended up becoming. We definitely not trying to recreate that. But what I am trying to do is get those people from Fight Club, the ones who can maintain the intellectual standard, the ones who will bring a level of enlightenment to conversations, and humor, personality as well, to conversations. I'm just trying to create a space for us to come and it not be about, money. It not be about, just letting any and every drunk fool up on the panel and all of that. But really about having dope conversations. And we still Negroes, right? So don't get it twisted. I'm not asking anybody to squash their passion. Not at all. But we can do it without talking about each other's mamas and dead relatives and all that other craziness. I want this to be the best part of Fight Club. So that's what this show about, and we should be starting it off with a bang. Now, because this is a different show, right now this show is being broadcast on my channel, which has been rebranded as the Make It Make Sense channel, and also on the new Team PodMob channel. If you want to switch to the new Team PodMob channel, that would actually be great, because we can use the views over there, and we can use the watch hours over there as well. And I think after we get good into the show, I'm probably going to end the stream on my channel and just keep it going on the PodMob channel. Shout out to my team, my main man, Unpopular Truth UT, the homegirl Kiki, and the homegirl Shanika. You heard me? Y'all know what we're doing. All the other PodMob representatives like CC and Tea Leaves and Aaron and everybody else, man, who helps us maintain the intellectual standard, bro. So the special invited guest for tonight, Aaron O, Uncle T, and Angry Man. And that's because I know those three guys particularly will bring a level of intellect to the specific conversation that we want to have about capitalism. It's not going to be some boring conversation where we're trying to tell you what you ought to do with your money. It's not what this is. This is a full-on debate. I'm not pretending like a lot of other people pretend on their channels like it's not a debate channel. That's what this is. This is a debate, an exchange of ideas. We're going to disagree. Therefore, it's going to be a debate, right? The idea isn't to necessarily change anybody's mind. The idea is to convey your perspectives and substantiate them, right? And then if somebody's perspective is clearer or more rational or reasonable or just applicable to the majority, guess what? They win. Now, there's no prizes at the end of this right now. It is what it is. But For the moderators in the chat, I'm about to drop the link so that you can have it. But right now, there's only a few people who can hit the panel. Just like I said, I'm just gonna be honest. So if you find yourself sitting in the back for too long, it's because I don't think you can contribute to the conversation. I'm not doing that over here. Definitely got to get my man Aaron up here for sure. If it's any ladies in the chat that want to have a conversation about capitalism, you can hit the link. Long as you're not drunk, right? But because I don't know any women really and that I could say for sure understand these nuances about capitalism that we're about to get into, because it's a bigger picture than I think people actually consider. I think people really look at capitalism like, yeah, capitalism is you could go and you can make as much money as you want to make, and then they feel like that's where it stops. But it's not. It's a way bigger game than that. You understand what I'm saying? It's implications, not just here either, globally. Jesus, I wish somebody was here to moderate, because I'm saying I just clicked on the thing and now I see all the comments and it's like, oh snap! I should have been reading the chats. So I apologize. Ilkhan Ali in the building. What's going on, man? You know what I'm saying? CC, Chacho, Miss Lolita, Big Bad Bull, Sherelle, Hassan, E-Dub, what up though? Nightish, Daryl, Granville, Smitty, Almond. All right, y'all. All right, let me do this. So once we get through with the major debate, which probably maybe an hour, then we'll drop the link for all Fight Club alum. At that point, it's we can let anybody up. But for the main conversation, I want the specific people here for that. All right. So moderators, UT, what up though? Go punch that clock and make my money. Let me bring up the first guest. He's probably not recognizable. He hasn't been around the space that long. And I think if I remember correctly, yeah, I don't think he was ever on Fight Club. But he's a pretty cool person though. Let me bring up my man, the GBG Lieutenant General himself. Aaron O is in the building.
Greens, what up? What up? I'm here. I've been summoned. I ain't had no sleep. And I'm not nocturnal like you.
No doubt. So, let's get this part out the way. Do you miss Fight Club at all?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
man. Definitely.
The thing that you miss the most about it, is it the people or is it just the brand itself?
It's predominantly the environment in which it was created upon. Like I miss Thinking Man on the show. The early atmosphere, all the ladies that used to be there, all those things. I miss that reset before I was Mr. Fight. Before I was that, the whole reset, everybody was just chilling. That's what I genuinely miss. Of course, all the other aspects come with it, but it's just that's the toughest part. It's like, man, it started there.
Mm-hmm.
and everybody was just chill, no problems at all. Everybody was just building. That's what I miss. But nothing lasts forever, and we did it. We did great things, a lot of great people, and we made it as enjoyable as we possibly can, and we move on to other things now.
Yeah, I can dig it. I was thinking about it, like we should probably treat some of these streams, some of these channels like college, right? Like you get 4 years and then you can't come on no more. Right? you gotta graduate from it, right? Because then that'll keep it kind of like fresh and keep it moving. But then I watch content featuring the college students now. It don't seem like they're thinking at all. It just seems like they're just regurgitating talking points and programming the same way how we accuse a lot of people of doing in this space, right? And it's very disheartening. I don't know. You know how they try to say the women who come on these panels on the big shows, that they pick those type of women specifically because they understand they're going to get those takes. Yeah. I try to parse like, damn, are they picking certain students, or is it just that certain students are available, right, to have those type of conversations where they make college look bad, and that the actual thinking students are not available? You know what I'm saying? Because they off somewhere thinking. Maybe
it's been a range of it though. Like, so we're talking about straight A students, people with master's degrees. It's been a lot of people that express their discontent with college. So I think it's enough range to say it's probably some truth there. But yeah, they just find those people because a lot of people you never could talk to because they never gonna be available to have these conversations. A lot of people ain't never coming on the internet. So it's mostly it's part of availability, but I think there's a nice range in that area when it comes to college. There's some being truth behind what people feel about it.
Yeah. I'm waiting on my man to hit the link. Aaron, in the chat, you can definitely hit the link right now if you want to. I'm not sure if Ilkan Ali is still watching, but you can definitely hit the link right now if you want to. I think you have a basic knowledge of capitalism as well that can add to the conversation. So let's do this. Capitalism is an economic system, right? No, I'm asking for real. I'm not being facetious.
Yeah, well, it's viewed as economic and a level of political. So it's systems, they're intermingled there, the political system and the economic system. They're kind of, you kind of need both to exist. So that it's tied to both political and economic systems.
Okay. So in this country, that's the only system we've ever had, though, right?
I don't know the answer to that question. When we prospered, yes, but initially, I don't know if that was the case. I think we had a certain system in place. I couldn't say exactly what it was, and then we found the capitalism take us over the top. But I'm not exactly sure what's the very, very first system.
All right, my man Chuck in the building. What's going on with you, broski?
What's good, fellas? What's good? How you guys doing tonight? My audio good?
I'm gonna give you a chance to answer that question as well. Is capitalism? Do you know if capitalism is the only economic system we've ever had in this country?
I don't think it's the only one. I don't know what they called it before they started putting all the antitrust laws in, but there was an economic system before capitalism that allowed for the monopolization of corporations. That's why they put in all the antitrust to break up all this stuff and try and prevent that from happening again. But we fell right back into it somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was called. I don't know if it was capitalism. I don't know. if it was like a laissez-faire free market or something that they were trying to do that failed, back then. But I don't know what I can't really recall or what they labeled it as.
Okay. So usually people always say, when we had a conversation about capitalism, and anytime you point out where it may be problematic, the first thing people usually respond with, the emotional response, is
name a better system.
Name a better system, right? So, like I always tell y'all, I hear the words, communism, Marxism, all this other different stuff. I don't know what they mean. People have said things to me, but they've said it to me now where I'm older and I'm not retaining it because I don't care as much, right? So, and my brain don't work the same way it used to. Like, I only remember stuff that actually matters. Those other economic systems that exist, that people always say, oh, you must be this, you must be that, you must be this, right? But in those other economic systems, according to what you all know, is there anything in those systems that we are not implementing in our system that we should? Oh yeah, it's the real questions tonight. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I'm putting it to the test for all you capitalists.
I'm glad I'm not a capitalist.
Oh, you not, Snow?
No, I believe in free market trade. And that's different.
Okay, now time out. Now you got to explain that. See, here we go. I'm sorry, y'all. I didn't expect the white man to come in with this PhD level conversation. What does that mean?
What, free market trade?
Yes.
Free market trade means that the people actually decide what is of value on the market. The supply and demand decides it rather than corporations. Right now with capitalism, corporations are what are deciding what's of value and what people are buying. Whereas with free market trade, what people want, that what they're buying, actually their buying power chooses what's being sold or not. Like, I could put someone out of business because I got a better product and selling it at a better price.
Mm-hmm.
That's free market trade.
Yeah, that's what we kind of have.
That is not what we have at all whatsoever.
So why don't we have that?
Why don't we have that? Well, simply put, in 2020, we watched all these corporate box stores put mom and pop to small businesses selling the same stuff right out of business. Big corporate stores were considered essential. Small business that were selling the same thing was not considered essential anymore. Big business gets to go lobby with Congress and have them pass laws to where it makes it easier for them to stay on top and make it harder for someone like you or I to start a small business in the same industry. Free market trade does not have that.
Well, you got to give me an example of how that makes sense. Because when you say free market trade, what does that mean? Like, people can just
free market trade is basically, say you and I, regardless of what it is, we're selling a product, okay? But my product or your product's a little bit better than mine. You use a little bit better material and you sell it at a better cost. That means you're able to go out and the people buying it, the consumer decides whether or not they want your product or my product.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that today. We have Walmart and Meijer telling us what products we're going to buy.
So we do have that. There's the part of the problem is there's systems in place so that random people can't just sell things to people without repercussions, right? You just can't be like, oh, I'm an American citizen, so I'm selling this and this. No. Do you have a license for that? Because maybe you got poisoned. Like, there are a lot of reasons there are systems in place. You could start a diaper business. Is it going to be better margins and better pricing than somebody else? What do you mean by the free market part? Is primarily outside of, the day-to-day things that we need. Essentially, most businesses that are prospering are not that. They are luxury things. Like, we don't have to have social media. We don't have to have iPhones. We don't have to have those things. And those are the companies that are succeeding immensely. So like I understand your point of the influence of big corporations. There's no argument there at all. But Beans can start a business. So like that, like he could start a business and
yes, he can start a business.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that his business is going to succeed. What you understand, the whole purpose of the antitrust laws was to prevent there being so many, one person or a board of people that control the outcome of one industry, right? And what do we have now? We have boards that are literally controlling whether or not you succeed or not in that industry. I could start a business, but I'm not going to be able to prosper because one, I'm not going to be able to have the overhead to be able to compete with paying my employees the same as these big stores. Two, I'm not going to have the overhead to be able to give it at the same cost or price as these other stores. Right? So now I'm put in this predicament where I'm trying to be a businessman, but the cards are stacked against me. They're already stacked up for me to fail because they're set up for this corporation to keep a stranglehold on it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair to say, but for that corporation to exist, they had to get past that stranglehold that you had, right?
No, they did not.
No.
They did not, sir. It's been within the last I would say within the last 40, 50 years that lobbying has gotten to where it is, to where now we have, in my opinion, modern day monopolization again. When you got one corporation owning all the tech or running all the tech, or one person running all of, for instance, like all of the online shipping with Amazon, or two families that are basically making all their wealth off of the grocery industry, like the Waltons and the family that owns Meyer. All right. They are literally making it impossible for someone like you or I to even try and start our own store, let alone be able to franchise it like they do.
Well, wait. Let's do this. Let's say, because I think Aaron and I think we both concede to that point. I think the question that Aaron was asking is, did those people start off with a shop, or did they come right in the game with corporation? Right?
No, they actually started out in a system where they were competing in a fair market.
I understand that, but
today the market's not fair.
Okay, I think I
understand that. I understand that, but I'm saying were they a mom and pop, started off with a shop, one place, like everybody else does,
like Walmart,
and then became a corporation, or did they come in the game somehow? Family had wealth and they just jumped right in, corporation style, like Walmart. I don't know the history on it. You know,
Walmart did start out as a one single brick and mortar store. Same with like Kohl's, the department store. Same thing. Most of them did. Kmart started out the same way. Very few of them actually came in with wealth. I think like Sears came in with wealth already from the Sears family. I think like, what is it? Macy's may have been one, but there were so few of them, and they were targeted at specific parts of like damn it, my brain just froze. The specific parts of, you know, that industry, you know what I'm saying? Like they would be tailored to like specifically grocery or specific like clothing or something like that. Now what we have is these families that started out a small mom and pop store because they were actually in a economic system that allowed them to be able to compete and start out and grow. Now what they've done is they've taken, don't you remember Walmart used to be like a grocery store, plain and simple. When it started out, it just sold groceries,
right? Exactly.
And then it became Super Walmart. Now they're selling everything under the sun.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this, Aaron, 2 questions real quick. Do you think that the selling of convenience is a product of capitalism?
Man. Ooh-wee.
Can you dumb that question down a little bit so I understand what you're saying?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I would say it is. I would say
you got the crayons and construction paper for me on that one, Beans.
no. So the premise of the question is the selling of convenience a product of capitalism, right? The reason why is because of something that you just stated, right? When you use the specific word industry, right?
Mhm.
So like if I say Ford, what do you think?
Pickup trucks,
right? You think trucks, right? Cars, right? We know like that's what they do. I
Gotcha.
can't go to Walmart and get Ford cereal. I can't go to Myers and get Ford jeans. You see what I'm saying? They build cars. They got an industry. That's what they do, right?
Mhm.
So I'm saying the convenience though of a Walmart is a one-stop shop. Right? The convenience of an Amazon, I just ordered the big bulk pack of ramen noodles off of Amazon.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, no.
But to that, where is it really convenient when you got to wait for it to be shipped to you? Real convenience is I can go to the store and get it right now rather than waiting 3 days.
No, but see, here's the
Not
thing.
when it come in 2 days.
No, you actually can go to the store and pick up a lot of this stuff.
Right.
So Bean's got a point there. I believe they sell convenience to you. If you get into any type of sales, it's always like sell them on the conveniency, right? Because it's easy. Because realistically, when mail used to be sent out, you wouldn't get mail for weeks.
Right.
So if something happened yesterday, man, you find out 3 weeks later, dang, that's what happened over there. Now it's over with. Ain't nothing bad no more. Like, you know what I mean? So much time has went by, it's of importance. Nowadays, if you don't do anything within 5 days, most things will fix itself. If something bad happened on a Friday and you ignore it for about a week, you'll be moved on for the most part. We have been so convenience. Absolutely. Without a doubt, we have sold that to people. There's no reason that you need to have something immediately or you need to do this. Most things, you do not need them immediately.
So, but what I'm trying to understand is that a product of capitalism, right? So,
yes.
You see what I'm saying? Like in other economical systems, are they selling convenience, right? Is that as prioritized? Because I think that would make it fair, right? If you say Walmart, listen, bro, you selling too much stuff, right? I know most people are going to hear that like, no, you can't tell me what to do. And I could, true, right? But we see the effect of it. I can't tell you what to do. And you can't absolutely sell clothes and food and do oil changes in the back and make keys and everything else that you can go get done at Walmart. But then the local hardware store has to close, right? The hardware store was where you went to go get your keys made. Now you go to Walmart and stick your machine. You could walk away and come back. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand is that, cause of course I want to be able to use it against capitalism in debates after this, but is it a product of capitalism? If I'm in communism, is convenience as, prioritized as it is in capitalism? If I'm in whatever economical systems exist, is convenience as prioritized as it is in capitalism? Or is this a problem of capitalism? Because convenience is seemingly killing the small business.
I don't even think it's capitalism. I think it's monopolization, because to what you're saying, Beans, where me and my wife were at in Ohio, we watched Walmart come in and then build the store from ground up. Before Walmart was there were two Big Bear stores, which were those old Super Value stores. Remember those? Super Value. People from the Midwest might remember those. We had two of those. We had a Ben Franklin store, which was an old hardware store. And within a matter of 3 years after Walmart was there, all three of those stores were gone. Like gone. They ain't there no more. They literally put them out of business. So to me, what it is it's someone coming in that has more money and more resources, stealing the economic possibilities and growth for other business owners in the town, because they actually have the ability to take bigger risks as well than a small business owner. And it puts a small business owner in a position to where, what do? I might as well just bow out gracefully now and keep what I have than continue trying to fight against this corporate war machine right here.
The majority of companies are small business. You know that.
Not when it comes to retail. Retail is the biggest when it comes to the retail market industry right now. Most of the retail are not small businesses. They are big corporate box stores.
But that's an industry, right? I think he's asking in general, like most businesses are small businesses, which makes sense.
Are they though? If they're chain stores, I mean, most businesses that people have. I mean, you got the muffler guy. He's working from a franchise chain. You know, you got the oil change guys. They're working for franchises. You got all these restaurants. They're all franchises, and they all lump back to one corporation.
If you have more than one location, can you still be a small business?
Yeah,
you can be. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think small business depends on how many you employ. Or not.
Okay. It's a combination of a bunch of different things, but yeah, the number of employees plays a big part. But the point being, the majority of American businesses are small businesses. Now, regardless if that's delightful to you or not, that's the facts.
Well, I'm not saying that the majority of businesses aren't small business. I will concede to that. The majority of business in America is small business. It is. But the majority of the wealth transfer is being transferred through big business. They're the ones swallowing up most of it.
Sure, that's a fair statement to make. But who told you that you get to become a big business? We said you can have a business. How you scale it or make it bigger is on you.
But what I'm getting at is you can't sit and say that capitalism is free market trade if you're allowing businesses to put in, go and lobby with Congress and have them put in legislation that basically gives them the ability to put a stranglehold on small business.
And that's the biggest thing that happens now is that if you look at the earmarks that happen every year or every quarter, every time they go, every year they come up with it, it's literally them picking and choosing winners, them picking and choosing who their government's going to give money to subvert capitalism. If you really want to say true capitalism, it's the government picking and choosing what their favorites are. Even like freaking building a road, resurfacing a road in Rhode Island. Like I said, most people need to really look at Rand Paul. He puts out a fucking every year he puts out a pork report. No one looks into that but me. As I've only seen one other person look at the pork report every year.
Mm-hmm.
And you see where all the money the government spends on all these earmarks and everything that the government wastes money on. If you don't know how much money government wastes, check in the pork report. It's crazy.
Yeah, but the government offers a lot of things to people that they're unaware that exist.
That's true too. But that's still even then they're still giving grants and shit to that. That's still kind of picking and choosing.
That's true. That's a fair point. That is true. That is kind of picking and choosing.
So let me do two things really quickly.
Hey,
one
salute Uncle Tom and Aaron.
Gentlemen,
come on, Chuck, you stealing my thunder. that's what
Dude, I'm just being polite. I'm being a gentleman. My bad.
But that's one of the things that I was about to do was say, you know what I'm saying, welcome my man Uncle T and my man Aaron to the show. Let's do this because I think education is important. I want people to kind of not skip past some of the important stuff that's said. So Aaron made the statement that most businesses in America are small businesses. According to the a website from the SBA, said most businesses are small, 99.9%. That sounds crazy.
Why
99.9 sounds crazy.
Well, let me ask you this, right? You've heard of the S&P, right? Standards & Poor's top 500 companies, right?
Yeah.
You could do a small guess about how much is 500 companies in comparison to 40,000 businesses, right? And expand that to even more than 40,000 businesses. And let's just assume there's, 1 million businesses. It's only 500 to 600 to 700 of them, 800 of them if you want. It's a very small percentage.
Well, according to this, there are 33,185,550 small businesses
Yeah.
in America. They counting everything at this point. They count lemonade stands at this point.
Well, yeah, we talking business, but
okay. So really quickly, because I just want to get it through it and get it off the screen. Small businesses employ 61.7 million Americans, totaling 46.4% of private sector employees. Right. So small businesses still doing a thing, but I guess the question becomes then, because I've been hearing a lot of conversation about small businesses taking a great hit, right, based on corporations, right? If I think it was Keisha M that mentioned it early in the chat. It was a clip I was watching where they were talking about how you got, I believe it's that, what were they calling it? Private equity, I think is the term they were using, or something like that, and saying that they're buying up all of the properties, you know, and then renting them back to the people, and how this is not good for the American people. We're not supposed to be a nation of renters, right? So can you see how that makes me question, even though 99.9% of businesses are small, somehow they're still being affected. Like, I think that highlights more problematically the impact of corporations than anything. If 99.9% of businesses are small and they're still impacted in such a way.
Beans, I got an article here from the Business Insider that said, and it was written January 3rd, 2021. And they were going over the amount of small businesses that we lost due to the pandemic. And they said the number of small business in the U.S. dropped by 29% since January, and revenue has plunged 31.9% over the same period. Basically, what they're saying is small business died in 2020, and big business got bigger, and small business is going to continue to get smaller.
Right. So Big Aaron, and if I say Aaron, I'm talking to you, Big Aaron, because I call Aaron O every time.
You got it.
So when I hear that, you know what I hear? I hear it don't matter that 99% of the businesses are small, right? It's because, as he just said, they still lost. What was the number again?
29.1%.
29.1%. Right.
That was well over 100,000 small businesses just in a matter of like 6-7 months.
Right.
That are never coming back.
Right. So even according to what Aaron O was just saying, they could lose another 30% and it would still be 99.9% of the businesses. Right. You see what I'm saying? So just because the small businesses represent the bigger number as it pertains to businesses, do they necessarily represent, does that necessarily impede them, right, from the impact of corporations? It doesn't sound like it does.
No, it doesn't, but nobody would want to work at a small business because they don't give you no healthcare benefits.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. You gotta understand, like, they not gonna be able to give these certain benefits. These big corporations are forced to do this. People be like, I only got a job for the healthcare. I need this healthcare. Small business is what they gonna offer you.
They can't take
that's what all businesses, if you're full time, we're forced to provide health care. All business.
No.
If you're a full time employee, I believe that is part of the.
You have to have a certain amount of employees. Okay, fair enough.
Wait a minute. Okay, go ahead.
No, I said there is a minimum number of employees, but like small business, let's not forget, a small business could be anything from like a pizza shop that employs like 11 people, including a delivery guy, all the way out to a couple of local supermarkets. You're looking at 100, 200 total employees. It's still a small business because you're not Walmart. You know what I mean? You're not PepsiCo.
Yeah, but
at that point, I just think they don't have the option or the advantage of taking advantage of bulk policy. You know what I mean? They just don't have the policy numbers to be able to support a decent insurance offer.
Well, the way they're describing it is every day we should only have small businesses. Nobody should be able to get that big, et cetera, et cetera. This is my opinion.
I'm not saying that nobody should be able to get that big. What I'm saying is nobody should be able to get so big that they are dictating and controlling whether or not you can even get in the game.
Yeah, see, the problem is that's too subjective because the politicians are elected by all the little people.
That isn't subjective, though, Aaron. That is the whole reason why we had antitrust laws put in place.
Let me try.
Aaron, don't start, man. Don't start, Aaron.
Even with the antitrust laws, it's never been that way. Cable's been able to do what the cable companies been able to do what they want to since those antitrust laws. They're not even supposed to,
lobbying.
Well, I know, but they were the only companies that was allowed to do that for what 15, 20 years. That's why the cable companies can do what the hell they doing as far as broadband and everything else, because no one checks them.
Right.
Uncle Tom, let's say you have a small business, right? You got.
But I have a different reason why I think small businesses keep getting smaller.
Well, before you jump to that point,
go ahead.
I'll be quick. If you have a small business, let's just say you have 10 employees, right? What happens if 4 of them call out sick? Does your business operate?
It's going to be operating at a deficit.
And not efficiently, and it's
not efficiently. No, you're right.
It's more than 2 or 3 days. So Beans,
yes, sir.
Look, we want you to work for us, but like if you sick more than 3 days, business might shut down. You see all these problems that can occur. Why scale actually can be an effective thing, and is probably important to where podcasts don't have to work 97 hours a week, because if you don't show up to work, the business might get shut down. The businesses don't want to be relying on human beings who are emotional. Who'll be like, I don't want to work there. I'm calling in sick, hang out with the homies, and then my business shut down. No.
Now, Aaron, that would be a valid argument, though, if we didn't live in a society to where most people are being forced to go to work whether they're sick or not. Let's keep it real. Even big businesses aren't giving people free sick days like that. It don't happen. I've worked for big companies, and you miss too much work, you're still losing your job, sick or not.
That's debatable.
Let's know what you're saying. Yes, but the business won't stop. And like what you describe it as, hey, we got 7 employees, 10 employees here, and let's just say us employees decide, look, we ain't going to work today unless y'all give us 90% of the profit. You see a problem there?
Absolutely.
I think.
Yes.
Just remember, most small businesses are ran by 1 or 2 party people. It's not a conglomerate of people. When people have, like, my wife is a small business owner, and she's the only one that does the work. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you can say that everything out here is small business, because you got one party businesses or one owner businesses. It's not a conglomerate. Most small businesses don't have other people working. It is the owner that's working, and if they sick, it is what it is.
That's a great point. I'm glad you brought that up, because I wasn't even thinking about that. I wonder what it represents, actually.
So that
beat me to it, Uncle Tom.
If I may, that kind of takes me to something I wanted to mention. I was listening to you guys earlier when you started. You brushed past the concept of a monopoly and everything. Some steps used to prevent it. And I think what is happening, and it's killing the small business, is there's kind of a way to create a monopoly situation. I'm a small business owner. I happen to own a holdings company. Now, it's a small holdings company, right? But when you're in the big business arena, the holdings company structure allows you to create a monopoly without being subject to the risk of being classified as a monopoly. For the audience or whatever, anybody that doesn't know, a business typically either provides a good or a service, except a holdings company. Holdings company is a company that holds controlling interest in other companies that provide goods or services.
Someone like BlackRock or Vanguard, right?
Exactly, right. Or PepsiCo, right? With Frito-Lay. I mean, there's companies out there that are into the food market, and they like supply automobile parts. And if you look at their portfolio, it looks like a Walmart. Like they have everything, right? What's that? Well, that's the point I wanted to make. You were bringing that up. Is a lot of times small businesses are sole proprietorship, and on top of that, they're probably owner operator. So it's a one owner situation, and the one owner is chief, attorney, like everything, right? So, and I think that's where you're seeing the numbers. So many small businesses versus so many large corporations. And the big businesses are starting to consolidate because of the holdings company principle. My dad was vice president of a bank in the 80s called First Pennsylvania Bank. Core states bought them out. First Union bought them. Wachovia bought them. Now it's Wells Fargo. You know how you can tell when you go to the stadium, the bank owns the stadium. Whatever the stadium name is, you can tell the big fish that came and ate the smaller fish. So that's happening even on the larger end. And now when you have companies like Amazon and what's Jack Ma's company, Alibaba, Walmart's even on the, you ever do a shopping search on Google? Walmart does the same thing that Amazon does. You can go click and it gets delivered to you, just like Amazon. So you have these big companies that are getting away from brick and mortar locations as far as retail and moving right into logistics. And they're involving the end user in the logistics chain on the end, you know what I mean? Like you can do it from home, you can be a good, you know what I mean? So that's really condensing things at the top and spreading it thin on the bottom.
And what you're saying, Aaron, because my wife, she's in corporate retail at Kohl's, man, and they've been talking about this a lot because they're anticipating the fact that brick and mortar stores are going to be gone, a thing of the past within the next 20 years.
100%.
All right, and what Kohl's is already doing it, they've teamed up with Amazon to where what Amazon does is they'll sell products, and Kohl's will have them on site there at their store in wherever they are, say Muncie, LA, Detroit, or whatever, and they'll use that brick and mortar store as like a warehouse for them to get it and like ship it from there right to
fulfillment center. Exactly.
So let me say this real quick, right? Because Aaron don't think he's slick. When we got to the healthcare part of the conversation, right? My antennas went up because I don't understand. Well, I ain't gonna say I don't understand. I do understand. I'm gonna say, I guess I'll just ask the question. Don't you all think that we could survive as a company even if our healthcare system operated outside of capitalism? I mean, isn't that one industry that we could do well with, that could do well rather, even if it operated outside of capitalism?
You mean like in Switzerland, like where it's just wrapped up in the tax burden exclusively and it's just granted to everybody? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, so like Snowman said earlier, you have to dumb that down for me. I don't know what you just said.
So just take it out of the hands of the I mean, all right, so you have roads, right? Mm-hmm. Taxpayers pay for them. You use them. Everybody can use them, mm-hmm. right? And tax money goes to it. The police, right? Same story. So you mean make healthcare like that? You just walk into a hospital, whatever you need is taken care of, done. But it's financed by the taxpayer, the tax dollars. The tax burden absorbs the cost. And just completely divorce it.
I'm gonna say yes. Because I think that, but you're not saying like, when you say the taxpayer pay for, are you saying that it's just automatically coming out of the taxpayer's check?
You wouldn't know. You wouldn't even know what dollar amount you're contributing to. It's just one day you wake up and instead of 30% federal, you're paying 40% federal on your earned income. But presumably the addition would be to go to this new healthcare model. Well, you know what I mean? Like the roads. You don't know how much your taxes pay for the roads. You just know you pay taxes and you know there's roads available to everybody. It will be just like that.
Aaron, don't you think that we could lower the cost of, the healthcare burden, though, if we, like with these insurance companies, we allowed them to compete intrastate instead of it all having to, instead of them only being able to compete within the state and them actually being able to compete with other states and stuff?
That would be a better idea. No, I'm not championing it. I'm just painting a picture to see if that's what Bean was talking about when he says remove it from the relationship between employee and
because to me, the way I see it is like what Aaron said. If you working for the people, don't want to work for the smaller company because they can't provide healthcare, right? And the healthcare, the bigger companies are going to charge more for their products, probably pay you less because they have to give you healthcare, right? So I'm saying if the healthcare itself, right, was made reasonable, right? If it operated outside of capitalism, which means, because my definition of capitalism is money over everything, right? So if it operated outside of capitalism to say we're not going to charge you what we can just because we can. No, we're going to set limits and say we're only going to charge this much and this much so that the majority of people, maybe a mandatory 80% of people, will be able to afford it no matter what, right? Don't you think the industry could still survive?
No.
Aaron is saying no.
No, and I'm gonna tell you why. Beans, you could medically take care of yourself. You don't have the skill set or the abilities. You just can't do it. You cannot transfer you take a heart out of you and put it back in you. You are reliant on someone else to take care of you. So we only have a certain amount of people that are specialized to do this. How do you tell them that them taking care of your life is not worth $100 million? If they tell you I want to make $100 million a year and I'm a neurosurgeon, right? How you gonna argue with them about that?
So because
I know how they get to that $100 million for one.
No, but I'm reasonably saying, how can you ever put a cap on how much money that they deserve to make when you can't actually take care of
they're not. The healthcare industry doesn't have to compete with anybody.
Wrong person to argue with. Big Pharma is who's your problem with.
Right. Well, and like I was saying earlier, Aaron,
oh, that ain't necessarily true either. Because if a doctor wanted to charge $1 million goddamn dollars for any service, guess what's going to have to fall in line? Everyone else, because they have something that you need help with. They'll forever have a job, no matter how people say, "Well, it's big pharma." No, it's just medical. Period. Medical is expensive, and if a doctor says, "You know what? I'm no longer gonna work on anyone without it being $1 million up front," I'm not going to do it. Guess what they're going to have to do? They're going to have to bend the knee because can't no one force you to work.
Thank you.
Well, it's not that. It's what the doctor has at his disposal to use to practice, and that comes from big pharma.
Again, I agree with you,
anesthesia,
but you can't force
that
person to work, though. You can't force a doctor to be a doctor.
I'm not changing that.
Okay.
I'm saying the cost.
No, we can't.
I'm saying lower his cost to do business.
and the way to
wait, hold on, slow down. Let's address this. When you say no, we can't, are you saying morally? Because I think physically we could.
You don't want a doctor under the threat of maim or life operating on anything other than a hangnail on your ass. Trust me.
I don't even want him operating on a hangnail in that situation.
You said medicine has to be practiced with ego. It can't be practiced under duress.
Correct. That's why they say most
ego, compassion, and sheer confidence.
Well, and the thing that the reason why I brought up the insurance earlier is insurance actually determines a lot of this medical cost as well, dude. It really does. What and the fact that insurance companies are only allowed to compete within a state. If insurance companies were forced to be able to compete with each other, it would also force the health care industry to have to compete, and people would be able to go out and shop for the better deal.
Including malpractice insurance, which lowers the doctor's overhead.
True. Still can't make a doctor perform surgery on you.
We're not trying to. We're trying to ease the economic burden.
So my whole point is I don't like the healthcare industry conversation because me personally, we are at their mercy. We should be so grateful. It's almost like the military. We should just be so grateful that you decided to learn how to know how many different blood vessels and all these things, all this stuff that's going on in my body that I don't know, that I'm relying on you in case of these situations, which happen all the time for your children, all this. This ain't no negotiation.
Beans, when the last time you worked on yourself?
It's not.
You know what, Aaron? I'm not.
Oh, what you talking about, boy? Let me tell you something. My uncle told me a long time ago when I was a kid. He said, "Boy, you better put some spit on that shit."
Yeah, okay. That only works. That only works until you die. My next question is: Driscoll says the same way they tell them in Canada and the UK. Here's the problem with the one in Canada and UK: they come to the United States because they have options. The people in Canada, when they can't get time, when listen, if you think the healthcare we have in America is so great, try the VA.
Right.
Try the VA.
You ain't getting nothing done through VA.
And if you and the VA really works like Canada and the UK. Well, you get in when they say you can get in.
The VA is a
he's a
racket.
military guy, so he's probably not going. He's probably not going to disagree with you on that. But I'm gonna say this though, because this is the problem, right? So we throwing around this word doctor very loosely, when in my opinion, the only one of them niggas that actually matter is the surgeon.
Well,
No.
look, Beans. The thing is that the
absolutely, because wait, hold on. Snow, in real life, if it wasn't for capitalism, we wouldn't even need doctors that much.
That's not true.
Facts.
That's
if
not
you
true.
need a surgeon,
You
you need an
doctors.
anesthesiologist.
No, we wouldn't even need doctors that much. Okay, I'll put you like this. When I say doctor, again, it's what I'm talking about. So let's go Dr. Sabi. Right? If we got Dr. Sabi's,
he wasn't a real doctor either.
Hospitals.
He wasn't a real doctor either.
But that's the point. Do you believe or do you disbelieve that he actually found cures for those diseases?
I totally disbelieve it.
That's crazy to me.
No, I don't believe he didn't find any cures. I mean, I believe he knew things about the way food affects the body that would absolutely were preventative.
Absolutely.
What you said, preventative, sure. Because you think he's the only person that knows that? Oh, wait. You think he's the only person who knows about that?
No. I mean, I know a bunch of, but no, I think so much to the point where you.
It is because you're making a point about Dr. Sabi. Like I said, he didn't cure anything, right?
I'm saying what I'm saying, and the reason why I'm making a point about Dr. Sabi is I'm saying if we have those, we don't need doctors. We don't need hospitals per se. We don't need to go into these buildings. We don't need to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars and all this other stuff for this medical stuff when they paying $5 for a pill and charging us $25,000 for it.
I agree with you on that part. You know me, the
guys,
whole big
we don't
pharma
need
thing.
them. We would need somebody that's a surgeon, somebody that know how to, reattach bones or whatever, like that type of situation. But I'm saying if you're not poisoning us, if you allow the tobacco to be natural, we don't have to fight cancer. If you're not putting all the pesticides and bullshit in the food and all this other stuff that you're doing, right, in order to make more money, we don't need the doctors that much. They created the environment for the doctors to become a necessity.
Hold on. So you don't think there's
outside of capitalism?
You don't think there's cancers in other countries, sir?
Say that again.
You don't think there's cancers in other forms of fucked up shit in other countries?
Absolutely, but I'm saying, let's be honest, right? It's when I was younger, you know what I didn't hear a lot? Such and such died. What was it? Cancer. I was not hearing that in the 70s and 80s.
So I can agree with you on that because I'm telling you right now, I would never put chemo in my body ever.
Never, ever
in my life.
Yeah.
So I would agree with you on that.
What would you do instead?
When it comes to what's that?
What would you do instead?
Dr. Sabi.
Die.
There's all kinds of herbal remedies.
No, you don't want Dr. Sabi either. You want Jack Reacher to go find Monsanto CEO.
Oh yeah,
I see. Said Jack Reacher.
You don't want Dr. Sabi. You want a specialist.
Yeah. What I was saying is, Aaron, chemotherapy kills more people than cancer does.
Yeah, I actually did research on it. The what is it? The 1 year survival rate of a cancer patient that's done chemotherapy is 5%. All right, of people who's gotten chemo. The 5 year survival rate of someone who's done chemo and survived is 1%. The dose and the way they set up the dosage, they don't have a way to set up chemo to where it's specific to the patient.
Yeah,
everybody gets the same amount every time. So they aren't taking this to a person. And not only that, I also want you to understand that chemotherapy is one of, I think, like 2 or 3 major medications that doctors get a tremendous kickback.
Yes, sir.
Now we're talking
about. Matter of fact,
when
you think about this, that cancer is a virus that can be stomped out by stuff that doesn't even cost that much money. It's been proven over and over again.
But that's
you know how chemo works.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So when I'm talking about a Dr. Sabi, it's not that it's him, it's the information that he has. That's what I'm saying. If we are educating our people and then enlightening our people on a general basis to have that kind of knowledge and information, we don't need doctors. There don't have to be 1,000 hospitals in every city. Like we wouldn't need it like that, right?
No, you still
Then
gonna need
add
your
on
local
the
doctor,
component,
Beans.
stop poisoning everything in order to enforce population control. Again, we don't need them. They created the market for you to need those MRI machines, red pill. That's my point, right? So not to mention there's a couple of other things that go into it too. We all overeating, you know what I'm saying? But if we were overeating healthy stuff, would it have as much of a bad impact as we see the food having today? Probably not, right? So that's what I'm saying. I believe, I know Aaron doesn't because he's a capitalist, but but I believe that the healthcare market could survive when I'm hearing that there are places where healthcare is free. I need somebody to explain it.
But health is it really free if you're getting 60% of your wages taxed to help cover and bear the burden of it? That's not free healthcare, Beans.
Okay, it's not free.
You're paying for it in advance.
You paying for it somehow anyway.
Well, what dies then? I mean, anything can survive if you sacrifice enough to get it. I mean, you know what I mean?
We're doing that. So basically, what you're saying that we're doing, what other places are doing with healthcare, aren't we doing that with the military here?
So that would be our thing, right? Like our military, the might of the military is, yeah. I mean, that's the bulk of. But again, at what cost, right? Like, if we freed up military spending, how much? What advantage will we capture on the back end? Like, what do we don't even know what that costs us. So what you're saying is, all right, military times another one as far as expenditures. Do it again.
Yeah,
that's the burden.
Absolutely. We're gonna
do it anyway. Survive doing that? Yeah.
Let's do this. Let's get to the videos. This is going to get really interesting. I want to say shout out to the universe for providing me with the panel that we have up here right now. Palafesso is in the chat. You are absolutely welcome to hit that link because I know that he is going to raise the standard on the panel.
Monster Minds up here. Thank you, gentlemen. This is a great conversation. Thank you, Beans, for having me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Monster Minds. Yep.
Let me bring this video in. You know what? I'm gonna go this route, right? I'm gonna go with the short video first so we can have a good conversation about it, and then I'll go with the longer ones. This was really my trump card. I was trying to wait for Angry Man to show up so I could play this one and just really crush Angry Man and Aaron O and Uncle T, like just really crush them and make them denounce capitalism once and for all.
That won't happen, but okay.
You have to give your disposition why you have this angst against capitalism before you play the video, if that was the trump card, because you don't have no build up to why you feel or your thought process prior.
That's a great point. You ain't got to show everybody that you're smarter than me, though. Okay, so here's the thing. My issue with capitalism, my biggest issue with capitalism, honestly, is not capitalism, right? My biggest issue with capitalism is the way that everybody else treats it. That's my biggest issue with it, right? They treat it the same way how like conservatives and MAGA people treat Trump, right? It's the very second that you say something bad about them, they're disregarding you. They're being dismissive now. Right? No, we can't talk about it. As soon as you say, yo, this is a problem with capitalism, we got to hear, we'll go live in Russia. We'll go over here and go there. They act like they can't have a real conversation about it. Right? So the reason why I invited the people who I invited is because I know that they can. Right? And I know that when I present things, they're just going to give me the necessary pushback that it's not going to change my mind, but it's going to enlighten me and strengthen my positions and my wealth of information that I have moving forward. Right. So, but the actual problem that I have with capitalism is based on my belief, which is that words are made a certain way for a reason. Right. So sexism is you're saying sex over everything, right? If I have to choose between male or female, then I'm going to choose whichever sex I am. That's sex over everything. Same thing with racism, is race over everything, right? Somebody could be dying, but I'm a racist, so I don't rock with their race. Then they just have to die, right? You that race, and I don't rock with that race, so it's racism over everything, right? Classism. I'm in a certain class, you in that other class. I don't rock with you. It is my class before your class. You could be dying, but you ain't in my class. I'm going to allow you to die, right? And then I look at classism. I look at capitalism the same exact way. You're saying capital over everything. It's capital first. So if we have to poison the water supply in order for us to get this bag, that's what's going to happen. If we have to poison people, if we have to poison food, if we have whatever we have to do to get this money, to get this bag, that's what we're going to do. That's how I actually view capitalism. Go ahead, Aaron.
I'm going to perforate a hole right in the middle of that argument. Communism says the community over everything, yet it still fails and creates dictators. So it's not really the ism, it's the people that are involved in running it. And that's the problem with capitalism. What you don't know is I'm probably one of the most bought off capitalists that you will ever know. But I also know that I am not capitalist as far as my morals are concerned, and as far as the way I allow my morals to, or my practices to be influenced by my morals. Right? There are capitalists who are there's greed, and then there are just people that function. I believe socialism and communism would work absolutely. You know, that kind of looks like a regulated bartering system. It's just it's just a group bartering system essentially is what it breaks down to. But the problem is, it's the guy with the guy with the 10 key, the bank. It's the guy that controls the transactions, the guy with the storehouse. He ends up running the show because it's greed that crept in.
Right, exactly. See, so that's what I'm saying. Thank you for saying it that way, because that's what my argument was going to be, right? If there are people in place in dictatorships in areas where they're supposed to be communism, then they're not actually practicing it.
Yeah,
so
you
can't really say if it's working or not when there's people who are impeding the work, right? But to me, I think capitalism, right, for all intents and purposes, is equal to greed. That's what I think it is, because it's everything else, which is literally greed. So that's what I'm saying. You say that again?
It amplifies greed. It magnifies it. You know, they say money changes people. No, it doesn't. It exposes them. Capitalism just it's a weapon that greed can use, because communism is the same way. Communism is just a weapon that greed can use, but it doesn't define it or house it. It just amplifies it.
But if it was actually practiced, like if it was literally community before everything else, how could that not work?
Say again? I'm sorry. What was the question?
If it was actually put into practice, right? If we accept the wordage, right, where we're saying the word and then the ism means that thing before everything else. So if communism was actually put into practice 100%, dictatorship, no, how could it not work? Community over everything. Community over everything literally means every decision that we will make would be for the benefit of the community. It would be community first. There's no way that could not work. The only reason why it doesn't work is because you have people in place to impede the commune process, right? To make it look like it's not working. Like you said, it ends up being a dictatorship because there are people in place.
Well, that's because somebody.
Wait, time out. What'd you say, Uncle T?
I said, it's a great thought.
It has to be.
It's a great thought, but it's not doable.
That community first wouldn't work. What do you do? What are they doing in your community? I bet you it's community first.
Whose community?
In your community.
It's not community first.
You don't think so?
No, sir. Not
Talk to Trigger Mike. Trigger Mike, the way Trigger Mike describes his community first. Like he said, if anybody try to come down now on some other stuff, they all got each other's back.
When you talking about around me? Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That your community.
Okay, but it's only community first when there's like something big that's happening. Say it's like a hurricane. We living for a hurricane. We all check on each other after a hurricane. I don't even know their fucking name, but that just being a fucking human, period, I'm gonna go check on you, make sure your shit's okay. Just because we live in the area, and if I have something that can help you, sure. But that don't mean I gotta know you, and it's not community first. For me, it's community. If something happens, I'm gonna help out because I'm not a fucking asshole.
War.
Right. So
And
the
see,
way
the
I
problem-
perceive it
War.
is that
Activate.
the way I perceive it, because of the level of success and family that you all have, specifically Uncle T, you, Aaron, and Trigger Mike, is that if you fell on hard times, the community would galvanize. Everybody come together, like put like a money tree and just throw money on the tree to make sure y'all good.
Hell no.
Okay,
I've been
okay.
broke for a long fucking time. Ain't no nigga out here said I'm gonna take a collection plate for Uncle Tom. As many times I've been got robbed in my lifetime, you think they didn't galvanize a goddamn go F me? Not go for me, just go F me thing. They ain't give me none of that shit, dog. What are you talking about? They be like, man, this nigga poke. Hey, you better get back up on your 2 feet and get this money.
Okay, so let's say that's what it is, right? I got you. But if it wasn't though, right? Because community first would be that's what would happen.
No.
But the
so how
problem
could
is,
that not work?
Because Beans, what happens when the community can't come to an agreement on a decision or the direction of where it's going? Who makes the final decision?
That's why I
Okay,
said
it's
the guy, the warehouse holder.
Let's do it then. Let's have a good.
I'm gonna say it like this: it's straight up ego.
What's the mafia movie they had when they were struggling and everybody came over and everybody was dumping their 5s and 10s and 20 into the pot? Okay, so I'm just saying, I just assume that's how most of those communities would be. I'm sorry.
That's the movie, sir.
Why were they doing that? Well, no, we can mine it out.
They were doing that because the script said
he lost his job or something. He was broke. You know what I'm saying?
That's the problem. That's not how communism works. Communism essentially, all right, let's take the currency component out of communism. You know what communism says? Mm-hmm. I'm a farmer. You're a carpenter. He's a doctor. He's a mechanic. I make sure everybody has food. You make sure everybody's house is built and good to go. He makes sure everybody has cars good to work. My tractors are running. The doctor over here takes care of anybody that's sick. We agreed to do that for everybody. Now, once you build a house one time, you don't need to build it so you can run around, spend your time making sure everybody's house is straight. I'm just running a farm. Everybody come get what you want to eat. He fixed my tractor yesterday. It's fixed now. So he fixes your car tomorrow, right? And the doctor, we're not sick every day. So we spend our time just tightening everybody's shit up and just making sure all the shit's going.
Right.
Nobody says anything. We just do it. That's essentially what communism is. The community just doing the community. You just do.
And that's my point. How can, if that is literally put into practice without the dictators and all of that, how does that not work?
I can tell you how. The way the infrastructure is set up right now, it's propped up on post-industrialist capitalism. The way everything, we would have to go back to like coming out of a cave. Like it would work in tribal, even the political structure with this bipartisanship, we're not even segmented enough to do that. You got to start thinking about things like the climate, the terrain, you know what I mean? Like demands, they start to change things. The climate,
but right now it sounds like what you're doing is you're applying it to America. I'm not saying apply it to America. I'm just saying in general, the idea itself. If it was practiced in that way, I don't see how it goes wrong. I think Chuck was trying to maybe suggest a way that it could go wrong.
You'd have to go to
I didn't.
Why would you have to try it outside of here if it never worked outside of it? Because there's communist countries. It's never worked there. No one does anything for the community. Now, why would you not apply it specifically to the America? Because you got to think about how we do things right now. How is government going to work? Because right now, everything is supposed to be kicked off by the states, not the federal. But what we have is everything is kicked off by federal, and the states have to fall in line. And that's not how the Constitution was set up to go.
Facts.
That's what I'm saying. We're not compartmentalized like that.
You got to think about it all the way down. Just think about what the whole AB situation with the females. It was supposed to be at the state level to begin with. But they want it to be federalized. Why? Because every state doesn't think the same way. Everybody don't think the same way. So what if you're in that community, because the state is just a community of that state, they should have the right to decide how they want to work with that specific problem. And that's how government was supposed to be set up. Less federal government, more state government, because state government is what affects you right now.
Zero federal government.
Well,
Each state would essentially become a country. Here's why. The farming practices alone in Florida are different from farming practices in Idaho.
That's a fact.
So we can't even have the same. My contribution to society as a farmer looks different in Maine than it does in Texas.
Well, right.
And that creates a divide so wide. Our states have nothing to do with each other. So each state now has its own militia, like its own. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. The climate and terrain alone can affect how you do business so much. Countries aren't countries. States are now countries. The Fed's gone.
And now
what they're going to do to infrastructure, the roads, forget about it. It's all out the window. You got to start from the beginning.
Well, and dude, the road argument, that could be easily fixed. I mean, and I watched it in real time because, like, where we lived, there was a section of the alley that we kept paved every year. And what we did, we had the homeowners every year, rather than the city coming through and doing it and paying for it with tax dollars, the homeowners from those 6 houses that was in that, like, probably half a block stretch, it was probably about once every 3 or 4 years, we would put our money together, and then we would choose the company that we wanted to come out and pave that. And we actually got the deal, and we got the work ethic that we wanted. Have you ever noticed that 9 times out of 10, like with cities, when you got a city or government entity trying to sit and do road work or something like that, they'll repave a road, they'll tear it all the way down to the gravel, rebuild it all the way back up, and 6 months later, they're doing it again. Why is that?
I'm talking about blue line interstates. What I'm talking about.
Listen, man, there's a stretch of road, man. There's a stretch of road in Chicago, on a highway. All the truck drivers know about it when you're going down the Dan Ryan, and it takes you into the Kennedy, and they was working on that for like 2 decades.
Oh, I agree with you on that.
It's ridiculous.
They still working on the same roads that I left when I left at 18 in Texas. They still working on them same highways. But here's the thing that you failing to
that's capitalism.
No. Here's what you're failing to do. Just think about that. We just said that, right? Now you're talking about in a community, right? What if someone gets sick? How are they going to do their part? And that's when the ego starts. Oh, you slacking, but I'm still doing the same work, and I'm still keeping up my end of the bargain. I'm expecting you to keep up your end of the bargain, and what that also makes, you're gonna have to make sure your family members can pull your weight when something happens to you. Now that means who is in charge of education. Now you gotta go look at it like that. It's a whole multitude involved in this.
But see, this is the thing I don't like about the somebody gets sick argument.
You can say it's an easy fix, but it ain't fixed now. Look at the education. Until you take the board, if you don't take out the fucking Department of Education, if you don't get rid of that, schools will never be what they used to be.
Wait a minute, real quick. The problem that I have with the somebody gets sick argument is that it assumes that it's only one of each, right? It shouldn't just be one doctor, one person who can work on a house, one person who can work on cars, right? It should be multiple of them. Now the next thing becomes, well, then now this person is picking up the other person's slack doing their work, but that happens anyway on jobs when somebody is out, right? But wait a minute, but that narrative that we were running through was based on Aaron saying remove the currency, right? So is currency the problem?
No, you can keep that out, because what your problem is and his problem solve themselves. You don't have schools. He's right. You'd have to get rid of the schooling system. Well, what do you have now? You have the chief carpenter teaching anybody who wants to be a carpenter on the job as it happens.
Yes, sir.
And if the chief carpenter is sick, the chief carpenter's assistant can just run the show for a week with all the students. Still, but we don't have to raise frames and learn new shit, but we can run around just installing windows until the chief carpenter is fixed, is healed again. Same thing with the doctor. We're not doing brain surgery this week. We don't have to, do we? No. But the fucking the physician's assistant and all of the nurses in school coming up can still treat people for the common.
What about the drugs?
What?
What about the drugs? What about the women?
Women
don't go to work today. Spend time with me.
What we're doing.
I'm supposed to change your heart today, but I ain't gonna be able beans. I ain't gonna be able to make it. You might have to take that heart problem. You're the best heart surgeon.
What the women are gonna?
Because what we're taking out is real life. Real life happens. Everyone is not. It's not everything's not perfect. And if you expect, listen, Beans says he wants to work. Beans, did you get a job and work somewhere else right now? Or you working for yourself on the internet right now, right?
Yep.
Right.
Now, I go to work every day and I go to work and still come up here and do internet. I'm eventually gonna get pissed off that all you do is the internet.
He's Section 8 too, though, man. Don't
what I'm saying?
I'm a little mad right now because look, he got the little blinds in the back. I used to have something like that, so I'm definitely.
That's all I'm saying is once you take out real life and everything is great and everything's straight and narrow, sure, shit will work great. Yeah. I promise you. But as soon as real life sets in, because someday I want to go home and see a man about a horse. If you don't know what that means, that's on you. And sometimes I don't want to go back to work.
Uncle Tom, but what if you want a fine woman, but you're not the head chief carpenter right now? She only messed with the chief carpenter.
I'm a taker.
You know what I'm saying?
Y'all adding these capitalist components to
we're adding
we're happening that system.
It's the human element being added to it.
That's all. It's not real life. It's just that current life is set up under the umbrella of capitalism. My argument is it could work. You would just have to go to the beginning and change what real life looks like. There's just another real life that would fit that Lego.
But we ignoring something that's innate in all of us: power
and greed.
We have to let's just put aside the greed for the moment, because you could probably attach some level of that to power. I'm above podcast. I'm the chief carpenter in town. I run things. I'm number one. I want some. I got a little power that goes. So what is my benefits?
But your singular voice don't matter, Aaron, because it's the collective, sir. It's the collective.
I got it. Makes sense to me. You right.
See what y'all doing is.
So hold on, Beans. There's another thing. Why did he get to be the head carpenter? Right. When is it gonna be my turn? I'm sick of this shit. How he getting more money than me because he if the head carpenter make the most money, it's time to hit this nigga over the head and be the head carpenter. What you're leaving out is ego.
No. You did it. Capitalism can't go in. You said he makes the most money. And communists without cash, there's no money, right? The problem
that's right. Okay, well, why did he get the right? Why did he get the most benefits? I want more benefits.
Because he decided he wanted
the most benefits. Money.
If someone's getting more benefits, components in Aaron already just said right that the most logical way to make this work was that we would have to go back to the beginning, right? So that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of this stuff that y'all saying is happening. I'm thinking we'll have some time before we get to this point that y'all talking about. It'll be some time, but. I would agree with you, right? If you say this is the inevitability of it, okay, cool, because you got to add in a human component. Cool, I concede to that. The problem is that's going to be for everything. So then the justification for allowing capitalism to be the toxic economic system that it is well, the bullshit gonna happen anyway. At least some of us could get a lot of money. That's the argument.
We took the money out. Remember, we took the money out. But here's this.
No, I'm saying for capitalism, though. That's what I'm saying. So the argument.
We're talking about your fantasy land. Let's talk about this. Who gets to run the government? Because they ain't doing all the farming. They ain't doing all.
I thought it was community.
Oh, it's community everything. Now. So what country do you have that you don't have a fucking military, sir?
Communism, the community is going to be
because without a military, you don't have a country.
He's so reward based. I understand what you're saying, but
I am reward based.
No, but think about it. It's not about even how the advantages you have as far as benefits and all that. Think about it. The issue is, I got chief carpenter. What makes it not fair is that I studied more than everybody else to be getting the same exact thing that everybody else is getting.
We're supposed to be all equal, right?
It cost me more on the front end. It's not
we all equal, right?
No, that's not how that works. Because
no,
you may be able to.
Okay.
That's
That's
what I'm saying. My house is as big as my assistant's house, but I did better on the test because I stayed up later to study, which is why he's my assistant. It's not about the reward; it's about the cost.
Not even just
that,
though. If you went to college, you know, you didn't even have to go to college, high school too.
What are we doing here?
Hold on. Here's what I know for sure. I'm gonna give you an example. I took 2 different math classes while I was in college.
Just 2?
One because I stopped going after that. I couldn't take it no more.
Okay.
So I took the first teacher was an Arabic woman. And no, the first teacher, I can't even remember who it was. Hold on, man. The first teacher, I can't even remember who they was. The third teacher was a Chinese person, right? I failed both of those. The middle teacher was an Arabic woman. When I wrote a dissertation about her, 7 pages long, about the way the community college operated, the way the students were belittling us, and instead of teaching us, they were talking down to us and all this other stuff. And they got around the school. The dean, I had a meeting with the dean of students, all this stuff. They pulled the lady in. They checked her. She came back to class, and she then realized, okay, I got to teach y'all, right? I passed that math class with a B+, and I didn't do no cheating. You know why? It was because she started actually teaching us. So my thing is, the reason why that guy is the chief carpenter is because he's the one who can convey the lessons the best. That's what I'm saying. Because I don't care what you know. If nobody can learn from you, you don't need to be in that position.
Oh, no.
You can't convey the message. You don't need to. Yeah, if you're the teacher, yes. How the fuck nobody learning from you? That's why I don't want to get off track. I don't want to stay on this, but that's why I have a problem with tenure. That's my issue with tenure. It's because now you get to just come on the job every day, get your bag. You don't even care really. You don't care if your students is learning or not. You just showing up for a check.
You highlighting why communism wouldn't work today. This is why I say the education system would change. Here's the thing. Vocation would no longer be a choice. It would be aptitude-based. One of the things you would have to do in this new society is there would be an aptitude test every 2 years from the time you start learning the English language until your time to operate in society. And that they'll tell you what track you're on. You don't have a propensity to understand mathematics. Calculus will never be in your future. You ain't engineering shit, son.
Right.
You're going to be a scribe.
Wait. You're saying that that's the reason why it wouldn't work? Because that sounds like the reason why.
I'm saying that's why the teacher doesn't have to be such a good teacher, because all his students are going to have a natural propensity to the subject that he's teaching. So he doesn't have to dumb it down to someone who doesn't have the mind for that.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure.
Wait a minute.
Working. That's
how do you take an aptitude test on leadership, right? Because you have leaderships that are not good at leading, and they went through all these leadership courses. Just because you went to a course that's supposed to give you this thing of leadership doesn't mean you're a leader, right?
We're talking about skill teaching, though, not
whether it's skill teachers. Well, the thing is, they got to be able to fucking teach someone. Just because your aptitude test,
but that's what I'm saying. Well, don't you all determine that naturally in the military?
No.
So it's not done naturally?
No.
Okay.
Well, even with skill teaching, though, if
it's not done naturally, you got to go to class for all this shit. If you're not a good leader, your own people let you know that you a shitty leader.
But do you get to keep the position while being a shitty leader?
Oh shit, hell yeah! You gonna get that money? Yeah. It makes no sense, but in y'all's world, that's why you should be able to fire these motherfuckers.
Absolutely.
I'm all about firing bad leaders, right? Because, and again, the thing about it is, if it always comes down to, if we can speak on everything but you need a motherfucking military. No one said any of these who got to be smart to be in the military.
See this? Okay, let me tell you something. So I understand that you all are. First,
you actually do. You got to be smart to be in the military. Most 11 bang-bangs don't even think about going to school. What are we talking about?
Hold on.
They join the army just to kill.
Salute to my man Paulo for pulling up on us. Another great mind in the sector.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely, Fight Club alum in the building. Okay. This is the thing I wanted to say, right? Because I see what's happening. what's happening is I invited all of the smart people when I probably should have invited all the stupid people. Because y'all can't turn y'all smarts down for 5 seconds. What we're doing is we're trying to determine if the system itself is flawed or if the system itself is operable, right? I'm saying I believe communism, if we go by our definition of the word that we said community over everything, I'm saying you're not really showing me how that won't work if the people are bought in. What you're telling me is that there's going to be these people who are going to ruin things. Well, that can be applicable to all of them. But I'm saying the system itself, if it's actually practiced to the T, nobody is saying anything really that makes me think that the system itself isn't operable based on the fact that there's going to be some fucked up people.
Beans, how do you get everybody to practice something to a T? Everybody.
I was going to address that part.
Well, again, I'm acknowledging that there's going to be some fucked up people, right? There's fucked up people in this system of capitalism. Do we not deal with them on some level? So I'm saying that that's what I'm saying. If the people are bought in, we know we're just talking about the majority. If we're saying the people are bought in, especially this part, Aaron, if the problematic people are not the people at the top, right? If the problematic people are the people at the bottom, that's fine, right? Because I'll take Uncle T's point that at community and all, you're gonna need some leadership, right? So as long as the leadership isn't the corrupt people, can you tell me how that it doesn't work?
How do we get to consequences? That's what I want to know.
Say it one more time.
We got to get to some consequences at some point.
Okay, take us that in.
Well, first I want to get Paulo in there because you just yelled all over his.
He sure did, man.
I wanted to address the bought-in part. You do recognize that a bought-in part is not going to be a voluntary element at all.
What is it?
You're going to have to selectively breed certain type of people in order to buy into that part. So Aaron has made a very great point in saying aptitude test, but that's only part of the equation to make this utopian communist society become what you want it to be. Beans. A big part of that is selectively breeding farmers to be farmers, soldiers to be soldiers, carpenters to be carpenters.
Oh, genetic manipulation. Yeah. You're gonna have to breed.
So you're right.
Oh,
you don't
like
think
some divergent stuff.
You're gonna have to breed propensity. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure.
Really?
And I wanted to add that.
Yeah, and then
yes.
And to initially implement it and get people bought in, you're going to have to do it through force.
Because my body size, I might have the mind to write books, but my body says, I might have the mind to fly a jet, but my body says, no, son, you ain't flying no jets. You should write books.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I think my limited information on that subject makes me a little bit more skeptical about it, right? Because I believe, like, even to what Aaron said, yes, he's saying that, like, oh yeah, listen, trigonometry calculus might not be in your future, right? But it is what it is. I don't necessarily know if you have to breed that in. I think you can. Are we saying that they're breeding that into the Asian population?
No. They're dealing with a.
For some reason, the narrative about them is that they're the smartest people in the world. They the doctors. They all this and that. You know what I'm saying? They the scientists. Like, unless we're saying that that's getting bred into them, somehow they get to do it. Somehow they get to become physicians.
The fallout of a failed communist society in China is found in the sweatshop. It only works because somebody's suffering. Somebody's paying the price.
Yeah.
Shit's being forced into place. You want to know what a fallout is? You want to know what the price is paid? The sweatshop. Their poverty don't look like ours.
And that don't sound like
their wealth
utopia
don't
to
look
me.
like ours either.
Yeah, it's a priority of education podcast. That's what it is. So, like, if you even look at two parents, if you had black parents and they both were doctors, college graduate, the child is likely going to be heavily educated. The issue is when you look at other communities, the reason that their kids are so smart is because the priority is education over everything else. We don't necessarily have that enough. So that it's not that they smart necessarily in math. It's just all we talk about is math. That's all we talk about is work. and that's all it's gonna be. I don't want to hear that you cool. I don't want to hear about no swag. I don't want to hear that you got the fresh J's. They don't want it.
So in our commune, can we not do the same thing? That's what I'm saying. And if we're prioritizing that, you see what I'm saying?
Well, if this panel would be a living example of that, I would say no, because we can't even agree right here with 6 people. So, and the thing is how do we come?
But it's not though. That's what I'm saying. Snow, we're not from a commune. We all have these varying backgrounds. Aaron just said his father was the fucking running a bank or some shit like that, right? Like, I ain't come from that. My dad is a crackhead and still is. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if I had, what I'm saying is, I take offense to the thought that if I was in the same household as Aaron, that I somehow would have come out worse. I take offense to that thought. I don't think.
May I add to this, Bean? So this is under the communist society. You will pay for the sins of your father. So the fact that you've shared the history of your father, society as a whole will look upon his generations to come after that as the same sort of aptitude as the father. And because since now there's no class system, it is more difficult for you to move out of that.
Hence the breeding.
It doesn't allow you to move.
So wait. Let me ask you something real quick, Paulo. Okay? So what I think that what you're giving me right now is, you're telling me what it is, correct? You're telling me that that's what it is and that's how it will happen. But if that's something that is problematic to us practicing the best version of it, we can just remove it. We don't have to practice it. You understand what I'm saying? I accept that you're saying that that's how it is, his dad was a crackhead, well, this is how we're going to look at him. I'm saying that don't have to be. Even though it's just basketball, I hate to use this as an analogy, but, look where LeBron James come from. And now he's LeBron James. So I'm saying probably problematic to hold that against a person.
No, what I'm addressing is the ideal communist society that you're looking at and wanting to achieve. So Kobe Bryant wouldn't be Kobe Bryant in that community. He wouldn't have the ability to move in different class level. We mentioned selectively breeding. Farmers will always remain farmers. You're ostracized a lot quicker in those societies the moment you try to move outside of what you've been known for or what your family has been known for. That's the difficulty of some of us understanding why would you rather go back to that system. The only closest living things that we have towards what you idealize as communist is the bees and the ants.
Yep.
That's the closest thing. And they have been selectively breeded over generations to be what they are.
And they don't have many jobs to do, about 3, including the queen.
I think they all share the same brain too.
It sounds like, but see, it's so, you know what? Let's. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because we got some videos that's kind of going to go into this. Since we got my peoples here, my man Trigger Mike just showed up. Mr. Life, I think this is the first time you've ever hit any panel of mine. I recognize you though, and I'm definitely. I can't remember the name of your channel, but I'm definitely subscribed to it. Say it again.
Man-made media.
Man-made media, exactly. Yeah, I'm
Mr. Life, can you turn your audio up some because I can barely hear you.
So yeah, Trig, let's check your mic. Make sure you're good too.
Mic check.
Absolutely. Thank y'all for being here. So let's get into the first video, man. I just want to say, for all the people here who support Aaron O and Uncle T, go on Amazon.com right now and order them a box of Kleenex and just ship it to them because their beloved capitalism is about to take a really big hit right now. Y'all hold on.
Hitmen have managed to create the world's first truly global empire, and it's basically a secret empire. We do it in many ways, but principally we identify a country that has resources our corporations covet, like oil, arrange a huge loan to that country from the World Bank or one of its sisters. The money never actually goes to the country. It goes to our own corporations to build big infrastructure projects in that country that help a few very wealthy people, but don't benefit the majority of the people who are too poor to buy electricity or have cars to drive on the highways, and yet they're left holding a huge debt that they can't repay. So we go back at some point and say, you know, you can't pay your debts. Give us a pound of flesh. Sell your oil real cheap to our oil companies. vote with us on the next critical UN vote, allow us to build a military base in your backyard. We've created what I consider a mutant viral form of capitalism. And this mutant form of capitalism, which I think is really a predatory form of capitalism, has created an extremely unstable, unsustainable, unjust, and very, very dangerous world.
So can I be the first one to go at this right here?
It's okay, Uncle T. Wipe the tears off and come on back on.
Hey, all right. So hello, can you all hear me?
Absolutely.
Yes, much better.
So can I be the first one to attack this? Because this is a lot misleading, right? Because they want to talk about capitalism and they talk about America. Well, we can also easily point at China because China is doing the same thing right now. If you look at Nigeria, if you look at Ghana, if you look at Sudan, if you look at Jamaica, if you look at most of the islands right now, China is literally doing the same thing. They pushing money inside these countries, and then when these countries can't actually afford to actually pay back the debt, they simply confiscate the land and the property and the stuff that they built there and move in all the Chinese. We are literally seeing this going on right now inside Africa, inside the motherland. You are seeing them being gentrified by Chinese people. You are now seeing on TikTok where you see Chinese people in Africa have black people eating Chinese food and making more money from that. So I think this right here is a lot. This is not genuine right now because it's just propaganda. I'm not saying that capitalism is the greatest tool on earth, but what capitalism has done, it has risen the boats for all things floating right now on the ocean. Nobody can say that socialism or communism done this for anybody. You can't look at one thing from Russia that we have that has benefited our lives. You can't look at one thing from you can't look at one thing from Germany back in the 1930s and 40s that has actually put that has made our lives even greater. But when we look at when we look at America, and I want to separate capitalism from America because capitalism is just a system of how you manage your money. America is a republic. It is a confederation republic. That's what America is. How our capital operates is capitalism. That means that you have goods and services inside the private sector, and you and I get to trade between each other, and the government cannot step in and say that, hey, you cannot do that. And when the government does do that, that's called crony capitalism. Now, what you're talking about right now, Beans, is called crony capitalism. I'm fully on board with you on that. Do I need to continue? Because there is a history lesson that needs to be given, and I need to talk about Russia and I need to talk about Germany and Russia. Germany was
hold on, real quick, before you do that.
Go for it.
I want to make sure that anybody else who wants to respond can get in really quickly. But I do want to say very quickly that it sounds like you're saying what's good for the goose is good for the gander. It sounds like you're making an excuse for it being done.
I'm not sure what you're trying to say right now.
Well, let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Right,
you understand? But because the first thing you said was, well, you know, China is doing this and these other places doing this. Well, just because other places are doing it, to me, doesn't mean it's okay to be done, right? If you can look at this and you can see that it's problematic, right? And the fact of the matter that it is a function of capitalism, that's why we're here to discuss it. It's you know, whether or not it's problematic. Go ahead. I think you was about to say something.
Okay. Yeah, well, the reason why I brought up China, because China is a communistic country and they're doing the same thing. That's why I literally brought that up.
So then are they really?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I was saying earlier.
Yes, they are.
Aaron's point is that just because we say it's one thing, but we're practicing, like in America, when they say you're innocent until proven guilty, but the practice of it is that you're guilty until proven innocent. So it's like just because they say it's a communist place, but then they're literally practicing capitalism, I don't think that can hold. But hold on one second. Let me get some other people in. Go ahead. Anybody, y'all jump in. This is what we're doing.
It's not the practice of communism and the fact that they're practicing capitalism. It's the leading element in a communist society has practices with anybody outside of the society that capitalists also practice. It's not what's good for the goose is good for the gander. It's what the goose can harm. Whatever that is ain't safe from the gander. You get what I'm saying?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I had to admit that. Don't.
It's
judge.
not about what he's talking about. What happens outside of the country? You're talking about how communism benefits a country. What he's suggesting is, and what your video suggests is, other countries' relationship to this communist country. You're saying because communism might affect a country, it should also influence the way you interface with other countries, and it doesn't have to.
No, I'm not saying that. What I was specifically doing just was addressing the fact that the very first thing he said in response to the video was, "Well, China does it too, right?" Like that to me, that's not a good enough excuse for to put it in practice, right? What I'm saying is do you see this as problematic? Is there anything in the video that he said, first of all, that you could say is not true?
Germany not contributing anything from their communism.
Did he say that in the video?
No.
No. I thought Mr. Light.
No. I'm talking about in the video. Is there anything in the video that he said that you can say is not true? Right?
In the video, they talked about what is it?
Yeah.
Mutant form of capitalism.
Mutant viral form of capitalism. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with it.
Nobody argues with a mutant form of capitalism. That's very open to what that could mean.
It's poetic.
That's true, but Aaron, to that point, we literally, when we were just discussing communism, guess what we ended up discussing? The inevitability of it. That's what we were literally just discussing. We were just saying that, no, well, it sounds all kumbaya, but at the end of the day, this and this and this and this and this is going to happen. So I'm saying you have to apply that same logic to capitalism. Whatever you think the best version of it is, the inevitability of it is that right there that we just watched.
No, that's
South Korea.
North
Korea, South Korea. North Korea, South Korea.
There you go.
I think that's the best comparison, right? One wanted to be communist, one wanted to be capitalist. Which one would you rather stay in?
North Korea is a cesspool.
I ain't gonna lie, I don't know nothing about those places.
All right, yeah,
I'll tell you, I stayed in South Korea, 3 miles from North Korea for a month.
Right.
Fuck that.
Dude, my grandfather was over there for 2 years during the Korean War, and he never had anything good to say about North Korea.
You've heard about Samsung, right, podcast? You've heard of Samsung, right?
Absolutely.
That's South Korea.
Hyundai, Daewoo, Kia, South Korea.
Okay.
Daewoo.
Which one is Kim?
North Korea? You ain't even allowed to listen to what you want on the radio.
That's
Kia?
Kim.
Kim Jong-un.
What is the one
Korea.
Kim is running?
Yeah.
Kim? Yeah.
That's where Dennis Rodman homie at. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So the way that you think about this, the way that you describe the place that I'm assuming I'm interpreting that you're saying is the better version is the fact that they have the bigger corporations.
North Korea is full-blown communist too.
That's what they just said. They didn't say, oh, it's Shangri-La, it's Kumbaya, it's a utopia. They said Samsung, Daewoo, Kia.
That's South Korea.
Right. I'm saying, you're saying that's the better version, right?
North Korea, men have a choice of 7 haircuts that you can select from by law. Women have 12 hairstyles. Look it up. I'm serious. 12 hairstyles available to women by law. Get caught outside with one of these. They're going to pull it off your shoulders for you.
Damn.
Let somebody hear you say something bad about, President Un up there and watch and see how quick your life ends.
You have to have a picture of the president in your house. If the house catches fire and you go to start saving things, heirlooms, children, the picture has to go. If you don't take the picture and take your baby or an heirloom and the picture stays and burns, you're fucked.
Yeah, but that's the government function. That's the government function. Let's talk about the monetary function, because I think that's where he's getting mixed up.
He just took the words right out of my mouth.
Because the monetary function doesn't drive anybody to innovate, which inside a capitalist society, people innovate because there's a component that gives the benefactor a gain for that. If inside a
that you can be rich.
Well, hold on, because if you want to talk about the true nature of communism, capitalism, the one thing that Stalin said, give to one according to another needs, according to the other's ability, which means something great and impactful, right? Because Aaron, if if Aaron could go out there and work 13, 14 hours, I could notice Aaron working 13, 14 hours and say that my leg was hurt and go home and sit down for 4 hours and not work at all. So you all were saying that you all said that it was because of the top. No, it wasn't because of the top in Russia or Germany. It was the bottom people, because when they figure out that they didn't actually have to work and they would still get fed, clothed, and electricity, guess what they started doing? Stop working. And guess what happened inside Russia? Stalin went out with his people and started putting bullets inside over 2 million people's heads. And he said that when you kill more than one, it is no longer a tragedy, that is a statistic. And that's what he said. He said, don't make him a martyr, you go kill 1 million, and that way it becomes a number. And so he began to delete people that actually wouldn't work. He went out there and killed the farmers, he went out and killed the watchmakers, he went out and killed the people that worked inside the factories, the ones that wasn't working, because he understood, if I didn't take these people out, I could not make them slaves, because the other people would see that. And now he understands that he has a slave system, i.e. America.
Right.
Or
let's be honest.
Or he had to create something called retirement. You don't even know that retirement didn't even come from America. That came from Russia. He called it retirement, and then he took them out back and put a bullet in their head. Okay. That's what happened. So it's the Lord.
So wait a minute. So here's the thing, right? 2 things from that, right? Trigger Mike, Paulo, definitely y'all get in here too. This panel right here, the reason why you all are up here is because I believe that you add an intellectual value to the show, or you wouldn't be up here. So don't hesitate to get in. We are going to interject on each other, and it's going to be done respectfully. There's no arguing and all of that. We are debating, but we're not doing the disrespect. So salute to all y'all for being here once again.
To what?
Really quick.
Oh, you tell me I can interject and then tell me to shut up.
I don't want to forget, because I'm getting old. I want to forget. One, that what he just said about the not making him a martyr, but making him a statistic, we can see that playing out here in America. Don't want to deal with it now. It's going to be for another show. But I want to point this out. We say communism, and then we hear you can only get one kind of haircut. You know what I'm saying? Women can only wear one kind of dress. You better say the picture of the president. None of that is community first. That's what I'm saying when you look at the word, if you're saying community first, that's not even happening in these places that's claiming that's what they doing. You see what I'm saying? So you can't really say that it don't work if the people that's in charge of things aren't actually enforcing the practice of the actual term. You understand what I'm saying?
You're building a straw man argument right now, brother.
No, capitalism is, I don't like that term.
Mr. Light,
I don't know what it means, so I'm gonna take it as disrespect.
No, that's not disrespect. Yeah, that's not disrespect, because people are involved, and you cannot take out the factor of people being people, because this is a society and people want to think and do as they please. So you can't discount that. You got
are you suggesting that we have to accept corruption as an inevitability?
No.
Enforcing.
Go ahead. Yeah, that's what it is. So with the haircuts and the picture in the living room and all that, what it's doing is creating a sense of allegiance. It's forcing allegiance, and it's doing so but through fear. What he said the problem could be is addressed by telling people that the president's picture have to be in it. Get that shit in your mind. You make him a fucking lemming.
Mm-hmm.
No, make him a god. No, make him a god, because remember, the father, their calendar year started. Their calendar year started when their father was born. When Kim Jong-un father was born. So their calendar year is literally only like in 92 right now, because they had to actually make them become gods. So
okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. This get my man Paulo in here, but that's not communism. So I just want y'all to know, y'all not making arguments against communism right now.
The point that I'm getting to is because you want to discount the factor of people being inside a system.
I don't want to discount it.
That's what you're doing, because
I'm not discounting it. No, that's what I'm saying. Before you came up, we had already acknowledged that part.
You literally said if the people operated how a communistic system should operate, it should operate well. So that means that you're discounting how people really act. I don't know how else that works. Because
what I'm saying is this.
Let's say because if it don't, they drones at that point in time, right?
No, what I'm saying is this, sir. If Do you think in America that we practice capitalism based on what you all's belief of the word capitalism means? Yes or no?
Once again, America.
It's a yes or no question. I'm serious. I need that. This is the intellectual standard. So we have to, you can't deflect on my questions. That's one thing I can't accept.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So if they're not doing that in another system, then you can't really say whether or not the system actually works. That's the point.
Okay, back to the same question then. Well, see, that's the thing, because you still want to discount people.
I'm not discounting them. I'm just saying the practice itself.
If you have one person, inside the system that's greedy, you want to say that the whole system is bad. You discounted people then, because people are going to be people. I can say that communism is bad because we have two bad people, right? So
but that's not what's being said. So
earlier, we got to quantify the people inside the variable, and you want to take out the people.
Slow down. This is what I'm saying. Before you came up, this was already addressed, right?
Yes, I was listening at you. I listened.
Right. So, but what literally what I said is that if the people at the top are the problem, if they're the ones who corrupt, if the people at the top are not the corrupt ones, now I think we have a great example of how the system actually works. Now we get to see it fulfilled. The problem is that the people at the top are the corrupt ones.
I'm glad you said that, because I literally told you inside Russia, it was the people at the bottom.
I understood that, but I'm just telling you what was said. Well, see, right now we're not discussing whether or not it's true or false. Right now, I'm just correcting you on what was actually said. So it's not about it being one person in the system. I'm saying when the family doesn't work, what do they always say? It's the father, right? Because he's the one in charge. He's the one at the top of the mountain, right? So what I'm saying is we got to look at everything that same way. If the system isn't working, then I'm going to look at the top. That's exactly what I'm going to do. What are y'all doing? You obviously not doing something right. And what we keep saying is and this is what I'm saying. The way that you get the ammunition that you gave me to make that argument, and then right after I finish, I want to let Paulo get in here. But the ammunition that was given to me was when we started talking about Kim, because that shit ain't got nothing to do with communism. I got to hold your picture in my household, and I got to get a certain kind of haircut. None of that don't have anything to do with communism.
I literally said South Korea, North Korea. That has everything to do with communism and a capitalistic society that operates off of money and people making a profit. I literally brought those two up.
We understand that part.
That's a prime example of
the
two working.
That's not the argument. We understand that part.
You keep moving the goalposts, my man.
You want to move
it where you want to. Let him move it. Wherever he puts it, there's an argument there. Let him move it.
You're not listening to me, right? You're making me argue different things in the same argument, right? Where I'm having to remind you of what I actually said. So then when I correct you on what I actually said, you're thinking that I'm making another argument, but I'm not. I'm just telling you what was said. It's not about whether or not it's true or false or not. I'm just telling you what was said.
You see, it's hard to have this conversation about it because I think you don't really understand the gist and how it works. Because if you were to know about North Korea and South Korea, this is a plain drawing out on the side of the map. It's saying that when these countries, when it was Korea, they split up and they decided one wanted to be communist and one wanted to be a capitalist republic.
Right.
And at that point in time, they diverged. One stayed back inside the 70s and the 60s, along with Cuba as well. Don't let me bring that up. But once again, they decided to stay back there, and the other countries decided to actually move forward. And once again, what happened? You have this country moving their people from poverty moving from abject poverty into a first world situation. Now, which one would you rather be in, a first world or a third world? Would you rather be living inside a hut with bricks and no running water, or would you rather have an apartment inside a high rise with running water? And when you boil it down to capitalism and socialism, it's about lifestyle. Which one would you rather have at any point of given time? You want to keep on talking about how bad it is, but that same capitalism got you streaming online right now, doing what you want to do at a very cheap, affordable price, and that you can do this, and they can't do that over there. They can't do this inside Cuba. They can't do this inside these places.
You know how
I see your argument, Beans, and that's why I want to address it. Yeah, I see your argument. So before we go off on a tangent. The idea that corruption, so when you look at the top and you say, okay, if we're able to mitigate corruption, because in a communist society, you will need a central leadership. It's not going to be a government. It's not going to be a democracy. It's going to be a central power, like it is that's been defined in North Korea and South Korea. Well, North Korea for a thing. Yep. Okay, now here's the problem. Whoever is going to be selected as the leader cannot think like the communist people or the populi. He has to be a free thinker. Now, what is going to be your vehicle to stop corruption in that central leadership? Are you going to incorporate more government bodies? The more vehicles that you introduce larger influence of corruption or tendency for corruption. So I agree to the degree that, yes, corruption is a problem, and that is most likely the barrier of entry for an idealistic communist society. But again, that whoever that person is or whoever that body is cannot think like a communist person. And the reason for that is the machine needs to work, and it needs to work and be cohesive. That person needs to be a free thinker to some degree. And when you become a free thinker, your tendency for corruption is higher than a node or a soldier within that cog of the machine. So what would your vehicle be for corruption?
Honestly, man, that's why I said I will accept inevitability, right? Earlier, because to answer your question directly, I don't know, right? I don't have a fear of acknowledging that I don't know something, right? I don't know. But that's why I said earlier, what it sounds like to me is that there is inevitability of the human component, right? That there's going to be a level of corruption, right? So what basically the argument for capitalism is, well, this is going to exist regardless, so we might as well allow a few people to become filthy rich. That's seem like the simplest argument.
I think the argument is we haven't been given a proper substitute that we've seen been applied without taking away the way of life that we currently have. Most people don't want to give the access of life that they actually have away. They just want to get rid of the negatives. And that's problematic.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to take the bad with the good. In most cases, nobody just has good.
Absolutely.
So we look for comps around the world and we go, okay, if they're doing better than us, they should probably be the powerhouse then. They should probably be ahead of us then. And we don't really see that. We don't see that because like, which country? Well, what about Europe? They have university. No. So we just haven't seen a comparable something else to switch to that actually aligns with who we are. Because at the end of the day, we still are Americans. We're not like we could switch to something, take it from another country, but we're not them. So there's going to be a down process. Like you ain't gonna just fix. It's going to be a downwards process for us to recalibrate ourselves into that type of culture. Like I think it would be very difficult. But
that's why I said, do you know what that 2 steps back is going to look like? It's going to look like a societal reset that at least predates the Industrial Revolution.
And nobody.
You saying in order for the other system to work?
Yes. Anything other than what we got to work, or any major modification of what we got to work, is going to require a baseline reboot predating the Industrial Revolution or beyond. Maybe back to Constitution.
Yeah, because my question then will become, what does a day-to-day process of that life look like? That means I only have to work 6 hours? Does it mean I only have to work 8 hours?
That's going to have to happen
cap on my income?
That's going to happen regardless of what, right? Because we're seeing it play out right now. America has got to learn how to adjust. The 8-hour work week is going to be soon to be over because AI is kicking in, and we've seen this with Chick-fil-A. Because I just saw something about Chick-fil-A is beginning to not hire workers, and when Chick-fil-A start this, we pretty much want to say to America, the low-end workers are done. So we're going to see this happen. America is going through a transgression, is going through a transcending right now. They talked about this. They called it Agenda 22, and now they call it the Great Reset. But we're seeing this all happen and play out right now. But the bottom line is, when we get back to his topic, we need to understand is there's no better system that we know of. I'm not saying that capitalism is perfect, is nowhere near perfect. No, it's not, because it still has rules for corruption, just like any other system. But the problem with communism is the system and the monetary system is built in together, which allows for even more corruption and allows people to actually sit back and do nothing, thus leading to the governments themselves to take control and do something to the people. And would you rather be a slave, or would you rather be a free thinker, have the ability to make money and grow yourself and do what you want to do, versus being stuck inside, thus being a cog inside a system where they force you inside something? I think that's the biggest issue that we're dealing with right now, because inside communism, they're going to force you into something. In this capitalistic republic, you have the ability to do what you want to do. You might fail. That's a part of it, right? We understand that failure is a part of the game. What do you want to accept? Do you want to make sure that everybody's good, or would you rather have failure? That's up to you, because if you think everybody's good, that brings everything down. You don't have a quality of life. You don't have health care. Why? Because we already saw this. This is played out one time before.
So here's the thing about that, right? Like, to be honest with you, I could care less if nobody was rich, right? That means nothing to me. Honestly, yeah, I am.
You're rich.
Okay, I'll take that. But the fact of the matter is, what I'm saying is, when we had this conversation specifically, right? What I find problematic, to Aaron O's point, is that people ask for the replacement. And I'm saying it's not necessarily a replacement, right? That's why when we were talking about the healthcare earlier, right? That wasn't get rid of capitalism. That was take the healthcare system outside of it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we already take money from everybody to do all this other shit anyway. We swear up and down, we taking the money out your check so we can pay the roads, but your roads on your block fucked all the way up. We swear up and down, we taking the money out your check to make the schools better, but your schools is passing kids through grades and they dumb as hell and can't even read on the grade level that they on. All this shit that we say we take the money from to do, and we really don't use it for none of that shit.
Well, I think you don't understand healthcare or road systems.
Anybody in STEM?
What you mean, healthcare or
both? I don't think you really get how they work, because
it doesn't matter. Like, I don't have to know how they work. I don't have to know how they work. What I'm saying is,
because you're blaming this in capitalism. That's what I'm simply saying.
That's the point. Yes, absolutely.
Exactly.
Yes,
so
absolutely. What I'm saying is that what I'm saying is absolutely a hospital should be the one place that says, just because we can charge you $75,000 for this thing, we not gonna do that though.
You know what he's saying, Mr. Life? You know what he's saying? In this capitalist America, we have the most socialist or communist funded the military, right? And if you could take a massive monolithic, institute, which is our military, and have it thrive to the degree it has in a capitalist society like America, I think that's the argument he's getting ready to go down. But there's ways to pick apart his argument. You can't let him go to the front. Is there anybody in STEM in here? Any STEM people? What do you do? What kind of what do you? So I'm mechanical engineering. What do you done?
Construction.
Are y'all about to start using big words?
No. Watch.
I came from financial planning.
Philosophy, construction, and what else?
Financial planning, and I work inside healthcare right now, so I fully understand what you're saying.
Any more science or technological oriented people? So construction. All right. So in science, in engineering, to improve something, what's the best way to improve it? Simplify, reduce complexity. If you want to make a car fast, you don't need to add power. Strip weight helps braking, helps fuel economy, helps top speed, helps grip in the turns, helps acceleration. Make it efficient, simplify, reduce complexity. That is your number one objective in any kind of engineering.
What engineer does that though? Let's be for real.
I was just gonna say that, Tom.
What engineer does that?
That's a conversation you don't want no.
I'm glad you said that.
That's the conversation you want to get into. It's not the engineers, it's the bean counters. That's a different thing. Things become feature laden because the bean counters step in and you have to compete. But engineers are interested. Look at Porsches. 4-liter 6-cylinder engine out there running circles around Lamborghinis and Ferraris with engines twice the size, cost twice as much, burning half the fuel doing it. You know how I know? I'll show you later. Simplify, I'm telling you, use the same process with the government system and the economic system. The reason why greed can even exist is because it's so laden with complexities, everybody's head spinning. Do you know that's why lawyers are lawyers? Why you go to law school? Just because you need to learn a bunch of jargon and operate with a certain set of fucking traditional, decorum, ceremonial shit to do a job that we all can do. We're doing it right here. You debate. You present fucking evidence and then you debate the evidence presented.
That's a fact. I agree with you on
But
that
they
one.
load it up with so much complicated shit, they make you think you can't do it. You're not qualified.
Yeah.
That's it. That's healthcare, right? Because you mentioned
all
something.
of it.
Yeah, you said simplified. And I want to point to Beans when he keep bringing up healthcare. Healthcare, if you look at back in the 60s or the 70s, there was a scissors that happened when Lyndon B. Johnson came inside office. Lyndon B. Johnson went to the insurance companies and said, can you help us with healthcare? And that's when you begin to see the healthcare costs start to skyrocket, is when they put a third party in between the person that's actually paying and the people that were receiving the pay. So it's not necessarily capitalism, it was government intervention, which is more a mode and function of communism than anything else. If they would just let it be, it would have stayed at parity and people would actually be able to negotiate with hospitals and doctors. But when they put the third party involved, the costs begin to skyrocket. And that's what you're seeing right now. It's not about.
So you're saying that third party isn't a. You're saying third party
you can
isn't
have
actually
third
a
parties
component.
in communism. If you look at China fund most of their companies to go take over land. So that's what I'm simply saying. It's about a third party. It's about the government stepping in, which is a communistic system, and say, hey, do this, and you make this happen. And that's when you begin to see rapid rising costs. Because like he said, when you begin to put in all that fluff, you actually rise the overhead. Because now you have to deal with administrative costs, which is about 60% of what you deal with inside healthcare. It's not the actual care that costs you. It's all the people working behind the scenes, from coding to everything else that the government implements that make healthcare costs cost a lot. It's not that the doctor is.
Yeah.
It's not the doctor. It is the system in which doctors have to operate in. I talk to doctors 5 days a week, and doctors say that their job is not about seeing patients anymore. It's about administrative work and writing down what they're doing. And so if doctors have to do that, now they're stuck doing this, and they have to see a plethora of patients, and they are decapitating how much they can actually make.
So everything that you're saying is all well and good, and I'm not disagreeing with any of it, right? But I think everything gets lost in translation when I have these debates with people is because we are all working on a different definition of capitalism, right? So that's why
exactly. Look up the word capitalism inside Investopedia, and I think we can start there.
So let me ask you a question. If I look
Can I quickly address the healthcare system, Beans? Because I'm in New Zealand. We have free healthcare. We have less privatized healthcare. It's still a problem. It's still a problem right now. To go to the emergency center, you're looking at a minimum of 7 to 9 hours waiting time. You are. And the reason for that is the government is unable to fund these hospitals. And in order for the government to fund them, they need to raise taxes. But the population has gotten so used to free care, they don't want to pay taxes.
That's why it ain't no crime. Nobody wants to risk getting shot and waiting.
So wait a minute. So I just want
problematic.
I want to make sure that I want to Google something to what you just said, because I want to hear what the excuses are going to be, right? Because the argument is that where you're at is free healthcare, but you have to wait 7 to 9 hours. I don't know.
It's the same way in Canada. It's the same way to Canada.
Don't cut me off yet.
What I'm presenting is it's problematic both ways. When you highly privatize healthcare, it's problematic. When you have free healthcare over privatized healthcare, it's still a problem. So there needs to be a balance.
But this is what I'm saying. People don't like it, but you can't. You got this way. You got to watch what you say. Your argument was it's free healthcare, but it's problematic, and the example you use is 7 to 9 hour wait in the hospital. So when I Google what is the average wait in an emergency room in a hospital in America, and it say 6 hours, right? Then what's going to be the argument then? Because I don't want to waste my time Googling it if we're not going to accept the fact that Regardless, it's still the same problems. The same things that we point out that's problematic outside of being forced to wear your haircut a certain way and saving the president's picture is happening here. There are versions of all of that shit happening everywhere else, happening here. And the only argument that y'all making is that you get to look better doing it because you get to wear nicer clothes and you're in an apartment instead of a hut. But it's niggas right now walking around with Louis, Gucci, and all that on, and they got cancer.
2 hours.
They got cancer running through their body because a company in this country is able to poison food and poison the air and poison water and everything else because it's going to generate them more money to do it that way. And then when they get discovered, by the time they get discovered doing it or they get held accountable, all they got to do is write a fucking check.
2 hours and 25 minutes.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
I spoke to the vehicle of corruption. You Americans,
in the emergency room?
Yes,
no. In general, vehicle.
right?
No, I can see. Go ahead, Paulo.
So I spoke about the idea of a vehicle for corruption. In a communist society, you don't have any. Damn near impossible. You Americans actually have one. Your forefathers built it into your amendment. Which amendment speaks about? Right. So you do have you do have flexibility in terms of if you see corruption, you have the right to bear arms. The issue that you're presenting with a communist, and I'm not making the counter argument that I prefer one over the other. There needs to be a balance. I don't think we found that yet as a species. But again, you have more flexibility in terms of what you can do in a capitalist society than you do in communist. And the Americans, unfortunately, you've gone away from a lot of the things that your founding fathers have established in order for you to exercise these things. Your Second Amendment gives you a vehicle for corruption.
Can I say something? Because if you look at it like this, you guys see it back in time when stuff did work, motherfuckers were getting binged over the motherfucking head. When you saw corruption happen, people were getting what? Dropped on one of them things that hang from trees. Boom. We don't do that no more. Everyone gets away with everything. Because guess what? You can just write them a check, right?
Right.
We have built-in things to stop things from happening, but we just don't do them anymore.
Right. Wait. So wait. The fact that you can write them a check, please, I dare either one of y'all to argue that is not a function of capitalism. Please go ahead and tell me that.
I will. Y'all trying to pull him out of the hole. You can go deeper into the hole and push him. I know everything. Y'all are arguing what he. All right, Beans. You want to know how much this sounds? Let's say what Paulo just said can be solved for. Let's say what Paulo said can be solved for about the leadership and corruption, right? Let's say in order to eliminate corruption, you have to lobotomize them. You have to erase any sort of ego, which out the window with that goes morality. In order to be truly, you would have to be the most efficient free thinker, and you would have to think about the group only, almost in a robotic sense, to eliminate the greed and corruption component. Morals would have to go out the window too.
Welcome to the board.
You know what would happen? You'd start sacrificing more people in the interest of efficiency than greed would ever hang from any tree.
Russia.
That's true.
And now you know how the board came about in the collective in Star Trek.
No, that's Russia. Russia literally did that. That's what I'm.
You're looking at flesh and blood AI thinking.
Okay, I've already conceded to the inevitability.
That's hive mind.
Y'all not gonna trip me up on that.
Hive mind doesn't.
They sacrifice themselves to build bridges in the water to get them out. Like, who's going to jump in the fucking river so you can drive a car across it? That's what I'm saying. The hive mind thinking. We would have to shift shit from
Yes, we're not there now. I would argue that we were. I would argue that we were there 100 years ago.
No, when we were salamanders.
No, I would argue we were there 100 years ago.
Dude, if we were in a hive mind, we wouldn't have the innovation.
Hold on. I want to mind it out. Why do
you
say that we were there 100 years ago? I want to. That's
interesting. Because people were definitely self-sacrificing back then. Absolutely.
That's what you think it was?
The Civil War, the Reconstruction period.
You think that's what it was?
I'm saying that people were self-sacrificing. The example that he just gave was of a person being self-sacrificing. I'm saying people were absolutely more of that. People were less afraid of being martyred back then. Nowadays, ain't nobody trying to martyr themselves.
Were they self-sacrificing or were they making a choice between a couple options they had?
They had noble people.
If they chose the one that led to their demise, what you mean?
A few noble people does not equal a town with 1 million people and 40,000 people willing to jump in a river so that the remainder can cross.
No, I understand the example that you use. I'm just saying I feel like back then people were more self-sacrificing. Is my
But they weren't 40,000 out of 1 million to cross the river self-sacrificing. That's what you're going to need.
Probably
you know
not.
what else they were back then? They were also more
saying-
self-sufficient. They didn't rely so much on the government.
Probably not.
So you saying that you would rather that citizens commit kamikaze versus having their own personal will and being?
Oh, what the hell are you listening to? Like, y'all, listen. Right now, wait, let me say this. Brother. Let me say this. Right now, there's a gang of people watching this, and there's going to be a gang of people who's going to watch this that are going to think that I'm promoting communism because they're too stupid to realize that this is a debate. And
you're not promoting it.
Hold on. And but that's my point, Aaron. You know that, right?
Yeah. Well, this wouldn't be the first time you promoted communism, though, Beans.
But the foolish people won't. They won't understand that we're just juxtaposing ideas. I'm not the only thing that I am promoting myself right now is that there's a problem with capitalism that needs to be addressed. That's it. That's the only thing I'm promoting. I'm not promoting nothing else. We're juxtaposing ideas, right? So
nobody would disagree with you on that. I think.
But the problem, you say you don't disagree with me. You say you don't disagree with me. Hold on. You say you don't disagree with me, but the problem is whenever I try to talk about the problems, you know what I get? Man, go live in Russia then. Go live in Germany then. Communism ain't all that fair then. Look at Kim Jong-un. Nigga, I don't want to hear about them.
Let's talk
motherfucking problems with communism and let's deal with that shit. I don't want to hear about nowhere else.
You literally brought up communism. You literally say communism.
I didn't take it anywhere.
No. Yeah, you literally said.
I just told you what happens whenever I try to have a discussion. This is different. Today, this is different. Right? Whenever we had a debates, not discussion, whenever we had a debates, this is different. Today, yes, we were talking about it, and I was saying and I used it to illustrate my definitions, the way I run the words, right? So that's why I was saying earlier, to me, okay, watch this. I'm gonna give you an example. Chat, everybody pay attention. Watch how bad this shit is about to go. I'm telling y'all now, before it happens, it's gonna go bad. My problem with capitalism is that if you have an opportunity to make $1 million or $250,000, and in order to make the $250,000, you're not going to hurt nobody, but to make the $1 million, you're going to poison the water supply and kill 1,000 people. You niggas going to take the $1 million. That's capitalism. What's your response to that?
That's bullshit.
Right. Because I can't Google right now all of the companies. I can just start with the Sackler family if you really want to go down this road. I can start right there,
or
we'll get to that $6 billion check that they cut in order to get the fuck out of trouble.
So let me help you, Michigan, right? So they poison their whole. What's the city? Flint, Michigan, right?
But it wasn't. But hold on, they didn't poison it.
It was actually the piping had gone bad, and all the lead was lead in the water and stuff.
Yeah, I'm kind of with y'all because I was pointing out that it was government and not actually a company.
It's not even a government. It's called fucking bad piping.
Well, actually, the government came in and tried to help fix it and fund it 3 different times, man, and then the local government squandered the money away.
The local governments, right? Much like New Orleans, right?
So I don't know. Okay, so go to your secular family or whatever the hell you said. I don't know where they from, and let me know a little bit about it.
Well, let me explain to the people watching, just in case you don't understand how this just went left, right?
No, it didn't go left. I wanted to hear the example.
I gave an example, and what they did was they took a real life thing and blamed it on the pipes, right? Instead of just addressing the example, knowing that it's motherfucking true.
I don't know the fucking example. What's the example?
The example was that the problem with capitalism is that if a person can make $250,000 or $1 million, but in order to make the $1 million, they have to sacrifice lives to do it, they will do it.
Who did it?
That's a bad,
because it's money over everything.
That's a bad argument.
Instead of addressing that, y'all went to a situation where the pipes was bad.
No, so it allows opportunity for people to misuse opportunity. I agree to that, but that's not based on what you're talking about. In the STEM fields, we have what is called a standards in ISO. This is what dictates how we design and how we build things. You can be guilty if you design something badly because you wanted to optimize for the monetary value of things.
Right.
That's in every industry within a capitalist environment. You're dictated by your standards of operation, right?
Okay. But here's the thing, though, right? So if let me show you what I'm saying. So if you tell me right now, you call me Paulo, hey man, listen, I need you to build me such and such and such and such, right? And the only reason that I have to build it is for its functionality, right? Or just for you, right? There's no actual monetary gain for it, right? It's just me practicing doing what I'm able to do, right? I will build that thing. And then if you call me and you say, yo, I need you to build this thing, and that thing is going to harm the world, I'm gonna say, nah, I'm not doing that. Why would I do that? What do I gain? What do I gain out of building this thing that's going to harm folks? It does nothing.
You're
for me.
arguing.
Add money into that situation, and people will forego what harm is going to come every fucking time.
But that's a morality argument. That's not based on a social structure. That's a morality argument. And in a capitalist environment, you have the freedom to exercise morality the way you see and feel it fit. Communist doesn't allow you that. You're one thinker, one mind, and one hive.
Absolutely.
What you think is
that argument.
So that's why I'm not arguing capitalist or communist.
But I am, and let me
that's a morality argument.
But let me explain to you why I disagree with that part right there. The reason why I disagree with it is because the one of the major functions about capitalism is promoting money over everything. We can literally make the argument
that's black people. That's not capitalism.
You're right.
No, that's not. No, that's white.
You're right.
No,
It's
no,
not.
no, no.
You're right. It's not. You're right. It's not.
No, and it ain't black people either. That was no. I know what you're saying.
White folks.
More white folks than anything. That's not. That's not. Do you know actually what you're saying?
That's where we disagree because rappers came up with the term "money over everything." I don't know where else it come from.
No. Money over everything is not capitalism over everything.
Bean. Let me tell you how flawed your argument is.
It's capital. Absolutely.
No. Let me tell you how far. What you're saying, it actually is the opposite. Money over everything is actually the least efficient way for capitalism to thrive. You know how I know? Look at a concept called inflation. Why do you think we need resets? Look at bubble bursting. That is the result of what money, but that's not capitalism.
Our next video is about to go right into
it's
that.
The money, but what you're saying is money over everything is an inherent component to capitalism. What I'm saying, it's an enemy to it. If you didn't do that, capitalism would actually work. You wouldn't have those things. But because greedy people are operating in a way that takes capitalism and makes it a weapon that they could wield against the masses, because let's face it, what's the most important and valuable resource in the world? The human resource.
It's humans, all humans.
The human resource.
If you don't have any humans, you can't do it.
The human resource. You know why? It produces, it buys, it sells.
So then you're I'm not being facetious. Are you an advocate of slavery?
I am. Bring back segregation.
Yeah, I'm cool with segregation, but I mean slavery in general, right?
Oh yes, I'm already told you this is what I want to do. What I want to do is take over Mexico and have that our slave ship, and Canada as well.
What and who are we enslaving?
I am
people.
Not a proponent of that.
No.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, shout out to Anton Daniels. He was the one. He was the one who made the argument that slavery was not a function of racism, but a function of economics.
Here's your problem.
Yes, it is not capitalism, though.
Here's your problem, right? The biggest problem we got.
Everything else that came after it was though, right? Go ahead.
The problems we see right now, and I guess, you know what? That's a different show. Let me shut up.
Well, listen to what I'm saying though, right? So
it's a different show. It's a fact.
So slavery and economic.
Don't bring it up,
right?
man.
Feminism, right? Independency, economic issue, right?
Mm-hmm.
Prison industrial complex, economic issue, right? White supremacy, an economic issue. The drug war, economic issue. Here's the thing: we want to give the president, we want to give Trump credit when the gas prices go down if he's the president, right? So I'm saying whatever happens here, and I'm going to give everything that a function of here the credit for it. All of those things happened under capitalism, which means all of those things were a function of it. All of them. All of them. You're not gonna argue with me when we talk about communism and bring up fucking haircuts and then try to tell me that white supremacy and the prison industrialism is not a function of capitalism. You can't do that. That makes no sense.
Is death a function of an automobile? Is death a function of an automobile?
No, but that's not that's what do they call it?
Yes, they kill. And when they do, you don't blame the car, you blame the drunk idiot behind the wheel of it.
True, yes. But if you built a car that caught on fire, I would absolutely blame the car. But what I'm saying is that those things are a function of the system, right? To me, there's no way around that. They were built in the system allows for you to profit off of the prison. The system allows for you to profit off of
every system out in the world.
Enabling and a function of are different. Enabling and a function of it are different. A function of it is a component that is woven into the design, the purpose of it. That is a function of.
I like
enabling, and something that is enabling, it just does not impede or get in the way of the progress of this thing from happening.
But it also promotes it, though.
No,
something weaponizes. Wait a minute. Your whole communist argument just goddamn way without the people promoting it.
It doesn't promote it. You would need an outside entity to wield it in order for it to promote. But unless
wait a minute. The people at the top will always be at the top in communism. They will always be at the top, and they will always use the lower class to make sure everything is done. They ain't getting their motherfucking hands dirty.
You're telling them exactly who was involved with promoting.
Bro, y'all
no, I'm talking about every other system that was out there. They're all the same.
I hear what y'all saying. The problem is that the argument that you, especially my man, Mr. Light, the argument that y'all make all the time about why capitalism is better is because you can get to the bag.
All right.
And somehow we finna sit up here and say that capitalism isn't promoting money.
Hold on a second. Since you addressed me, I'm going to accept your entire argument, right? I'm gonna accept it. You're like, yeah, capitalism is bad. It did all these things. Well, let's look at the over 10 million people that died in Russia doing communism.
See what I mean?
Now, once again, I accepted yours.
No, but why?
Did I not accept yours?
Why we gotta go to fucking Russia? Why we can't stay right here? Can you tell me how we correct that?
Bro, because you keep jumping hoops, man. You want to make it about communism, and then you jump back on capitalism. And as soon as I attack that, you want to say, "See what I mean, man?
No,
the best troll."
Watch this. Look at this. Look at this comment. Really quickly, look at this comment in the chat. This is how you know people hear different shit. My man BT said Beans is not bringing up communism. Leave that out.
That's what I'm saying. Let him jump
I
where
haven't
he wants.
brought it up.
Let him jump where he wants.
Again.
Let him jump where he wants.
To Russia, stay right the fuck here and tell me how we correct the problem that I just addressed. That's what you do.
Debunk what I just said.
This whole conversation hasn't been about communism.
And now you came in on that. You came in on that. We parsed it into the conversation, but it wasn't. It was just for a minute, bro. I accept the fact you came in on that, Mr. Light.
Let him jump wherever he wants. Every lily pad he lands on is a mine on it. That's what I'm saying. Let him go. Don't try to put him the way you want him.
He is a good troll. He is a great troll.
Paulo, help me, goddammit.
He is the best troll ever. Beans, I give you that,
He's
bro.
not gonna help you.
I know, because he a fucking goddamn capitalist just like y'all ass.
Take apart what I said.
Though. No. Don't put me on the same bag. Listen, I don't bring up Russia because of this simple fact. I know how Beans argues.
No, take apart what I said. Watch him. Go ahead, Beans.
I couldn't hear what you said. Say it again for me.
Take apart what I said.
No, I'm saying, what did you say? I don't remember what you said.
All right. When you said that the function of capitalism, is what? Corruption. And I debunked that. And then you said, well, at least capitalism promotes corruption.
No,
and I debunked that.
No, not corruption. No, I said that. I said that the whatchamacallit, because you just said when you said about enabling, I said, yeah, I like that.
That's what I'm saying. That's the only flaw of capitalism, is that it enables. But
right,
it's
when
not
you said that, I agree with you. When you said it, you can rewind the tape. When you said that, I said I like that.
So there's nothing inherently wrong with capitalism. It's whatever that it interfaces with that it enables the flaw of something else to be manifested. It's not going to stop that
because
what I'm saying, flawed itself.
But remember, what my premise was right before you said that was the fact that to me it promotes money over everything. And when I'm saying money over everything, again, what I'm telling you, what I mean is when you take the Sackler family,
I know
right?
what you're saying.
Okay, so what I'm saying is don't do that. Don't do that. And the only reason why they're doing that, but the only reason why they're doing that because they can do it in a society where they can get that much capital gain.
Exactly.
If it was going to be $100K, they wouldn't do that shit, bro. Come on. If they was
yes, I know. You just said enable because they can. It does not suggest, it doesn't promote. It just you said because they can, which is an enabling term, not a promoting term. It's not suggesting, it's not selling, it's nowhere near enforcing, it's not even touting. It's just enabling. It just is an environment where they can.
I disagree with that. And I wish AngryMan would have showed up.
What's problematic about
really quickly.
Go ahead.
Jump right in as soon as I start talking. If AngryMan was here, this is why Uncle T said he know how to argue. AngryMan was going to give me the jewel that I need to hit you with right now, because he would tell you that the main thing that people brag about capitalism is that the bottom man can make his way to the top. That's the whole argument. Why you think everybody want to be over here? It's because they know they can come over here and make it to the top. The whole promotion of the fucking system is that the brokest man in the world can make it to the top of the goddamn mountain. It's literally promoting capital. That's literally what it's promoting.
No, you're correct.
I want to address this.
Wait, Paulo.
You're correct. But here's the issue.
Paulo, I cut him off. Let him go. And then you get right in out there.
Oh, man. Go, Paulo?
Yeah,
Paulo,
I agree.
You got it.
I agree. It focuses on capital, but the other thing you're denying is innovation. Okay, let's use healthcare because that's an example that we used previously.
Yeah.
In the society that you're talking about, you have too much of a leniency towards the idea that everyone is going to be great and exceptional in what the thing they're doing. Healthcare, for example. In the environment that you're in now in the Americas, it allows people who have the talent and have the ability to make sure that they pursue whatever this career is, whether you are from a family of fishermen all the way up to someone who's practiced health within generations. It allows that because it allows more talents in the pool. If a community, based on what you idealize is communist, if a community has a shitty doctor in that generation, guess what the population is now exposed to? Yes, capital is a huge instrument of it, but also innovation. Innovation drives people to be a lot more efficient in what they do, and that does not cap you to a particular type of family or background.
Aaron?
I hear you. Okay, yeah. So I will lean on the benefit of capitalism as it does enable reward incentive. And that can be positive reward incentive. But it also facilitates room to create negative reward incentive, where things like fines can be introduced for poorly performing. Mm-hmm. But the reason why it doesn't promote, even from the standpoint that if you were to employ this money over everything concept that you can go from the bottom to now we here, the reason why even that is false is because that is a construct of the man, not inherently integrated into capitalism of itself. If you remove that component from capitalism, will capitalism as a philosophy fall apart? No, it won't. Therefore, it is not structurally integral to the economic construct of capitalism. If you take away what it can do for the bottom guy, it still stands. It just allows people to use capitalism. If you make this modification to it, that's the offset. The cost that's paid to get the guy from the bottom to the top is some sort of corruption. That's the balancing factor. That's the price that has to be paid for the result.
I can't argue with that. That's inevitability again. I've been conceding to that all day long.
But
if you argue
fault.
that it's inevitable, I'm not going to push back.
It's not capitalism's fault.
You see what I'm saying? I can't do, but it is.
It's people's fault.
That's what I'm saying. And the reason why I can argue that it is because again, if I capped what you could make, you wouldn't be that corrupt. You wouldn't have to go corrupt. It would be no need to. You're gonna get what you're gonna get regardless.
If you add a cap,
the fact that you think you can get more is the reason why you start to be.
Can I say something real quick? When you
add acknowledge that part though before y'all move forward is the
you're right, but here you go.
The fact that you think you can get more is the thing that corrupts.
But here's the problem.
Shit, I could
here's
get
the problem.
More than this.
Here's the problem. When you cap something, you kill innovation.
Really?
Yes, sir. Because the reason why people do this is so they can continue to make more. If I'm going to continue to get the same thing, why would I continue to innovate some things?
You don't kill it.
Thank you for saying that. Because, thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying
part
that.
of it.
Wait, you don't kill it. You delay it.
But wait a minute.
Delay, kill, whatever. But the thing about it's going to delay it to the next person what wants to get ahead is going to do.
No. Delay.
Hold on. Because listen, here's the thing, Aaron. Based on what he just said right there, that also supports my argument.
I know. That's what I'm trying to get away from doing.
No.
It's
reality. The thing about it is everyone wants to say that there's not a reality, that people want to get ahead. Yes, it's part of capitalism. But the thing about capitalism, it gives you that opportunity to do that. Everything else that you said about somewhere else that is good,
absolutely.
It stops.
But remember, I said earlier already, I don't give a fuck if nobody was rich. Kill yourself. I could care less.
I'm not talking about the rich part. I'm talking about because you're always talking about everyone getting capped. That's what I'm talking about.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. So, but even if you say it kills the innovation, guess what else it kills? It kills corruption.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Need to be corrupt.
It doesn't.
Why would you be corrupt if there's nothing to gain from it?
Hold on.
There's always something to gain, sir.
Hold on.
I don't understand. Wait. Let me make sure I hear him this correct. There's always something to gain, but you still think it kills innovation?
Oh, yeah.
Make that makes sense.
So hold on, Beans. Let's break down.
There's no way you can see those two things together. Go ahead.
I got what you're saying. Let's break down what Beans is saying because he's saying a lot, and y'all guys are not breaking it down.
He's not saying nothing at all. That's a
problem. No, he is. Hold on. Let's break it down.
He's just been listening to himself talk this whole time.
So Beans.
I don't deserve that.
So you said that.
Hey, Beans, you know I love you, bro.
No, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
So Beans, you're saying that somebody or some group is going to set these limits, correct?
Yeah.
Who are these people?
Well,
the same people he hate.
Fuck this. You ain't slick.
You not
question.
Because he about to make me say the same shit that I just said a few minutes ago I wasn't saying. But that's okay. Mr. Life, fuck you. I gotta say it. I don't have a choice but to say it.
There you go.
It's gonna have to be the community.
All right. So the community, hello. So the community is going
what happens when the community don't agree?
Hold on.
No. Wait. You on to something, E. Go ahead.
Y'all ain't shit, bro.
Hold on, wait.
Go ahead.
Let's dissect what he's saying, okay? Yep. So the community. So when you said the community is going to do it, are we going to do it by vote? Is it going to be by vote or by committee?
Nah, I already conceded to that too. Yeah, it's going to be committee.
It's going to be by committee. All right.
Uncle T made me accept that a little bit earlier with the argument he made.
Okay. So the committee is going to be the government that set these rules, right? And they're going to set the limits. And who do you think is going to influence the government on what limits to set? The people with money,
government,
or the people without money?
Oh, there's no money involved, sir. So it has to be the committee or the government.
Hold on.
Yeah, he can create his own scenario. But so the short version to answer your question, I've already conceded to inevitability.
So, but what I'm saying is,
I already conceded to it 1,000 times.
The problem with your argument, and I can say my statement. Hello. The problem with your argument
money does not corrupt the system, power do. And your committee will have power, which will make them corrupt. So regardless if you take all the money away, they still have this amazing power to be able to
set, game?
They have the ability to set laws to limit Elon Musk to 100,000 a year. They still have the power. And since they have the power, power will be corrupt. It's proven in any system, whoever have the power, that's typically where we see the corruption.
So my man Chuck,
money.
What did I say last night?
My man Chuck told me yesterday that absolute power corrupts absolutely, right? So that's I guess that's what you're talking about. But my only argument would be that's a community-based system, right? If you say commune or communism or whatever, the system is the community technically, right? Well,
Yes.
in capitalism, the system is fucking capital. It is the money.
People.
No, it's not.
The money simply tracks the money simply tracks the transactions. Listen, if you have if you have one person, you have one person. If you have two or more people, you're going to have an exchange. Wherever you have an exchange, there's going to be the potential for an advantage.
See,
that's why you create money in things to track.
Right,
but the advantage goes in the exchange to track the exchange.
But in the community, the exchanges themselves, right?
Between the people, that's it.
Right, but that would be where it stops, right? Like you said, you, the doctor, you keep me healthy. I'm the carpenter, I keep your house together, right? That's the end of the exchange. When you add the money component in there, now I can be greedy. Now I can.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
I'm gonna ask more than just my labor.
If you build my house one time and I'm the doctor, and for in exchange for you taking 2 months to build my house, in exchange for that, I take care of your family's health for as long as I live. You build my house, fine. I get lazy, decide, fuck your family.
No, but it's not that, bro. My mom has had her house for about 5 years, bro. She didn't have to replace the roof, the furnace, the floors, the everything. Every time she look up, it's something else need to be done.
It's a maintenance man for that. It's a maintenance man for that.
So that's the carpenter.
You know how I know? Because he's taking care of my hospital.
So if I'm hearing it right, Bean saying that money is still a part of the system, it's just a limited amount of money one individual can attain, correct?
No, the argument is that if that was the case, that it would eliminate the corruption as we see it. There would be no Sackler family getting $1 billion.
It would transfer. I just want to say this real quick. It would transfer the corruption. It wouldn't eliminate the corruption. It just would be a different. Instead of the people with money, the people with power will be more corrupt. See, as long as we have people in this world, I don't care what system, it's still going to have a level of corruption in the system.
Can I
wait. So watch this, because this is the problem with this. I'm telling you, y'all are so smart. You're incorporating things into the example that aren't there. Right,
I'm taking them out.
So right, because let's say I go with the example that you just had painted for us, E. So even when I agree to this committee, well, how many people is in this committee? Right? What we know for sure is that it's going to be less than the people in the community. Right? The reason why it don't work that way for us over here, that the people are in charge, because we have what's called a fucking military. Also referred to as the police a lot of times. But these people, me and Uncle T talked about this before. I can't remember which side he was on, but if you try to get at check the government, they gonna beat your ass. You going to jail, right? That system over there, you can't just automatically put that in there. You don't get to do that. So we could hold those people in check and make sure that they're just.
But that's the whole idea. That's the whole idea of government. The whole idea of government is a group of people from the community. From the community. You got to be a U.S.
handling our business for us.
Yeah. So the point is, even in your system, it's still a government. You just calling it something different.
But if they get out of slot, who's there to protect them? Nobody. See, that's what I'm saying. You would have to now say, no, but your military, like none of that was in the example. Listen to understand. In our example, the only people in that example right now is the community and the governing body. The community is way bigger than the governing body. So what I'm saying, if they get out of slot, fuck y'all, you're dying at the stake. We putting somebody else in your position every time it needs to happen.
But that is
argument you can make against
hold on.
military and police.
But why would we advocate for total chaos?
Hold on, E. You got to understand that it's how it is right now. What are you talking about? The community is bigger than the government body.
Y'all gotta let him move. Y'all gotta let him move where he wants to go. That's what I'm saying.
You know why we can't go? But why can't we go against the governing body? Because they have a military.
No. The military is comprised of the community.
Well, if you don't stop,
the reason why we ain't going against.
What are you talking about? Wait. So you're telling me right now, if my brother, my cousin, my sister, my niece,
quiet this whole time, and none of you motherfuckers have let me speak once.
Hold on, let me finish this, and then you can't go.
Get your ass on camera.
Listen. You think I'm going to?
This is an intellectual debate.
You think I'm going to shoot at my brother, my cousin for the government?
I don't know. He might need to turn that camera off. I don't know.
Do you think that's going to happen?
Not you. Okay. I'm not going to be rude and say that you would do it, but other military people, absolutely, I believe they would.
No, sir.
You ain't got enough cousins to go against the military.
You just said your family. Don't go to your family. It ain't just your family.
I understand that.
It's more than your family.
And I'm not just talking about me. I'm talking about there's a lot of people like me that's in the government. I mean, the military.
But
okay, Aaron, hold on. What Aaron said?
People are in the military.
1%, less than 1%.
There's way more people who ain't in the goddamn military. Don't have no motherfucking family.
Exactly. So you trying to tell me
that the military,
it's been proven too many times that there's wars been fought over that the people will literally destroy our own government, literally destroy our own military. For people who say that, we don't have enough to go against the military, bitch, I got more rounds on this motherfucking block than our goddamn police station. What are you talking about,
bro?
Now
if we get into this, go ahead, Snow. Go ahead, Snow.
What I was telling you last night, the difference between America and every other nation, though, is America is built off of different cultures, different backgrounds, different ideologies. We actually have every nation in the world in one nation. And we cannot come together for shit for nothing. That's why there's nobody that rising up and going against the government in America.
Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, he did say that.
Good men are the reason why we don't go against the government right now. If it wasn't for men holding their own self back from doing it, I guarantee you, if you had one person that can bring everyone together and go against this goddamn government and military, it will happen.
Thank you. And you see this happen and play out in other countries all across the world.
Insurrection Party 2024, vote from the rooftop.
But you do know that policy has been instituted for a long time to make sure that one person who could galvanize everybody doesn't exist.
I get that. Hold on, I get what you're saying, Billy. But hold on. The whole reason that the United States military work is because we fight a foreign enemy that typically don't look like us.
That's a fact.
If it was another America that we had to go that was civilized like us and we had to fight, it would not work because we would see ourselves in those people. But when you go to these third world countries, it's a totally different look from who we are as Americans. So I'm just telling you, if the government today said we're gonna attack Los Angeles, a lot of military people say fuck that. We ain't they mentally wouldn't be able to attack that type of group of people.
But the ones that would,
man, y'all some bullshit, bro. I just heard that Uncle T, you and E is lying because y'all fucking in the military. They just sent the fucking National Guard to New York. To the goddamn subways. What the fuck are you talking about?
What do you say? Okay, what you're saying is, do they have the opportunity to kill people, sir? Are they killing people? Do they even have wait? Do they have arrest powers?
No.
So they don't have arrest powers. They don't have killing powers. What are they doing? They're just patrolling, nigga. You know what? They are hall monitors.
With flashlights.
Hall monitors, sir. What are you talking about? First, you can do that all you want to. Just say you're wrong, and it's okay. I understand.
You saying what they're not doing. I'm saying, can they?
You know what show of force
is? Hands on people?
They cannot.
You know what show of force is? Do you know what that is?
I know the show of force.
Show of force.
Yeah.
It exploits exactly why America's just fine. It exploits people's propensity to want their iPhones, cheeseburgers, and Starbucks. Nobody in America is going to give. Nobody
Complacency.
in America is going to give that shit up to go fucking be in a revolution against. No. That's not going to happen.
Because everybody in America is too complacent.
Not taking my LG 85-inch off my wall. Fuck you. That's why the show of force works. He's got a gun, and I don't.
Right. Yeah.
Because most Americans don't know how to fucking use their goddamn rights that they were God givenly gifted to. That's crazy. I will have as many guns as they give me.
Hold on.
Give me a goddamn bazooka, goddamn.
Uncle Tom, every time we exercise our rights, it's deemed a January 6th.
I'm not gonna
That's a fact. That's why I said vote from the rooftops.
Nope, I'm not going to let you do that, Uncle T.
You're lying through your fucking teeth. I know it, you know it, and this fucking hole know it.
Come on, leave him alone.
Yeah?
No, I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm not gonna let you blame God for the bullshit going on in this motherfucking country.
I didn't blame God.
You just said the God-given rights. God ain't gave us none of this bullshit.
Whoa. No. What I'm saying is you are born with the ability to own a gun from the age of goddamn 1 if you really want to be technical. Because my son owns 2 of them, right?
You're born with the ability to defend yourself and live as free as you want.
That's a fact.
So how the fuck did you explain that they just locked up the mom and dad because the son went and shot up the school?
That's exactly what's supposed to happen. Make them motherfuckers accountable for their seed. You
gonna make them accountable for his rights?
You a goddamn right.
Absolutely.
You know why? Because they are the fucking parents and he's not a grown ass child.
Maybe they should have raised him instead of that frou-frou hair having teacher that they let raise that motherfucker for real.
It's crazy. Uncle Tom, you went from capitalism to communism in 2 seconds.
Hey, you don't take my no. I've never lied and said I said I'm a dictator at heart, sir. I would love a dictatorship, sir. I told you,
Uncle Tom, you're just like me. You like your freedom and your liberty outside of your home, but at home it's communist as fuck.
That's a fact. It's not a democracy. Here's a dictatorship.
I just think it's crazy that black people are advocate for communists. Like who?
No.
You gonna be in charge? Like do y'all really think they gonna let a black dude be in charge?
Come on, now, Mr. Life. Now, Mr. Life about to talk some truth. Tell him again, Mr.
What do you think Bill Clinton was? A black dude in charge.
Just let me turn up my microphone real loud right now.
Tell him what you just said. Say that shit again.
Head nigga in charge.
No, Mr. Life. Mr. Life. Say that shit one more time. Tell him again.
Well, let me I'm turning up my microphone so I can talk. That's what I was saying.
It's not what?
Oh, I don't know, man. I forgot. Man, I've been drinking.
You just said it's not communism. This is just you said it's not.
It's not communism. It's a dictatorship. Ain't nothing wrong.
Beans. Here's the biggest issue. I think we got our words mixed up because I think what you're talking about is liberty and tyranny. It's not communism and capitalism.
Yeah, they just trying to intro.
Yeah, because it's liberty and tyranny. Because the reason why the foreigners and the immigrants come over here is for liberty. They're fleeing countries that have tyranny that actually that simply sits on their necks and they simply control them. When they come to America, they come for the liberty to actually have the right to go out and try to achieve. Liberty and tyranny is what we're all trying to seek.
No, you're not. They come for capitalism. They come to make money. You think
Time out.
Thank God.
Let him finish.
No.
I mean, he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong.
No, he's not wrong.
Well, two things can be right at the same time, though.
Because two things be right at the same time. Because you got to have the liberty to come and make money. If the country doesn't allow you to actually make money, you won't make money.
We have laws that are not being fucking used, sir.
Listen, but just we have an example.
You have the liberty. You have the liberty to come over here and do it. We see the Hispanics, we see the Colombians, we see the Spanish. They all coming over here for the liberty to come over here and work and start a business to make money. Liberty is something totally different. I cannot go to Mexico and do the goddamn same thing. If I go to Mexico, they're going to stop me at the border and say, you can't come over here and do what you need to do because you are not Mexican. But when the Mexicans come over here, they have the liberty because they're inside America to actually make money, brother. We can. Can
I tell you what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that is
let's go.
The American people are stupid, right? If it was me, I would put mines on the northern border, on the southern border, and blow these motherfuckers away as soon as they step 1 foot toe across that, but shoot that punk
It
motherfucker across
doesn't
that
kill the
motherfucker.
argument.
Now,
That
here's
doesn't
the
kill the
problem
argument.
with that, though, right? Now, here's the problem. Look, I'm told you. Here's my problem. I think we should take over Mexico and we should take over Canada and use them as our slave ambassadors to get our shit done. I'm not wrong.
I understand your argument. We already own most of Mexico anyhow, so why don't
they want to be over here anyway? So make them American slaves. That's what we need to do.
It doesn't kill the argument. Though.
I think Mr. Light. So
one second, Eddie man. Let me protect the brand. The comments of Uncle Tom do not reflect that of
thank you.
The PodMob or the Make It Make Sense brand or Beans or Little Podcast or any other affiliations.
Man-made media. Man-made media as well.
Right.
We have nothing to do with what he's saying.
I just said it on the porch plenty of time. Come over there if you want some real dictatorship.
I'm cruising as long as I can be a house cracker on your plantation.
Uncle Tom, I do love you.
A house cracker on the plantation.
Hey, I'm cruising. Just let me be your house cracker on your plantation. We can rock.
Hey, I just have one. We're gonna get that whip on you, bro.
Okay, let's look at this. For 1 second,
we don't want to talk about the whips. I got one question for you, Mr. Light. Why do all of the countries, when you talk about Africa, Mexico, why are all the places that these same people with the same abilities are not allowed to be able to create wealth until they get into a capitalist system?
Because of liberty. Because, like you said, all those countries, Nigeria, Ghana, all those have restrictive states that actually suppress them and actually take their stuff. Once again, you come to America because you do have the laws of patent, you do have the laws of copyright, you do have all those laws that can actually protect you, and you do have the law once you actually come over here to start a business, and you actually get to keep not all, but at least some of your.
But you're explaining what
capitalism countries.
No, but
you talk about.
I get you, but you're explaining what capitalism is. The reason capitalism works is because it's free enterprise.
Capitalism
is the number one thing that capitalism is privately owned businesses that actually stand separate from the government system.
Exactly.
How is it stem separately from the government system when they literally lobby with the government and get legislation made to make them bigger?
It decentralizes control, which is exactly what communism does. It puts control in a central location. And for the first time in the history of America, Uncle Tom is actually over the white man. If you look at the orientation on the screen,
that's a fact.
So I just got one question. Hold on. So, Mr. Light,
yes, sir.
Just answer this one question for me, then. Mm-hmm. If we was to get rid of capitalism and kept liberation?
Liberty. What you doing?
Liberty. You said liberty. If you used to get rid of capitalism and you only had liberty, do you think we still would have the same?
That's a dumb question, and I hate to say it that way because
you don't even know the question because I didn't finish.
You just literally said get rid of capitalism for liberty, which I tell you that's a dumb question because liberty is a mode and function of the U.S. government that is warranted to you and warranted to me. Capitalism is just the conduit that we use for goods and services to be exchanged on the private sector. Those are two separate things. Liberty gives you the right to actually practice capitalism. Does that make sense?
The government doesn't give you anything.
Yes, and to what you guys are saying, look, it's like this. What we could call capitalism today is really, in my opinion, a new name for monopolization of corporations.
Talk to these niggas, Snow.
What really would fix the country is true, honest, free, and fair trade. That's what would fix things and make everything equal. Fair and free trade. What capitalism is supposed to be.
So explain to me how that system look. Hold on. He said a lot there. Explain to me what a truly free system looks like. Snow,
where we all have an equal stance on creating business that is not relegated by the government protecting big business.
Okay. So hold on. I got it.
Or picking winners and losers. Don't forget that one.
So what business do you feel that we cannot get into that big business is in?
That's not what he said.
I know, but he said that we freely will be able to.
Well, look, dude, I can give you one example. Retail alone right now in America is one of the hardest businesses to start and to keep going as a small business owner. Because big corporate box chain companies have that shit locked up into a monopoly. Then if you want to go even bigger, you got the tech sector that's locked up.
So, either man, respectfully, I'm not gonna lie to you. We had this conversation a little bit earlier.
I went here.
Yeah, he explained that a little bit earlier, right? It's really about maintaining the business over a long period of time. I want to make sure that I get to the videos because we ain't gonna be here for a whole lot longer.
Can you do one thing first, Mr. Bean, sir? Show the definition of capitalism from Investopedia. That's all we need to do.
So if y'all want to see the definition of capitalism from Investopedia, hit the Cash App and support the show.
Oh, yeah.
We've been here for 3 hours and 14 minutes. We haven't had a donation in 2 hours and 14 minutes.
Yeah, we've literally listened to Bean talk for 2 hours and 45 minutes of that.
I will definitely put that up, but I want to get to the video first because I don't want to not do it. I was been waiting on this. I'm mad Aaron had to leave. But let's check this video out real quick.
Working, sir.
Y'all out of y'all minds.
You're the most bought-off capitalist I've ever seen with that Cash App move. That's capitalism 101.
Definitely. Okay, here we
Even
go.
during like Trump's administration, inflation was actually quite low, so that's not
No, it was low then, but it's not low right now.
Yes, but why was it low then, would you say?
Well, because we had economic growth and we weren't borrowing $2 to $3 trillion a year.
We actually were. We were borrowing quite a bit of money.
We were borrowing about $1 trillion a year.
Still quite a bit.
So we're borrowing about triple that right now.
Yes.
Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
got it.
I think that's how the math works
out.
out.
Triple in the law of big numbers is a big deal. So borrowing $800 billion, not excusable. Borrowing $2.5 trillion, morally reprehensible.
Morally? Why exactly morally is there a distinction between 1 and 3 trillion? Very arbitrary.
Because everyone here is going to have to pay off that debt, and that dollar that you think is going to have value is decreasing by the day. Whether you're pro-choice or Democrat.
But inflation is something that's going to occur no matter what.
Can I finish? Okay.
I apologize.
It's okay. Inflation is not a guaranteed human norm. That's not true, but I'll get to that in a second. Every single person here, it will be harder than ever for you to own a home. So inflation is immoral because you're going to enter into a housing market where everything costs 3 times as much in the housing market than it did a decade ago. You will not be able to afford a down payment, let alone even be able to build the capital necessary for other goods and services that you might want to build wealth. And you know who does benefit is your parents' generation and baby boomers, no offense, that do own their assets and you won't. And so
let's start out with the first part, right?
Let's start out with your
triple in the law of big numbers is a big deal. So borrowing $800 billion.
The guy said that again? The super chat or the Cash App?
The super chat is not working.
You using the links?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm literally trying to do it right now. It would not give it to me. It's coming out in gray.
That's that communist IT department.
Podcast. I told you to pay your light bill. Your internet ain't up.
That's that communist.
That's what communism does. They
That's
took your
that
money.
communism does.
Poorly motivated IT department.
This man ain't shit.
They sleep.
On the job.
They sleep on the job right now because it's a communistic system. They still.
So yeah, the Cash App is $emergenetwork. It shouldn't be anything. I got a Cash App a little while ago from UT and from Britt. Shout out to Britt. She said simply supporting. Shout out to her and my man Popular Truth also came through with the Cash App too. So I appreciate that. $emergenetwork, all small caps. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on with that. Also, the super chat link is pinned to the chat too if you want to use that. But so this part right here, check this out.
It looked like it worked to me. Maybe
my man Edith Man Williams.
Emmanuel Williams donated $20. Show me that booty.
This man ain't shit. What if they didn't know what "show me that booty" meant, bro?
You supposed to say pause
That
after
sounded
that,
gay
bro.
as hell.
What if they thought you
You
was
supposed to say
talking
pause
about
after
me?
that. You supposed to say pause after.
Out that ass, out that ass, out that ass, out that ass, shake that ass low, break it down low, shake that ass like you never seen before.
Why did you show a farm animal, man? That was
Okay, here
nasty.
we go. Hey man, listen, ain't nothing wrong with farm animals. Hold on. Let me check this.
Not excusable. Borrowing 2.5 trillion, morally reprehensible.
So listen, for the people in the chat that may not know, and I'm just going to admit I don't know either. What are they talking about when they talking about borrowing money?
So what they're saying is that basically what happened is we have a debt that you can log on to and see, right? I'm gonna make it simple, right? And what happened is when Trump was in office, that debt might have increased to $1 trillion, right? Mm-hmm. When Biden got in office, in the same amount of time, that same debt increased to $3 trillion. So that's what they're saying, that we're borrowing money from the civilians or people because we got to pay this money back.
But as far as that debt goes, I mean, that situation there, there's really a whole lot of room for error because there was the whole COVID thing going on, and nobody wants to take credit for that money right now either.
Yeah. Okay. I wanted to make sure.
Hold on. One thing else, and that's when you saw big business was picked before small businesses.
Yes.
And that's absolutely. When you seen majority of all the small businesses lose out, and you've seen a lot of small business actually start with the PPP loan. So next time it happens, I'm getting one.
Yeah.
So
shout out to my man, Mr. Life, for coming through. With the super chat. So this is my thing though, right? So because the dude,
Mr. Light, it's at least $20 to get booty cheese. I'm sorry, go.
I should send him a cash out too. That's why I said check the cash out. So
okay, cool.
Yeah.
But
hold on. But here's the thing: we forgetting that big business was chosen during the pandemic. Like that's a big.
That's comment. Don't ruin it. That's about to come in the video. Don't ruin it. Right. It's gonna be something he's gonna say in this video that I want to see what y'all gonna say about it. Yeah, because it's something he's gonna say something that I'm so glad.
I want to hear the kid talk because I get tired of seeing that guy. God dog.
Yeah, but this is the thing. So the young man actually said that the difference between 1 and 3 trillion was an arbitrary number. Does anybody on this panel agree with that?
That's crazy.
No. Hey, do most people even understand how much a trillion is?
But let me ask you a question. Is it a different means if I send you $20 or $60 to your cash out?
Yeah.
He just talking. Listen, he just talking. It's not his money. Usually what we see is when people say, if we said that a millionaire had $1 million versus 3 million, we're like, that's not my money, so I ain't really paying no attention to it. I think that kid just talking, in my opinion.
Just to give you an idea real quick, though, and this will go real fast, all right, of how much a $1 trillion is, because me and a couple guys actually did the math. If you made $100 an hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, it'd take you 30,000 years to make $1 trillion.
That's crazy.
Damn. You see, and what we're not talking about, this is why the 3 trillion versus the 1 trillion is a big deal. Right? When Donald Trump spent the $1 trillion, it came to Americans. When we just spent $3 trillion, most of it didn't come to us. Huh?
It's going overseas.
Most of that is going to other places outside. That's what makes it a bit different. If they spend $3 trillion on bees, I'm like, check your cash out. But it's not coming to us. That's why the problem is we spending all this money and it's going away instead of coming to.
It's called allocation.
Okay, so before we jump back into the video, shout out to my man Mr. Life as well for the kids ass is app. And then also as promised, let me bring this up on screen. Let me try to blow it up. Okay, so yeah, this is from Investopedia. It says nations around the world employ several different types of economic systems. 2 such types are socialism and capitalism. We ain't even discussed socialism. And I know y'all don't have a problem with that, seeing as how y'all love it for the rich. But it says capitalism is often referred to as a free market economy in its purest form, where the means of productions are owned by private interests. So is that the definition you were looking for?
Yes, sir. Because
can I give you important? Well, after you're done giving that, let me give you another one.
Go ahead.
Well, I got the definition between capitalism and free market pulled up, what the difference is. And capitalism focuses on the creation of wealth and ownership of capital and production. The system can exist with various degrees of market freedom, but in a free market, the emphasis is on voluntary exchange and the freedom of individuals to operate within the market with minimal government regulation.
Time out. Did you just say that the main look at Harry?
No. I know exactly where he's going. Y'all can't see this.
Yo,
what he said was you set the price, not
link.
Walmart.
Send me that link, Snow, so I can pull it up.
I can see. That's why I say y'all gotta let him go where he wants. Oh
His
boy.
wheels started turning.
I just feel like
turning as soon as he said it.
Absolutely.
I literally told him Investopedia for a reason.
I got you, but listen, hold up. So hold up. If we trying to say that capitalism ain't got nothing to do with money, we're just being delusional. Like we know.
That's not what he's saying. That's not. Oh,
no, that's not what we're saying.
I'm out.
They're arguing that the primary function is not money over everything, right? And I think Aaron made the best argument for why it wouldn't be money over everything, because like he said, money over everything, like essentially for everybody, would actually hinder the system itself, right? So we understand that, but again, that's why I said earlier about the promotion of the idea. It's just like I said. They tell us that we live in an innocent until proven guilty country, but then when they accuse you of something, you get locked up, you get fingerprinted, they want to swab your dick and shit, make you bend over and cough.
Swab your dick?
Yes, in the hospital, they used to have a dick doctor when you went to jail, boy. Yes, he take a Q-tip and
I've never been to jail before, and I never had gonorrhea like that where they had to poke you.
Absolutely, they put
you in like that. That's what they do with gonorrhea.
They
put. I went to high school and middle school, and they told us.
Let me just get to it.
Hey, I put that link in the back for you.
They put you in the outfit that 10,000 other niggas have worn, and they put you in the goddamn cell and tell you you're innocent though. See, so that's what I'm saying. What they calling it and what they practicing can often be two very different things.
Right, because it goes on and it says the driving force of capitalism is profit and capital under accumulation. Business under capitalism aims to maximize profits and expand market share. In a free market, the driving forces are supply and demand and price mechanisms, which naturally regulate the market activities.
Put caviar on top before you give them more. You're handing it to them.
What? Wait,
literally handing
capitalism focuses on the creation of wealth and the ownership of capital.
There goes the argument, folks. Communism it is.
No, but see,
I'm not. I don't want communism. I want a free market trade system.
I know what you want, but we debate in communism.
But it also says production too at the same time, so we gotta acknowledge that.
Yes, the ownership of capital and production, which is why he was talking about what we really have are monopolies.
And you know where production is going to go? It's going to go to the damage that he said. It doesn't matter if you poison people because a production factory is going to poison a fucking river, and that's exactly what he's talking about. Y'all can't see where he's about to go.
Thank you, Aaron.
Hey, Aaron, it seems like you debate him a lot on this right here, right?
I don't. Beans and I we debated twice in life. Once
right.
It's just for about 5 minutes about a mistake that I made out of my mouth, and now never ever anything else before.
Right.
We go to panels and kick people's asses.
So no, I just got a question for Beans. So Beans, why did you call your system that you was describing a communist? And I might have been late and not a socialist, because it sounded like you was actually speaking of a socialist.
Because Beans is a communist, that's why.
No, we were at the time what we were discussing communism, right? When we were having a conversation about it, we weren't necessarily comparing it to capitalism. We were actually just discussing it, right? Because I was using it as an example to say, if you look at the root word in communism is community, right? If you say community first, right? Because my premise on the words when you apply ism to the end of them is you're saying that thing is the primary function, right? So like in race, if I'm a racist, right, I could be a doctor, but because I'm white and this person is black, I'm gonna say I'm not gonna save his life because race comes first, right? So what I'm saying is if you say that about community, how could you lose? If the community comes first, which means everything that we're going to do is going to be based on the survival and the function of the community. Now, what I conceded to, based on arguments presented by Uncle T and Paulo, I believe, there is an inevitability, right? Because you have to add in the human factor. So
I literally said that. I literally said that.
I got it.
But we had already discussed it. That's what I was trying to tell you, Mr. Life. I had already conceded to that part. Right?
I got you. Hold on. So let me ask you a question, just and we can go right back to it. Yeah. So what do you think you more align with, socialism or communism?
So to be honest with you,
he's on section 16. He's a commie.
So to be honest with you, if you ask me, here's the problem with that question for me, E. If you ask me to define them, I can't. Right? I have to define them the way that the words read to me. And it's the same thing how when I look at capitalism and what it reads back to me, and people are saying, no, that's not what it is.
No, bullshit. I call bullshit. No, fuck that. You're going to define them shits by the motherfucking definition like you do every damn thing.
So then I can't answer the question because I don't know.
No, you can answer the question. You can read the goddamn definition and pick one.
Okay.
What the fuck are we doing here? You define
okay.
Hold on, Beans. This is my problem. This nigga defines everything based off the definition, but when it comes to someone asking him which one to pick, he don't know how to define it because the definition doesn't exist. He ain't
gonna be interrogated on his own podcast now. Come on.
So let me read them real quick.
Socialism.
Okay, socialism. A political and economic theory of social organization which advocates that the means of production, distribution, and exchange should be owned and regulated by the community as a whole. Okay, so that's socialism, right? And the other one was communism, right?
Yeah.
Okay, communism.
Communism.
Okay, a political theory derived by y'all favorite Karl Marx, advocating class war. Checkmate, socialism. I don't even have to keep reading socialism. Right?
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking.
Wait a minute. Yeah. So let me go into a history moment here because I think that we need to actually look at history and define the difference between the two. Communism was actually derived by Russia, which means Karl Marx is from Russia. It means for a small community. Hitler, on the other hand, was a socialist, which means that the difference between Hitler and Stalin at that point in time is that Stalin wanted to keep to himself, which was inside Russia, and Hitler wanted to take over the world. So the biggest difference between communism and socialism is when we look at the historical facts. Hitler wanted the world to be socialist, and communism, Stalin wanted to just focus on Russia itself. So one was just a community and one was the world. So he wanted to socialize the entire world. That's
hold on. You think Hitler was not a dictator?
No. How did you get that?
No, he wasn't. Not at all.
He was not.
Nope.
Okay.
What do you think a national socialist is?
A dictator, apparently.
I was just simply describing the difference between the two. That's all I did. I just simply said that socialism, Hitler wanted to take over the world, and communism, Stalin wanted to stay within himself inside Russia.
Stalin was way more of a dictator than Hitler was.
Stalin was.
He actually offed more of the small hats than Hitler did by a whole lot.
So wait, let's get through the video as quickly as we can, real quick.
Why exactly morally is there a distinction between 1 and 3 trillion? Very arbitrary.
Because everyone here is going to have to pay off that debt, and that dollar in the housing market than it did a decade ago. You will not be able to afford a down payment, let alone even be able to build the capital necessary for other goods and services that you might want to build wealth. And you know who does benefit is your parents' generation and baby boomers, no offense, that do own their assets and you won't. And so, secondly, inflation is a choice. It's not built into the human experience.
The human experience, sure, but the economic system, especially a capitalist economic system, it definitely is. How would you try to achieve 0% inflation?
0% inflation?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't want 0% inflation.
So then it is built in.
Inflation...
And it is a necessary evil.
No, I said I wouldn't want it. Okay. Moderate inflation is good for money velocity and for growth.
Yes.
But you need to manage that versus the growth rate, right? So this goes back to Milton Friedman's idea of the Chicago monetarism. You can laugh all you want.
Friedman? Yeah, all right.
Okay. What's so funny about Milton Friedman? The fact he's the greatest economist of the 20th century? Or
qualify. That's I don't know. I wouldn't say he's exactly that.
So you're more like a
I respect your
John
opinion.
Maynard Keynes guy. So yeah.
Not necessarily.
Okay,
No.
but-
I just take a more broad approach than specifically Milton.
So let's deal with this part, right? Because this is one of the things that I really love to talk about, which is inflation. Because to his point, to the young man's point, he said it's built in, right? Somebody else here, because I'm not a finance guy, I know you all can make the argument just like Kirk just did on why it's necessary, right? But I want to hear it from you all. Why is it necessary?
It's because the people at the top are pooling all the resources. When you start pulling water out of the well, eventually that well's going to run dry.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get more water out of it if you want? Well, you can fill it. Filling it is doing what? Printing money. When we looked at the COVID, the PPD, all these distributions and stuff, what do you think that was? Remember when he said nobody wants to account for that money yet? Because it's printed money. What did it print money for? The recession of 2007, the crash. How do I know? Look at what happened to the housing market just post-COVID. Everything went up 40%. Shit was going on in the market 20% over ARV, and offers were going in 20% over that. And how are people covering it? Cash. And nobody was working. How can this be? That's why loaves of bread now are $5, and when my parents were growing up, it was 5 cents. Inflation does that, and that's because it keeps the cash flow direction up.
No, well, I get what you're saying, but the reason
human resource is what it does.
Well, the reason that we have inflation is because our dollar is not backed by anything, right?
Which allows it to be yes.
So we
There's
will
no
still.
ground.
So say for example, if the dollar was backed by gold, inflation still would happen because gold increased in value over the years.
Well, technically, our dollar is backed by petro, though.
That is true. It's called the petrodollar. And there's also had inflations before. I think Keynes was the one who actually really got us into inflation. And it wasn't when we came off the gold reserve with Nixon.
No, Keynes. So the whole point is that the system is designed. How the system is designed is the employer want money. Most people want more money, which is going to cause a natural inflation. For example, Mr. Life, at 18, you might have been willing to work for $10 an hour, but at 45, you're not willing to work for that same $10 an hour. Do you agree? Yeah, over time, you will want more money.
Yeah, but you got to account for my skills inflating too at the same time.
I get it, but what happened is, but say if your job did not change and you're asking for more money, right? Mm-hmm. That means that loaf of bread. Say your job was to produce a loaf of bread, and you did that for 20 years. As the employee, you're asking for more money because you have been doing this for a longer time, right? So I have to increase my cost to be able to continue to pay you. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
No.
There's
my counter argument to that, though, is you're not taking into account that the other people that actually work their ass off to get these raises are not equally being compensated when you raise what I'm assuming you're talking about is the minimum wage.
Yeah, but I think
you bring them up to $15 an hour and then leave the people that work to $15 at $15 an hour. Now you just created a massive poor class.
I agree, but I'm not speaking.
Yeah,
I'm not speaking of the minimum wage, though.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not speaking of the minimum wage. I'm saying if podcasts go get a job at a factory making $10 at 18, by the time he turned 45, he don't want to be still making that same $10, even though that he's doing the exact same job. Do we agree with that statement?
Why? Why not?
Because I agree with that, but you got to give the why.
Right.
The reason he don't is because even though we say that the U.S. population might not like capitalism, they like the benefits of capitalism of making more money over a period of time. Do we agree with that?
Why? Yeah, but I don't think that's not the why, right? I think the why is because the why is because things are going to cost more. Right?
No,
there's another part. Wait, no, but they won't though, right?
I know, but
if we go into if you just want to stay in your example, I will. But I'm
okay.
If we want to have like the conversation in totality, bruh, more people being born into the country makes prices of goods go up. You know what I'm saying? More what they call them, migrants or immigrants or whatever. Like a lot of things make them charge more, right? Because I thought of this on my own. I didn't read this anywhere, and I'm not trying to make it sound like I'm so smart, but I was like, yo,
I'm proud of you.
Everybody had a whole bunch of money. We would just buy up everything, and then there would be no goods to actually purchase, right? If everybody just had a bunch of money, you can't have a system where everybody has a bunch of money.
Because
yes, I get what you're saying, but we still got to go back to basic economics of supply and demand. If B's got 5 dimes and he the last person in the city with 5 dimes, he can charge $20 for those 5 dimes because of the simple fact there's no more weed in the system.
I get that. Wait, no, I get that, but I'm saying with the example that you just used, what I'm saying is, if I'm making 10 and that 10 is covering everything I need, including my little leisure time shit, I'm good with that. The only reason why that's not going to be good enough for me, wait, I'm going to give you the one caveat why it's okay. The only reason why that wouldn't be okay is if things around me started costing more and I couldn't afford them. Wait, let me tell you why. Because this is the mindset that people have even today, E. If they want more, you know what they just do? The majority of people, they just work more hours.
No, that's not
That's
true.
what they do.
Let me tell you the problem.
They just work more hours, bro.
Hold on. Let me just tell you the problem with that. Because Beans, you've been doing this job for 15 years, and I hire an 18-year-old at $10 an hour too. You're gonna say, with my experience, why should I still make $10 an hour, even though the economy stays the same? Why should I make $10 an hour and this new guy who don't have my experience should make $10 an hour? I should get paid for my experience, even though that might not translate to dollars.
You're saying, but that's what I'm saying. You're saying that based on the society that you know we live in. What I'm saying is, you got to remember, we're talking to take inflation out. The whole mindset of the people would be absolutely different than what you're talking about, right? No. It wouldn't necessarily be including that in it.
Put it right? In. He's destroying his own argument.
Because if I sell a cake that's $1 and I sell it for 50 years at $1, and then you start selling the cake for $1, I'm not gonna say, well, I should sell it for more just because I've been selling it longer, right? That's a mindset based on the society that we kind of live in. It comes along with the territory. We have all these reasons for why we need more. We're an excess driven society, which includes capital. Excess, also a function of capitalism. Care what y'all want to say?
No, facilitated by, but no. He's killing his own argument.
Yes, facilitated by.
Yeah, but he's killing his own argument. If you leave inflation in there, it's not the ceiling that raises is what causes inflation. It's the floor coming up. Think about it. Yes. If he wants more money because he's 15 years more experience, does the job require him and his experience at the moment? Do you know what scaling is? It's when you increase your productivity, but you don't increase your cost. In fact, many times you reduce it. That's what downsizing is for.
So you would
downsize his ass out the door and then bring an 18-year-old in fresh to get the job done. That's
right.
If you're going to raise everybody to death and think that works in business, even with inflation, that's bad business. You want to spend as little as possible to produce as much as possible. That's why we have robots. Oh, by the way, that's definitely going to get rid of the whole position. What's that going to do? Still raising by $10,000 a decade.
Thank you.
30% unemployment coming.
Thank you. Hold on. Thank you. So the robots. Is that not a product of capitalism? Replacing human beings with robots?
That's a product of innovation. Innovation and necessity.
Y'all scary, man. Y'all scared to admit this.
It's innovation and necessity.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Bro,
I can see it being, so I concede to this. Capitalists drive innovation, therefore it is a product of innovation. So I can see that the connection.
Product of, not function of. Well, you take away innovation, capitalism is still capitalism.
I think what business owners are understanding is human beings have limitations that robots do not. We just ate at a restaurant where, listen, hold on, just hear me out. We ate at a restaurant where the waiter have to take a break. That robot that came and dropped off our food never have to take a break. So this
you know what else you don't have to do to a robot? You don't have to pay it.
You make one initial investment and then it's done.
You know what? I'm not even gonna get mad at y'all because even though y'all don't want to admit this shit, you're providing me with all the evidence I need. Both things that you just said is a function of money. Both things. The robot can continue working.
The money is a byproduct of the innovation.
The robot can continue working so it can facilitate more money and it costs less.
And it also provides
Aaron's already mentioned it prior. Beans, if you rewind back, I think an hour and a half, Aaron spoke about the idea of efficiency.
So it's almost like.
So let me get this straight. McDonald's ain't been working. That's a failed business.
No, it's not about being a failed business. It's about how you going to. Hold on,
give me a yes or no first.
I said no.
Okay,
no,
it's not a failed business, right?
No, it's not a failed business.
So then why the fuck do they need the robots?
Because they are becoming a failed business. They are not a failed business now, but they are becoming one.
Yeah, so when you look at people, look at his face. Listen.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Just let me say this.
I know that shit poison and I still be eating it.
Hold on. McDonald's president just came out and said their new customer makes over $45,000 a bit, makes over $45,000 a year. He literally said that about 2 weeks ago. So we need to understand that he's recognizes that the market is changing and that he can no longer provide goods and services for the people that he used to feed. He has now moved his company. They're trying to move his company out of the lower tier into the middle class. He said $45,000 a person, which means that $90,000 per couple. That's literally middle income. That's what McDonald's president just said.
What can he do about that when he's selling unreal ass food?
But he's
like, this motherfucker don't care. I'm saying right here where I live at. Right here where I live at, it's literally 3 McDonald's in a 10-minute drive either way.
But here's the thing. He's not in the business of food. He's in the business of convenience, which is a vast majority of these big corporations.
Yeah.
They're not in the business of selling you food or good quality food. They're selling you convenience.
Remember we said that earlier, Uncle T? We were talking about they selling convenience. Yeah.
No, they selling real estate. McDonald's is in the business of real estate. Food is a convenience, but
you watched the movie.
I mean, they're not selling real estate though. They can be in the business.
No, they are selling real estate.
Yeah.
No, they're not selling real estate. You can say they're in the
along
business
with Walmart.
real estate, but.
Along with Walmart, because they come in, they buy up their block, develop the block, and then they lease it out. Walmart does the same thing.
Well, they don't sell real estate. They buy real estate. They don't sell it.
If they're leasing it out, is that not selling real estate?
Exactly.
They're leasing it out to you. Talking about McDonald's? Hold on.
When you lease your car, you're not buying
that's an operation of franchising.
No.
That's a different mechanism in general.
Hold on.
Reading it. Wait. Hold on real quick.
If I lease it out to my wife, she's part of the McDonald's system.
Nobody looks at a renter like they're owning. So no, you're not buying it. Leasing and renting is the same thing.
So are they paying for it?
You're not buying it.
I'm renting my house, and I rent my house, and I present myself as an owner, and I conduct myself as if I own it. I'm the one that still has to do all the upkeep. I'm the one that still has to do all the maintenance.
I get it, but listen.
Hold on.
The franchisers.
Okay. I gotta drop you, bro. I'm sorry about that. Where he at, Snowman? I gotta drop you, bro. I just gotta drop you for 10 seconds. Just one thing, please don't use the word present. Okay, that word present is triggering for me at this point.
What the hell are you talking about?
I had to listen to this fucking dingback argue that when she was asked what is a woman, and she said anybody who presents as a woman. So at this point, present is triggering for me.
Present.
But hold on, Beans. Let's really dive into what they're saying, right? If me and you was in business and I lease something to my business partner, that's still within the system. You're part of McDonald's.
Okay, I don't want to argue that. I don't want to down that hill. You got that. But at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is that they ain't failing. They
Well,
all
no, they
over
are.
the world. They got locations all over the world. They get into the bag. They all good. We did some math on my show last year towards like the summertime, I think it was. Well, we looked at what they gross was, what they net was, and how much money
I
they
did
was
that math
net
for you, Beans.
if they was paying if the median income for their workers was 20, right? And it was still in the billions. So they ain't losing, and yet they still going automated. Why?
Well, no, because
they want to save more money because it's all about keeping more money to yourself because they're greedy capitalists.
But you see how you see how Beans talk about McDonald's like it's one person. Like it's not a whole bunch of.
It is. Did you see the chat earlier when the guy said corporations are treated like people?
No, it's not one person. So, hold on. If I said $1 million and it was one person, you say that's a lot of money. But if you have to divide $1 million with 1,000 people, like that's the whole point is we have to account how many owners that $1 billion have to be divided into.
Yeah, that's not how that math was working.
You're trying to beat that. Why can't you beat him with it?
What'd you say, Aaron?
I said he's trying to beat that. I'm saying why can't you beat him with it?
No, because the math that we actually did was McDonald's itself as a corporation, right?
Yeah.
So this was the net of it. After it had paid off to everything, it had all its expenses, everything.
Yeah,
that number that we came up with was still in the billions, E.
Deep in the black. Okay.
So my thing is and I think the average, was maybe $13 an hour.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So if you raise that to $20 an hour, they were still in the billions.
Yeah. So why do we need robots to make it zero, right? Is what you're saying? Like if you're already killing it, what else to kill?
I'll say this. Shit, I'll give you this, E. Now I know you're gonna call me crazy, but I always ask since I started watching Billions, what's the fuck is the difference between 3 billion and 6 billion?
Yeah, I was about to ask. I mean, I know where Bean stands, but the rest
in
of you
real
guys,
life,
do you guys think there's a point where you reach? Do you think there's a point that you reach making money to where if you make any more, it ain't really going to make a difference or improve your life any more or less than what it already is?
Question of relativity.
Great question.
I think it improves your power. For example, a person with 1 billion versus a person with 10 billion can have more power than the person with 1 billion.
Okay, so it gives you more leveraging power.
More leveraging power because it's different. It's just different because that billion is good enough for me, but that 6 billion is good enough for I can influence Bean.
But now look what you're doing with it, right? It's like this clip I have of D.L. Hughley where he says it's like 8 people in the world who have the accumulated wealth of like 5 or 4 billion people on the planet, like half the people on the planet, right?
The whole world.
It's like, what are you doing with it? You're not fixing the water supply. You're not making it so that there's real food in the world. All you're doing is shoring up your family and your legacy to remain in power.
Giving a synthetic meat, man. That is innovation.
Well, if you don't stop.
So I just want to understand. So you said that
I'm sorry, Aaron.
If you had, let's say you had $10 million, you think you'll go fix the Michigan water problem?
No, because I don't fuck with Michigan like that. But I would.
That's the point.
Michigan, and that's not even a good argument because Michigan's been given $3 million 3 separate times. That problem should have already been fixed.
I get
this whole argument is moot. This whole argument is moot because the reason why you get over the billions is you're reinvesting a lot of your vehicles back into businesses. You're not just getting it out of thin air. So you are investing to some degree back into communities, societies, corporation, or whatsoever. So there is
labor.
Professor, can I ask you a question?
Wait, hold on. I want to make sure that he's making a labor argument right now, right? Like when he says that they invest back into those businesses in the community, so that people can work there.
Yes and no. I mean, that's one thing, but no, there's many things.
What the fuck? That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, because I'm addressing you. I'm addressing your comment of these people are hoarding money. They're not doing anything with it to improve, society in general.
Right, but
I'm countering that in the sense of money.
Businesses. I'm saying for what end? They ain't doing it for the people. They're not doing it to make life better. Just doing it to generate more money and have more control and power over production.
Well, that's debatable. That's a debatable argument. But I was addressing the idea that
argument.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Paulo. Then you could jump right in.
Again, the comment that these people are hoarding money is what I'm addressing specifically. And then I provided with you the fact that people make over even the millions of dollars is not from one income. It's diversifying and reinvesting into different things, typically businesses. And those businesses, I can't qualify whether those businesses are a net positive or a net negative to society in general. So I can't make that argument. It's debatable.
Remember when I told you in the beginning I have a holdings company? What he just said is exactly what I do.
We get what y'all saying, but it does make society better. Because the reason we have the type of cars that we have today, the reason we have the things that we have today is because these people with money was investing into making things better. Do we agree with that or we disagree with that?
I don't.
Making things better is not synonymous with making life better. So I want to hear
say
about making life better as an argument.
Making things better, I'm going to disagree. Because I don't see that, right? I was watching Bill Maher the other night, and this lady was on there. She was one of Uncle T's co-workers and shit. This white lady was on there, conservative lady, and she was saying that you know, that Biden has ruined the country, all this and that type of stuff like that. But she asked, because they were making an argument about the country being better. And she was like, how? And the shit that they said, it was like, who the fuck does that apply to? It's 300 million people plus in the country. You're talking about something that affected 1 million people, and you saying that makes it better?
Well, let me explain what I'm saying.
We can provide a quick argument for that too.
Yeah, because when we talk about billionaires, say they invested into cars, right? Do you believe that cars made it better? Do you believe that planes was at a point where only wealthy people could fly? Now you can get a Spirit ticket for $100. You to go to the web.
Either man, you're now introducing immigration and issues with immigration, so it's not necessarily better. Our way of communication has gone down extremely to an efficient level that we can tolerate. But the fact that you can fly internationally within hours is introducing other elements that we're not talking about specifically. You might have better data set on what I'm talking about in terms of net positive and net negative. That's why I'm countering Bean's argument of rich people are greedy because they're not investing their money in anything that improves society. That's why I made the argument of that's not really the case, because I can't make that argument, but it's a false statement to make as a statement.
Do you know how plane tickets got cheap? You know, if you bought a plane ticket, if it didn't get cheap, it would not pay for your actual flight. You know, airlines are banks. Actually, they're actually fucking banks. That's why they did.
So how did it get cheaper?
Because they're banks. They're not even selling plane tickets. Even if they didn't take the trajectory to be cheaper, they followed inflation. You still wouldn't be able to pay for the
hold on. So you think planes haven't been innovated in the last 60 years?
Fuck no. Commercially?
Burning less fuel, better engines.
Yes, but the motherfuckers is this wide,
bro. A little quieter, a little more fuel efficient. All right, listen. From the year 1860 to 1960, innovation took us from muskets to the moon. You're going to tell me that aircraft from 1950 to 2000 made a same jump?
No.
Like followed that trajectory of innovation? Fuck no.
No. Bro, wait, hold on.
Muskets to the moon, bro.
I wish I could get my uncle on the line, right? I wish I could get my uncle. My uncle worked for Delta for like 25 years, bro.
And there's a problem with all these flights. I mean,
it's still coming down out of the sky.
Yes, sir.
A little more fuel efficient, a little more quiet. You can't hear them taking off if you're near an airport anymore. They picked up 50 miles an hour and about 5,000 feet of altitude. It's cruising speed since the 70s, bro.
Yes, but wait a minute. Here's the thing, though. So there was a time, if I remember correctly from what I read and from what my uncle was telling me, I don't want to say the wrong one, but the 747 or some shit like that. We're talking about the huge ass airplane is 3 seats on this side, 3 seats on this side, 3 seats in the middle. That's not your standard fucking airplane anymore. They give you this fucking tampon built ass plane with 2 seats right here, 2 seats right here, a row about this goddamn wide. I mean, the shit had my anxiety. I felt like I was having a damn heart attack, bro. So that's what I'm saying when I'm watching the movies and it's these huge ass airplanes and shit. And then when you go, yeah, you can pay $100, but you in a goddamn sardine can. And why are you in a sardine can? And why are you not in a nice, big, expensive one? Fucking capitalism, because we can make more money if we make this exclusive and charge people more for this instead of just making this the comfort for every goddamn body.
Sir, why they make more money in places like Spirit Airlines and all these other ones can sell tickets so low is because the convenience of just a seat, and they can get you from point A to point B real quick.
Yes, and a sardine can. That's the point.
It doesn't matter about a sardine can. Just they make this random trip every fucking 10 minutes. It doesn't matter. The more trips they can find, the more money they can put. Plus, they start charging for bag and everything.
That's the point. If the planes was bigger and more spacious and more comfortable, and then you made them smaller and shit in order to be able to make more money. That's the point. Instead of just saying, yo, we make 100 million a year. That's cool. We don't need to make 300 million.
But again, you're arguing the premise of why they're in business. They're in business for convenience and migration. That's what they're in business for, not for comfortability.
They're in business to make money. That is the primary function of a business is to make money.
Okay, I'm
every
not arguing
business
that.
is in the business of making money. Name
Making
one
money, but it's convenience.
Primary function.
What business is not in the business for making money? Period.
No, I didn't say none of them was. That is the primary function is to make money. And that's what I'm saying. That's what capitalism is. It's function. And you're saying, let's take that thing and put it over everything, including the health.
That's a flawed logic.
No. Don't bad good. You moving it. Don't move it. Don't move. Pin him down right there. Pin him down right there. I'm watching where he's going. He's still on this capitalism. Watch this. It ain't capitalism. You know why? Because Chinese airplanes have the same fucking problem. So do Russians. You're not flying Cadillacs in the sky. You're flying pieces of shit tin can 737s.
Bro, so y'all really gonna just continue to sit here and pretend like those people over there are practicing something else besides capitalism? That's what y'all gonna do?
He took that off the board, remember? He took that off the board. He was like, we can't use China as a
community decided to use these planes.
Not that, Mr. Life. Not that, Mr. Life. Not that,
Hold on. Beans, the community, no matter what part of the world, decided to use these planes. Think about it. The community chose that.
Get the fuck.
The community is the world. The world decides to use these same pieces of shit planes everywhere they go.
I can't believe y'all.
No, Beans. Think about this. No. Hold on.
Voter argument.
Hold on. No, I'm not making a voter argument. I'm making it the world's argument because the world said, you know what? We're all gonna use these same fucking planes.
That's a damn lie.
No.
That's a bad argument.
What other plane? No. What? Name the three plane manufacturers in this world.
Boeing, and that's all I know.
Lockheed
doesn't make
McDonnell Douglas.
But they don't make planes on a commercial scale for the. It's Lockheed. It's not Lockheed. It's Boeing. There is a. God damn it! It's the other one.
I knew one.
Yeah, you Boeing. That's the main one, right? Because Boeing is having a lot of problems with their fucking
You have Airboys,
Northrop Grumman
and North.
Lockheed Martin does make planes. Gulfstream, and you have Embraer.
But no one flies those commercially, though.
Let me check and make sure.
Airbus.
That's what it is.
Airbus and Boeing.
No, what I'm saying
Boeing, Airbus. Come on.
What I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. The community at whole, meaning no matter what community you go to in the world, they use these same planes.
But you're still making this point. Let me tell you how you make this point. Hold on, listen.
Oxygen over nitrogen.
They chose these same planes.
Let me tell you why you making this point. Because he said all of these other places are capitalism anyway. He said, do you truly believe You heard what he said, that they are truly something else. That's why you're making this point. So if you say the whole community did it, they all
community did it.
But they all capitalism.
Well, then he's saying that every fucking society is capitalism. Is that what you're saying, Beans?
What I'm saying is the people in charge, and yes, are absolutely practicing capitalism. There's no fucking way around it.
That's why your point is
yes.
Okay, I didn't know you were saying that. Never mind. Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying. We're not talking about what the average. In the video that I showed y'all in the beginning, it showed you that the average fucking citizen can't even afford medical care. I'm not blaming them for a motherfucking thing. I'm damn sure not gonna blame them for the fact that this punk ass airlines decided to put 4 seats instead of 9. I'm definitely not gonna blame them for that.
You know what he's arguing? You know what he's arguing? He's arguing the etymological definition of a word against the actual intended definition of the word.
That could be true.
I get what he's saying. He's looking at capital and ism and relating anything in the arena to that juxtaposition instead of going to fucking Wharton 101 economic structures and going there.
We get that, but no, hold on.
He's right. He said that from the get-go, though. Aaron, he said that from the get-go.
I'm not debating that. That's language. That's English. He's got it right. He's right as shit.
I got you. But the reason that we went from big planes to smaller planes, because those big planes was not selling out. It was a lot of dead space. It was a whole bunch of empty seats. So they had to get something that actually catered to their customer base.
You're still proving his point. So this is what I'm hearing from Beans. Please clarify this. Are you saying that the function of capitalist is to maximize profit over everything else?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's not entirely true.
Well, hold on. In that case, let me real quick before you cut it. In that case, where you said they went to a smaller plane, they didn't maximize capitalism because, like you said, they could be using the bigger ones for space convenience and all other stuff, but they chose to go downsize.
Absolutely, but it cost them more money to do it that way. That's the point.
So in other words, it wasn't profit over everything.
It was. If
it cost them more money to do so.
Wait. See, you're using a different word now. You're using the word profit. This is me. You can't do that, right? I'm smart, right? So it's not about it whether or not you profit it. If you save it, it's still more, right? So that's the whole point.
Out of here.
That's why people cut corners on stuff, right?
Fuck out of here, Beans.
That's why people falsify drug results, right? To get their drugs pushed through, knowing that shit is going to commit harm because they want to get to the bag first. Let me get the bag first. You can punish me with that slap on the hand later. That's what they do.
Yeah,
go ahead, Paulo.
That's why I had to clarify. That's not entirely true. The capitalist operates on its main function is to trade freely capital, and it's predicated on efficiency.
Okay.
And I agree with Aaron before. It enables these things to happen because of the way that we trade, but it's not the main function of capitalist. That's why I had to clarify your statement before. So I'm not disagreeing nor agreeing. I'm just having the argument of it's not the main function of it. However, it does enable these things to happen.
Well, that doesn't matter because I'm gonna get my 2 chickens and I'm gonna break
that's the best argument y'all got.
I got you, but I'm gonna get my 2 chickens. Hold on, I'm gonna get my 2 chickens and I'm gonna drop it off at your house, Beans. And I want my 2 beats for my 2 chickens because we don't need money no more because money ain't important.
Hey, so Beans, can you tell me what you trading in life right now?
My time.
Your time for what?
My presence, my beauty.
For what?
You said your beauty?
Yes, nigga.
But for what though?
Cash apps.
Cash apps.
That's my guy.
So you're practicing this was something that you hate.
Man, listen, you don't get to use that against me that I'm practicing the system that I live in. I don't have a choice, right?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You can use the bar system all day.
No, the hell I can't.
Yes, you can. It has nothing to do. You can use your own time, your presence, and all that, and literally get whatever you want from it.
They're gonna give me money. That's what they're gonna give me. A little bit of it at that, right? Whoever I go try to talk to right now, now I could go to IHOP and tell them to pay me in pancakes. Maybe they'll do it, right?
But they're not gonna pay you just for you to look, just for you to come up there and look at them.
No, of course not. But that's what I'm saying. The labor itself, I wouldn't go up there and work 8 hours to get pancakes. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I mean. Like I can't really barter. But my thing isn't necessarily about, again, this. It's not about getting rid of capitalism. It's capitalism 2.0.
2.0. Fuck you.
Right.
Shut the fuck up.
It's about being willing to look at what's problematic and say, okay, you know what? Cool. Like with the healthcare shit from earlier, right? Like I'm saying, to me,
I agree with you on the healthcare shit. That shit,
come on, man. Like that can be the one industry that we don't industrialize. Right, that we say, all right, listen, bro.
But every industry is industrialized, sir.
I want to make sure. I want to make sure my doctor make a whole bunch of money. I don't want to go to no doctor who making minimum wage. That sounds crazy.
That's a fact. But I wasn't talking about the doctor aspect.
That is the thing.
I was talking about the fact how these companies, because see, that was my expertise, was literally moving medications from country to country, and the prices that we pay for medication is absolutely ridiculous compared to going somewhere else.
Right.
Wait a minute. So let me explain that, because I agree with you to a certain limit. Because when you look at the pharmaceuticals, they have to actually,
no matter what pharmaceutical you put out there.
May I please finish?
Go ahead.
All right, yeah. So pharmaceuticals, if the cost to develop a drug, because I did day trade.
Oh my God.
Hold on a second. Can I please finish? So for you to actually get a drug pushed through the FDA, which I think is a farce, could take you about 8 to 10 years. So that means that you, as a company, could spend somewhere between $500 million to $1 billion just to get a drug pushed through. Now, see, while you're talking about drugs cost cheaper inside other countries, what they do is they wait for American companies to actually create these drugs, and then they reverse engineer them and put them back on the market inside their country at a lower
we
price.
sell them to them.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
No,
we literally sell them. Hold on. Wait. Let me get this before you go. Let me get this before you.
Yeah,
let me get this to you for this.
Yeah.
Now tell me what happened during 2020, sir.
What you talking about? COVID?
What happened during 2020? Did it take 10 years to manufacture that bullshit?
That drug that was out for a very long time.
It was really.
Yeah,
it was.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When did you get the COVID vaccine before 2020?
The technology in itself was out for quite a while.
No. I didn't say the technology.
That was out for a very long time.
Okay,
that was out. Now, I am with you. That's why I said to a point, because they're
Who picked and chose that? Who picked and chose that winner there, sir?
The U.S. government.
Who got qualified immunity in that, sir?
The U.S. government.
Who benefited off that? Hold on. Who benefited off that?
The U.S. government. The U.S. government and
fucking world, sir. Johnson & Johnson benefited off that, no matter how much is wrong with it. No matter how much is wrong with it.
It was Johnson & Johnson, and it was 2 more companies out there. I'm with you on that. I'm with you, but you still you picking 1 or 2
They
drugs.
didn't spin. Hold on, wait.
Hold 1 second. You picking 1 or 2. You picking 1 or 2 drugs over a plethora of, let's say, 2 million drugs, right? Because American drug companies probably have somewhere close to about 2 million drugs out on the market. So you
how many of them are profitable? Let's be honest, because we do have a lot of drugs. But there's a lot of drugs that are not profitable at all.
None at all are profitable. Very
Thank
few
you.
are profitable.
Okay. All right.
Hold 1 second, because you're proving my point now. You're proving my point because
I'm not. I'm just saying they're not profitable. No matter if they sell them overseas or not.
May I please finish? All right, great. Because let me break this down to a technical analysis here, right?
Well, let's go.
All right, so let's say that because there was a company called Viking. Viking in 2019 was a 50-cent stock. Viking had more than 20 drugs that failed FDA.
That's a fact.
Drugs. Yeah, fact. 20 over 10 years failed. So that means that they came to market, released more stock, and got more money, and they probably spent somewhere close between 200 million and 500. I'm not sure of the number, but if you actually fail making those other ones, and you have one that hit, now you have to make money. Am I right or wrong?
No, sir. How did they make those shits, sir?
That's not how that works. So listen. Hold on.
Hold a second. Beans.
You gotta let us respond.
Beans.
Let us respond.
Hold 1 second. Beans. Pull up the chart for Vikings. Vikings pharmaceutical, and let's go back 5 years and let's look at it. Tell me what we see.
I get what you're saying, but that's like me saying I had 5 failing business, and the one business that I had successful. Now you got to pay for all my failures before in business.
Like you said, you had 5 failed businesses. That is one. Come on, let's do the math. Let's do the math.
Technically, sir. Technically, sir.
Do you all know how the stock exchange work?
Those literally pills that you're talking about, pills and liquids.
So you know,
those are literal businesses, sir. Every last one of them that you make, that they make, are so-called put a name to, is an actual business.
Aaron, tell them about phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, and how that
I
works.
know what phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. I understand that.
What happens when you actually go to the FDA and you don't pass phase 1?
We get what you said. Listen,
get your money back.
Hold on, no. This is like me telling Beans. Hold on.
Right?
I get you.
Hold 1 second. Time out. You don't get your money back, right? So what do you do after that? You actually go issue more stock, right? And you get more money from the stock market, and it's technically you borrowing more money to actually go back to do this same shit all over again, and you actually spending more money.
You
And
get what you're saying. You're repeating yourself.
What happened to the cost?
He gonna say it another word again.
Say another motherfucking word, and this shit is over. And I ain't playing, nigga.
What happened to the cost? Your cost goes
Calm your ass down.
Hey,
slow down.
So all I'm saying is this, B. The reason I got to give you this 360 deal because we had 5 rappers that failed before you. So I need you to take this. No, listen, Bees. Listen, I see them.
Listen. I can go back to letting y'all do this circular ass argument. But the first thing I gotta interject right now is that none of this shit ain't disproving the original point, bro. You know why? Because at the end of the day, all I gotta do is pull up this article or 9 articles that I'm reading about the Sackler family, and it just disputes all this shit that you're saying. They started lying about what the fuck they drugs was really doing. They swore up and down that they wasn't addictive. They manufactured bullshit ass test results. They created, or at least are being blamed for creating, the quote unquote opioid crisis. And all it did was cost them a few $1 billion. And they still got more than that, what they had to pay left. Right? Which is why I asked you what's the difference between 3 billion and 6 billion, right? So watch this. Meanwhile, I got caught with crack, nigga, and I had to go to jail.
Some of the leaders, some of the headers of that went to jail, sir. So you can't say they didn't go to jail.
Bro, they didn't go to no regular jail.
I dare you to prove that.
There you go.
I ain't seen one person, not a NAN article.
There's people that went to jail for literally underneath this whole thing called the opioid crisis.
Guess who those people were?
I don't know.
Damn doctors. They actually locked up.
It wasn't just doctors, sir. It wasn't
they
just
didn't
doctors.
lock up nobody from the family.
They sure did not.
No,
absolutely.
Now
I'm
with you on that.
Some capital.
No, I
slap on the wrist.
I don't know. I think they kind of look more based on race, but hey.
Oh no, they couldn't sell no more drugs, Beans. They had to stop selling drugs, Beans. They no more drugs.
Now they billionaires. Who gives a damn? Yeah, we ain't gonna sell drugs no more now that we billionaires.
Was it a consequence?
Because your black ass was black. That's all they had to do.
Well, stop selling drugs, nigga. Know what you should do? Know what you should do? Get in the motherfucking pharmaceutical business, sir.
No.
You want to do it? Get some billions out of it, sir.
So Beans is correct. It's no reason that we got the same company selling the drugs 10 times markup in America that they're selling in Europe. He's right. They should not be able to go to different markets and sell it for, I don't care how much it costs. If you can sell it for $5 over there, there's no reason you should be selling it for $100 over here. That's
even more. You should charge everyone else more than you charge the fucking people.
Yeah,
that part. You know what? Do you know why? It's not y'all mad at the wrong motherfuckers. It ain't even the pharmaceutical company.
Nah, that's the NATO and our government.
That's the number 2 black hole in the healthcare system. You know what the number 1 black hole for money in the healthcare system is? The insurance companies. Because who the fuck's paying for this medicine and still getting paid to pay for it?
I said that first. Insurance.
You know where else the insurance is sucking money that you don't even know? Hey, eat a man. You know these doctors that you think we trying to save and all. You know what I mean? It ain't the doctors. They're with us, right? They're fucked. The insurance that they have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
Medical malpractice.
Mm-hmm.
How many malpractice cases do you think they're paying out versus what they're actually getting paid to hold these policies? It's like having an automobile. Automobile ownership. The car don't cost you shit. It's the
I got you, Aaron. So, Aaron, are you saying that we should get rid of insurance companies?
No.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so what is the solution? Because I hear the complaint. What is the solution? Hold on a second. Ask Aaron. I know you want to give me Mr. Light.
Cool. There needs to be a proper vehicle for corruption. I spoke about that.
Proper underwriting policies. There you go.
There you go.
See, but the underwriting policy only do the person on the claim issue. It doesn't dictate how much money the insurance company bring in. Your problem is the money that's coming in.
You're looking at the wrong side of the page. When I say proper underwriting policies, adjust them to fit the income, the profit. If they don't jive, what do? Adjust the profit. But it starts at underwriting. The line is at underwriting. It's not profit. Okay, so the profit is always going to be a ruthless office.
Hold on, I got you. So I brought in $100 million and I paid out $2 million. You said since I brought in $100 million, I should pay out $100 million?
Yes.
You collapse dollars.
They're flooding the market with money with this inflation shit anyway, right?
No, you collapse. I know because I own an insurance. You collapse the system. See, because what happened, say for example, if all the money that's coming in is going out and COVID happens, your whole system collapsed. You can't afford to pay it out.
No.
You have to have enough in reserves for a stuff like COVID.
That's when you print the money. The federal government did it anyway. They bailed out the banks, the cars. That's when you print the money. Because who the fuck's the insurance companies tied to anyway? They're in bed with the banks. In fact, they are the banks.
Beans, may I please say this?
Your whole life insurance policies, that's where the payout
go ahead, then I'm going to jump back in the video.
Yeah.
Whole life payout right there.
Hold on 1 second, because most of these insurance companies, eat a man, you know most of these insurance companies have now started banking systems.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's incentive to get more customers when you pay out.
He's not lying. Nothing he's saying is lying.
But no, that's not. So when he said, since I didn't have a car accident, it cost me $1,000 a month. He said that $1,000 a month need to be paid out to someone else because I'm not making a claim. That means since Uncle Tom went to go wreck his car, he get the $1,000 that I spent.
No, you sell whole life. You're paying $1,000 a month, but if you buy a whole life policy at $100, then your auto insurance add-on will be $100. So that's $200 a month for a cash building whole life policy and your fucking auto insurance, or $1,000 a month for the idiot that can't figure out what the benefit that whole life has for.
But Aaron, see, this
you're
is
bringing in more customers.
I have whole life like a motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie to you.
The reason your system does not work in insurance is because I buy a 100,000 whole life policy and I die tomorrow. The insurance still got to pay it out, even though I made one payment.
Exactly.
I have to have money in reserve to pay.
Exactly my point. That's how I'm trying to offset the profit gouging that they're doing. And you got to remember, I'm also talking about the medical and the healthcare industry. How that was where the black hole was. So we're trying to shovel cash out of the fucking investment companies. And you're telling them, let it stay there in reserve.
Let it stay there. The reason I'm saying let it stay there, because when it comes down to insurance, their responsibility is to cover things that happen that you cannot cover out of pocket.
But they're not covering it, right? So if we want to look down there, they did not pay out shit for to see something. They didn't pay out shit. Not even the government paid out shit. But guess what? They showed stashed that money for a rainy motherfucking day, and each one of them did.
It's a bailout for.
Hold on. Come on, let me get my man, Mr. Life in here. Go ahead.
Because I worked inside all these fields. I actually was a financial planner, and I work in healthcare now from the insurance side. So let me explain this.
I played Monopoly when I was younger. Who cares? No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
All right, I got you. Life insurance works a little bit different than health insurance. Life insurance, they actually have the actuaries to actually clearly define when a person is going to pass. So it's actually a lot more efficient than health insurance. The problem with health insurance is if you go to a hospital for cancer on street A, it could be $200,000. If you go to hospital B, which is right across the street, it could be $80,000. So they can't quantify the real cost because they never do give you the real cost up front. So you don't know what the real
you mean
cost
that they don't show you the breakdown that most people need to see. Oh,
exactly.
well, that's the problem. Well, okay, all right.
That's a big problem. That is a big problem. That's why I say there actually needs to be something better than health insurance that needs to be put inside the system, because nobody actually had a conversation about is health insurance the best fit for it? Well, we got a bonding system for people to go to jail. Well, how about we practice a bonding system for the healthcare as well? You buy a bond at $10 million and you pay $2,000, and then you simply bond yourself when you have to go to the hospital. Nobody want to have a conversation. Is health insurance the right conduit to actually take care of health? Because why? Health insurance by itself is a risk adverse instrument, which means that they are looking to offset risk at any given cost. I'm with you all.
That's why they're called risk managers.
Yeah, they are risk managers. So if you look at the Medicare system and how it works, Medicare gives insurance companies $800 per month for each patient. And then they have to manage that $12,000 for the entire year. So that's why y'all have in-network and out-of-network, because once again, if you go out-of-network, those people lose money, and they want to make sure that they keep you inside the network so they don't lose money. So I think insurance is probably the biggest fraud and scam that we have going on inside healthcare right now, and nobody really want to have a conversation about.
I got it. So hold on.
Insurance period is a damn scam.
All right, cool. So cool. Let's answer the question. Hold on. So if we got rid of insurance, do doctors have the right to turn away people that's dying if they don't get paid?
Once again, they have a code. So no, they don't have a right to turn away people. So
okay. So they work for free. They should work for free.
No.
We have a healthcare that's funded by the government, so there's an offset that can be made.
Just like I said,
we have free healthcare from the moment you were born to the age of 18. A lot of it's free, but it's still a problem. So there needs to be a good offset between privatized healthcare and public healthcare.
I'm not disagreeing with what y'all guys are saying, but the problem is if we get rid of insurance, because we know insurance pays the doctor. That's who the majority of the money comes to the hospitals through insurance. Do we agree with that, right? So if we get rid of that, should the doctor be able to say, Mr. Life, if you can't afford for your treatment, I'm not going to treat on you?
That's how it was before. That was like that before. But here's the thing. He's not. If we get rid of insurance, we're going to have to find something to replace it. And that's what people are not understanding. You gotta find something. You don't just. It's like quitting a job before you have another one lined up. That's the stupidest thing you would ever do. So, in other words, if you were going to replace the insurance, you need to have something to replace it with.
Money saved from the insurance premiums goes into the taxes, which pays the fucking hospital bill.
No, but
wait, I got a question real quick. I'm doing some research while you're talking. If I'm looking up the U.S. spending on healthcare, would that also include the immigrants?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Go ahead, sir.
So once again, your premiums pay. Let's not say that the insurance pay. Your premiums pay. That's why your premiums keep going up, because they're trying to make a profit. They make profits off of your premiums. Not actually anything else. It's simply your premiums. Your premiums pay. So it's the cumulative of your premiums and actually them investing your premiums to make sure that they make money. So they have 2 or 3 ways that they actually make money. It's just not off of you paying money. Yeah,
I get what you're saying, but my whole question that I'm asking, right? Because I get it, you saying that I could buy a bond and I just can't go over that bond. So say, for example, my bond is $1 million. Most people can't afford $1 million bond. They might got to get a $50,000 bond. Let's be honest.
Once again, if you get 10 million, you could actually break that down per month, and you could pay it for over 20 years. So what I'm simply saying is, you give an alternative to insurance.
Hold on, but see, how much do you think a $10 million bond costs?
Mr. Bean's been in prison. Beans, how much do you usually pay on your bond?
Fuck you. No.
Mr. Beans, how much you had to pay in bond?
See,
how much do you pay? 10%? 10%?
I am offended.
But see, that's the problem with America is say for example, if I don't use $10 million worth of healthcare and I just choose to stop paying it, who's going to enforce me to pay it?
Well, they did that Obamacare shit anyway, so you gotta.
No. I think you're missing what I'm saying, because he's saying the bonds as in I can pay it over time, right, Mr. Light? I can pay it over the next 15 years.
You missing the issue because homeless people still get health care right now and don't have insurance. Yeah. I literally place homeless people find them places to live. Homeless people still get. So what I'm saying is, you still going to be serviced, and that service and cost is built into everybody else. That was.
But do you see how they treat the homeless? I work with them every day.
Yeah,
when they go to the hospital, when they go. Yeah. When they go to the hospital, they get a total different experience. They get them just enough to be able to get out, to roll out. I've seen a dude get his toe cut off and kicked out the hospital in the same day. So, the whole point that I'm telling you is, I get you saying that it's a system in place, but most people like me, I don't want that type of insurance. I want the type of insurance while my doctor's making a lot of money because I get a different level of service.
Who's saying that they won't make money from a bonding system? What I'm simply saying is, we need to look at the system that we have in place to make sure that we have the most effective system. I just simply said that insurance is risk management. So they ain't trying to pay doctors. And guess what? They are not paying doctors. They keep on decapitating, because I keep using the word decapitating. What that means is when you go see a doctor, they tell a doctor that if you have, let's say, Blue Cross Blue Shield, United Healthcare, they tell said doctor, when your patient come in here, you can only make $60 per visit. Do you really want your doctor making $60 per visit? When they see you plus copay, that'll make it probably about $85. No, you don't want that to happen, because if he has to go document and do everything else and follow you, he don't want to do that because it's not worth his well-being. And insurance companies are doing that right now. Literally, Medicare said, and let's be honest,
Medicare is different.
Oh no,
that's the state.
Can I finish? Literally,
don't let me finish all day.
No,
go ahead.
Literally, Medicare is the governing body. It's Medicare and Medicaid. They both work together, and they are the governing body for all insurances. And Medicare and Medicaid is literally telling America right now, we will be insolvent in less than 5 years, and we want to push everything off to the insurance companies. Do you really want that to happen when we know that the insurance companies are at adverse risk and are literally cutting costs to that they pay their doctors? So what you want, you're not getting, because they already not paying doctors. Doctors are literally jumping off of these plans and running for their heels because they're not getting paid.
So I get what you're saying. So with a bond system, so first of all, for me to do a bond system, say I'm the owner of the bonds company, I have to be profitable. Do we agree about that? Like, because it doesn't make sense for me to give a bond out if I'm not profitable. Correct?
Just ask Beans.
Yes. Yes, every business is about making money. We already said that.
Beans, who owns the bonds, sir? Is it the government or is it the company?
It's a private company.
So government bonds.
Yeah.
No. That's what I thought. No, when somebody get burned out of jail, it is a private company. You go to
not that kind of bond. Not that kind of bond.
Well, what you understand, there's just different types of bonds. There's different types of bonds.
Yeah, if you're talking about it sounds like you're talking about a bondsman. That's different.
That's what he's talking about, you Beans. That's why he keep reference to jail.
Yeah, not bail bonds. When you get out of jail, you can use a bondsman, but a bondsman is a person that pays your bond for you.
That's what he's referring to.
And what is the bond? That's
he's referring to that.
No, the bond is we lock you up. We say that you have to, this is how much your bond is, and then we give you a percentage of that you have to pay, or they make you pay all of it, right? But that money goes to the fucking system. That money
exactly my point.
Yeah.
Exactly my point.
He's trying to take that system and put it into healthcare. So I get cancer.
Bro,
Hold on.
Wait. Hold on. I gotta ask y'all something. And Paulo and Aaron, don't judge me. This might sound, kind of silly or something. I'm not sure. But I'm thinking about, first of all, who should be the millionaires, the doctors or the NBA players?
The doctors.
Okay. So for some reason, they not. The NBA players are the millionaires, right? But the people that's paying for the NBA players, they paying about as much as people paying for healthcare, right? I mean, I've never been to an NBA game before, so y'all will have to tell me. I don't know how much the tickets cost.
I think the problem with what you're saying.
A piece. I'm just asking a piece. That before you jump to what you think my conclusion is, follow
I'm right where you at.
So how much does the average NBA game cost? A ticket?
$20.
That ain't 20.
Nah, it ain't 20.
It is on the ticket app. Then you can get it for like $20. Like they real cheap. But
you gonna be in the nosebleed. Okay,
I get this.
Let's just say 50. Let's just say 50.
But the point that I'm making, if you take the doctor population versus the NBA population, it's so smaller. So it's a small.
Which one?
The NBA is smaller.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is the reason the NBA pays so much money to their players versus the NFL is the NFL got a roster of 100 and the NBA got a roster of 10. I only got to pay 10 people.
So, but this is what I'm saying though. When I go to, let's just say the tickets is 50. When I go to an NBA game and I spend $50, you know what I'm saying? And I get to enjoy an NBA game, right? As one person. I'm not understanding how that wouldn't translate to the medical field.
I'll tell you, it's an engineering question. Here's one. Here's one. You ready? A stadium and a hospital probably have an energy cost that are identical per hour. Now, a hospital is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week operating at full capacity. A stadium twice a week for 4 or 5 hours, and then it goes into a standby mode where it burns maybe 100th of a hospital's power for the rest of the time. Let's say that's 50% of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, the energy cost is stupid.
No.
Now, everything inside the stadium that you deal with, you buy hats, fingers, hot dogs, beer. When you go into the hospital, everything you deal with isn't necessarily bought. Ginger ale, ice, napkins, toilet paper, aspirin. It's not coming off your insurance, but it's still cost. Food, you know what I mean? The food, you buy a hot dog in the stadium, it's $100. You get a tray of shit in the fucking hospital, it was free. And your guests are fed, and they're doing that round the clock. Stadiums, tickets, couple hours, seasonally, couple days a week, maybe. That's thinking about football, you got 11 times, and that's if you ain't any good. Oh, 6, because half of them are out of town. Yep.
I know bees hate when people do this, but what the hell did you spend $100 for a hot dog at? Like
$20, man. All right, come on.
But think about this, right? Because this is what I'm saying, based off what you're saying, got gold flakes on, right? The argument that you can make about, well, if you go with the NFL and it's one game a week or whatever like that, right? But the hospital is operating all day, every day.
That's why the paychecks are longer. That's why the paychecks are longer. There's far more, the orderlies, the nurses, you got to spread the money out. That's why the NBA players get so much, because the overhead is so low relative to a hospital.
Cost of operation and overhead.
Yeah.
Completely different comparison.
Yeah, you're in the door and out the door. Ratios are different.
So you're saying that they employ more people, so that's part of it.
Yeah. Hospital the healthcare out the door money is through the roof compared to the NBA. That way, the in the door money.
Would the energy companies suffer very much if they had to reduce or even tantamount erase their profit from healthcare facilities?
You don't want to compromise the relationship between energy. You don't want to bother that. Whatever the fuck the energy company wants, however it's set up, you need them lights and refrigerators running in triplicate. You don't want to
but that's not an answer to the question. Right? The question is, okay, they make $9 billion a year. Could they be okay making 3? If they just don't charge
no. If it's $9 billion, ask them, are they sure it's not 10? You don't want to go backwards. Not with energy in a hospital.
You talking about what is? I'm talking about what it can be.
No,
Beans,
no.
you're not factoring the cost of operation for an energy to supply energy to a particular place.
That's why I'm asking the question: can they survive? You see what I'm saying?
Pull 2 flight redundant computers out of an aircraft. There's 3. Each one has 1 in a billion chances of failing, and they back each other up in triplicate. Pull 2 of them out of the aircraft. You going up?
Of course not.
Fuck no.
You just pulled 2. But that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying. Are you saying? So you're saying that without the money, they wouldn't be able to maintain it?
I'm saying that's not a chance I'm willing to take. They probably could, but like you said,
that's
you don't.
The point, though.
If you don't want that airplane going up with 1 computer, 1 in a billion chances of failing, and it operates, yes, it can.
But that's what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
it's an argument of X is insufficient. Beans, that's what I'm hearing. Is it sufficient enough for them to be able to operate at 3 million versus 80? Probably, but that's not a bet that you're willing to make. And the reason for that is the risk is too high should one of your system fail at a sufficient level versus in access.
But I think the reason why I see it differently is because, like, even when we did the math, when we used McDonald's, bro, we were literally including everything, all their bills, everything they had to pay. That included, I forget the name in real estate. It's a title that they use for the money that you save just in case shit go bad, right? Like, we included all of that, and it was still billions. But listen, so that's what I'm saying. We can include expenditures, whatever you want to, all that shit. If they make, what I'm saying is, in my mind,
can you do me one thing before you go on, Beans? Can you do me
it.
one thing? Just one thing. Can you at least establish that that's not a fair comparison? Energy to a fast food.
No,
could you at least make that before you can go?
Because that's not what I'm comparing. What I'm comparing.
Okay, you already made it now. You're just saying you're not comparing.
No, I'm not, because I'm not comparing food and energy. What I'm comparing is the profit.
The profit.
Right. I'm comparing the profit. So I'm saying in my mind, wait, just so I can make sure it's clear, E, what I'm saying is this. If the energy company, just look at it as a fucking
I see what he's saying.
They gross $100 million a year. Let's just say they gross $100 million a year, right? If all of that shit, systems that need to be working, all that other shit costs $50 million a year, and then they got to pay out, you know what I'm saying, $30 million a year to all their employees and everybody who work for them, right? And that means they're profiting $20 million, right? That's the example that I'm using. So that's what I'm saying. Can that still maintain if the hospital don't have to pay let the hospital bill might be fucking $50,000 a goddamn month, but it's a fucking hospital. How about
as long as you kilowatt hour?
Yeah,
I got what you said, Eric. The problem that you're missing, Beans, is the hospital make $200 million a year. These hospitals ain't hurting for money. When you talk about the doctor, the doctor might not be making money, but the person, especially these private hospitals, I think the top 50 hospitals make $3 billion a year. So it's not a money thing with the hospital. They got the money.
But that's kind of unfair because you're using the top ones, right? On the regular,
the average is $200 million. The average hospital out there make $200 million a year. So they're not hurting.
The reason why I say that, though, like in Chicago, the best hospital was considered the county hospital. Like, people didn't want to go there because you would be sitting in that bitch for 6 to 7 hours. Before you got seen, ask anybody from Chicago. You were sitting in that motherfucker. People usually wait, listen. If you could take $200 million, wait, if you could take yourself to the hospital, I just asked him to hold on. So hold on. If you could take yourself to the hospital, you know what you did? You went at night. Because you knew you was finna be there all night long waiting to be seen. Wait. That's me making a point about when Paulo said earlier that the motherfucker be sitting for 6 or 7 hours. And this was the best hospital in Chicago, was the Cook County Hospital, right? And you was be sitting in that bitch all night long, 7, 8 hours, bro, right? Okay. But what I'm saying is there's a hospital on the west side called Loretta. If the ambulance told you they was taking you there, you would jump out the ambulance, spit on your bullet wound, and go home. Because you didn't want to go to that motherfucking hospital.
I get what you're saying.
Kill you in that bitch.
I get you. The customer
And
experience.
they make that a resource argument. You see
I
what I'm
got
saying?
you. I got what you're saying, but the point that I'm telling you is the customer experience might be bad, but they still making $200 million.
Oh no, you said about the money that they're making. Well,
But that's what I'm saying. These hospitals make unbelievable money that we can like. I'm
don't
just telling
care. Wait, E, don't care. Guess why? Don't care.
minute.
Guess why? Because you're the one who said that you want your motherfucking doctor to be a goddamn millionaire so you can get the best care. So the point is if the hospital can pay less to the energy company, they have more money to pay to the fucking doctors, and it'll trickle down and cost less to the motherfucking average consumer.
That's the argument I was going to address. What he's saying is he wants to be able to pay less without sacrificing kilowatt hours available.
Right.
You don't want
the job still be done. Can
you're saying can the energy company accept a lower kilowatt hour rate?
But
I still want the reliability and the amount of juice coming to your location. You just want to pay less.
So
for the hospital. Just for hospitals.
I get what you're saying, Beans, but if it was a better experience, more people going to go to the hospital. And you're still going to be waiting 6 hours.
No, that's so far removed from the question, though.
It is. But I just want him to know that I recognize what he's saying. I recognize what he's saying.
Yeah,
it is from what we're talking about.
He's trying to save money to pay the doctor.
Yes, I mean, if the hospital, what does they bill? They bill is really the energy, right? According to what he was describing to me.
No. I'm saying that's one thing you got to consider, and that was in relationship to the NBA. You were saying how much the NBA players get paid. I'm just saying that's one thing to consider. Now, what I will say is this:
what else do they have?
You have a target number, but that establishes a target number. What are stadiums paying? You're saying if we can give some of that money to the doctors, then we got to cut whatever the bill is down to what stadiums are paying, and then that offset capital goes to paying the doctor's salaries.
Well, if you use that model, I'm not going that deep to say that it needs to be what the stadium's saying. I'm saying just for it to have an impact. No, I get what you're saying. You use
because the NBA,
for example. I'm just saying whatever it is. If the hospital is paying $50,000 a month in fucking
$5,000. Yeah.
Split that shit in half. Can the fucking energy companies deal with that? Would the profit that they lose come out of their individual pockets? The CEO and all these other motherfuckers that walk away with all them bags. I think it would. And I think that's the problem. That's the shit that I argue about capitalism. It's not necessary that the business itself shouldn't generate as much money as it possibly can to then be able to invest into other businesses, to Paulo's example, and which would filter down and create jobs. I mean, come on, Uncle T, Eater Man, y'all was in the military. What the fuck are we waiting on with the railroad system?
The answer is
Why is
no.
the high-speed rail not here?
The answer is no.
How many fucking jobs would that shit create? Why aren't all these great
wait, you move it.
invested in that shit to get it done?
Let's finish one meal before we
Damn near nationwide fucking
got a debate train. Just wait. Slow down.
I don't know about you.
Slow down.
Aaron, before he goes on, so what you're saying is you want modern day slavery? Is that what you're saying? Because that's bringing us back to the railroad company, which we had before, which was slavery. So, what are you trying to say, Beans? Are you up for slavery again, sir?
So I watched that little dumbass movie that you told me about. When they was building the train and shit across the country. Again, that's corruption. That's maybe it's
no. They were practicing what you wanted to practice. Do not
Okay, but that was still corruption. That's what I'm saying.
How was it corruption underneath your system?
Because I can't remember exactly what it was, but the motherfucker was doing certain shit to impede certain businesses from being able to get their part in the shit.
That's not what it was.
You're dragging us around the world. The railway, that's the top of that movie. But listen,
Atlas.
The answer to the hospital dealing with less lower energy rates is not going to work.
You just said that because you're a capitalist.
No. One of the commodities my holdings company deals with is bulk energy supply. They're already maxed out they're leveraged to the hilt with bulk energy and hospitals. You ever get people asking you about, let me see your phone, your electric bill. I can get the bill lower because they deregulated energy and shit like that. They deregulated. The hospitals are already bottomed out with that.
My light bill was $300.
They can do it as a single entity.
Atlas shrugged.
They can do it as a single entity because they are a bulk. They're a bulk agent. It's not like someone who buys bulk energy and then tries to sell it out. You know what I mean? Through
Aaron,
multi-level marketing and shit. No, they are a whole fucking entity, and they're already bottomed out. They can't
what it really boils down to me is this, bro. So, and I think Shaquille O'Neal proved this, right? To a certain degree. You don't have to charge as much as you do. You don't have to.
Who, electric?
Nobody. None of these businesses. Y'all want to keep trying to make these excuses that they have to because they need the money to put in other business. I'm not trying to hear that shit, man. Shaquille O'Neal put out a motherfucking shoe and sold, goddamn it, millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars.
So that's where it
coalesces. Motherfucking shoes was $4.
That's where it coalesces. You have to make a distinction. How much does it cost to do business? How much does it cost to get the commodities to be able to do business? And how much is the overall profit to the top 0.1%? How much of that money can we take and redistribute down through, trickle down through the field? And how much do we leave at every door on the way down the ladder is the next question.
And not to mention labor costs for him to sell that shoe that cheap.
No, but see,
that's what I'm saying. You got to take money out of slavery.
Listen, we know that he used slavery to get his shoe made.
You mean Chinese communist sweatshops? The communism?
Yes, pissing me off, bro.
Communism.
Absolutely, Aaron.
The sweatshop.
This is the reason right here. I want you to understand, Aaron. This is the reason right here that I eat fried chicken right here.
I got you would take what I can
he literally just tried to use the sweatshop argument on somebody who was selling their shoe for $11.99 at Walmart.
Someone had to
Nike
make
don't fucking use them same ass sweatshops.
Someone has to pay them.
But
now,
Nike used the same fucking sweatshops and Jordans is $200.
Exactly. But guess what? They can't. They got to do them both. And his shoe was cheaper. So who do you think took priority? The $11.99 or the Nike?
So, but this is this. I ain't never seen nobody slide out the side of their shoe.
You a crazy lie. You ain't seen them B-baller shoes? They did all the time. What you talking about?
Hold on.
I bust out the side of Nike.
Listen, but you know what I don't understand about you know what I don't understand about Bean's argument? I want him to go to his closet and show me how many of those Shaquille O'Neal tennis shoes
what I got over here.
Because listen,
because you know you got Jordans, right? You know you got Jordans in there.
Hey, listen, what people don't understand.
Don't worry about what I got over here. That's y'all problem right there.
Because people still don't understand the mindset of the consumer. The consumers actually feel that is less valuable just because it's cheaper.
Absolutely.
So why would I post my shoes at $11 when B's gonna come pick up my shoes if I post them for $150?
But that was created though. That's what I'm saying. That's not a mindset that somebody is. But
someone has to buy it. If no one buys them, guess what? They can be for $3,000. If no one buys them, guess what he won't do? Make a profit.
No doubt. But the point is that that's not a mindset that you're not born like, well, you know what? I want to make sure I pay for the most expensive shoe. Like that's not how that works. That's just programming.
Okay. I got 114. I have 114 different pairs of Hey Dudes. They cost $64. I pay $54 to $47. Do you think I can get more of those than I would buy fucking Nikes? I haven't paid over $100 for a shoe in 30 years.
That's crazy. The next pair you'll buy is the ones in the casket, the way you wear in the casket with all them shoes. You got shoes for life.
That's crazy.
You got.
I think Uncle Tom, you should wear a Hoka one time, and you'll spend more than $100 on the shoe.
I'm not gonna buy $100 per shoe. You crazy?
Listen, man. Okay, I'm not arguing that. All I'm saying is the argument that he made was that Shaquille O'Neal used a sweatshop to make his shoe. But I'm saying so did Nike, and one of the shoes was $12 and the other one was $200.
Well, see, but you know the part that you're not being honest about. Hold on, Aaron. The part that you
just had a BMW. I don't got it no more.
What you got now?
I'm in between cars. I'm trying to find something.
So, but
You don't have Nissan or
I'm
something?
trying to find
hold
something
on,
else.
but the problem
You
with
got
what
Nissan?
B's argument is Nike got to pay a whole bunch of people. Shaq's only got to pay Shaq. So it's easy to make his $11, but Nike got to pay their stockholders. They got to pay their designers. You got to know that Shaq ain't got no designers. You seen that?
Y'all so full of shit. Them shoes was $12 when Mike first started wearing them motherfuckers. Wasn't nobody even really wearing Nikes like that, man. They ain't had no goddamn $100 shoes, so they put a short name on the back of that motherfucker.
But listen, hold on, but the players got to get paid, right? Don't the NBA players, or you think they shouldn't get paid either? The sponsorships.
The what? Oh,
that's the argument.
Should Jordan might be paid?
That's marketing.
So that's what I'm saying is one shoe, one man got to get paid. The other shoe, a whole community got to get paid. So there's no way they can sell these shoes at the same price. Is I'm saying that Nike can cut 10%, maybe 20% off their shoe? Yes, but they cannot sell their shoes for no $11 damn.
I ain't saying they got to be 11. I'm just saying they don't have to be what they are. They knew once they seen that there's probably people was gonna start getting them, right? Bro, they reintroduce old shoes. I mean, what kind of monopoly on the game is this that they can reintroduce old shoes?
And why do you keep buying them, sir?
You
I
literally
don't.
own them.
See, but I don't
show them to us.
You're a liar, sir.
You literally showed us.
Which one's the retros 11, nigga?
You're forgetting that the price of Nike is not driven by Nike themselves; it's driven by the sneakers market.
Yeah.
I only have the 11s. Everything else I buy is always ones. I don't buy nothing else but ones. And those are not remarketed. Those are new introductions with different colors.
Do they appreciate the value over time?
Dog, look, they right here.
Do they appreciate the value over time?
You full of shit, nigga. I'm so sick of you.
No.
Do they appreciate it?
No. He got them in all colors too. He got them in all colors.
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
To answer your question, yes, those shoes do bring more money over time. Yes.
Nah, they're producing those ones that way too fast right now.
Well, he only has a size 7 shoe, so I guess it wouldn't matter.
I wish I only had a size 7 fucking shoe. Jordan 1s, first of all, I don't even be wearing them. That's why they sitting up looking like a collection. Jordan 1s hurt your fucking feet, right? So it is what it is. But I know when it's time to step outside and be, casual nice, I can do it. So that was my investment in it for myself. But other than that, let me show you what I'm doing most of the time.
Flip-flops.
Yeah, buy more of those.
I buy different kind of shit, that I think don't nobody else got. These are called crossover cultures, right? So I be buying different kind of shit that I think don't nobody else got. And these was only like
you got them from Wish, right?
No, they came from Hibbit.
How much are they?
They were marked down to like $74. So
buy more of them other ones. Don't.
How much is the retail price for them, sir? Don't say marked down. Tell us the retail price, motherfucker.
The retail price was like $120.
I was about to say
$120.
So what, man? So what?
The ones behind you. The ones behind you. How much?
Oh, all of those are $125.
And I believe you can sell it for more than $125. Like he bought one.
The one that got marked down.
But not that much though, Eden man, because I buy the mids. So if I bought the high tops, then yes, I could mark them up probably about $50. But the mids, not too much.
The all white ones, do they appreciate? The ones that were 74. They don't?
Absolutely not. Hell no.
All right, wear those only. And them other ones behind you, buy more.
Wow. Don't you need to buy them more like the white, black, and red ones? Aren't those the ones that really sell like that? The white, black, and red ones?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, the white, black, and red. Yeah.
Yes, those are the original color. Yeah. But even when they re-release those, they'll come out with like 10,000 of them. If you ain't sitting at your computer at Nike, the very second that them bitches drop, you ain't getting none, right?
Buy more.
So, beans.
Yeah.
Beans. All right, man, I got a wife in here, and it's about time for me to go to bed. I just want to give y'all fellas, Aaron, it was great talking to you. E, the man, I love the debate, sir. No hard feelings. And Mr. Uncle Tom, I'm going to try to make it by your channel again. I've been over there once or twice or 3 times, And my other guy, I can't say your name, so I'm just
Paulo.
leave that shit on. Paulo, and I was like, what the hell is that? And Beans, man, you're a great troll. I gotta give it to you, bro.
This guy.
You're a great troll, and you give out these questions and you take away all controls. Like you can't have a control on there. That's a great way to debate because you kind of take away half of an argument at that point in time. You gotta like we can't have a controlled substance there. Just like you gotta have a form of control so that we can bounce things off of, and you take that away. So I'm gonna give you a 10. I'm gonna give you a 1 out of 10, a 10 for being the world greatest troll.
This guy,
bro, I'm gonna give it to you, bro. You do a great job, and you got to join us on a Thursday, man. You got to join us on a Thursday one night. So you come.
I don't ever see y'all dropping no links.
Well, because we don't.
You know where we is.
See, I do it. See, he said
we
because we don't. That's what I said.
Because,
y'all don't never drop.
Yeah, because we don't. But we will invite you on, and you can come on and come and cut the food with us. Yeah,
no doubt, man. All my information, Instagram, email, all of that, bro, is on the page, bro. You can hit me.
He don't answer. Don't let him lie to you. He barely
lies.
He does not because he's a troll. Trolls don't answer.
Lies.
No, you got to hit him. You got to hit him up on the cellular phone for real. Because if you hit him on Instagram, none of that shit, he ain't answering that shit.
I did just connect my Instagram
for like 3 weeks.
No, I did connect my Instagram to my phone now, so I'm
okay.
getting my messages now.
Aaron E. Hey, you hit me back, bro. I absolutely love it. I love debates, but fellas, man,
no doubt.
See y'all niggas good night. I'm getting ready to go ahead and finish getting drunk, and I'm gonna go see my wife. Hey, my wife got a big ass, so I'm going right and have
this
fun.
guy.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. See you, bro, man.
Have a good one.
Coming through.
All right, yeah, I gotta get out of here too. I gotta finish.
Man, we all about to get out of here, bro.
Yeah.
I want to play like 2 more minutes of that video.
Fuck that video. Video stupid.
We ain't even really get back.
Charlie
to it.
Clerk ain't shit, man. Move on.
No, I like bro a little bit.
Charlie
though.
Kirk ain't shit.
At least the arenas that I've been seeing him in.
Because he's not arguing against a real professional debater. He's arguing against college students, which is it's not real argument because he came prepared with his already prepared talking points. Everyone else have to do with a spur of the fucking moment. It's not fair. Get someone to actual argue, and then we can talk about it. Argue fat ass Roland Martin. Argue a whole bunch of these other pussies out here. What is his name? With the motherfucking argue with fucking what the hell is this? Anton. What was his name?
Oh, Boyce Watkins.
Boyce Watkins. Roland Fryer. You can go with. There's a whole bunch of people he can argue with.
Listen. He's doing great work. He's going to the college and he's challenging the ideology that's actually
shut that bullshit up. He ain't shit.
Campus. You might look at the person that he's talking to not getting it, but it's some other person who don't know where they want to go with where they're going, and he's there to sway them.
I can show you a whole bunch of college graduates that don't know 7 + 7 + 7.
But that's the whole point. The whole point that
real shit. No
I
joke.
Get what you're saying, but
listen, I know college graduates don't even know what 5 fucking countries are.
Uncle Tom, arguing with somebody who you ain't gonna change their mind, and half of the people ain't gonna listen to you. I think the college campus is a great place for not only him. We see a lot of people going to these college campuses.
The nigga's almost 40, dog. Stop it.
They need it though, because the colleges is not right. I had another video too, but we gonna say that when I think. Go ahead.
No, for real, good show.
You're just tempering the rebellious stage that most of these college kids go through, and they'll have a preferential towards their peers rather than a random dude arguing good points.
Yeah,
so you're not acknowledging.
That's a fact.
He's just tempering their already preconceived notion of whatever it is. That's the issue.
See, but I think it's see. The thing is, when I was in college, I heard some stuff that didn't make no sense. And then now that I'm in my mid-30s, I'm starting to remember that shit that I heard, and it's just starting to make a lot of sense. So just because it don't seek in right then,
how old are you right now?
In my mid-30s.
No. How old are you? Are you a female? Just tell how old you is. God damn it!
First of all, I ain't gonna have another nigga tell me to tell what funny shit, motherfucker. I know what your problem is.
Okay, even like I tell everyone, once you hit 35, everything else is out the window. You looking towards greener pastures than fighting motherfuckers and trying to prove that you the top dog on the campus. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So Now that I'm 42, I ain't as old as Beans is, but damn, I'm just like this. I'm just trying to wait for this little 15-year-old to turn 18, and then I'm traveling. Fuck all that work.
When's your birthday?
March 9th. Day Biggie died.
It's too late for you to come up here, brother. We done. You know, you got that analog. You got that Flintstone in there. It's gonna take about 5 minutes to get up here. They'll drop the link. It's gonna take him too long.
Oh, you just turned 42.
Yeah.
So this the thing, right? I had one more video, but I just realized now this works out perfectly. I'm gonna save it for our next episode, which is probably gonna be the weekend after next of Fight Club alum, and because this video is dealing with Trump, but it's
my man.
It's a
I gotta go see my guy. Y'all ain't getting the Trump tennis shoes. I got mine in the mail, but I can't wait to show up the Fight Club or Fight Club alumni with my Trump.
Right.
Shoes. I'm gonna put it right.
It's a really good video, and it's a young bro. I can't just say, like, if I just had to guess, I'm gonna put him at somewhere in between 21, 23. Young black conservative brother. Man, he's the black version of Destiny. He was up there running that mouth. I was so proud watching this clip. I don't know. That's why I said I was going to do the research to try to figure out who he is, and even if
I can throw you some more if you need some more.
Man,
so Aaron, are you conservative?
I was so proud. He made me proud to be black, boy.
Are you a Republican, Aaron?
Kicking it,
Aaron?
No.
Yeah, no.
You a Democrat?
No.
What you vote?
My man.
What you vote?
Policy.
Ooh, that's my nigga right there.
So
policy.
So I'm saying, what did you vote?
We independent, baby.
Last time. Who you voted for this last time?
Well, I was on a campaign trail for my best friend.
You said who?
I was on a campaign trail for my best friend, and he won.
Who's your best friend? You talking about Biden?
No.
I mean, I'm talking about for the last president. Who did you vote for?
Presidency, yeah.
What?
Who did you vote for the last president?
Oh, Riley.
Oh, so
I wrote in.
You vote for the person who don't even have a chance. Gotcha. I mean,
I wrote in. You don't know who Riley is. She had a chance.
No, he didn't have a chance. If you wrote his name on the ballot, he did not have a chance.
It's a girl.
Yeah,
well, if you wrote her name on the ballot, he didn't have a chance. She didn't have a chance.
I would. I'll vote for Uncle T. Before I vote.
Hey, you vote for me because listen. Have y'all heard of Project? Hey, Beans, look up Project 2025, sir.
Okay, hold on. Let me do this while I do that. Let me do this.
We need to have a central bank. We do have a central bank.
Okay, bold claim. I'll follow you though. You
don't need to have a central bank.
I used to be very against the Federal Reserve as well.
Okay, I'm just saying you don't need to have one, but we choose to have one. The central bank has been overly politicized to try to stop, let's just say, natural economic cycles from occurring. Both administrations, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, have leaned on the central bank to use cheap money as a way to try to keep the good times flowing and the good times going.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's definitely for sure.
So we don't agree. Well, we don't disagree.
Yeah, but here's the other thing I would say.
I gotta say, your protesters are kind of weak here, guys.
Aren't
I expected more out of them, right?
They didn't seem to have the energy to get all
I know. I
front.
thought they'd have more, Yeah, I like it. Please keep going, yeah.
I will say, though, going back to the mortgage rates, as you were saying, I would say that probably has a lot more to do with private equity buying up homes than the inflation rate.
Well, hold on. There's two parts to that. I'm not talking just about mortgage. Interest rates are up. I'm talking about just the asset price itself.
That too. I would say it's a lot more related to private equity buying up homes.
But why is private equity doing that? Because they have so much cheap money that we've put into the system, they don't know what to do with it. Now, I think we could agree, actually, there should be laws against BlackRock coming in and buying single-family homes and renting them back. You should not be a society of renters. It's bad for society.
Yes.
So we can agree on that. I say that as a conservative. It's bad for the human experience and for generational flourishing. But when you open up the guzzle of cheap money, which we have done, especially post-COVID, there's a price to that. And the price is that your currency gets weaker.
Anybody disagree with that?
He's not lying.
No, I was alluding to that earlier.
Yeah, that's why he needed to be
I was
on
just
these
gonna say
cameras.
Aaron was talking about that.
Yeah, I spelled that out pretty.
But guess what? He ain't said nothing different than that little white boy said.
I
The white
just
boy
wanted
is
to come up
agreeing with
and
him.
point out that Aaron saying he voted on policy was bars being dropped. Straight up, dude. That's real shit right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many times have we said that?
Hold on. You can't say the first part, and then he said he wrote somebody's name in for the president. Those bars too, right?
Then
But that's
obviously
voting
there-
on
there
policy.
obviously
That
was no
would
policy
align.
that he
That
wanted
would
to vote
align with
for.
voting on policy, though. So it's not like
Anyway.
he's contradicting himself. But wait, let me say this though. So
crazy.
I'm not sure if it's in this video particularly. I might be overstepping, but the brother said in the video that I'm thinking about, we should have let the banks fail.
We should have.
Yes. Should have.
That's the part I was trying to get to. I'm not. I think I might have my videos mixed up. I think it might have been another video where he said that in. That's the part I was trying to make sure we got.
I think
to. So
most
just in case we
most
don't.
conservatives have always, or most people who base our life on what they hear, and well, no, I'm gonna say most people. I'm just gonna say everyone that I know should have said they should let the banks fail, the airlines fail, because what they're doing is they're picking and winning. They're picking and choosing winners, and that's not how capitalism is supposed to work.
Right.
If your business fails, it should just fucking fail.
Right. And to what you're saying, Uncle Tom, you know.
Hey John, if you can come up for me, bro.
Not only did they not allow them to fail, but they forced the taxpayer to be the one to take the
bailing them out.
And then the bank's thank you was they turned around and foreclosed on all their houses.
Yeah. Yeah. No, they definitely. But
okay, so what? Wait, so what does that look like moving forward? We let them fail. What happens?
Well, no, that they wouldn't. It's not an issue of we should have let them. It's they were never going to allow them to fail because you know what that looks like. It changes.
Shows your money is weak.
It exchanges the fucking the shifts like it comes back to us.
You know what would have happened since they scared to say it? We would have been speaking Chinese. That's what would have been happening.
We're speaking Chinese right now, motherfucker. What you talking about?
This is what I think would happen. Well, tell me if you guys think I'm wrong. I think that if the banks would have failed, what would have happened was China would have turned into debt bonds. They would have put those on the market. They would have started trading.
Japan would have forked over their bonds that they own because Japan has actually taken on the U.S. model more than any other country has, and that's why they keep selling their bonds more than we are. But no one wants to buy them. That's why they almost went into bankruptcy 3 or 4 times.
I'm surprised that America is.
Wait. Slow down. Y'all confusing me. I don't understand. I thought when I first asked the question that people were in agreement that we should have let them fail.
We should have.
Should have.
No, we shouldn't have. No,
yes.
No, Eden Mans is the only one. The only one not. Because Eden Man is a fake capitalist, right?
Unfortunately, even if the country would have collapsed to a certain degree afterwards, that's just what happens. You need to let the natural course take place. Otherwise, you're going to be constantly artificially making things happen.
Well, we've been in the artificial economy forever. Why stop now? Listen,
no.
The whole point that I'm saying is,
so you're one of them people that just want to keep putting Band-Aids on bullet wounds.
Yes,
sir. Yeah, that's cool. You'll be all right. Listen, the whole point that I'm making is, if we would have let everything fail, do y'all think that the world currency would be backed by the American dollar?
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't.
Well, look, you do realize that right now it's a miracle that we're still the world reserve currency anyhow. We have the record for being the world reserve currency. It's only a matter of time before we lose it.
No, listen. But let's say we lost it. We lost it, right? What does you think that outlet looks like for America then?
Making these motherfuckers pay for their own defense, making these motherfuckers come to the table and actually pay for shit, making a lot. Okay.
A bunch of blue helmets invading America.
No, that ain't happening.
Somebody's fear mongering. I'm not gonna say who.
10 years of Chinese automobiles on the street.
I'm just telling you guys.
Only 10 years.
I have never
Chinese. 1 out of every 10 cars would be fucking Japanese.
I get it.
Hey, listen, I like Toyotas and Lexuses.
Hey, I can handle those Ricer cans for about 10 years.
You just said Japanese.
I get it, but I have never seen someone be a part of something that they want to fail. They'd be like, you know what? I'm a part of this family, but I don't want the family.
Wait. Are we a part of the banking system?
That's the fucking point.
That means
I'm just
don't understand what's going on.
Right. Sometimes in order to fix what's wrong with a nation, you got to let what's wrong with the nation fail.
He don't understand where the disease is. And
chaos. They want people riding on the back of trucks, robbing people.
They're doing that now. What are you talking about?
Anarchy, baby. Anarchy.
That's what I'm telling you. Listen, I'm telling you, it would have been different if the banks would have crashed. We will see. It will be crazy stuff going on in America.
Yeah, but you want to know what else wouldn't have happened if the banks would have crashed? We wouldn't be an extra $14 trillion in debt right now.
It's monopoly money.
Well, they paid their loan back.
But you know what? My kids have to fucking break their backs working for that monopoly money.
Wait. Hold on, time out. Hold on.
GM paid their loan back.
On your check stub, what do it says? U.S. national debt on there, and you paying it back. The reason it keeps growing is paying it back.
I said,
sir, do you think
the companies that were bailed out?
Stop. Please address that. Whoever. Address address what Edaman just said.
Every fucking bit of taxes that comes out of your check goes to the national debt, sir. It goes straight to the Federal Reserve.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. And that's a fact.
No, it doesn't go. You're saying that it goes towards the debt, right?
No,
our tax dollars that they take out of our check goes directly to the Federal Reserve.
Towards the debt, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. That's 100% correct.
No, it doesn't. It goes to some white man pocket in the Congress. Listen,
Jesus Christ!
Wait. I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong. I ain't gonna tell you you're wrong because the corruption in this bullshit ass capitalist society, you might absolutely be fucking right. So I ain't gonna argue if you're wrong. I'm just gonna say it's supposed to go towards.
No, see, this is the key. Instead of people saying, you know, my kids gotta pay taxes. How about we teach our kids the system and they don't pay taxes like everybody else?
How about stop paying taxes, period, because taxation is fucking theft.
It is. But
how do you think our government leverages the ability to be able to get loans from the Federal Reserve?
Yeah,
Capital humans.
That doesn't do anything for the argument. I mean, because you guys keep moving away.
My argument is my children are going to work to pay this shit off that's never going to be paid off.
All right.
Hold on, because he cut Aaron off. Aaron, go ahead.
Let's establish something, because I see a trend here. We keep, in trying to answer a question, we keep asking more questions that never get answered.
Right.
And each question gets 3 questions created to support, whose answers are supposed to prove the answer to that question. But it never happens, because then you get another 3 for each one of those. And then you have this fucking exponential growth of questions happening, and none of them have answers.
I thought I gave a correct answer.
So stop. So Paulo, stop doing that. Okay, go ahead, Aaron.
I was going to say, I thought I gave a direct answer.
We never moved out of, we never moved away from what does it look like if we let them fail.
Oh, no, but they gave us that. That shit was soft, anarchy, and that's what I'm saying. For the people,
no one got the answer, sir.
For the people saying that we should let the banks fail, talking about we gonna be driving Chinese cars and speaking Chinese.
Right. See, so which is it? Anarchy, Chinese cars. See what I'm saying? All these different answers, and we just moved on into something else. How did we get there if we didn't get an answer for what?
I think that's problematic. I think that is anarchy. If the only cars available for us, even though I love Lexuses, but if the only car
not a Chinese car.
Yeah, that's
okay. Listen, you gonna disrespect me one more time. Okay? I don't fucking know the difference between Chinese, Japanese, South Korean, North Korean, Filipino. I don't know.
It's important. It's important. It is important. Very important.
So it's the other ones. Then it's the Nissan and the
that's Japanese. All right. So a Hyundai, a Kia, and a Genesis are all Koreans. They Nissan.
Tell us the Chinese ones. Tell them the Chinese. Get to the Chinese.
What the fuck are you doing, man?
Which one is it though? I do want to know.
Hondas are. I know Hondas
I'm
are
about to
Japanese.
tell
There
him-
is
I'm
not a Chinese fucking vehicle.
All right. See, this is why we don't get questions answered. How about this? Nobody in here except maybe Paulo, in fact, I'm pretty sure he does, can even pronounce them. You've never heard of them. You've never seen them. Even if you saw one, you would think you're looking at a Range Rover. It's not. And when you look at it, it's going to say Guangxi 34581WT. Paulo, am I correct?
Do they sell those in America?
No, that's the
okay.
point
Then, like I said, there's no Chinese cars over here.
That's
okay,
the
cool.
point
Then so
that
we
I
won't
was
be driving
making.
Chinese cars. But the
That's
point.
why. Listen. That's why if you.
Oh, hold on.
Listen, that's Yamaha's Japanese. Now, see, Eat-A-Man.
Come on, no, Jason, you just set me off.
Eat-A-Man. See, if you didn't sit there and tell me, well, I'm the Chinese cars. I was getting ready to rattle off the Japanese cars so that what popped up wouldn't happen, right? I know how. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I'll just tell you what it isn't. It's like one of those things, but you have no idea what I'm getting ready to say. Chinese cars aren't even in America. I don't even know if they're on the hemisphere of the. They're not even on the hemisphere of the globe. They're in China.
Wait, it is a Chinese car. I drive it. I drive a Chinese car.
Stop it. Don't matter. Because it's a hill that we don't got to die on. The only reason why the Chinese car was brought up because it was saying that America wasn't going to be the America that we used to it being. Right? Is that we were going to end up being taken over by foreign people.
Man, you ready to tell us about his Chinese car? Exactly.
Geely Auto Group is probably the brand that you're looking for, and they cover a multitude, including Volvo.
Raise the standard back up. We passed the car. My question is, let's get back to it then, since you said we didn't answer it. What does it look like? The bells?
It looks like 10 years of Chinese cars on the American road, that being the absolute case.
No.
Okay, so what? But see, this is what I'm saying. What does that mean?
What mean, Aaron? The question is to what end?
Well, no, hold on. I want to understand what
does that mean in layman's terms? Hold on. We gotta do this the right way. I got an audience.
You know what that could do for an automotive market?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, the American automobile consumption rate, which is non-existent in China, all of a sudden shows up on their fucking production radar. And we don't ask for anything out of the process. Sell your shit to our fucking citizens, carte blanche.
But y'all see, this is what I don't like what you smart people do. Y'all like that teacher that I had. Y'all tell us shit like integral. The combinations of the proclamations of the dominations. We don't know what the fuck that shit means, right? So when you say to me that this is what's gonna happen, you're not explaining to us why though, right?
How does that affect podcast?
Why the fuck is it that somehow somebody else's cars can be over here but not our own?
It would pay back.
Just talking about cars, Volvo is under Chinese holding group.
Is it
I
really?
know, so you already have Chinese cars there.
Okay, cool. We passed that. I want to know why it is that all of a sudden we gonna have Chinese cars and then we not gonna be driving Mustangs and F-150s no more.
Hold on. Let's ask Aaron a direct question. How did you
just did? He's made a statement. This way he was just talking about it being too many questions without some being answered. So that's what I'm saying. He just made a statement specifically saying that it's gonna be Chinese cars on the road, and I'm saying why the hell won't we still be driving Mustangs and F-150s?
Because every new car bought in the United States would essentially boost their automotive market, which is currently restricted to China. That's why they're buying out into places like Volvo and stuff like that, because there are not they're not Ford. Like Ford is all over the world. Ford Transits, like Ford is in England, so is Chevy. It may not look like it, but you have Vauxhall, Opel. These are companies in other countries that are all under Chevy. Chrysler had to go fuck with Fiat, right? That made them go because China doesn't have that advantage. You know what the Japanese are doing? You know what I mean? Like that, they just killing the game. Even Hyundai had to do the Japanese move or the American move. How you got Ford, Lincoln, Mercury?
Yeah.
Here, Hyundai Genesis is the same thing. Like Buick, Chevy, Cadillac.
I got it, but this is not answering the question.
China can't do. Listen.
That's not answering the question.
I'm answering it. Eat-A-Man, will you shut the fuck up? Eat-A-Man, listen. It will boost their automotive market, which in turn will begin to pay back the debt. It's a fucking political.
That answers the question.
No,
That answers the question.
What was your original question?
He just answered it.
No, that was not your original question. Had nothing to do with cars. It was if the banks
What does it
fail,
look
what
like?
happened? That
What does it
Chinese
look
car
like?
have nothing to do with what would happen if the banks fail.
Yes, it does.
You're right,
Yes, it
E.
does.
E, hold on. E, you're right. You're absolutely right. That was the original question. And his response to that original question was 10 years of Chinese cars on the road, right? And so that's why he's responding to that. He just explained to us why we will have 10 years of cars on the road.
How does that have
So, Aaron,
anything
are
to do
you
with
saying are you alluding to it? Our market will be flooded by cheap Chinese cars?
Yes.
Because like somebody had already stated earlier that they're going to cash in on their bonds or whatever the fuck it is, and so
that answer was so long ago, it's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
The government had to bail out the banks. Why tell the government to bail out the banks when you can just alleviate some of their debt by buying their cars?
Yeah. It's fucking simple. The reason it's so crazy is because it was a long dialogue that have nothing to do with what's happening in America. I get y'all want to talk about cars and stuff, different things like that. That's not what we need to talk
just
about.
because you don't understand the response doesn't
No,
mean
you spoke about the value of the dollar.
That's why it was a long dialogue, because there's context that you don't know, and I had to explain it.
I understand what y'all guys are saying, but what would happen if the banks crash? It'd be chaos in America.
Oh, Jesus.
It would be complete chaos. Have nothing to do with a car. Chaos. Because now,
why?
Because the dollar will collapse.
It will strengthen, if anything.
So hold on. So now that
we'll
the
be going back
dollar,
to cash.
You really think you really think that three major banks collapsing would cause this country to go into chaos when the vast majority of the country is ran by small private banks?
Ain't this a bitch?
We'll be buying Chinese cars with cash.
I blame Uncle T. So let me get this straight. Let me make sure I get this straight.
Beans, before you get into it, you have to understand the mechanism of inflation and why crashing a bank and not bailing them out would be beneficial. That's what Aaron and Uncle T and Aaron is trying to get you to understand. The vehicle of inflation
saved
is
the
what?
banks, Paulo. Who did it?
Government.
The government.
No. I want Paulo to answer.
George Bush specifically.
I'd say the government because you're residents and you've provided me with the answers.
Yeah, but who was in charge? Because if Trump done some shit, they're gonna give him credit. So who was in charge when that happened?
George Bush.
George Bush Jr.
George Bush.
100%.
Okay, so I can't blame Obama for this.
But hold on. Obama bailed them out as well. Obama bailed out the airlines.
And somebody made the claim earlier that airlines ain't nothing but banks.
Yeah, but that's not a component of economics. That's not a housing fix.
No, it wasn't for none of that, but it was the fact that he bailed out
the
bailout. Paulo, keep going, Paulo.
So how did they bail out these banks? They had to do what exactly? They had to print out more invisible money, which in turn increased inflation.
Yeah, they had to write a bill.
Right.
If you don't increase inflation, you strengthen your dollar, your buying power.
Yo, this shit crazy.
That's what
this is blowing my mind right now.
That's what I told you.
I don't know, but so y'all think if the three banks would have failed, you think the people in America would have been received that information correctly, and they just would have been okay with no chaos.
They wouldn't even know. They would have said, "Throw out your debit cards. We're back to cash." They wouldn't even know. They wouldn't have given a fuck. They would have been happy because now I can
chances are they wouldn't have been. They wouldn't have had their houses foreclosed on because they quote unquote defaulted on their loan. Actually, in all reality, their loan would have been erased and they would own their house outright afterwards.
Yeah.
So hold on.
Wait a minute. Is this
Listen
applicable
to what they said
to the corporations? Is this same model applicable to the corporations? So say like the Walmarts of the world.
It depends on if they're getting bailouts from the government.
No, but I'm saying the Walmart is failing. We let it fail. Is that applicable?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, I would let them fail too.
It is, but it's not a conversation worth having. You know why? Because banks and it's not retail. Like banks deal with credit. They deal with debt.
I get your point. But which one employs the most people?
Walmart.
So that's why I'm saying if those bigger corporations fail, will it hurt or will it help the same way how you're saying letting the banks
because you'd have a bunch of unemployed Americans.
That would hurt bad. That would hurt real bad. That would bring Chinese sweatshops into the play. That's the chaos the man's talking about.
Look, you go from having a bunch of people working at Walmart and being on welfare to a bunch of people being on welfare and in bread lines.
Yeah, it's fun.
I got you, Beans. But when I hear people say that we shouldn't have did the bailout, and then I look at like all the airlines who got bailed out, right? Everybody who got bailed out, and we say, hey, all these people truly lost their job, because that's what would have happened if those three banks would have failed. It would have been a lot of job loss around America. And then guess what, Beans? When people
wait a minute. How many people are employed at these three major banks versus
that's what I'm
Walmart?
Googling right now. I swear that's what I'm typing right now.
Go ahead, do that. That doesn't even make any sense. Go ahead.
Just the average bank alone that you have in a town only employs what, like maybe 10 tellers at the most. You got a couple
at the most 25 people in every bank. Now, if you want to count in the people that talk on the fucking phones and answer phones, you probably add another 100. But we'll say 253. We'll say 250 to 500 tops.
I get what y'all guys saying.
I know when my wife worked at the credit union, man, there was only like a total of 8 people that worked in this credit union total.
Listen, y'all guys are not listening to what I'm saying.
We're not listening. You're just trying to argue. You're being argumentative.
Come on, let's get back. Let's see what he's got. Back up a little bit, y'all.
The whole point is, say these one banks, you got to understand how many small businesses have credit with these banks, and they're running their business off credit. Small businesses, mostly not running their business off cash. So you take the credit away from the small business collapse too.
And most of these small businesses are getting credit from these big corporate banks. They're getting it from local banks.
How does credit work? You get the money up front, and you pay it back over time, right? So if they've established credit with the bank, they got the money up front. If the bank goes away, that means they don't have any money to pay. It's fucking party time. You know what else happens? The banking industry, you don't lose jobs, you actually gain jobs. You know how I know? My dad got laid off from First Pennsylvania Bank that he was a vice president of fucking commercial lending because core states went and bought him out. Reverse that process. What do? You boost your local bank demand, you boost the burden on your local banks, which means you need to open more branches. You create a new fucking industry of local banking. Oh, by the way, that's all.
Wait. That's how we know. Let me interject this in there for the people watching. So Chase, this was December 31st, 2022. Chase was number one with 220,000 employees. Wells Fargo was number two with 209,000. Citibank was 191,000, and Bank of America was 138,000.
So that's 2, 4, that's about 6, about 7, 800,000.
Yeah, and Walmart alone employs approximately 2.1 million people. Walmart alone.
We're not talking about Ross, Marshalls, TJ Maxx, fucking Aldi.
So you're trying to say that this, I mean, that's 750,000. That's not going to affect the country? 750,000? Probably not, I guess, huh? They can find other jobs then, right?
On a boots on the ground level, obviously it's going to
how many Americans are in this country? We're almost like 420 million.
But
how many jobs?
Yeah. That's what I just thought about, Uncle T. Like, the 250,000 comparatively. I made that same argument earlier, so yeah, I see.
How many jobs lost in COVID?
I think it was something around 20 million.
Yeah, something like that.
Here's your numbers.
You said jobs lost?
Yeah, it was around 20 million.
But so there's a comparison to be had here. You lose all these jobs, but your buying power goes up.
Strengthen the dollar. Local banks now have a higher burden.
You can do more with your dollar.
Listen to what y'all said.
Wait. E is the only one giving y'all pushback, so y'all got to give him the room to say.
Well, before he goes, let me ask you a question. Real quick. Well, hold on. Let me give you a question real quick.
I got to respond to what he said first.
How much spending was had during the pandemic?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Listen,
come on now you're being disingenuous.
No.
There was a shit ton. People were making 10 times what they normally made.
I get what you're saying.
Hold on, y'all. Come on.
The beans, they say, I can buy more stuff, but I ain't got no damn job and ain't got no credit. What the hell I'm gonna buy, beans? What am I gonna buy if I ain't got no job or no money and no credit? So the buying
This is
power-
quarter of a million versus this is a quarter. Wait, I've got to address that. That's a quarter of a million of people versus a whole population of the US who their dollar worth more now. There's a necessary evil here. The necessary evil is that you lose employment for a quarter of a million while the rest of the country has more buying power.
It's a trickle effect. That's the whole point that I'm telling you.
Yeah,
See,
he just made
Aaron-
the argument a few minutes ago about the people in small businesses being affected by the bigger banks closing as well because of the fact that they use the credit.
Yeah, so see, Aaron is talking about all of my credit is maxed
He's wrong because most small business get money from small business banks.
Yeah, local banks. That I countered that back when he said it.
That's why I said the
You
small
get the
bank
Googling. We ain't got to argue. I'm gonna get the Googling.
Yeah, let's look up how many Chase, for example. If we look at how many small businesses is doing business with Chase, and we think that all the small businesses only do the local banks. Like this idea, hello, this
it's not total number of businesses, it's ratio.
No, but the whole point that I'm saying is when you talked about credit, you talked about if I maxed out all of my credit. But say if I got, hold on, let me finish. Say if I got accounts on hand. Matter of fact, I have a credit of 50,000, and for me to be able to do business next month, I have to spend that. If you take that 50,000 away from me, I can't even do business that month because I don't even have cash on hand.
But you don't have any debts anymore because that bank you had debt into is wiped
But
out.
I still don't have money. That's what, as most small business don't have
So you
money.
go to another bank.
Exactly.
Everybody's going to be facing the situation. Everybody's going to be facing the situation because just you said the small business is not going to have money in his back office account. The fucking customer's not going to have money in their checking account because they're going to lose their Chase Manhattan or whatever the fuck. There's going to be a period of transition from plastic back to cash. Whatever that transition occurs, what?
That's going to be chaos in that time.
No, it isn't. It'll create more jobs at the mint. What do you understand what the government will come in and do? Bank branches essentially will become dispensers of cash.
How long do you think that would take?
About as long as it took for us to get the STEMI during 2020.
Just 3 months.
All right, 3 months. In 3 months, say 3 months of chaos, right? Because when I go to the store,
chaos.
Okay, let me tell you what happened in my city. Maybe it was different.
You know, we had like 8 months of straight chaos if you really want to get technical.
Right.
No, we wouldn't. You know why?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying what we did have during the pandemic.
What was it, like 7
8 months of fucking chaos. What are we talking about?
Uncle Tom, wasn't it like 7 months before they actually passed the COVID bill, and then it was another month after that before they started giving money?
To answer your question, I'm gonna tell you what it looked like. It wouldn't even look as bad as COVID. Here's why. You're thinking in your mind, just because the banks collapse, that means everybody's account reads zero. No. What you see in on your balance is a computer code function. That shit stays the same. Receipts and everything, we still run life. Nothing changes. We don't change the paperwork. It's just valueless for a minute. But everybody just keeps a receipt. Everything happens and still tracked while people can go to these dispensaries and get the cash that's been printed. And then when you track, like they had the no coins thing, remember that? Because everything was running out of change. Yeah. It's going to be a transition not unlike that, except in reverse. But everything's still going to be tracked. That's all money really is debt. It's just a note. It's a token of fucking debt. So without any money, that's why it's unbacked. That's what makes it so easy, because it's unbacked.
I get what you said.
Hold on, 1 second, 1 second, E. Let me just interject this real quick. Hold on, real quick. Just real quick. I'm not taking just real quick. You got it. So according to the little research I just did, very quickly, it says typically small banks lend a larger proportion of their assets to small businesses than large banks do, and also small banks have a middle 80% approval rating, and the bigger banks have more of a 60. I think it was like 68% approval rating for small businesses. So there you go.
All right.
Boom.
So hold on. When we're talking about like the airlines, we're talking about big businesses. Do y'all think that they would take a hit? Do they work with big business?
No.
No, they got all their work. They got all their wealth. Go ahead.
Huh?
Go ahead, Aaron. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying big banks get their money on consumer debt, real estate, and consumer transactions. It's credit cards, it's mortgages, and it's fucking transaction fee and all that kind of thing. It's holding people's money.
So hold on. So do you believe that we should have bailed out the airlines?
The airlines relationship the airlines being a bank is a different story. That has to do with.
No, he's just asking the question though. Should we have bailed them out? That's a yes or no answer.
Should we bailed out Aaron? Should we bailed out the airlines?
Look,
yes or no? That wouldn't have mattered.
To be 100% honest with you, I don't think we should have bailed out anybody.
No, I get it right. There you go.
It's the reason that I'm asking Aaron the question.
Bail out no one. Bail out no one.
Here's the truth. Here's the truth. We bailed them out. They paid it back, and they paid interest on what they borrowed. I'm just gonna be honest with you, and I'm not gonna be disingenuous. They did do it. No matter if it was when it was GM, they did the same thing. Ford did the same thing. The banks did the same thing. Oh yes, right. Ford did take one. So, but all the ones that got bailed out, they paid it back with interest.
I changed my answer. He's right. Don't bail the airlines out. You know why? Because other countries buy tickets that'll go, inflate the fucking prices of airline tickets that'll help pay back their exactly.
All right, hold on. So the airline crashes, right? All right, so we understand that because I think the airline is more connected to big banks than we think they are. I don't think that the airline is making that type of money and they're putting it in small banks. I don't think that, but I know y'all might think that, right? So the whole point that I'm saying is airlines go down, right? I'm not just saying commercial. I'm also talking private. Now I have a problem getting toilet paper and water and all these different things to Beans in his city.
FedEx got their own planes, and so does the U.S. military has their own planes.
So do you think FedEx
and UPS got their own planes?
I got you. So you believe FedEx is working with big banks or little banks?
No, neither. They have a logistics firm.
Yeah.
Hold on. So you think FedEx don't deal with big banks?
I mean, everybody deals with big banks.
You got to remember the whole system is going back to cash. So that means that it's a period that we have to slow down spending. Do you believe that will happen?
Yeah.
Wait. It's one component that that's missing out of this to me. And I really want to ask Paulo because he always be being too quiet and shit. But it's like the big banks have failed, right? We're not going to do a whole lot of talking to y'all.
Banking didn't fail.
Okay, exactly. Right? Banking didn't fail. So the money, if the big banks fail, that FDIC insured thing right there, that protected the people's money who was in the bank, right?
Up to $100,000.
Okay, so they still have that money, and then they're just going to take that money and put it into the smaller banks, correct?
Correct.
And so the smaller banks would then just be able to do the same thing that the bigger banks were doing?
See how that works?
Yeah,
that's why I was saying it would grow banking.
Yeah,
the only loss.
The only loss that a private citizen or a small company would take is anything after the 100,000 that the isn't actually.
Paulo, this is my question. Paulo. Wait, I just
the comparison
there, so I can get to the question, Paulo.
Go ahead.
Question, because this is what I don't understand. If y'all know this, that means the motherfucking people in charge also know this. So why didn't they do it?
Because they spread a lot of propaganda, especially on your media system, to tell you that it's a bad thing to allow these bank entities, and I watched the news, to fail. Yeah. And it pulled a lot of people into believing that big bank failing is a bad thing for the country in general.
Right.
And it goes back.
But this is not hard.
We don't get to make no fucking decisions. I don't understand why people always put this off on the voters.
I have a question for you. Do you think you'll get that same type of voting on? I mean, being able to speak on that issue in any other system as well? Because you won't. The people at the top will still make all the decisions, no matter how you look at it. They're going to make all the decisions, no matter what system you're in.
So,
no matter.
So just so I'm asking you directly, Uncle T, because I believe you'll be honest. The reason why they didn't let the banks fail Was that a product of capitalism? Yes or no?
Yeah, of course it's a product of capitalism.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying, man. Y'all, bro, I'm not gonna lie. If anybody would have asked me these questions prior to hearing y'all have this conversation right now, I would have been right there with either man. Like, what do you mean we can't let the banks fail? But it's just making so much sense to me now with y'all saying it, and I'm sitting here.
So the reason why it couldn't
y'all
fail.
know it, that mean the people in charge knew it. So why the fuck didn't they?
Why didn't they? I'll tell you why.
Hold on.
Because they pick winners and losers.
Best for everybody.
Because that was not what was best for the economy.
No, that ain't even it either, man. If you're a politician, Beans, who are you going to listen to? You going to listen to 1,000 people giving you $10, or are you going to listen to one person giving you $10,000?
That's the fucking problem with capitalism. Thank you. That's what I keep saying.
No, but here's the thing. No, here's the problem, Beans. Here's the problem, Beans.
You're literally saying that I'm going to go with what the money says.
But it gives you power.
Is controlling me. The capital is controlling me. I have a choice. I can do what's best
you have a
for
leverage.
the majority of people, or I can do what's best for a few rich motherfuckers. And I'm gonna do what's best for a few rich motherfuckers for the capital that comes along with that decision.
Okay, Beans, I need to address this. You still have leverage. You still have leverage in it, and what you're trying to be a proponent of, you wouldn't even get the chance to have an input at all. Should the community come and say, we want your house, Beans, because we need to improve the community, you cannot have any say whatsoever.
It's just taken.
Eminent domain is a
we take your asset because it's going to benefit the community. You have no leverage, none whatsoever. In the free market, you do. You do, and your vehicle for leverage is often money.
So, but Beans,
hold on, wait, hold on, E. Motherfucker, your great grandma can the house that you pay for, your grandma gonna come over there and tell you can't have that house no more. That shit don't happen in America. Stop it.
I get it.
No, you're
Beans,
not your great grandma, but
it don't even matter if it was Joe Blow down there.
Get you out of your house.
This is totally different than your neighbor. Because remember, you're saying the community. And if your house is community, okay. I didn't know.
This ain't got shit to do with choosing communism.
Okay.
I told you.
I just said I don't know.
Wait, because you talking under us that people can't hear us. Listen to what I'm saying. Just because I just made that argument against capitalism doesn't mean that you motherfucking point out what's wrong with communism. Y'all keep doing that shit.
But isn't that what the title was about, sir?
No. Do you see communism in the title at all? It's not in the title.
I get what you said, but listen, it's crazy to me, Beans, that we have a group of very intelligent guys says that effect wouldn't trickle down to the whole population. It only hurt the big guy. It's almost like I can destroy someone that they did not.
One of the
what they did is anytime
let's do this. I'm finna blow you up. I'm gonna give you 3 minutes to get it out. Because I'm telling you, as somebody who didn't know either way, but I probably would have been on your side, that from what I just heard from their arguments versus yours, they substantiated and you haven't. So let me give you the floor to try to substantiate. Go ahead.
So the whole point that I'm making is that if it actually, I get people says that, let's say, for example, Bank of America got $500 million into account with one of these big, let's say Delta Airline have $500 million in this account. These banks don't get bailed out. And we say, hey, Delta, what we're going to do is something real simple. We're going to give you $250,000 and we want you to still be able to operate your business on that level. The first thing that's going to happen is Delta is going to be in a deficit, and all of that airline, their employees, they're not going to be able to operate off $250,000. We got completely rid of credit, and now they have to be able to operate a business off cash. What happens is a lot of people in Delta, and I'm using one business, loses their job because now the big banks are gone because it's now I'm on a cash system. If I'm on a cash system, that means that I only can pay the people with cash. That means I can pay you.
So, Aaron, let me tell you why you're not substantiating. Because right now, you're arguing that there aren't any more banks, and that's just not true. The example doesn't eliminate banking. It eliminated the top 3 or 4, which was Chase, Fargo, Citibank, and Bank of America.
But my money was there.
And I just
so now your money goes into the smaller banks.
No, it does not.
Okay,
Beans, I just looked it
give
up.
them an
I just
opportunity
looked
to
it up.
explain
Hold
why
on.
it doesn't. So give them the opportunity to explain why it doesn't.
It does not, because what happens is if that crash, we saw this in Greece. When the bank actually crashed, they lock it up where you can't move your money. They say, hey, you can't touch your money. The money's in this bank is on hold until we figure out things that's going on, right? And then if the FTC gets involved, what happens is they say, we'll cover $250,000, and that's what you get. You don't get all that money. You don't have time to move your money like they're saying that, oh, you crash, I'm still going to go in there and take my money out, and I'm going to take my money out and put it in a small bank. That's not how that works.
Let me ask you this question, because you brought up Greece, right? So the situation that happened in Greece, is Greece like us, where they have all of these kind of banks, or are they probably limited to one or two?
No, Greece do have multiple banks, but the first thing that we saw happen, they went into a depression. They started protesting and walking down the streets when they couldn't get their money.
I get that, but doesn't the population of that matter some too?
Yeah, I get. Yeah, I'm not arguing that the population that happened, but this idea. See, the problem is that they glossed over. The point that they tried to make was really simple. They said, I'm going to just take my money out this big bank and I'm going to put it in there. When it crashes, you don't have access to the money, Beans. And that's the part that they're not listening to.
No one said that.
So do you have access to the money to go to a smaller bank? Because that's what y'all insinuated.
Snowman, what's the protection law around money when banks crash? Please go into that.
Yep. He's not there.
No.
You have laws to protect your money should a bank crash.
You're going to tell us what's going to happen.
No, I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Aaron. No, Aaron, you tell us, Aaron. Tell us, Aaron.
All right. So, no, what I said was electronic, computers still work. Balances are still stored in databases. Move to a low level of operation just to get by day to day while we're figuring out high level operations. Meaning, you can freeze assets and still buy the bread and butter and milk, right? It's not like everything. What I'm saying is, no major financial transactions. No fucking car dealers are going to fucking franchise. Nobody's buying, office parks, right? Developers aren't fucking coming in and mowing down shit and built. Like, we're just buying bread and milk.
How do I payroll? How do I do payroll? Because if beans don't get paid,
part of bread and milk.
Didn't I just say the computers?
I pulled it up.
No. Didn't I say the computers are functioning? No, you're not listening. Computers are functioning and they still have the balances and everything recorded in databases, right? Just because the banks collapse doesn't mean the money that's being tracked in ATM. You have an app on your phone and it goes to a bank's computer and all that. No, that just doesn't go zero all of a sudden. Like there's computers. Listen,
what it is, and I was wrong about the amount. The FDIC insurance actually will ensure that any deposit under $250,000 is recovered in the event of a failure. And the Federal Reserve is the one that actually ensures that, sir.
250,000. That was my whole argument.
That's per account.
Exactly. So I really wish Aaron O was still up here. What do you mean exactly?
That's a good point.
Hold on. The point that I was making is, if I'm a large company and I have $50 million in an account, because this is a realistic thing. They don't have $250,000 in that account. And you tell me I only have access from my $50 million to $250,000. How do I take care of the bread and butter? With no credit. No credit, remember?
Listen, this is how I know you're not listening. Debit transactions is a function of computers. You don't need actual credit. You just need the computer to print you a fucking receipt and say, have a nice day. Listen, whenever a company that has $50 million, if that $50 million goes away, you can still, you don't know how to fudge accounts. You know how to, Do you know how computers are trying to bank?
Let me get understanding.
So
I want to make sure I get understanding. Hold on. Let me have the conversation.
No, I want to ask you a fucking question to clarify.
Let me answer his question, and then I will let you answer your question.
That's a good way to go. Go ahead.
So you're saying if I had $50 million and the bank crashes, I still can use the debit card for that bank?
Who's buying $50 million worth of bread milk?
No,
Let's address his point. Let's address his point. If you're invested, let me address your point. Let me address your point. $50 million into one bank account as a business owner, you're dumb for doing that. There are insurance in place and there are services in place that you spread your money out to different accounts to protect you in times of failures of bank. This is normal business procedures that big major corporations do on a day-to-day basis, so that they cover their assets and their money.
That's what I'm not understanding. Like, who's doing $50 million transactions?
Let's do this real quick, because I think it may be some people in the audience that's wondering something that I'm wondering, right? Because what you said earlier, it made it sound like that the businesses weren't necessarily functioning off the cash in the bank anyway. They were functioning off the credit. So you're saying there is no way for them to have access to specific credit? Like, I don't know. I don't understand what the fuck credit is then.
That was the point that they made earlier in this argument, is that credit goes away and we go back to cash. They said that.
No,
that was their argument.
Credit goes
away. It wasn't, because they were specifically stating that most banks in America are small banks anyway.
Aaron, that wasn't the premise of the argument, that you get rid of credit and we all have to go back to cash.
No, I said debt goes away.
Oh, now we just not being
debt goes away.
He said debt goes away.
I said debt goes away.
Me and him both said debt goes away several times.
Yeah, he said debt. And it was
there will be a transitional period where cash.
I don't want to look again. I brag about y'all intellectual standard. We don't got to down that hill. Even if it was said, even if it's what you heard, whatever, it doesn't matter. Right now, he's clarifying. So he's clarifying right now that it was that, and that also we're establishing that there's still banks around. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm asking you specifically, E, you don't see any kind of workaround on the credit side for the businesses to continue to operate? Maybe not at full capacity, but at some capacity other than failing?
Hold on, there's still computers at work too.
So hold on. Now we got a collapsing economy, and you said that we should go get credit from a smaller bank. That's kind of y'all theory. That you're trying to
maybe because if that was under the wait, that was under the, because I remember that was but I will be honest, right? So this goes against something that you believe would happen, because that was under the premise that people could just move their money to the smaller banks. But we're talking about the majority of people, right? So not just the bigger guys. Wait, listen to understand. I know I'm saying listen to understand, so you understand where I'm coming from. So let's say I got just to give you a quick example, I got my own bank. I got 5 accounts that's big businesses, but I got 95 accounts that's small businesses. Most of my money that I'm getting that's going loaned out is coming from the smaller accounts. Would you agree? Yes or no?
No, but yes. That's for argument. Yes, for argument. Yes.
Okay, so yes, for argument's sake. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. Thank you. That shows why we the intellectual standard. So the fact of the matter is, if you agree that that's the case, then that's what we're saying. If all of these people now, right, who don't have more than $250,000 in the bank are able to move their money to the smaller banks, now essentially the smaller banks are able to play in the bigger fields, right?
That's not what we're talking about. We're asking what's going to happen to the economy, right? If big banks can't pay, guess what? People going to quit. People not gonna work for free. Hello, but
you're talking about the bank employees,
dude. Why are you assuming that just because the banks fail that you're losing all your money? Wait.
I agree with you. Thank you so much for saying that, Snow, because that's the conversation that we was just having before you said that. E, what I'm saying is this: when you say that people are gonna work free, are you talking about the employees of the banks? Yes or no?
What I'm saying is,
yes or no?
Huh? I'm not talking about the employees of the bank. That's
okay.
Not
cool. I just want to make sure, because we already chalked them 750,000 unemployed.
We're not talking about those people.
They did, so right?
In a corporation, right? If the economy collapses, the first thing we're gonna do is downsize.
You're saying economy collapse. That we ain't saying the economy collapse. We saying the banks.
Well, how about this? The dollar collapse. Let's say the dollar.
How would it?
How? Why is banks?
That's what I'm saying. They literally made the argument and substantiated that the dollar was strengthened. You see what I'm saying? This is where shit is getting lost in translation.
Beans. Now we're just arguing because we just said China. This whole conversation been about China driving cars down the street.
That was for us to be able to pay off the debt that we owe China. That wasn't about the economy collapsing.
We listen. The whole point that I'm saying is,
I'm good at this, right?
No. What we're trying to do is
just sound like I know this shit right now.
He ain't listening.
I'm just listening.
He's listening just to argue.
Everything that was said.
Obviously, y'all know, and I'm gonna let y'all have it tonight because I'm not gonna get. I done got cut off 10 times.
You gotta listen to me though. I'm following along with you. I'm telling you what the disconnect.
Beans, what you're doing is you isolate. We said that it's gonna be cars in China. We said that American dollar is not gonna be the world currency. Hold on. All of us had this whole conversation.
I'm not French, motherfucker. I'm not part of we.
Oh, see, here we go. Now we trying to isolate it. Now we're trying to isolate.
No, you're trying to take two separate arguments.
No, cut him off. Right. He's not wrong about that. Right. He has been consistently getting cut off, man. So I will say, either man, I'm sorry about that. We men though. You know what I'm saying? Like we are gonna cut each other off. It did get a little bit of
he just rage quit.
But
honestly, what he was saying though, I was the one that brought up the whole thing.
Don't do it to me. I drop your ass down. Don't do it to me. Respectfully, E. Respectfully, I agree that you were getting cut off too much. But one of the reasons why you were getting cut off too much is because you weren't actually listening. Like you were getting lost. There was breaks in the communication somewhere in. I don't want to say you weren't actually listening. Because like even the argument that you were just trying to make about the cars, they had nothing to do with the dollar or the collapse or any of that. That was all about being able to pay China what we owed them. Right? So, and thank y'all, because now I'm gonna look smart. I'm gonna clip this and shit. Be like, Ma, I told you, Ma. Made it, Ma. Want to thank God. You know what I'm saying? All the homies from around the way, Fifth Avenue crew, we made it, fool. Right? But I'm just saying, you gotta like really listen. That's why I say listen to understand and not to respond.
You got 2
right?
minutes.
When you say that one more time. Oh, for
got
the
2 minutes.
shit? Yeah. No, I ain't worried about it anyway. I'm just gonna end the show on the PodMob channel, man. If you was over on the PodMob channel, salute. It's all good. I'm gonna end the show over there though, because I want to make sure I keep the stream under 6 hours. Thank you for mentioning that, Uncle T, over there. But other than that, we're good to go. So
yeah, because what I was saying was I was the one that actually brought up the argument about the whole debt bonds over in China. And when I brought that up, I was talking about if the system collapsed itself altogether. That's what I was talking about. So he was actually trying to take two separate arguments and bring them together as if they were one argument. And that we went from one argument into another argument altogether different.
Yeah. So it is. I mean, it's all good. You know what it is. I rock with him. But so y'all blew my mind. Y'all blew my mind. I wish Aaron was here so I could tell him that he's part of the reason why America sucks. Right? Because he's in the
you ain't going nowhere else, nigga. Stop.
Yeah, he's in the banking industry, which means he participated in saving the banking industry. Aaron, you suck.
It was only 3 banks, wasn't it? It was what? Bank of
I don't know because they said 3, but shit, Bank of America right there. Was they not included?
Bank of America, Chase,
they were the head.
And Freddie Mac.
No, it was Wells Fargo, wasn't it? It was Wells Fargo, Chase.
No, it wasn't Wells Fargo. It was
Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac were involved in it too because they were part of that that housing lending thing.
I didn't even think about that as a bank. That's what that is, huh?
Yeah.
And don't forget, at the same time they took away school loans from the actual schools and put it towards the government. So that was part of it as well. It was a big conglomerate bullshit that ended all at the same time.
Okay, so once again, I got all of these super smart people on the panel, and I even got a white person on the panel. So I'm gonna ask this question one more time, and I'm gonna see if any of these conservative douchebags are willing to answer the question.
I've always answered your question.
Why didn't they let it happen then? If y'all know this and know that shit would have been beneficial to the company and the people at large,
let me take it.
Why didn't they let
come
it
on, Uncle Tom, let me have it.
Let me have it first. Because
I
really
definitely want to hear the white boys answer.
Oh, go ahead, Chuck. Go ahead. You go first, and I'll go after you.
Why? Because they were, all of them that let it happen were making money off of it, sir. That's why.
And then mine is very simple. Mine's the American people are fucking stupid.
Want mine? Economic reset keeps the flow of cash going one way.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You said money. So because when I just looked up this word capital, it says noun and a synonym of it is money. So when you say the money is the reason why they didn't do it, what you're basically saying is capital is the reason why they didn't do it, which equates to capitalism is the motherfucking problem.
One of the things when
the capitalist system is the problem. It is.
One of the things that any company who goes under liquidation or any receivership, one of the first few things that happens is that it becomes an open book of all your dealings.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the three major banks, what public record would come out into the public themselves should it been allowed to fail? It's one thing to look at it too. It's not entirely about the money. It's not entirely about the debt.
Oh,
public record.
Transparency.
Yep, that's it. We got to take the conversation to Uncle T channel. Conspiracy Wednesdays. You know what I'm talking
So
about?
here's another. Here's that's not conspiracy. Now here's the thing about what it is when they opened up those books, they saw all the fraudulent accounts.
Come on now. And why?
And not only that, but they also they saw all the politicians that were tied up in those fraudulent accounts.
Is that right? So let me ask you something. What would be the reason for fraudulent accounts? Like, what do you gain from that?
Leverage.
Well, yeah, ask Bank of America, because Bank of America did it more than anybody. They were making accounts upon accounts upon accounts, and they were the sole proprietors of it.
They were pulling a Bernie Madoff. Are you serious?
Yes, sir.
Bernie Madoff, is he black?
No, nah, he's white as shit.
Of course he's not. Whiteism is the fucking no, I'm just playing. Okay, so I think we can all safely say that we have discovered that capitalism is the devil.
So is communism.
Oh God!
How about I'd rather concede to this point. People are the devil. They take systems that could be done right and they fuck it up for their own interest.
I'm gonna wrap it all up.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that.
You want to go on a bow?
Is more oppressive.
You want to go with a bow? Economics exposes the potential evil in man.
Damn, that's a bar.
They say money changes people. No, it doesn't. Money exposes you.
Yep, it shows the
wait. Let me make sure I want to make sure I understand something. So, and I'm gonna start with Uncle T. Yes or no? Do you agree with the statement that America is a business?
I've always said that.
America's been a corporation since the end of the Civil War, sir.
Haven't I said? How many times have I said that to you?
Dude, we talk about it all the time.
America is open for business, and business is booming, baby.
Okay, so America is a business, right? And what is the purpose of business?
To make
as much money as you want.
To have stuff, sir.
I'm clipping all this shit, bro. I can't wait to have this debate with anybody else.
What are you proving, though? What are you
proving?
That
capitalism is the fucking problem.
Okay,
it's not. It's not
the whole problem. Country is capitalism.
No,
if the country is actually a business, and then that means the motto of business is to make money. That's the problem. Wait, so let me ask you this:
the problem.
Is that applicable to any other country? Because I'm not gonna say that it's not. I'll take y'all word for it. I have just never heard anybody else say that. I've never heard anybody else say, fucking Nigeria is a business.
It is.
London.
Every country wants to make money, but every country can't do it well.
That's a fact.
Every country on this planet leverages himself as a business.
Here's how you know every country is a business: import, export, taxation, gross domestic
barter system, sir.
Some just do it better than others. America's the greatest. America's the greatest at doing it. That's all it is.
When you say GDP, you're talking about each country's valuation.
And here's the problem what you're looking at, right? America's GDP almost doubles everyone else's. What are you talking about?
And not only that, you have to recognize that America is also the enforcing arm of the world.
There you go. Because don't no one pay for their defense besides American bloodshed.
And we're invested on both sides of every conflict.
Yeah, it's
I
true.
just want to make sure I got this correct. All countries are business.
Yes, sir.
Which the model of business is to make money.
No.
Yes.
You want your country to be in the black, not in the red.
There you go. But that has nothing to do with technically just making money, because some people export, import, and that really doesn't necessarily have. It's just trading goods.
Money's
So
a tracking
I'm
system.
going to rewind the video. I believe Uncle T agreed earlier that the purpose of a business is to make money.
Yeah, the purpose of business is make money, sure.
Okay, then, so if countries are businesses, then that means the purpose that they're serving is
Well,
to
they're
make
tracking.
money.
They're tracking. Go ahead.
The purpose of business is to win. How you track the score, the points on the board, is through economy, money. Purpose is to win. The purpose is to ensure that what your team is flush with assets and you know what I mean? Like you want to have resources.
Resources.
Man, he just came up with that bullshit on the fly.
Nope. He's right. Out of everybody.
You have people, you have businesses, and you have countries. People is a debt to income ratio study.
Yes, sir. Right.
Businesses is a profit to operating cost ratio. Countries is a import to export value, import to export value ratio. I just said the same thing across same thing to track resources across three entities, and they're all businesses doing the same thing to gain resources. Right. The volleyball game is the same. Money tracks the score.
Now, listen, for everybody watching, right? That's how you substantiate an argument. That's how you do it. Now, did he change my mind?
That was cold, Aaron. That was cold.
But at the same time, I can't argue. That is how you substantiate a goddamn argument. And what can I say? But if the only response that I would have in that, and it's not even like pushback, is just rebuttal, is that
Capitalism 2.0
model that the countries are in the business of being in business.
Okay.
It sounds like none of these people can't really be practicing communism.
Well, look, Beans, if you think about it, if you look at the top 10 most profitable countries in the world, they all run off of a different governing and economic system. Every single one of them. None of them run off of the exact same system, but they're all
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe they can just say whatever they want to say, but I think at the end of the day, they're all operating off the capitalism model because they're all in the business of being in business.
No, what they're doing is they're operating off of using us as their credit leverage. And damn, I lost how I'm trying to phrase this.
Use Aaron's analogy to ask this question to you, Beans, specifically.
Yeah.
What other system do you think would be beneficial? I'm guessing and assuming this is where you're leaning towards communism. How do they track the score on those communities or those socioeconomic way of life?
I mean, well,
communism would the score is tracked by productivity of the individual to the hive. So when you fail as an individual, what happens then? The community is not going to uplift you and help you. You're going to be ostracized. In the capitalist system, you lose the job. You no longer get to benefit from exchanging and bartering in the system. Communism, you either lose your life or you're ostracized from the community.
Or you can be like the Uyghurs and you can lose both. in your communist society there, Mr. Beans.
So this is the thing though, and nobody cares because you put the Mister in front of it, nigga. I know when you being condescending, but the point is that I get what you're saying, right? Because again, if I'm in control of it, then I just do things differently, right? Which is the same thing that I'm asking about for capitalism. Is that
no? You want the community to do something different, not you. The community.
What? No, because the community ain't fucking in charge. Game of Thrones told you that.
Okay. So
Game
you're
of
not
Thrones told you
practicing.
that.
There's still
You don't want to practice communism, sir. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that it's not. I'm talking about what is. Now, if you want to talk about what can be, yeah, I would agree with you. But we already walked down that model. I know the inevitability of it. It is. We just gonna end up right back where we at. That's what I'm saying. We've already walked down the model. I get it. We gonna end up right back where we at. So I get it.
Watch
I'm
this.
just not here.
Watch this. You're wondering how can all these different, it all ends up going in one place. So all these different economic models are pretty much the same. It did not. Here's why. I interface with the world in a capitalist system.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I have an exchange with my son, which is communist. Your ass does the dishes every day. I feed you every day. You fuck up on them dishes, you eat peanut butter.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a capitalist. Now, I'm using my capitalist interface with the world to fund the leverage that I have over him with the food. And then he's the human resource in return, washing the dishes. And then
Because he broke.
He's doing the whole house's dishes, which is a communist, you know what I mean? And
So this is a
it does
great
the
example.
laundry for the whole house.
Thank you for breaking down what I was trying to articulate.
And then I interface with the world to get money. And as the better they do dishes in my house, the better they do laundry in my house, the better things are done here. It makes me more productive to get more money out in the world.
So here's the thing. I'm glad you used this example. Great example, by the way, right? Because I think that example facilitates my argument, right? So let's say your house is the country.
Yes.
Okay. What economic system does your house practice?
Dictatorship.
Communism. That's a political structure. Economic communism. Socialism. Socialism.
It practices socialism and capitalism, though, right? It practices both of them, right?
No,
socialism. No.
Well, it depends. It depends if it depends on if you're paying your kids to do.
Yeah, it depends on if they're employed by you.
They're not.
And I'm gonna tell you why I think I see it differently. Because the way I see it is the way that your house functions on the inside. You're the one governing that, right? So what you do and what you practice is what the claim that I lay to that household. And the way that you operate and function in the world is as a fucking capitalist.
That's
and
a government.
So to me, your house is a capitalist house. I don't care what you're doing. Wait. Let me give you an example. When did we establish capitalism in America?
I don't know.
Okay.
Sometime after the Civil War?
Yeah.
So it wasn't so whatever we were practicing economically prior to the abolishment of slavery, whatever economical system that was, right? But they still had slaves.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what I'm saying. So what was the economical system? The slavery or the economical system that was practiced? Right? You are practicing an economical system. You might have your kids in there and they may be subjected to communism, but you as the governing body, you're practicing something else. And that's what I lay claim to as it pertains to your country. That's how I'm viewing it. That's why I'm saying, yeah, as it pertains to the world, you could be telling me that we practice communism over here, but everything that you do is the same corruption and same other bullshit that we see in every other economical system, including capitalism. Because you ain't about community.
My relationship to you is capitalist.
Right. To me, it's me and my
household is socialist because I had many people in the household, and the entire exchange in the household between those people is a socialist exchange. Mm-hmm. I govern that exchange and set the rules for it.
Because he's responsible for it.
But if you take one of those kids and raise them up, put them in a position, because this is the argument that we get a lot about Nigerians, right? Whenever I talk to Africans, because I always say, bro, you come over here, you talk shit about niggas, but you leaving your country to come over here to find success when it's successful people in your country. And the first thing they always say, yeah, but it's a lot of corruption. Motherfucker, it is over here too. Right? When you throw around words like Tulsa and all this other stuff, then people go, oh, you want to go back to the past? Yes, nigga, because the past is how we ended up here. right? So the reason why black people aren't more established and more financially set as they should be is because every single time that they were able to climb a ladder, the goalpost was moved, right? That's a practice here.
Wait a minute. So
what are you asking about my house, though?
What about your house? What I'm saying is what you practice, right? What is to me what your governing body is. You might have slaves in your house, but what you practice is what the fuck you practice.
Here's how I don't.
I'm looking at your house as the country, right?
No.
And I'm saying this is what you're doing. You're practicing capitalism, but you're making your people practice socialism. You're making your people practice communism. You're making your people practice all this other shit, but you practicing capitalism.
That's not slavery.
No, I'm not saying it's slavery, but I'm saying what I'm saying is if we had capitalism right now, but we still had slaves, would the country still be practicing capitalism? Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah, what slaves got to do with it?
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. But so what I'm saying is, country is Aaron, slaves, Aaron children. So it don't matter what the hell your children are.
No, slaves an asset. It's property. These are citizens. Different. They're free. You want to go to another house? That's fine.
But I'm saying according to the country, though, right? Okay, so wait, did the country have slaves or did people have slaves?
People had slaves.
Okay, I concede.
And then Beans, you also argued the point I was making with that you said no to, because when I asked the question, are you can't your home be socialist and capitalist? You said that made the argument that I was making, because as the leader go out of the home, I'm the capitalist, but I go back home and I practice socialism in the house.
Right. Yeah.
I engage in capitalism to interface trade with other households, but that doesn't mean the citizens or the residents of my home do anything with capitalism.
No, Aaron, but Aaron, you're right, correct. That's the point I was making. Though the point is, you're going out practice capitalism. So even though your house does practice capitalism and socialism at the same time.
Well, they can also trade out if they want, but now they're going to have to enter into a capitalist market. But the transactions within the home between citizens in the home and the structure of the home is all socialist.
But you are essentially the governing body of your home.
That's it.
So what you practice is what I hold the country to.
Beans. So I made an earlier point in the sense of whoever governs whatever whether it's communist, whether it's capitalist, has got to be a free mind. Even more so in a communist society.
Yeah, I remember.
Because they have to live outside the same rules that everyone else is. Otherwise, it wouldn't work.
Right.
So if that's your qualifier, if your qualifier is the governing body, then you cannot have a communist society at all.
I wish I would accept that. I don't want communism. That's not.
Okay. All right then.
Hold on. Watch this. Uncle T.
He wants capitalism 2.0.
There we go. You know what I'm saying? Like you said,
and Beans, I think everyone on this panel agrees with you. The market needs to be free, and it needs to be free of the regulation that government with corruption are ensuing on the free market.
Absolutely.
I think we all agree on capitalist 2.0.
See, you can verbalize it more. You know, you understand the language. You know what I'm saying, and you can verbalize it in a more scientific way. Whereas for me, I just give the example. Dear hospital, stop charging me $2,000 for some shit you paid $5 for. Simple. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You need to make some money off of you doing your thing. Look, I give you 6 times.
This is the crazy thing about
30, nigga. Let's go.
This is the crazy thing about human nature. We have free prescription under healthcare. Our new government's going to legislate $5 per prescription, and the country is up in arms about it.
Well, look, to be perfectly, if you want to be perfectly clear about it, America, to a degree, does have free health care already. There's not a single ER in the country that can deny you any kind of health care in this country at all, or they'll get charged for it. Seriously, you as a man or woman or anyone in this country, if they got a problem, they can go to any emergency room and they have to treat you.
So what he's saying is get your plastic surgery done in the ER.
No, they have. Let's be clear. They have to give you basic. They have to give you basic life care.
Correct.
Care.
Basic life-saving care.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's
and,
basic.
and repair, not maintenance.
You're not getting top dollar.
Okay, but my thing is make them give you the see. This is why I start getting into what they call it when it's with what do you call it, Uncle T, when you making people do shit? It's dictatorship.
Dictatorship, yeah.
Yeah. So my thing is
authoritarianism.
Bitch,
Oh, yeah.
you're gonna give out the cure. We done with y'all giving out the medicine. That's done. Give the cure or else.
They're never going to give out the cure until they make it to where
You want your kids to live?
companies and hospitals have to compete with each other.
Mm-hmm.
Do you care about? See, again, everything should not be industrialized. That's my point.
But
some
that's
things
what
should be able to
actually-
stay outside of that realm.
but
and I think
Beans.
healthcare should be one
So
of
when
them.
it-
With industries that are that big, when they're not forced to compete with each other across state lines, that makes it to where they can have these inflated rates. When you're forced to compete with other businesses across state lines, now you have to actually compete with them and give you're competing on price. I'm just saying, dude.
I read it.
Okay, so
I read
so
it,
Beans, you actually y'all looking
but
at this
that-
wrong. Y'all looking at this wrong.
But that's not the point.
Should.
See what I'm saying? Yeah, I read it first. I can read backwards. But this is what I'm saying though. You're addressing it again as a business when I keep saying it's the one thing that should be deindustrialized.
No, it should be schools.
It's not a business, bruh. Okay,
It's
school,
business.
cool. I got you. Whatever. It's not a business. No, it's not a business.
But it is. Is it making money?
You want to find out.
That's the point. It shouldn't be that. It should
find
make
out how to
money
make
for
hospitals
the
nonprofit?
hold on. It should
Dude,
make money
how-
for John. Hold on, John. John, listen, it should make money simply for the fact that it has to pay the people that work there. Other than that, no, man. It should not be the thing that you're looking to maximize profits.
No, you can't. You can't just make money just to pay the people that work there because you got
Yeah,
you got overhead for utility costs. You got
Okay,
equipment
make
costs.
money enough to make sure you can
The
run
issue
the
with
business.
that.
Nobody
the issue with
should
that
be
is
lining
that
their pockets off hospitals.
Beans.
What
The
if
issue
they
with that.
continue to
is-
raise
Hold on,
prices?
y'all.
I can't hear Paulo.
I'll give you the
So
issue
Beans, what
with a healthcare system that that you're trying to be a proponent of is that the government now has to get involved. The government now has to fund those hospitals. The issue with that is the government now dictates the level of healthcare
You get.
Do you want the government to dictate that, or do you want yourself to dictate what level of healthcare do you want?
So in a communist setting, yes, right. But in the communist setting that we described earlier, but I see how problematic that is in this setting because of the fact that these motherfuckers have a military at their disposal.
Wait a minute.
Because
Because
if you take away that element, absolutely, I'm cool.
Well, when
with the government
Paulo,
being it.
that's crazy. Because literally, a lot of people are dying because they can't get the health care that the government's supposed to be giving to them for free.
Wait, wasn't that the problem in capitalism where money superseded people?
Yes.
You telling me that same thing happens in communism? Say it ain't so.
I don't know about that.
And just
He
to,
just said it.
just to land my plane on the insurance thing, if you recall, when before Trump left office, he was trying to pass a bill to where it would open up the borders on insurance to where they didn't have to stay within state lines, and it would actually lower your medicine costs, your hospital costs, and your insurance costs.
And it will open up the books to let you know what you're going to get. But hold on, wait. But you'll be able to see what the pricing was.
Yep.
Right now,
Because,
that's the biggest thing is the pricing. No one knows what the pricing is until you get the goddamn bill.
And not only that,
not
only that, if you look at insurance companies, hold on, John,
trying to get in. His mic is low as hell. He fucked up.
Well, I was just going to say, if you look at insurance companies, they force you to go to specific doctors in specific places.
That works.
Okay, John.
Y'all gonna spend an hour arguing over the government or insurance. When the problem is, if you really want to control the market, it's actually up to the individuals to make smart decisions with their health. Stop eating fast food. Stop eating.
Holy shit!
You know what? I can't stand this nigga.
Holy shit!
Hey man, I appreciate you for coming, John.
Yeah, we went over that.
Y'all got to forgive John. He was having a problem with his microphone. Come on with this blame the voter shit, bro. You on this Uncle Tom shit?
Wait a minute, nigga. No,
Yes,
I ain't
you always
never.
blaming the voters. You voted for him. I hate
No,
when
no. I say the American people are stupid. That's what I say.
And that's the problem now. The American people so stupid right now.
Hey, didn't I listen?
This is my
Hold
problem
on.
with
Is the president American?
No.
Is the Congress and senators American?
No.
So everyone are collectively in this thing stupid together,
They're not
including myself.
American, they're capitalists. And that's the fucking problem. They don't see
Just let me be a dictator right now. I can put mines on the border. I put a motherfucking shooting tower right there. Anyone step a foot across. Listen, stop illegal and legal immigration. I can do it all.
Hold on. Let me say this because I don't think we had that conversation at all. That was one of the topics, the immigration topic too. But I know why, because that was a part of the Trump take. John,
that's right.
Listen to what I'm saying. You cannot blame the voters. You can't, man. The food ain't real anyway, John. Everybody can't eat real food. There ain't enough to go around anyway. So you can't blame them for that.
Well, you can grow it yourself.
Oh, come on.
You can't. The problem always lies with the people.
Just because you don't want to do it, don't mean you can't fucking do it.
That shit. Can't nobody raise no goddamn cows, man. Stop.
First
to
of all,
what John's saying, there is a certain level of personal accountability, but you can only be accountable to the options that you're given.
Thank you. That's why I like white people.
Man, fuck them white people.
Go ahead, John.
No, I don't.
Beans, I've got to head out. I've got to prepare for tomorrow, gentlemen. It's
Hey, bro, it was a pleasure meeting you, Paulo, dude. For real, this is my first time talking to you, dude.
Yes,
I enjoyed the hell out of it.
That's a fact.
Likewise. Thank you,
Good
gentlemen.
with you, Aaron. Seriously,
appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, good job.
My man, Paulo. Absolutely.
The human body runs better. The human body runs more efficient, more healthier, more cleaner when you don't eat meat.
Oh, you're dumb.
Cheap.
Here we go. I just was trying to have this argument with somebody the other day, and they got to talking about
it's cheaper.
It's
cheaper. It's cheaper.
But you're wrong, sir. You're absolutely wrong.
I'm not wrong. I'm not
listen,
wrong.
Listen. Hold on. Vegans have the most literally fucked up body than any other meat eater out there. Why? Because you're gonna have less fucking everything.
They're constantly taking supplements to replace the stuff that they're not getting from not eating meat.
Stop it, man. I hate when people make this argument. I can show you a video where so many motherfuckers will tell you the fucked up thing about being vegan.
I mean, I can use facts that you all already know.
I don't feel like going down it.
I've had a very close professional relationship with it. I don't feel like getting into that, but think about it. Look at the anatomy. We do have canine teeth. So from an evolutionary standpoint, it's somewhere we were made to eat meat. Now, are we supposed to eat land-dwelling animals in great quantities? No. Right? I think a more plant-based diet with a ratio of plant to meat being 90-10, 80-20, being realistic, the smaller number being protein, and then like fowl and water creatures being the source of your meat protein is the way to go. If you think about the texture and tenderness, the protein structure, how it breaks down. Wait a second. And also, if you look at the type of creatures that eat only vegetables, they're grazing creatures. If you look at hunters, things that eat meat, they only eat every now and then. Why? Because the brain and the metabolite, the speed of metabolism in our bodies closely mirrors hunters and meat eaters. We can't graze. We don't have enough stomachs to graze. We don't get the calorie intake necessary to feed the brain. This motherfucker right here is a
bitch.
It's a bastard to feed. Cows are kind of dumb.
It takes a lot of fuel.
The little brains in that big ass body, but they still have to eat all day. One goat will mow a fucking acre. It'll keep your yard straight because he has to eat all day. We can't, and our brains are massive. We go to the moon with our brains. Last point I'd like to make on
I don't believe that part.
Either way, but ghosts don't know the ABCs. But one last thing, our eyes are on the front of our face, not on the sides. Everything that eats vegetables, the eyes are here. Everything that eats meats, its eyes are here for triangulation to hunt. You gotta have some kind of meat. The body's made to get it.
That's basic. That's basic.
That's why
that's well put.
Shit you already know.
So
you just broke that down in a way that I've never heard before,
first
though.
of all, when I made my statement, did I say not eat meat? Period. Because if I did, that's not what I wanted to say. I was trying
to say vegans and shit. You said we're not supposed to eat meat.
And the vegans don't eat meat at all.
You said we're not supposed to eat meat.
Okay. So It's not okay. So why do we need? Okay, so the question is, why do we need meat?
Protein.
What protein?
Proteins, calories.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So now, protein not in plants.
Oh,
not that kind of protein.
It is, but in very small amounts.
And it's not calorie
You know
dense.
how many nuts and berries, or you know how many nuts and stuff you have to eat to get the level of protein you get from eating a small piece of chicken or a steak?
So I'm going to agree with you guys. I'm actually going to, because I actually do believe that you should. I'm not a vegan. I'm a practicing.
I know you not, so I don't know why you was arguing a stupid ass point.
But
You're not even vegetarian.
No, the point I am arguing, because I'm actually changing to be like part-time vegan. Like I'm cutting back on meat.
He's a halfway cook.
There you go. Yeah. Because I'm actually learning, because I've actually practiced for the past.
There's nothing wrong with eating the majority vegetables. I do the same thing.
We eat like twice a week in our house.
2 years ago. I did an experiment 2 years ago, and what I did was I actually stopped eating meat for like 6 months.
How long did it take before your brain got cloudy?
Actually, what happened was I got healthier in those 6 months.
Physically, but mentally, how long did it take before you had the cloudy brain?
I did better not eating meat. My body, I ate less food. I was not hungry. I was not tired. I did not like energy.
Hey, is that meat there, sir?
That looks like a big ass piece of fried chicken.
That's what it looked like.
Were you taxing the shit out of your brain during those 6 months?
No, it's not.
He doesn't know that.
So that's why you didn't have brain fog.
You wouldn't know.
I'm sorry. Well, how would I test? I guess how could you test that then? How could you test that?
You would have to so I have a degree in mechanical engineering. Like, let's say if I were working on a project, a research and development project, where I was trying to do a ground up redesign on the internal combustion engine. So I had to think about chemistry. I had to think about thermodynamics, everything. Just reinvent the shit.
I have a question for you.
That's it. I know if I'm cloudy or not.
All I can tell you is I was sharper in everything, in every aspect of me moving. I did everything better.
He lying.
I'm not lying.
Did you know that rocket science ain't really rocket science? Did you know that shit?
Yeah.
So when people say it ain't rocket science, they know it. They don't even know it's not rocket science. Ain't rocket science.
even when it comes to like working out, I worked out with never got tired.
You're a goddamn lie. Shut up.
I am not lying.
But that is an indicator of other things. ATP. That's just not really an indicator of the amount of energy the body has available. I mean, you can have biostores. There's other things that influence that. That's
an indicator of drugs.
Well, I'm
Aaron,
how many vitamins.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. A motherfucker can't work out really working out and never get fucking tired. That's physically impossible. Even on steroids. You know why I know? Because I was on them for a very long fucking time.
So if you take me a little, so I put it this way, my energy levels was way higher than it was when I was eating meat.
You probably had, what probably happened was you probably had a gut full of waste. And when you came off the meat, you probably purged your gut of all of that, which made it more efficient in absorbing nutrients. Now you're on this plant-based diet. You're getting this sudden influx of nutrients from the plant-based diet that you weren't getting from anything before, because you were your walls are covered in 100,000 layers of
hits from it, I bet.
Yeah, and it probably felt like a caffeine hit. But when your shit goes neutralized, or if you start taxing the dog shit out of your brain, you'll notice the deficiency.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you what, when I was poor and all I could eat was cans of beans and raviolis, and I wasn't able to go get steak and chicken and fish, I'm gonna tell you what, I couldn't think for nothing.
Yeah.
I don't eat steak. I am a chicken connoisseur. Of all chicken fowl.
Yardbird is wonderful, man.
It's a fact.
Chicken fowl?
Yeah, chicken fowl. That's anything that's a bird.
And you want to know what affected me the most was my comprehension. Being able to read something and comprehend what I read.
I roast that bitch up.
Yeah.
You got them bitches here in Florida.
I remember, like I said a few years ago, when I stopped eating pork, red meat, no sugary products. I was eating only
did you
chicken.
see that juice that you were just drinking? Nigga, that shit full of sugar. The fuck
No,
you
it
talking?
ain't. No, it's not.
Let me see. What's that?
It's full of aspartame.
And sugar, right?
No, it's supposed to be sugarless, but once I found out about the aspartame, it was like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, this way.
That's some of that Bill Gates sugar.
Yeah, it just turns it. It just turns it into sugar. That's all it does.
No, it's digital sugar.
All I can tell you is, all I can tell you is,
especially when they pour. What do you really want people to do, bro?
Drink water.
Yeah. Okay.
What were we gonna say, Baptist John?
Yeah. So basically, when I going back and forth to the doctor during that time period, because what made me do it, I had diabetes, so that's when I changed everything over.
Oh yeah.
Well, that changes the whole discussion.
Yeah, your insulin level. Yeah, no wonder you felt better. Of course.
Yeah. So, but now it was, but yeah. So it was pre-diabetic. I'm sorry, pre-diabetic, not diabetes, but pre-diabetic.
Oh yeah. Your shit was going back baseline. You felt like $1 million.
Absolutely. Now, see, you did. That was a small caveat you didn't add that changes the whole dynamic of the conversation, John.
And they was gonna get that. They was about to get that nigga that metformin.
But which is the whole problem though, because the doctors kept trying to give me pills to reverse it.
I just told you metformin.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, but they also wanted you to keep eating the same food, but just reduce it. I'm like, no, this is the problem. The food that you're making me eat is causing the problem.
Yeah, but they were trying to prevent the shock of reversal. But you're right though. So
basically, what I'm saying is, your body is healthier when you reduce man-made foods. Period. Anything a man touch, keep it shouldn't go in your mouth. If a man
then don't eat no vegetables. Don't eat no fucking fruit. Don't eat none of that because all that shit is man-made and modified.
You know what I'm talking about here, sir? You know what I'm saying?
Well, at the end of
he's saying don't get a man-made tomato that a man put in a can and cooked in a fucking thing.
Correct.
I know that tomato. If you're gonna eat tomatoes,
bruh, no. I went to the grocery store. I like watermelon. I grabbed watermelon. First piece I took out, I swear it wasn't even real. Like, and then the thing about it is,
was it seedless?
Well, watermelon has a different texture now than it used to have.
They're not necessarily giving you those options anymore.
Well, all my watermelons come with seeds because I don't buy them from the store.
Well, Uncle Tom,
see, there
if
you go.
you go to the store, haven't you noticed
they're
that
not really giving you those options no more? You got to buy what the fuck they put in there. That's what I'm saying. You're not gonna drive 2 hours to go to the natural market.
It's down the street from me,
and then have to spend for something you would have got for $4. Now you got to spend $9. It's just like people not gonna do that in mass.
But you know what we should do, and I mean this as a.
If you're not gonna make that choice, to do it in marriage, then don't complain with the hospital when the hospital raping you.
Well, no, but there is something
we're just gonna go shoot them bitches up.
Man, you're just gonna keep interrupting the man, aren't you?
Well, no, I think this is important, and I would even go so far as to say, Beans, you might want to clip this because this is important for if you're above ground, take this and run with it, right? At least do 3 things. When you shop for food, wherever you get your food, shop the perimeter of the market. Stay away from going down the aisles. Now think about that. Yes. When you walk into produce. You come around the bakery, seafood, fresh meat, come back around, there's dairy.
It's set up for that reason.
Don't go down the aisles. That's your canned food, your processed foods, that's your sodium factories, your sugar factories, your fucking high cal factories, your sauce, all your bullshit's down there. Don't go down there.
Those are all
salt, pepper, olive oil, get out of there. Shop the perimeter. Second thing you need to do. 80% of your time in the market should be spent as soon as you walk in the door. Produce. Because that's going to be 80% of your diet. When you do shop from there, eat the rainbow. Don't focus on what's the superfood, what's this and that. If it's priced, change the colors up. There's your diversity right there. The last thing you want to do comes back to the second thing. 80% of your diet should be plant-based, eating the rainbow. The remaining portion should be, that's where your dairy, fats, and proteins fit in. Try to load up on salmon if you can. Omega-3s really help the brain. If you can't, any kind of fish, stay away from shellfish. They're scavengers. It works.
Fresh pineapple.
Well, that's the produce. That's, we're down in the fish now. Stay away from tilapia. Stay away from shellfish. Salmon is your friend. If you can't do that, any other white fish, stay away from darker fishes like blue.
Flounder is delicious.
Flounder's great. Stay away from darker fish other than salmon because it's mercury laden. A fish swims through the water, collects mercury in its gills. A fish eats a fish, he gets that fish's mercury plus the fish he has in his gills. A fish eats a fish that eats the fish, you're multiplying the mercury. And that's what's one of the things that darkens the fish. Fish that are dark meat ate a fish that ate a fish that ate a fish that ate a fish that ate a fish. That's mercury laden. White colored fish, flaky meat, probably just or a fish that ate a fish. That's it. Low mercury. Last thing, if you're going to eat poultry, try to eat the exotic birds. They're going to be less likely to have chemicals, antibiotics, and stuff like that. Duck, waterfowl, things like that. If you don't have the money or the availability, chicken breast. Organic is preferred. Don't buy the store brand shit. At least get a decent name brand organic chicken breast. You're not going to be buying much of it anyway. Chop it up, throw it on a salad. Grains are your friend. Nuts, quinoa, whole grains. Rice ain't it. Anything white, don't eat. Bread, pasta, rice, don't eat it. Whole grains. Shit should be brown.
The reason is because bleach is in white bread. They bleach it to make it white.
And they take the nutrients away. The shell, the husk, all that. That's where the fiber and the actual phytochemicals that are in the shit are. All you're getting is the fucking energy packet and the bleach that they used. It's just starch. It's just carbohydrate, simple sugar, and bleach.
I don't know if you guys have noticed.
Fiber went out the door.
Well, I don't know if you guys have noticed with today's breads now. Have you noticed how flimsier they are now too? Like if you go to try and spread like real butter on them or something, it'll rip the bread apart now.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't eat bread, sir.
Good.
I only get bread from the bakery. I get them loaves of Italian bread.
Italians don't make bread, sir.
Oh, yeah.
my favorite is rye or pumpernickel, honestly.
Just like a white man.
Big bread. Okay, so for some reason, the other
I just said look it up later and then when you want to do it 2025, sir.
That shit right there is crazy, man.
Yes,
so
it is. It's a whole book, sir. It's a whole book. You need to get it. Read it.
The other white meat panelists. My man Uncle T wanted me to look this up. It's been up for a minute. I just hadn't brought it up here. I don't know what's going on here, but
go to project2025.org and they'll give you a whole manifesto.
I like Wikipedia better. I trust it.
Oh my fucking God.
It says Project 2025 is a collection of policy proposals to reshape the executive branch of the U.S. federal government in the event of a Republican victory in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if you go on Trump's web page, his actual website, he tells you right there what that is in his own words, and it is.
No, he does is his is Agenda 47. He takes some parts of 2025 and put it in his policy because I went on a whole 2, 3, probably 5 months of saying Republicans ain't shit. They need to learn how to put a policy together because they didn't do it.
Well, look, I don't know if you've heard Uncle Tom, but there's one thing that Trump's been saying this year in the campaign trail that I don't know if I'm really in agreement with, and that's him proposing, if he gets elected, of wanting to give the police departments complete impunity to do whatever they have to do their job.
I heard that stupid shit. That's why I said they took some parts of it and didn't add itself in. And then he's always boasting about certain other things, which I'm just like, yo, that's fucking retarded. Shut the fuck up and win the goddamn election. Stop fucking talking about shit that don't need to be talked about. That's just like, listen, ain't no Republican should ever talk about the AB echelon. You know, they should never speak about it because it's a losing issue for Republicans, no matter what. Just like it was a bad thing when Trump wanted to bring the fucking what did you call it? God damn it. When Trump wanted to bring them goddamn the military in. They had a problem when Trump did it, but when a Democrat does it, hey, it's
well, you talking about when you wanted to bring in the National Guard?
Yeah, the National Guard.
So wait a minute. Tom, you're wrong.
I think this is going to bite you in the ass.
How am I wrong?
Every politician should talk about every fucking thing. You're worried about
I agree with you, Aaron.
To win. Fuck that. I want to know it all.
I want complete transparency.
I do too. But what I said, it's a losing issue. Shut the fuck up.
I don't give a shit if it's losing or winning.
The reason what I'm saying is he already has his proposal for that already laid out. You don't have to speak on everything.
Yeah, he does. He really does, though, because I want to know for sure what it is he plans on doing with the country.
I hear what you're saying, but
Uncle Tom, right now, we don't know if he's going to turn out to be a Trojan horse or some shit.
Well, we really don't.
Stop!
Did y'all read that shit?
Yes, I did.
I've already read it before.
Yes, it's been out since last January, sir.
Oh, out y'all minds, man. This shit
found
gonna
out-
bite you in your ass.
Huh?
That's
This
why,
is gonna
dude, that's
bite you
why
in your ass.
Look, dude, that's
All
why
you
I'm
gonna do is pretend like you don't give a fuck about the rest of the country when it come to pass. But this shit is gonna bite you in your ass.
I had it on my screen the whole
You don't
time.
want this
I've been
man to
looking
have
at it.
this.
I looked into it when I found
Even
out.
if you
I
okay
heard
with it,
somebody
you don't
mention
want
on
him to
TikTok
have
2
it.
months ago.
What is it? What is it saying that you don't agree with, sir?
Absolute power.
Is that what it says?
Yes.
Absolute power of what?
Over the executive branch.
He already has absolute power over the executive branch.
No, he
It's not
Every
absolute power.
president.
With
It's not
influence in his
absolute power.
cabinet.
Whoa. He does. His cabinet and everything that's dealing with it, he has absolute power over. What we don't see is presidents using that shit because they rely on the judicial and the fucking legislator. They should have impunity over what they should be running, which is the administration.
So the other people up there, we don't really give a fuck ass people. So they don't actually have the power to stop the president when he be wanting to do shit.
Yeah.
No.
Wait.
Well, they do to a degree.
Let me make sure I put this out there so the people watching can understand.
Depends on
Here's what happened.
Talking about.
Whenever we go to a president to ask them why they didn't do some shit, they always say, "Man, they didn't let them do it." The House and the Representative, he didn't have it.
It depends on what it is you're asking and talking about.
What you're saying, you're talking about the legislative branch when they're actually putting together bills and fucking where the money is being spent. When you're talking about the Department of Justice, Department of Education, when you're talking about the EPA, when you're talking about all the military, all that is encompassing on one person, which is the fucking president.
It's the appointed officials, the bureaucrats. That's who we control.
And look, the only thing that I can think of as to why he wants complete control like that is, if you recall his first presidency, he was running on a 50% cabinet. He went his first term with only 50% of his cabinet because Congress has to approve all of his cabinet members, and they kept denying most of them.
Miss Jill, you and Uncle T are gonna eat these words. Y'all, even if you are okay, like Uncle T with the dictatorship and all that other shit, not this nigga though.
Why not?
Him.
Why not?
Why?
I don't want
my thing is this. Literally, I'm gonna tell you, you use presidents like tools. You have because if he had the opportunity, he will use you the same goddamn way. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna use this motherfucker for what I need him to do, what I want to see. Not some old.
That's what the left does.
It's exactly what they do.
No, and they fail at it. They try.
How do they fail?
No, dude, they've been succeeding like crazy lately, Aaron.
Ain't neither one of these cocksuckers capitulating to what the people want. They capitulating to what business and corporations want.
Who are you talking about?
Biden, Obama, Trump.
How are they capitulating to the businesses?
By the way, Trump was the greatest president ever. But go ahead.
They're not giving the people what they want. Man, the left.
No. No, he gave him exactly what he wanted because he on the campaign trail, the motherfucker said, "I'm gonna do this, and this." And guess what they voted for? This, and this. And guess what he did? This. All he did was executive order that shit. Some things he couldn't get together, like the Build Back bullshit.
You talking about
Biden.
You must be talking about white leftists and the alphabet people.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because they talking about niggas.
The niggas don't vote. Listen, if anyone thought that the nigga vote actually counted, you're a fucking insane.
Well, we understand that, but I'm saying as far as the people who casting, you're just talking about people who casting getting what they want, and I'm saying that niggas definitely
you don't think niggas voted for didn't vote at a 96% clip for Democrats, sir?
Let me tell you how.
My point. Hold on, real quick, Aaron. My point is this, Uncle T. Is that you're right now, what you're doing is you're talking about the people voting and getting what they wanted. And I'm saying these niggas who actually voted are absolutely not getting what they wanted. If you say the alphabet community getting what they want, okay,
no, sir.
You say the white libs is getting what they want.
No, sir.
And the white man ain't getting what he wants either.
Sir, let me explain something. When you vote for something, no matter what fucking color you are, and you vote for that person, you agree with what they fucking want to be that come to pass. So when you say niggas is
Aaron, I told you that's who he is.
Listen,
This is the most
did I lie about it?
nigga I know.
Did I lie about it?
Yes, nigga, because you can't blame me for this nigga doing some shit I didn't know.
You didn't vote, pussy. Shut up.
No, wait. You don't have to.
You don't have to be a voter to care about who's running your country, Uncle Tom.
And why are you asking if you lie?
Me.
Why are you asking?
Look, dude, I'm a voter, and I'm over that shit of saying if you don't vote, you don't have a voice to bitch about. Yes, I live in this country, and even if I don't vote, I have a right to bitch about how this country is being ran.
I still, but and guess what? And even if you don't, what I'm saying, even if you did, I'm not gonna blame Aaron because he voted for Biden, assuming that Biden was gonna make it okay for dogs to walk off their leash. And then Biden do some other slick shit that he didn't know Biden was going to do.
And if you want to keep it 100% real, none of our voices really matter because the Electoral College doesn't have to answer to what the majority vote is in their area
why
anyhow.
I said insurrection party, vote from the rooftop. That's why I said.
You asked a question a moment ago.
2024.
You asked a question a moment ago. You said, did I tell a lie?
Yeah.
Wrong question. No. Whether you lie or not, let's assume you're telling the truth. You're wrong.
I'm not.
A lie and and being wrong is different.
I'm not wrong.
So you have to explain why he's wrong.
Okay, here we go. Black people absolutely were targeted by the Democratic Party to vote.
No shit.
Well, why say their vote doesn't matter?
The reason I say it doesn't matter because they already know they got it. So if I was a politician, it's in the bag. No matter what Democrat it is, it's in the fucking bag.
So why target a fucking guaranteed win? Why not target hard?
They didn't target. Well, yes, they did. It is what it is.
It's just an ingredient. It's just an ingredient.
Exactly. Breakfast Club. You ain't black.
Okay.
Aaron, did you hear what I said? It's just an ingredient in the recipe.
I forgot. I forgot my bad. The nigga is even stupider than American stupids.
Kamala Harris.
Black kids deserve the right to have a good education just as well as rich kids.
Not even just that, right? I heard my man, Coach Greg say the other day. Some young black boy got murdered by a cop, and then there was another cop who was acquitted from a charge from 2020, right? And they always say when it's election year, they run these cycles, all this shit, right?
All the fucking time. So but they want to hold on. They want to make sure that y'all feel that y'all are a part of the fucking process.
That's my point, because they're not going to deliver.
But it doesn't matter. There you go. They're not going to deliver.
That's what I said. What the voter wants, the voter don't get.
Okay. Well, this is why they get what they want. Because the only time motherfucking niggas get mad is when motherfucking these sorry ass illegals come over here and prove that y'all dumb ass niggas don't deserve the vote that you fucking have. Because these motherfucking illegal pieces of shit will come over here and spit in your face, and y'all be like, "Oh, we're not getting what the Democrats promised us." No shit, you dumb motherfucker. You will never get it. It's been proven time and time again. And that's from both fucking parties.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Here's the thing. Republicans don't fucking literally go after the black vote. They just started trying to go after the black vote within the last fucking 6 years.
No, Republicans act like they're going to be your friends and then they vote with Democrats. That's what they do.
That's because they're pussies. And I've been saying that Republicans are pussies for the longest.
Because I'm over this whole Republican-Democrat fucking argument.
Yeah, the bipartisanship is fucked. They're both. It's the head and the head. It's the head and the head of a two-headed snake.
Yeah, we have a uniparty, and for us to think otherwise is retarded.
That's why I wrote in Riley, my dog.
Dude, I wrote in freedom and liberty, Aaron. That's what I wrote in freedom and liberty.
I think the point that Aaron was trying to make, Uncle T, is that he was pushing back on the knowledge that anybody is getting what they want, or you know what I'm saying. So,
listen.
Definitely ain't getting what they want.
There's another thing.
I tell you like this,
Uncle Tom. Hold on. There's another thing
we can't even talk about.
Said recently. He just said it recently in this last.
I already know what you're gonna say
about the Jan 6 people.
Yes,
he's already trying to tug at the heartstrings of patriots again, like he did last time when he said
I'm gonna free
the first thing I do The first thing I do if I get elected is I'm going to pardon the patriots that were illegally imprisoned out in Nevada. Now he's doing it again with Jan 6 to try and get at the heart of real Americans.
I know that.
But, wait, here's my thing though, right? Because I always argue that the president don't matter any fucking way.
It just depends on how you
He
look at it.
He's kind of like the grand marshal of the parade.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So yeah, because what most quote unquote political black people always do is say focus on local elections, right?
That's a fact.
Well, what we have with Congress right now is they're pissed off that they have literally given presidents more powers than what they were supposed to have.
Over and over and over
again. All right.
Every fucking every fucking literal
and
every new 4 years is more.
Is Trump was actually going to use those powers that they gave him, whereas other presidents didn't.
So wait a minute. So this was the reason why I'm bringing that up, though, right? Because it seems as if the only people that can do anything about the actual complaints or whatever that black people may have are the local politicians.
They are.
Because the right now, I think
politicians and black
if you
people
go to the cities, I could argue for the first time in a long ass time that the biggest issue facing black people right now is immigration.
No, you mean the thing that they cried and
that 4 years ago.
Oh my God, we need to be a safe cities for these illegal immigrants. Get the fuck
Uncle
out
Tom,
of here.
how many times did me and you get on CT streams and we were arguing about this stuff and telling these people that were advocating for illegal immigrants what was going to happen, and they told us we were racist and misogynists and bigots and this, that, and the third. And now
I'm
they're
Uncle
saying
Tom.
the same
I'm like,
shit we were
duh.
telling them 3 years ago.
What these niggas crying about? We've been here for years and we pay taxes and they don't. We should shut the fuck up and take the dick in your ass.
And rather than telling Whitey he was a white supremacist racist when he told you that if you keep allowing this to happen, they're going to overrun your neighborhoods first and take over your resources, you should have listened, because I wasn't being racist. I was telling you the reality of what you're doing.
Yeah, you good, bro.
So maybe then this what I mean by not that guy.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Like he's an actor, right?
Here's your problem, right?
Saying it was gonna
All politicians are
it was gonna kind of eliminate people taking it seriously.
But
That's
all
stupid.
politicians are
Coming
acting.
from him.
I agree with you, but that's stupid. Because simple fact is, the other person said, you know what? Flood the fucking borders. That was his exact fucking words. And niggas like, they was in the streets crying and celebrating when he got motherfucking office. Now you pussies want to cry. Listen, my heart pumps purple piss for you pussies all damn day. Fuck them.
Man, that's cold. What's up,
How's the
Aaron?
mic?
We hear
You
you.
good, bro? You
Check.
good?
You're good.
Okay.
Yep.
Because listen, when it comes to immigration, he said that. That's what he wanted to do. When it comes to, I want to get rid of your electric stove and your gas stove, he said
He really
that.
wants to do it.
He said that. And what he's trying to do, he's trying to do it.
So wait, let's do this.
When he started talking about eliminating people for using fucking wood to cook, he's really trying to do it.
When
What
he
they
said
do to
he was gonna
EPA?
When he said
What
he
are
was
we
going to make
doing?
everything electric and go green, he's really trying to do it.
You know what, the EPA can come in your house and tell you can't be burning that motherfucking wood because it's fucking up the ozone layers. All this extra bullshit that's not fucking true.
Because what they
here's
don't
my
tell you is-
question, right?
Go ahead.
Hold on. Here's my question, right? Because
You done got me up for
I wonder-
goddamn 6 hours, nigga. God damn.
no, I want to know why this. I'm not trying to. What it is, I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is, and you're gonna understand when I say it. I'm not trying to really dive deep into the Trump conversation because I want to save it for the next episode.
Yeah.
But
I'll
I
be up
do
there too.
want to ask, without going too deep into the conversation, but I feel like I am. Why did this motherfucker not get reelected? If he was doing such an awesome job, why did he not get reelected?
I got a theory about that, but I'll let someone else hit it before
I will say this. The reason why he didn't win election because he had more people that wanted to vote against him than wanted to vote for him. Now, also that these Republican governors and lieutenant governors who actually control elections didn't even go by the rules that they have elected for their towns and cities. Like I said, these places affect you before any other place. So when you have your governors and your lieutenant governors that do not literally abide by the rules that their Congress has elected, because each state has their own constitution and shit. So they didn't even go by that. They allowed other shit, and this is why I say it was open for fraud. I just went over this the other day. There is 21 states that fucking that you don't have to really have you got to have an ID, but not a really ID, right? And then you've got 11 states that you don't even need an ID. And guess where those places are? And they don't even you don't have to need anything.
They're in all blue states.
And those blue states make up majority of what? Electors for the electoral college. Now, if you have illegals that are flooding the fucking border, right? Guess what you're doing? You're trying to impose power to complete power, no matter how you look at it, for eons, because you are not even checking ID, saying that you are a fucking citizen. And this is the left argument. Well, how do you know that? So, they've never proven that there was any fraud, anything, because if you're not fucking checking IDs, how can you fucking prove it?
You can't prove it. But look,
it is a crimeless. I mean, it is a
victimless crime.
Victimless crime.
That's unprovable. But look,
what is no, I'm not gonna do it. Go ahead.
What I was gonna say is the whole voter ID thing and the basic universal ballot system that they employed during the last election. The way they sold that was a genius, all right, but it was unnecessary because we already had a system in place for that. The universal ballot system was basically them taking names of people that were that were registered at houses. So if you like me and the wife, the house that we lived in that year, we got 8 different ballots for 8 different people. But you want to know who we didn't get ballots for? Me or her. All right. But we already had a system already set up if you couldn't go and vote in person. It's called absentee ballot system. And that right there it's like having to have an ID. You have to solicit your polling place to get that ballot. It's not just being sent out to you like they were sending out all these hundreds of thousands of fucking ballots with the universal ballot system. They were trying to convince people we didn't have an absentee ballot system already that was working, and we did. We've had it for years, for decades.
No, they wanted a universal ballot system, and they're still trying to push that in the red states. The only thing, red states didn't take these motherfuckers up and fix the bullshit laws that left that open. Know what they did? They said, guess what? We're going to open it up to having these ballot boxes, because ballot boxes was not a thing. It wasn't. It was a thing that year. And unmanned ballot box is even worse.
Now, my theory is I personally think that Trump wanted to lose that last election.
I do too. Yeah, I said the same thing. I said the same fucking thing.
Honestly, I really look, if you look at it after having to sign that $6.4 trillion COVID bill, all right, that put us even further in debt, then having to deal with the fallback of the jab, then having to deal with the fallback of the economy collapsing, and all these Dems wanting to fucking take credit for everything. Well, fuck it. You know what? He just wanted to let them have it and give everybody in America exactly what they thought they were asking for, and let them see what the Democrats were doing, what our government was doing. Now, I'm hoping with everything that I have that this man was being genuine, and he isn't some kind of Trojan horse that's been doing this just to confuse everybody. I really am. You know what I'm saying? Because if you look at his past, he was a card-carrying Democrat the majority of his life. He funded many Democrat campaigns for many years.
I can tell you about that. His past. In fact, all right, going back, I'm from Philadelphia, the Philadelphia area anyway, right?
Boo.
When my dad was VP of that bank, he did business in Atlantic City and in the area when Trump was moving in. president of the bank told my dad, don't touch him. He was a VP of commercial lending. So where do you think he's going to be? In Trump's face as soon as he could, you know what I mean? Don't touch him. Don't let him do anything in the city of Philadelphia. I don't care what he's doing at the shore. Went down, lavish, you know what I mean? Tried to butter him up. Don't touch him, no matter what you do. He was a card-carrying Democrat. He used to famously say Republicans are complete idiots.
Yeah, he did.
No smarter than the cows that they raise. And he even said he doesn't give a fuck. He plays to win. Whatever party is necessary. If he were a president, whatever party is necessary to win is the party he's going to win with. Here's the proof. What did he do to win? Here's his strategy. And it created a little bit of fallout that prevented him from coming back around a second time. He leveraged an opportunity that was fit for him. Before Obama ran, remember, he was supposed to run a long time ago and he backed out. Remember that, like before he actually ran in 2000?
Yeah, it was in late 90s. He was going to.
Right. He backed out. And then he did again back when Obama was going to run. He was going to run against Obama on the first time. Backed out of that. Here's why. He knew Obama was going to win because 2 terms of fucking Bush, everybody wanted something else. Obama was talking that shit. Obama gets in. He goes twice. What does that do for Trump? Perfect. There's a population of America that feels disenfranchised because we had 2 years of fucking Obama. They are riled up, ready to go. He's going to dress up in red, get his red baseball, his MAGA hat. He's going to go attack those motherfuckers, and they are going to light up the country with controversy and campaign for him. And anybody that's in the proximity of them, if they're on the fence, they're going to get swayed.
So wait a minute, but it sounds like you're arguing that this majority Caucasoid base issue with the sitting president was simply that he was black, and not necessarily that they had any problem with the job he was doing as the president.
Can you tell me what he did to win?
Why not all three? Why not be a performance issue, a party issue, and a race issue? Because you're
I
going to
don't
have
think
somebody.
they have the. I'm going to admit that I can't argue this, but I'm just saying I don't think that they have an argument on performance.
What did he do? What did he do? What did he do to win the Nobel Peace Prize?
Nothing but be a
No. I'm asking Beans. What did he do? What can you say? Because he was only in office for less than 6 months before he won a Nobel Peace Prize. What did he do in those 6 months that ingrained him in history of being a Nobel Peace Prize winner?
So I got the answer.
In the United States of America.
Unify America.
I got the answer. I got the answer.
How many presidents that we had? Were they all Nobel Peace Prize winners?
You asked Beans.
I know.
So I got the answer. You're just not gonna like it.
Go ahead.
It's one word. Survive.
Oh, get the.
Oh, come on.
It's the truth, bro. If this dude could survive as the president, he deserved a Nobel Peace Prize.
If you would have said
somehow, some way, he got these niggas to keep the peace and not kill him.
Look. I would accept that as an argument if he got it after his eight years was up.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good rebuttal.
But then it was only 6 years after.
I want to do this real quickly, though. I want to do this real quickly, Snow. First of all, I want to address parenting issues real quick.
Yeah. You know, I just want to say sorry for everything I've done in the past, and I swear I'll never fucking. Fuck! Oh shit! Oh fuck! Fuck me!
I hate the internet. I hate the internet.
So let me ask you, Snowman, since you the white person on the panel, why do y'all be beating y'all kids like that?
I smack my son upside his head once a day, every day, to keep him on his toes and make sure that he needs to have situational awareness.
No, I just wanted to play that clip. To me, that is funny as hell, and I'm actually proud of them. For being able to get together. I'm assuming that's really his mom and helping him out with that video. It got him a gang of views, you know what I'm saying? So salute to them for that.
You're saluting white people again, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I salute them when they're not destroying the world with alphabetism.
Well, the last
right now they switching us.
More people have been doing a good job of that, Beans.
They're switching us from capitalism to alphabetism at this point right now. And I can't never get none of these conservative douchebags over here to have a conversation about that. They don't never want to talk about
I agree with you.
Y'all always want to talk about the white man freed you from slavery. The white man created.
Hold on. See, now you're full of shit because how many times over on my channel have I talked about this? A whole fucking lot, dog.
I've been in discussions with him talking about this, and you've been there, Beans.
You've been there, sir. You know I don't give a fuck about these alphabet people. So this should be hit upside the motherfucking head.
I guess I'm really talking about chaotic truth then.
Okay, well,
well, that's fair.
I'm really saying because he's the one who really be talking about that white man is the salt of the earth shit. But he ain't saying nothing about this shit that the white man is pushing on us.
Chaotic is a grifter. Let's keep it real.
He ain't talking about that shit at all. But let me get
why
this.
Why you go black?
Who?
I mean, why you take your face off the screen? Oh, crack ass cracker.
Because I want to smoke some crack and I don't want you guys to see it.
Oh, okay. I thought you was hiding after that chaotic fucking slight.
Right.
White Americans have way more advantages than Black Americans.
That's dumb.
Look at this dumb shit right here.
A rarity here.
You could say that, but I am proud of this black boy right here, man.
Okay.
Man,
I'll give you my retort after this is done.
Proud to be black today, boy. When I saw this,
do white Americans have more advantages because they're white, or do just white Americans have
Oh,
advantages?
you got Destiny on there too.
Oh,
Destiny's a
don't be a hater.
Oh, fucking dick goblin ass motherfucker.
I think that the answer is because you're white.
First of all, don't disrespect Destiny, bro.
Tell them to come say.
Sir, don't tell me that I can't disrespect my own kind.
That's my hero.
I don't tell you that you can't diss your own kind, sir. Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane, sir.
I don't know none of his. Look, all I know is he's a feminist. I don't really know nothing else about him.
And he's a fag.
And he's super. Come on, man. Really?
I don't like him, dude.
I'm glad I'm not on the new channel with you saying that shit.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't even think about that. My bad.
Yeah, no, that's all good. It's all good because I've done it too. That's this karma. But I don't know. I don't know nothing about him, except for the fact that he's a feminist and he processes information very well. But he
does?
is, yeah, he does. But he's a piece of shit debater, and by that I don't mean he's good at it. By that I mean he knows all the bullshit tactics.
And I hate that part about him.
I can't wait till we end up on a panel. But in the meanwhile, shout out to this young brother right here. He was holding it down. Soon as you try to disrespect him, Uncle T, I'm dropping you.
I'm gonna need you to let his dick go. Okay, that's what I want you to do.
I'm not talking about Destiny. I'm talking about the young brother right here.
No, I'm talking about. I need you to let his dick go. That little blue haired freak. Let the nigga dick go, dog.
White Americans have more advantages because they're white, or do just white Americans have advantages because of historic factors? I think that people want to argue at the end of the day over whether it's because you're white or not. I think that the answer is because you're white in the past, and that's how it kind of carries over to today. You know, even in times of the United States history where black people have tried to build wealth, you know, with the Tulsa riots and everything. Yes.
Where, fucking God! That's not even a fucking argument.
And something that's upsetting to me is when conservatives talk about how we can't blame the past for what's happening in the present. That is true to some extent, but then the next breath they'll talk about how important it is to have dual parent households, how important it is to have a strong family, to have responsibility passed on from parent to child. And we've seen in the past that because of racial issues, that process has been severely disrupted.
What? So you mean to tell me, but he is a liberal now. You mean to tell me that the white liberal guy is the one who's going to be honest, not the conservative?
That's honest? What?
That's honest? What, him parroting Umar Johnson and Tariq Nasheed talking points?
That don't got a shit to do with whether or not it was the truth.
It ain't the truth.
Bullshit. What lie did he tell?
Especially about the
thing that came out of his mouth was a lie.
Oh, here he go. Please, I dare you to say it so I can drop you. Go ahead. Let me put my finger on the button. Please.
Me?
Yes, use that R word that you're about to use so I can drop you.
I said Tulsa riots.
I know. Use the R word that you're about to use.
And he's a racist?
For that.
As he's a racist?
No. The R-E-B.
The represent word?
I don't know what you're talking about, dog.
Rebuild. Don't say rebuild.
This nigga about to spell the whole word.
I was like, what the fuck? No, I wasn't saying nothing about it being rebuilt. That's not. I could give a fuck about it being rebuilt because it was never named the fucking Tulsa anything until after it was rebuilt.
Right. It was 3 buildings on half a block.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. This is not even an argument no more, sir. I mean, damn. Have you ever been to Tulsa? By the way, have you ever been to Tulsa? Ever?
Yes, in a movie. I watched the movie.
And look, at the end of the day, you still named it after white people's shit. Black Wall Street. Why didn't you give it your own name?
Wait. So listen, no, you said that he lied though, Uncle T.
It's a lie.
He didn't lie. The point that he was making was that people, on one hand, they don't want to look at the past, but then on the other hand, they do. Right? They want to look at the past when it comes to nuclear.
Okay, well, let me
family,
see. He used a
don't wanna
shitty
look at the past
example.
when it comes
I'll give you that. He probably didn't lie, but he damn sure used a shitty example.
But no, he didn't, because
that's a horrible example, sir.
It's not. It's the perfect example to highlight why it is that black people don't have more of a financial gain in the country.
That's not true. No. Tulsa is not the reason, sir. I can tell you the reason why. I can tell you the reason why black people don't have the financial gain they got.
Right,
and
but
it had
do it
nothing to
without
do with
blaming black people.
I'm gonna do it with blaming the system. It was called segregation. Now, when you go to integration instead of desegregation, what it was supposed to be, and you went to integration, when you went to integrate with these motherfuckers, someone got to be a winner and a loser. Who was that?
So you're not going to acknowledge that was a bill of goods being sold, huh?
I know it's a bill of goods being sold.
Okay, then. So that's what I'm saying. Why you can't? Let me still trying to blame. You still trying to blame black people.
Let me go back to my main talking point.
Around blame.
Let me give you my main talking point that I always give to you, Beans. Niggas is fucking stupid.
No.
Yes.
I think that's actually my talking point.
No, that's mine. No, it's true. It's true. Because when you integrate with something, someone's gonna lose, and the damn show not gonna be a person that you're supposed to be your fucking enemy. At the time, y'all were fucking enemies. Do you think they're gonna say, you know what? Y'all keep y'all business. We're gonna do all this shit together. Fuck no. Black people.
No, you're making. Listen, you're not. See, now you're doing the same thing. I can accuse you of doing the same thing that he's doing right now,
sir. I said
the system. Let me finish. It's not like you're lying, right? But the problem is that it's irrelevant, because his point is that there have been things in place that have happened to impede the progress of black people. That was
how did Tulsa fucking impede anything in progress?
You mean, because that's a lot of wealth that they ended up losing.
How much wealth was that?
In today's value, probably about $1 trillion.
Get the fuck out of here, man! Start the goddamn video.
Do you make room for the indirect impact it could have?
Okay, it wasn't $1 trillion. But I'm just saying.
Well, you know, Tulsa wasn't the only one, right?
Yeah, I know Tulsa was.
That's the point that Destiny was making.
If they would have used Harlem, anything like that, I would have been way more on point than fucking Tulsa, sir.
But he said
Tulsa's just a famous one right now.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
he said Uncle T. He said right?
The reason why everyone uses Tulsa because they can say it was a riot and they had Black Wall Street there, which it wasn't even.
Nigga, that's not the truth. You know why people use Tulsa? That's the only goddamn one they talk about.
You don't know anything else.
Nobody ever brings up that.
We only know that shit because it was on Hidden Colors.
When we have these conversations, nobody ever brings up
Hidden Colors. We wouldn't have known nothing about that shit either.
Nobody ever brings up Prince George's County in Maryland that is still here today, which is one of the most. It's the richest black community in America, dude. What makes Prince George's County different from any other black community? Why is it able to succeed?
What does that mean?
That it's the same thing as Tulsa.
What the fuck does that mean? I know you're not making the because one exists, they all should exist argument.
So
no, what I'm saying is just because one doesn't exist doesn't mean that you got that black people are somehow, not able to have the same kind of wealth as everyone else.
The argument is that the argument that he was making, and the same argument that Tommy making right now, is that it ain't just one.
That's okay. So it's just about 5 years ago, they had a black couple out here in California. The happy people, where they bought a house in a place called what the fuck is that place? It's outside Sacramento. I can't think of it right now, but it's an affluent neighborhood. When they get the deed to the house, you know what the deed to the house said in the year 2015 or some shit like that? Do not sell to coloreds. So that's the shit that was going on that limited people. So that's why I hate when people, whenever you had this conversation, they want to go back 150, 200. Like, no, this is shit that affected my grandparents and my parents. I don't have to go back to people I never met. This shit affected people that I actually was raised by.
This isn't hard. If you look in the early 1900s and you look at people who immigrated over here, and then you see that their families actually reached that certain level of generational wealth after 50, 60, 70 years, the third generation is the one that actually got them to where, you know what I'm saying, their family is in that generational wealth field. How is it then that you can't understand that on a macro level, a demographic of people being undermined
the same way I say that niggas saying that it's more racism now in the world than it was in 1942.
Y'all just
that's stupid.
I get it. I see what happened. So because I ended the show on the other channel. Now we're gonna start playing silly.
Sir. I'm not playing silly. I said the same reason why motherfuckers say there's. So you try to tell me that you can't say that motherfuckers ain't said that there's more racism now than it was in 1938.
Yeah, I've heard people say that.
Some motherfuckers say that shit on one of those prove me wrong type shows.
God, they say that shit more than Dosa. What are we talking about?
I think what happens, and this is a conversation I had to have with like my white friends. It's like when we had these conversations, like we're not talking about you.
Oh no, I know that.
No. I'm not talking about you, Uncle Tom. I'm talking about when I'm talking to my white friends. Like we're not talking about this nigga that's my neighbor. Like this shit is above them. And to be honest with you, the people that put this shit into effect look at them damn near the same way they look at us. But the shit that they put in effect directly affects us. But what
from so long ago.
This is where the division ends up going is when we make these claims, you have poor white people looking like, well, how the fuck do I got a leg up on you? I'm broke too.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, I get that, but what we're trying to express to you is this, and this. So like the house that I was just telling you about. Well, if that broke white person that came into some money, they could have went and bought that house anytime they fucking wanted to. At a certain time where it didn't matter how much motherfucking money you had, a black person couldn't buy that house because on the deed it literally said do not sell to a colored person. And that's the kind of stuff that I think that keeps the divide between the poor whites and the poor blacks, is because the whites get frustrated because it seems like we're acting like their life is just easy as fuck. Yeah. And the black people are just trying to explain the shit that we're going through that keeps us in this place.
So hold on. Ms. Jill said, I am lost to what the video even said. Blame Uncle T for that. Because he want to bullshit and act like that's not actually a good point that he making by just stating that he understands that there's a reason why black people aren't doing better than they are. Like, it's not like we're just terrible, but the fact that we could be doing better, and people want to pretend like they don't understand, right?
I will concede
7 to 8 decades of undermining.
I will concede that it wasn't 7 or 8 decades. I will concede to 2 maybe. Other than that, I can't stand Destiny anyway. So I'm just gonna sit there and say.
But you know what a lot of people need to understand too, the way that this system is set up. Even if we didn't go through that, majority of black folks would be broke, just like majority of white folks are broke.
God damn.
Like I think we come across as if this and this didn't happen, like almost all black people be rich. No, the way the system is set up, mostly everybody gonna be broke. The same way most white people broke. Like,
I'm not doing this.
I know what it is. Bring it in, Beans. Bring it in, Beans. Where you at? Where my camera at? Bring it in, nigga. You need a hug, nigga.
No. Y'all got what it make it like, what it seem like, what it. People who want to be on the way they make it like seem like shit, they can just unsubscribe from over here. We understand what it really, the implication really is, right? So where
are you sure?
What we're saying is absolutely. So here's what I'm gonna give you. Look at Asian people in this country, and that's where white people.
Oh my God.
That's where black people would be at if it wasn't for the
really.
Yes.
Okay, you say that right now. How many times a day did you fucking study at school, sir? How many? No, I was gonna say how many minutes?
Shut
the fuck up. How many minutes?
What you mean?
How many minutes?
That was a long time ago, nigga. I'm 46. I don't remember that
You
shit.
can't answer the question.
I don't remember how many minutes, nigga. That was a long time ago.
Well,
I'm
how
46.
many hours then? You 6, 7
All
hours?
that studying to become a nail tech.
I got
it don't even matter.
I got it in until I got to that geometry.
Nigga,
I was a nerd till he got to that geometry shit.
Yo, you heard what Tommy B said? All that studying to become a nail tech.
I heard what he said. I wasn't even gonna answer. Go, just listen. How many hours? On average, black people don't even study for an hour.
Not the point. You're a liar.
Oh,
so here's the thing. What I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, Uncle T.
You want to put money on it? You want to put money on it?
Who has the most? Wait, Uncle T. Watch this. I can substantiate my argument. See, I'm not like the rest of the
can too. I'm gonna go ahead and put up stats. Now you telling me that black people?
Watch this. Stop. Watch this. Who has the most kids? Poor people or successful people?
Poor people.
Poor people.
Absolutely. So that means without the impediments and the undermining done by the dominant society in this country against black people, you know what you would have had? You would have had less black people, but they would have been more successful. That's the point. And they would have been more. They would have been focused.
You laughing, but he has a point.
Nah, he don't.
A little one, yes, he does.
Bro, they were already in the mindset of climbing out of fucking slavery. They was trying to get as far away from that shit as they possibly could. So you give them the same opportunity that was given to Asian people, and you would see the same exact result.
No, black people got a law against them right now.
Yes.
What is it called? What was it?
It's the 23rd Amendment.
What's that?
The 23rd Amendment states that if you are a foundational or ADOS black person in America, that you cannot reach a certain level successfully or financially unless you are willing to sleep with P. Diddy.
Do you remember? Have you ever heard of the Asian Exclusionary Act, sir? That was passed in the law.
Hey, and Tommy B, I didn't know that was you over there.
No, I bet, but I heard about
what's going on?
goddamn reparations though. I heard that shit.
No, that's fake. Now, this is what I'm talking about is real. Have you heard of the Asian Exclusionary Act? Why did they have an act against them, sir? A law against them, sir.
Wasn't that because you want him to answer?
You can go ahead and answer Tommy B. It's fine because he said he never heard it, but go ahead.
Wasn't that off of Pearl Harbor?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, that was Japanese that got hit off of Pearl Harbor.
It's literally because they didn't want Asian workers anymore because they were outsourcing it to the Asians more than any white, Irish, or black or brown. Yeah,
particularly in the West.
Because Asians have a different work ethic than we do.
They had a better work ethic than them crackers
That's a
and them
fucking
white.
lie.
Yes, they did.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's a lie, right?
That was a lie. Why did they have a fucking act against it, sir?
Watch this. Watch this. And
go
I
ahead,
think I've shown this to Uncle T too. But why he's making this argument right now? Because he don't remember the video that I showed him because he's a fucking racist, right? he intentionally
hold on.
He intentionally ignored the video that I showed him where the dude talked about how drugs became illegal in the first goddamn place, right? And they talked about when they was trying to make cocaine illegal and how they simply were doing this propaganda campaign where they were telling everybody that the reason why black people were able to work the way that they work was because of cocaine.
I never
so
thought
why would they even make up propaganda saying that they can work as well as they do, right? If they didn't have a great work ethic. So that's bullshit.
Can we have a moment of silence?
You mean them or you?
Can we have a moment
of
silence?
About what I do as a human being on the
planet? Can we have a moment of silence for the fact that Beans called you a racist before he called me one?
Absolutely, because you don't.
He always calls me. He called me a racist all the time. It ain't
no, dude. I just feel vindicated right now because I spent the last decade being called I'm racist just because I'm white.
Let me get back to my video. This nigga.
Wait.
You're hating on Destiny, bro.
Wait. I remember this video through and through.
So do I. And Destiny's a dipshit.
What, the video I showed you or the one we playing?
Both.
We're playing. I've watched this episode.
I watched both of them.
Okay, well then there you go. Well then that just shows this nigga really a hater. He watched it just to hate on Destiny.
I literally said I hate the nigga, but I'll concede the two generations.
Okay, cool.
The thing is that
agreeing with all these things is when I did my research when I was younger, which arrived me to my standpoint of being a conservative, because I believed it was racist, Democrat, liberal ideologies and policies dating all the way back to the 1800s, all the way up to the 1960s, and then the purported big switch. But I think it was more so when Democrats decided to be a bit more cloak and dagger about their true opinions of black people and be more secretive and more, oh, we want to help you by doing these things and seeing them as inferior.
Doing what things?
Affirmative action, welfare, all sorts of
wait,
things that
welfare.
eventually ruin our culture and place us where we are now.
So
but I want to get back to the history of it, because we're talking about.
Well, I just want to make sure we're clear. Giving them money hurt them, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, giving them, because if your father's out of the home, that's when we give you the money. If you're living in this housing,
so then give them the money while the dad's
rent free.
Well, then give them the money while the dad's in the home.
If you're working this amount of hours and getting less than this amount of dollars, you're getting money from the government. Yes, it is incentivizing.
You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
I don't even know what that means in this scenario, because yes,
you're
okay, you want to talk about throwing babies out with the bathwater? Margaret
for
Sanger wanted to exterminate the black race because she thought they were weeds. So yeah, we can literally talk about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's what Margaret Sanger, that's what Democrat policies wanted to do to my people. So that's why I feel so strongly about it, because it is these policies that date back centuries that were built off of the death and poverty of my people.
So God, can I say something real quick? Did you see how that white man was telling that black man what his struggle was?
Yes, please let me, please, because look, it's freaking douchebags like that Biden hat wearing piece of shit right there.
That's what I'm talking about.
Racist, dude. He's the
racist.
type of person going around saying, I have privilege over you because of the color of my skin, and rubbing it in his face by not even respecting the man enough to let him get his thought off.
That's a
fact. Here's my problem with any of the people that picks a side, right? Is both sides are stupid, because both sides ignore either one. You guys held Reagan as one of the best presidents ever. He literally cheated his way in office.
Not me.
No. I'm saying, but if you're a conservative, a lot of them hold him high.
That's a fact.
I used to be a conservative.
Okay,
but I'm not.
He literally cheated his way into office. That's a fact. He literally sent somebody to Iran to hold the hostages until he got elected. And literally the day he got elected, they released the fucking hostages. Big surprise. Then he gets in office.
Is that cheating?
And come on, G.
How did wait.
You have somebody in your campaign that has links over to Iran. They go talk to the president and say, hey, don't release these until.
So is Biden's involvement with
no, hold on. Because I'm not on either side. My position is fuck both sides. But I say I have a problem when people pick one side because they act like the other side is eviler than the other.
But that's not technically cheating,
dude. I wasn't trying to pick a side. I was pointing out the difference between white people and racist white people, like that dude on our screen.
Yeah, it's a fact.
Well, no, because then you have the situation where we all know the Iran Contra thing and crap. So and this is the guy that people on that side hold up. Okay, cool. Fast forward through that. Then we get to George W. Bush, who is literally a war criminal, who literally put our troops, who conservatives love so much, in harm's way.
They don't love Bush.
For money. No, they may not love Bush, but in harm's way for money for his vice president. That was literally financial gain.
Dude,
I don't hear conservatives harboring over that.
You would have too. Cheney would have killed him. And I believe that. If he wouldn't have listened to Cheney would have killed him.
So, but this is what I'm saying. I don't hear conservatives talking about that. So when I hear people on either side being high and mighty, I'm like, look at the fucked up people in your shit. Because when I had these conversations with people like on Facebook and stuff, they get fucked up because they think I'm on one side or the other. And when I tell them I'm not on neither, then they're disarmed because you can't call me. You can't call me the
I'm gonna call BS. Because your two examples that you give them were only from Republicans. I didn't hear not one Democrat side if you say they both are fucked
because
up.
The Democrat side is always
If you say hold on.
Because let me give you a prime example.
You're not on
too.
one side. You got to talk about them both.
Okay.
Not just, like saying,
I literally go to the gas station and see stickers on there with Biden pointing to the price saying I did that. Mind you,
that's
5 years ago, when the gas prices were high, I was told it's not the president's fault.
Well, look, to what he's saying though is like Beans will verify. I know you haven't had a whole lot of discussions with me, Tommy, but
yeah.
I do go in on both sides all the freaking time. Do I not, Beans?
You don't. You're a fucking liar.
Shut up.
Yes,
dude.
yes, you do not.
Oh my god, I'm gonna stab both you motherfuckers. Dude,
said,
I want a refund on this damn hoodie that I'm wearing.
I said, do I not, Bean? So I said, yes, you do not.
No, I literally am constantly going in on both sides all the time. You know,
No, but
I do talk about
boy right here that's talking, and like I'm looking at him, and I'm like, I feel everything that you're saying, but you're acting like the side that your pick loves the fuck out of us too.
Well, I'm an independent, sir. I don't have a side.
No. I'm talking about the guy that was talking.
Me?
The young dude that was talking. The young dude that was talking in the video.
Okay. Wait, hold on.
With the white
quick,
hoodie on.
Real quick, y'all. I want to address something in the. Let me get this project 2025 shit off the screen.
Thank you.
I want them to invade my house and shit. So let's go back to.
You didn't say invade houses on that nigga. You ain't shit.
I want to go back to this because Callie Bev, and me and Callie Bev are cool, but I do realize that she is an undercover feminist.
That's a fact.
She is an undercover feminist.
That's
right?
a fact.
So she said that this rule, right, only lasted 5 years, right? So let's put that to the test because
I think that's still to this day.
I know she's going to continue on with it. We're not going to be able to change her mind. She's going to argue that this is Wikipedia.
To this day, if you're legit, you can't have a dude.
It is. I still love you. You the homie. But let's go to this, right? So when we scroll down here, we go right to the man in the house rule, right? A number of states enact the so-called man in the house rule, which disqualified families if there was any adult male present in the household whatsoever, right? Okay, so let's see. If we go back up here,
well, after you do that, I'll or while you're looking for it, I'll share real quick. My wife, when we had our first son 9 years ago, this was back.
1962. So I think hold on real quick. I think this started in 1962, right? The whole welfare thing and all that shit for black people and black women and children in general, right? So
it started with white women, then it went to black women.
Yeah. So when you, and specifically this man in the house rule, right? So if you read right here, it says the man in the house rule was struck down in 1968, right? So this is why she's saying like 5 years. So if you go 62 to 68, right, that's 6 years, right? But you got to keep reading, right? So what do you see? Thereafter, families with males in the household were eligible for benefits if they were not deemed to be actual or substitute parents. So you have to keep reading. So that means even after 1968, the 5, which is actually 6-year period that you're talking about, they still couldn't have the actual fathers in the house.
And that's true because my wife, when she was pregnant and got laid off from where she was working, she went to try and just get some food stamps to help supplement what she wasn't bringing in. And they denied her because she was living with me. But they told her the caveat to that was if she left me, they would give her food stamps, ADC, give her Section 8, and they even help her get a car. But she had to leave me to do it.
So now
I can wake her up and have her substantiate.
No, we believe you. But look, here's the kicking part, right? So you see what it says, right? As long as they were not deemed the actual or substitute parents, right? Although any financial contribution on the part of the male to the family was still considered a part of the family's income, right? So now if the dude is in the house, right, and they know that he in the house, now they want to know who he is. Now they can see if he has an income. Now that's a part of the total family income. Now that affects what they get from the welfare. So this is the whole thing of why when we make the argument about the men not being in the household. So hopefully you can take this information and moving forward, you can stop telling this lie that it was only 5 years because that doesn't benefit y'all. Telling lies and creating false narratives does not benefit us in conversation at all, folks.
That's because it's a feminist that's a feminist talking point. Now here's a real thing. When they started with white women, right? They figured out that white women were not leaving their husbands or their boyfriends or whatever it was out of the house. That's why when they enacted it again on black folks and when started opening it up for black women, they made sure that husband or boyfriend was not in the fucking house. So that's an actual fact. That the white women, when they did the first study, the white women were not leaving their husbands. So that's
You know
one of
another
the
lie
problems.
needs to stop
They
being
had a
told?
version for farmers too, as well. I was told.
You know
And they
another
didn't
lie
have,
needs to
and
stop
they
being
didn't tell
told?
the farming husbands they had to leave, right? So
They
that's
haven't.
what I'm saying. Yeah, this was, but this is what I'm saying though. Uncle T, Destiny could have just swapped out Tulsa for this, and it would have still made the same point. You
But
see what
that's
I'm
why
saying?
I said it was a. I just hate that talk.
Tulsa triggers you.
Yes, it does.
I've been around you long enough to know that when people bring up Tulsa, it triggers
because
you.
I'm from Oklahoma. That's the only thing. And
you
I've been
know
to
what
Tulsa plenty of
coincided
times.
with that too is they shut down the factories and stuff. Like out here, we had General Motors, and I want to say Ford, and we had Carnation. All of them shit shut down around the same time. So you had a bunch of niggas who literally didn't have no jobs, and you was telling women, hey, if you want to get this money, you better get that broke ass nigga out the house.
Well, look, the other
They
lie
did that
that I'm tired
everywhere,
of hearing
Tommy
them
B.
say is
They
the
did it
other lie.
everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
The other lie that needs to stop being told is that they're buying brand new clothes and shoes every week because we know that shit ain't happening. I'm tired of that shit. Nobody buys their kids brand new shoes and brand new clothes.
People
every
act like people on welfare get $15,000 a month. I'll be so confused.
That's a fact. That's a fact. But let's be honest about this though, right? So, okay, if you in this situation, like the young brother said, when he went and did all this digging and this and that, and he found out that all of these things that kind of undermined black people like that were, quote unquote, democratic policies, right? He said that's what pushed him into being a conservative, right? So I want to know, right, is that if I have a conversation with the average black conservative, are they going to make the same claim?
Yeah.
Or is it just because they make more money than the average black person, so they feel like they're supposed to be Republican?
No, I'm not gonna lie to you. He sounds like the average young black Republican that I hear. Like the same talking points, the same kind of, it's almost like it's out of a hand. But that's why I said
he's a young Republican.
That's why I said he's speaking as if his side likes us any better. My thing is right wing, left wing, same fucking bird.
But
one's not going. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about that.
In real time.
Here's the thing about that is the Republicans don't give a shit whether you agree or not. If you want to go out there and make that money, Republican side's gonna be going there for you.
I would agree with that.
It's a money thing with Republicans, not a blow smoke up your ass and say I'm gonna take care of you when they don't want to. They don't want to take
but
care
you
of
you already acknowledged that it was already been acknowledged that it's two sides of the same coin to a certain degree on certain levels. But well, see what he's saying is all that fucked up shit that was happening. Yeah, that was the Democratic people who was in charge of that process. And I don't necessarily co-sign.
Civil rights was passed by Republicans. I don't know how people keep living that out. So you got good and bad. You got to take your good and your bad with both fucking sides. If they do something right, you acknowledge it. If they do something wrong, you acknowledge it.
But the reason why I'm asking the question, the reason why I'm asking the question, Snow, is because people like Uncle T and even me at this point now will argue that the black folks who vote Democratic are doing so just because that's the way it was and that's the way we've been doing it for so long. It's like the same reason why they Christians, right? They just grew up in it, so they just keep voting for it, right? So I'm saying is the true reason the average black conservative is a conservative, a Republican, or voting that way, right? Because they've done the historical research, you know what I'm saying? They've deep dived into things and understand what's going on politically, or is it just because they make more money so they think they're supposed to be Republican?
Most of them have done the research.
Go ahead.
It's because they think and they're not.
Not these new people.
It's
no.
because
That's not true.
I couldn't hear what you said.
You got it, Aaron.
Wait. Hold on, Aaron.
Because they think.
Hold on, Aaron. 1 second. Callie, say what you said one more time, real quick.
Oh, I just said no, not these new young black conservatives. No, they don't. They
That's
just
not
say,
true.
"Oh, it was the Democrats that did it," and then that's it. They don't even know what the hell they talking about.
That's not true.
So you're saying it's not based on their own research; they're just following the trend.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead, Amber. So we know where she's standing. Go ahead.
It's because they think about what's around them and what the people that are around them, they are all falling victim to forgetfulness of the paradigm shift between the two parties. So there's a post-1960s era allegiance to the Democratic Party that ran rampant in the Black community. At a point, young people looked at that and said, wait a minute, here we are, second, third, fourth generation Democrats. Nothing's changed yet. In fact, people are complaining more and more and more. Something ain't right. A few of them just thought that. Some were led to doing research, some weren't. Some started talking to friends with money, some didn't. But the young ones that just made the switch is just because they were like, my grandmother voted this shit, my mother voted this shit.
Right.
Even if they were aware of the paradigm shift or not.
Yeah.
They're just like, this ain't right. It's what the fuck? So they switch. But there was a paradigm shift that most of the Black community is guilty of forgetting about.
But that's partly what started me on.
Which is why he said they're the ones that were the ones wrapped up in the civil rights. Yeah, because with the way Black people feel about the Democratic Party today is how they felt. All right, one word, Dixiecrats.
That's a fact.
So I think that's accurate. I got you, Snow. I think that's accurate because that's how I kind of like deal with religion, right? I got to a point where I started thinking like, look, my mama think Jesus coming back in her lifetime. My grandmama thought Jesus was coming back in her lifetime. My great grandmama thought Jesus was coming back in her lifetime, and this nigga ain't been back yet. All right, something ain't right? So I think you got
That's
a
how
point with
motherfuckers
that.
became Muslim.
Yeah, let me get Snow in here. Go ahead, Snow.
Well, I was just going to say that there's one observation that I've noticed, and it's partially because I ain't Black, so I'm making an observation of this. All right.
Right.
If you look at most of the Black community that votes Democrat, that a lot of them are, when it comes to what the Democrats do in policy, all the way up until probably the last couple of years with Biden, it was always all or nothing. They're all in, all or nothing type. But at the same time, though, too, a lot of the guys that switch from Democrat to Republican, they take that same mantra with them when they go to the Republican switch, and now they become all or nothing with all of their policies as well, not realizing that you can agree with some things and disagree with others. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you already know that's my argument against people.
What I'm saying is that
anyway.
I think that's the environment we in now, Snow man. I think right now it's for anybody in general, you're either all the way this, all the way. I tell people all the time, I think most people are moderate. Like, I like guns, I hate taxes, but I like smoking weed. That puts me on both sides of the shit. But people put themselves and that's why I said even like him, he sounds like one of these guys that have put himself in that box to where it doesn't matter what the fuck the issue is. If somebody from that other side likes it, I hate it. And that's what politics has turned into. I vote on issues. The last governor race we had, I voted Republican. I did not want this motherfucker we have in here now. I seen him coming from a mile away when he was mayor of Frisco. So for me, I'm not I don't have an allegiance to either one. I'm just straight off the issues. But I think the environment that we're in now, you're 100% this way or 100% that way, and that's just how shit has become.
Right. I'm not trying. I don't want to make it sound like I was trying to say it's all of them.
Just better.
Do what?
Tommy said what she wanted to say, just better.
Well, I just wanted to point out, I'm not trying to say that all Black people are all. I'm just saying the vast majority.
No, Snowman. I'm saying everybody. I'm not talking about Black. I'm talking about everybody in general. In America is like that.
Americans are stupid.
Full one way or full the other way.
I guess that's fair too. I
so
can't that.
I'm like Tommy when it comes to the whole. There's a lot of issues that I don't think they're winning issues, and we wouldn't talk about it. If we can eliminate the stupid ass marijuana fucking bullshit, what fucking stupid ass goddamn section is going to be filed on it? I just think that's a losing issue for both sides. Both sides have agreed that it's actually good for use. Fucking get it out of here. Stop. Just do away with the bullshit laws. The only thing that was stopping them from doing it is they don't want to release people out of jail. That's it. And that's one issue.
That's what I'm saying. So when we get to this point now, where we at now, look what happened. that America has gotten into the weed business.
Exactly. And they still don't want to uncriminalize it, which I think is absolutely hurting the po people.
Absolutely agree with you on that, but even like I'm not gonna say even more so, but I'm gonna just say right now the part that I want to address is the fact that now the weed ain't shit.
That's the way you want it, right?
Hell no.
You smoke weed?
What the fuck you talking about, nigga?
The thing about weed was that we had
He
healing
in Kentucky, y'all. I'm in California. Come fuck with us.
Okay, right. The point ain't for you to fucking see unicorns, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like the thing about the Rastafarian and the Jamaican, what they would tell you about the
for yourself,
ganja
brother.
is that the ganja had healing qualities.
I'm with you, Snowman.
It fixed certain things. It helped you out with certain things. And now they just giving people shit that's just adding to their psycho. They psychopaths.
Can do the same at
To them
once.
being psychopaths. Like that shit ain't doing nothing. Anytime niggas is rolling 3 5s in one blunt, smoking that and then rolling another one, and then rolling another one, and then rolling another one. The
taking
weed
shots
ain't
at
good.
me,
This
yo?
shit ain't
No,
just
but
hot.
no. So
They rolling Reggie. And
No,
they
let,
smoking
no,
baseball bats for
let me
Reggie.
tell you what it is, Beans.
See that?
It's-
See
I'm
that? You
offended.
got a whole bunch of
A
smokers
lot of
on
that
here,
shit is
dog.
not the
Can't all
weed.
talk at once. What you say, Tommy?
A lot of it is not the weed. What people don't understand is that shit was meant to be used in moderation, like anything else. What happens is we got into this culture of, and I don't know if you want to say it came from the rap or whatever, because Snoop and them was that just started that shit where it's just nonstop smoking, and that's what it's become. I can tell you that because after years of not smoking, when I did start back smoking a couple years back, a half a blunt, I was good for a day.
Dude, a couple dabs and I'm done.
Right. So what you're arguing, your argument is that access is the problem. What I'm telling you is that was never a problem for me. Not even at the height of smoking.
Because you didn't smoke like we when we came up, we didn't
No,
smoke.
because the weed was that good. That's my point. I wasn't going. I'm good. I'm not trying to not be able to see.
I would,
Right.
dude, I would.
I'm not trying to have my speech
the weed
slurred
today is
from
100
weed.
times better than the weed of yesteryear.
It is, and this what I'm trying to explain to you, Beans, is
y'all that's crazy.
Because we was cool with that. What happens with these, what they're doing is they're literally damn near turning it into a drug. I'll just say because it's gotten to
weeds
it's
became
gotten
like a
to the point
designer
now.
drug
Like
now.
Say that again.
Weeds became like a designer drug now.
No,
Yes,
100%.
I guarantee you, any of
replaced
the healthy or healing components of weed, I guarantee you there ain't none of that shit in this shit these niggas producing. Guarantee
It is.
No, it
Lots
is.
of it. They got machines that can track the shit now and literally like point it out and tell you how much of it is in each strain. So it's still out here. It's probably not like.
And I should trust that the same way we trusted the Sacco family, right?
Hey,
No, but what you were correct
OG.
about is that back in the day there were strains specifically for that. They wouldn't have you walking around tired and shit. There was real medicine.
No,
There's
they
no
still
more of
have
that anymore. Everything
so
gets you high.
So if you get the sativa, that's what that's for. And then you could just get the CBD where you don't even have the THC in there, and you just have the healing factors.
Right.
So
Yep, there's a little bit of that around too. Yeah,
it still exists. But what I'm telling
Just
you
go
is just
talk
as
to
far
OG.
as with the
That's all
weed.
he do is do weed, sir. He grow weed. You know that.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, and that's the other part of it too. Just grow your own shit.
When niggas be saying that shit, I knew a nigga that grew dro. I didn't think that shit was medicinal.
It is.
He just knew how to grow dro, right?
Dude,
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
that's his company though.
Like
the
motherfuckers
real
come
truth
to me,
about
yeah, man. This my Coke bottle. I got this motherfucking glass lighter. I got ceiling fan. What flavor you like? Now, nigga, I ain't worried about no flavor. I'm worried about when I smoke this shit. Is it gonna stop these blood clots? I need some shit that's gonna help this glaucoma. I need some shit that's not gonna, you know what I'm saying, fry my motherfucking heart up, nigga. I need some shit that's not gonna give me lung cancer. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because you had these people smoking weed, they was living to be 80, 90 years old.
Well, the real
But see,
truth about weed
this is how.
weed.
But see, this right here is the stupid shit that we're talking about. Like, no Republicans would never legalize weed, and they shouldn't either. When they've literally every study shows you that alcohol is worse in every way, shape, or form, and it's legal
10
in
times
another
worse.
country. It makes no sense.
Yeah,
I've never
It makes
seen a
no
man
sense.
get high and go beat his wife.
There's
Never seen
nothing
that
about
happen ever.
alcohol that's any way, shape, or form better than weed, and it's legal as fuck.
Well, look, and if you want to keep it real, if I can real quick, it isn't just the medicinal properties of weed is why they keep it illegal. Marijuana and the plant itself has so many different textile uses that would actually revolutionize this country and save us a lot of money and resources. That's
already
why they keep
has.
it illegal.
Watch this, Snowman. Marijuana and hemp single-handedly could destroy the wood business, the fabric business, bricks.
But here's the problem.
A lot of metal industries would die. You can make a bridge out of a hemp, and you can make a sweater out of hemp. You can make a cup.
Loud ass microphones. What y'all doing, man?
It already did. That's why they have made it illegal.
No. It was threatening the paper industry, and he's the one that put out the propaganda to make it illegal.
But it wasn't just the paper; it was all other ones too, because they was making clothes out of it as well. They were making backpacks out of it. They were making all different types of. And that's what
build a pyramid with hemp, man.
So wait a minute. I want to make sure I heard Snow correct. Snow, the statement that you made was that getting rid of the medicinal qualities wasn't the reason, or you said it wasn't the reason?
No, I'm saying the medicinal qualities from marijuana isn't the only reason as to why they kept it illegal. That was just one industry that it touched.
Okay, cool.
The hemp plant itself as a whole is like a super plant.
Yeah.
So the guy that actively did the propaganda basically owned not only the paper company, but the media in general, because the media was ran through the paper essentially.
Get this shit.
And he's the one that ran the ads in the paper that basically said that blacks and Mexicans smoke it and they start raping women and this, that, and the other. And that's what got the push to make it illegal.
Yeah,
and the crazy thing is we know this history, and yet still they don't reverse the shit. It's the dumbest shit ever.
Yeah, the fact that
wait a minute.
is a Schedule 1 narcotic and cocaine is a Schedule 2 narcotic is insane.
So let me make sure I get this straight. Am I not supposed to apply that to capitalism?
No.
Oh, that's 100% capitalism. Absolutely.
Fuck out of here.
Absolutely.
I know y'all love the shit, but it's okay to hold that shit accountable.
Wait, you said no? How's it no?
Crony capitalism.
It's two things. It's one, it was that industry they weren't trying to lose. And number two, the biggest part today that they not trying to, is they still trying to figure out how to tax the shit, because I could grow the shit in my house and they not even know it. They want their taxes out that shit. That's the biggest reason why this shit been illegal for so long.
Before long, we're going to have to pay a yearly tax stamp for it.
Just like everything else, no man.
Money, like I said, money over everything. Oh, we have this thing that has these healing qualities that we could allow people to partake in.
I'd love to hear how it's not capitalism.
Make it illegal for the sake of making money over here. But I'm not.
That's why I labeled it as crony capitalism, Tommy B. Crony capitalism, because it isn't free market trade by no means.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not that
more. I mean,
and them legalizing it is not what y'all think neither. They sting you in the ass a dozen different ways once they give you a license.
They don't have the same qualities. Of course, they could.
We couldn't hear you.
This shit ain't doing nothing to you. But
I hear you now, but you were cutting out, Aaron.
My mic working?
It is
there you go. There you
not
go.
working right. It's not working. It's. I don't know. It don't even sound like you talking into it. It sounds like you talking away from it to me for a reason. I don't know.
Well, first off, there for a minute, your mouth was right there on the.
Okay, yeah, we hear you.
Say something again.
Something again.
And but it seemed like your camera might be delayed now too. What was you on a MacBook earlier, and now you on a 1998 Windows PC or some shit?
Apple II
Gateway.
Right, he on Apple II.
Remember Gateway used to come with the little gal box.
He's running with the dial up.
I'm gonna leave this old conversation. My eyeballs rolling back. I look a little Chinese.
You want to go smoke a blunt and go to bed?
No doubt.
I don't smoke. I'm high off life. Money makes me high. I'm a capitalist. Money over everything.
Chinese eyes and your daddy ain't Chinese.
Yeah, but y'all have a good night. This has been a great conversation, Beans. You since Fight Club, this is the first time I stayed up this late.
No
Real
doubt.
shit.
Hey, I can't wait for that.
And that was a great conversation. Yeah. Hey, I'm already started. I started last week, buddy. Started last week.
Well, this week, Wednesday. So it's coming up again Wednesday. Yeah, I'm doing political streams on Wednesdays now.
Right on. So, because look, dude, Beans and you having political debates going through the election season, this is going to be retarded, dude. Especially if it's panels like this where there's people that actually have discussions rather than the fuck shit.
Yeah, this was a great conversation. You know how I'm up for the conversation. This is what keeps me up, is to hear other people talking. Aaron, I ain't never seen. Well, I've seen you talk before. Never been on a panel with you before, but awesome. Even though I don't agree with some of your stances, but yeah. You make good points.
It's supposed to be. We can't agree with everything.
Shit. That's right. You know I don't agree with shit you say. I just know how to argue your stupid ass because you gonna argue about something retarded. But it's okay. I still love it.
Remember, Beans.
I'm never gonna be tired of beating y'all. Just know
you ain't beat shit.
I gotta make sure I windmill in your chat on Wednesday nights.
Yeah.
but Uncle Tom, remember, disagreement fosters innovation.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Losing does too, but I don't like to lose to these niggas.
Whatever.
All right, y'all have a good one, man.
Hey, take it easy, man.
All right, bro.
All right.
Uncle T in the building. I want to say a special shout out to Uncle T and Aaron O, because I specifically invited them and for the debate, and they both showed up, man. So I really appreciate that. I want to say the Angry Man, as long as nothing bad ain't happened to you, fuck you for not showing up. Nigga was scared. I told him that I had some videos of white people supporting my argument, so that's why he didn't come. Because he didn't want me to use the white videos against them.
You didn't even need the videos. I was helping support most of your argument all night.
No, so let me get back to the video real quick. No, matter of fact, no. Callie, I wanted to give Callie an opportunity because I felt like you came up because of what we were saying earlier. I want to make sure I gave you an opportunity to address that if you wanted to.
Yeah. Thank you, Beans. It's all income based at the end of the day. It's not gender based. That's basically what my main point is and everything. If you qualify, if the whole reason why the other person couldn't be in the house is because their income was not accounted for when getting approval for the benefits. That's all. It's income based.
Okay.
So I'm breathing.
Okay.
So a lot of babies aren't, but I am, sadly.
I don't know what that means.
Yo, see, this is what I mean. I got to rewind this a little bit because this is why he was spanking this guy, man. Look at this.
That's what Margaret Sanger, that's what Democrat policies wanted. Getting less than this amount of dollars, you're getting money from the government.
Yes,
it is incentivizing.
You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
I don't even know what that means in this scenario because yes,
you're
okay, you want to talk about throwing babies out with the bathwater? Margaret Sanger wanted to exterminate the black race because she thought they were weeds. So yeah, we can literally talk about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's what Margaret Sanger, that's what Democrat policies wanted to do to my people. So that's why I feel so strongly about it, because it is these policies that date back centuries that were built off of the death and poverty of my people.
Let's take a breath. So.
I'm breathing.
Okay.
So a lot of babies aren't, but I am, sadly.
I don't know what that means.
So
I can't stand liberal white.
So you see how he said he
They be so whiny, don't they?
He tried to be funny and say, breathe, right? And the brother said, I'm breathing, but a lot of babies aren't. He said, I don't even know what that means. Yes, because you're not listening. This is why I get so upset on these panels when I have to sit there and I have to, like, people expect for me to dumb myself down and pretend like I'm not dealing with what I'm actually dealing with. You know why you don't know what he meant by that? Because you weren't listening to him. He literally just brought up Margaret Sanger, right? And if I remember correctly, she is the one who was trying to introduce abortion to America, right?
Not trying. She did.
Planned Parenthood.
Okay. That's the point, though, right? She's the one who introduced that concept. Like he said, she was trying to get rid of black people, all this and that, right? Like he said, rather, she was trying to get rid of black people and all that, and was using abortion as a method to do that as well, right? And so then when he says, I'm breathing, but unfortunately a lot of babies aren't. And he says, I don't know what that means. You know why you don't know what it means? Because either you're stupid or you're not listening. Right?
You know what it is?
He doesn't care
moving forward, when you see me on panels with people and I'm saying either they're stupid or they're not listening, you have to understand, if it can happen to this young boy, well, I don't know how old this white guy is because I'm starting to realize that white people don't be as old as I think they are. That guy, Charlie Kirk, I looked it up earlier today. He's only 30.
That dude's probably about 24 right
Are
there.
you serious? He's only 30 years old.
Yes. So I mean, I would have definitely
Damn.
said 40, but I always assume people are older, and definitely always assume white people are older. I'm looking at this white boy right here.
He's about
I'm
24
giving him
beans.
24.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was absolutely giving him 35, but I mean, I'll take your word for it, right? So, 24, that's younger. Maybe I can give him a little bit of grace. But at the end of the day, right, you have to be willing to pay attention in the conversation. When he first brought up, even earlier, about them giving the government assistance and removing the fathers from the home, what did he say? Oh, well, give it to him while the black fathers are in the home. What the fuck kind of response is that? He's talking about what happened. So we can't go back in time and say, oh, no, it's all good for y'all to stay in the home. We're going to get the money anyway, right? So it's like, it's the bullshit and the conversations really that kind of ruin them, right? It's the thing that we're trying to minimize as much as we can over here in this space. Go ahead, Snow.
I just want to point out that don't give these type of people grace.
Tommy, jump in right after Snow.
For one reason only. As young as he is, and as absolute and condescending as he's talking to someone else about someone else's own culture and past, like he knows more about him than he does, and then wants to sit and tell him that I have privilege. Dude, that is true racist shit right there, in my opinion. A racist is going to tell you I have privilege over you and rub it in your face, and then tell you that you don't know what you're talking about. I know more about it. And they're going to do it condescending like that, not listen, not care about what you have to say, not care about what you have educated yourself on. I'm telling you, dude.
No, I agree with you, Snowman. And I think that's why it's like in places like here in California, it's masked a lot because it's not in your face like in the South where they'll just come up to you and you can tell. They'll be condescending like he is. And what I was going to tell you, Beans, is shit like this is probably why you want to stay away from the political things, because what they tend to do is they act dumb when you make a point, or they act ignorant of the point that you made. So a perfect example is, like I said earlier, like the same people that was telling me when the gas prices were high when Trump was in office that it's not the president's fault are the same people that's telling me it's the president's fault now that the gas is high. I don't know if it is or not, but I'm just telling you that's literally how it goes in this political shit. It's always the other people's fault, and then if we're in office, it's not our fault. It's this, and this. So if you plan on getting into this political shit, I'm telling you right now, you're gonna be doing a lot of screaming, yelling, and you might fuck around have an aneurysm there, because this is how it goes. It's disingenuous as fuck.
Tommy B, don't forget that if anything positive happens in the new administration, it has nothing to do with the new president. It's all
Snowman.
It's all the
I
past
explained
presidents.
to my dad that I got my VA benefits a lot faster because of Trump, and he didn't want to cut my head off. And I'm like, bro, it's just what happened. What you want me to do? Change what happened? He's like, the fuck?
So no, but the thing is, in all honesty, though, that shit ain't gonna make me as mad. See, I don't care about the topic. I care about how people talk about it. Right now, what I'm doing specifically with now is I'm trying to practice moderation. You know what I'm saying? But I'm demonstrative. That's who I am. But
You better meditate, nigga.
The stupidity is the problem that gets to me, right? So when I'm watching this young black boy on top of that, with a fro, he handling this shit. This shit is nothing for him. It don't matter if I agree with him or not. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm kind of looking at, is the conversation itself and how it's being held. We can get into the nuances of the conversation about whether or not we agree with what, but I just respect the higher level conversations. And I'm saying, if this young boy can do it, what the fuck is anybody on these panels' excuse? You know what I mean? So let me get back to it real quick. We ain't gonna be on this too long.
Just throw the baby out with the bathwater. You want to completely get rid of welfare, okay? Or at least the I don't want to put that on you. You haven't said that, but the conservative apparatus does, clearly. So giving money to a group of people does not hurt them.
I mean, sure, if you're talking about a lottery, just
literally
take
can't.
money. But
yes.
there are strings attached to that money.
Take all the money.
There are strings attached
Give
to
them
that
millions. Make them all millionaires. I don't care. Giving money to black people does not hurt them.
And that has not happened, though. That has not happened.
What do you mean?
That has not happened.
It
hasn't been a
You're saying
reparations. It hasn't been this
so
or that.
What
it has
you're
been
saying,
a welfare program,
welfare
Great
was
Societies
designed.
Act that
Welfare
was built off of the idea of, hey, we get these families split up, we get these
so
people
then let
living
them
here.
keep the family together and keep all the money.
I mean, I guess so, but I guarantee you, there's no way that
Why
would
would
happen.
you not advocate for that?
So in your, I guess.
Because he's already stated to you that he has a problem with handouts. That's not what he wants. He wants families and units, like he said earlier, that when you remove the black father. So he's talking about a man being in a household working, right? So that's the whole thing when he's highlighting what he feels is problematic with those particular systems and how they undermined it. They undermine black people. So my thing though is this though, because we're not gonna stay on this long. I just want to kind of just see what y'all say. Should we get rid of welfare?
Yes.
God damn.
No.
I think we should get rid of all.
That was too fast.
That's an
Y'all didn't even
absolute
think
no. We should not get rid of welfare. No. Y'all
Niggas
think
didn't
y'all
even
think
about
what'd you say, Beans? I'm sorry.
Like they didn't even think about it at all. It's like I was barely through saying welfare. Should we get rid of it? No. Damn.
Beans.
Because I've already had this discussion over and over and over again.
Beans.
Oh my God! No, Callie was talking.
Does this fucking mic work?
No,
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Well, then fuck
Yeah, hold on one second. Let Callie. She was trying to be respectful to me, but I really wasn't saying anything. Go ahead, Callie, and then Aaron.
No, we shouldn't get rid of welfare or whatever like that. If you want to go ahead and you want to put people out on the streets and then cut the program and then cut the funds for homeless shelters and stuff like that, then go ahead and just watch crime go up so then we can turn around and eventually have a police state. That if that's what y'all want, cut the benefits. Cut welfare
You're making
off
two separate
altogether.
arguments.
I'm not. It's called a butterfly effect.
But homeless shelters and welfare aren't they're two separate things.
Well, if you cut the benefits, they're going to end up homeless, and now they don't have anywhere to go but on the streets. It's a butterfly effect.
There's always other options. I've been homeless before. I'm not homeless no more, and I didn't have welfare to get me out of it. I got a job. I got up and I did something rather than expecting someone else to do it for me.
Okay. So we cut all the we go ahead and we knock down all the PJs, right? For low income houses and stuff like that. We knock all of that down. Where are them people supposed to go?
Because they got families, right?
More often than not, no, they don't.
Yeah,
they do.
They
families.
do. Black families are
They
colossal.
don't.
No, because we
And-
got to go with the real definition of family, and based on the real definition of family, a lot of people don't have.
I'm just saying that if
Just because you blood related does not mean you family.
all I'm saying is anything in life, if you keep giving someone something free that they don't have to actually go out and work for themselves, anything in nature is going to continue to eventually come and grab that free thing rather than try and get it on their own. Why should I work for it or put any effort in if I don't have to? Because all I got to do is go over here and they're going to hand it to me.
And yet most people who are on benefits work. So let's just go ahead and knock that off right there.
That is a fact.
That's a
I'm
fact.
not, I didn't say they didn't work, but they obviously aren't working enough to cover all their bills, are they?
No, they're working
that's the
enough.
fact. Yeah,
Go
that's
ahead,
a fact.
Beans. You got it, because you already see where I'm going with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Unless you
That's
wanna go ahead and let Aaron go.
No, that's absolutely a fact. Aaron can go ahead and go.
All right. So it has to go, but I understand about putting people out on the street. All right. You don't just rip anything out of place. You have to do things gently. Set a timer up where welfare eventually will expire. That way you're not hitting all these people in the face that have children already.
Didn't Clinton already try that?
Yeah, there is a time limit on welfare. You can't
Did it
be on
happen?
welfare forever. Yeah,
What
it
I'm
did.
saying on the institution itself, on the existence of it in the government.
Oh, I got you.
Abolishment.
Slow down the transition, put a buffer there.
Instead of
way
it
the
being a
people-
big shock to the system, I get what you're saying.
We're not letting all the fucking people loose. It's not like Ghostbusters where they released the fucking gates and all the ghosts came out.
Right.
As you do that, start to develop plans that you're going to use them because it's going to free up some cash. Start to develop ways to actually help people. Training, just look, help people grow and be better, right? And then the money that you're spending in welfare, eventually you're going to take and fund that initiative. The reason why welfare is no good is exactly what Snowman was alluding to. It weakens you. It's one of the reasons why the Black community is where it is, because if you give somebody something one time, they're surprised. 2 times you give it to them, it's appreciation. 3 times you give it to them, it's expectation. 4 times you give it to them, it's entitlement. 5 times you give it to them, it's dependence. You don't want to take the fight out of someone by giving them. And then, do you really want the Black community relegated to accepting the handouts from the government, and that's your source of survival? Like, that's what people do in like POW camps in jail. Like, you're getting rationed your food from someone else. Well, you should have some sort of control over the resources you amass. Right? Especially if you're going to be a parent. You don't want to be restricted to what other people are giving you. You want to be able to be free to exploit your own abilities to their maximum potential to bring the maximum amount of resources that come in. You don't want it to be capped by a fucking document, especially under the condition that someone that's supposed to be your teammate can't be in the picture.
But I think that's where I feel like, and I am saying feel on purpose. That's why I feel like I don't care.
If you want welfare, make it so that 2 people have to be in the home.
Yes. Well, that's a different argument. You can make it in a second, because I would like for you to elaborate on how you think that's going to look, right? But the reason why I say I don't care is because what most people are going to do is do just enough to get them the same thing that welfare is going to provide. So it makes absolute sense for them to accept the welfare. I cannot find this video. It's blowing me that I can't. It was a white man. You know, when a white man says something, we all listen. But he broke it down. He was like, if you think about it, these people, they're on this government assistance. What are they getting? Housing, food, light bill, right? And then you're telling them to go to work just so they can make enough money to have housing, food, and a light bill.
Yep.
And maybe now not even have enough for that, right? Based on what they will naturally qualify as, just stated by Aaron, according to their gifts and abilities, right? So believe me, I know I had a conversation with some brothers on the panel, and I believe Angryman was one of them, where I said, I see what y'all talking about, right? After having been on Section 8 for about 7 or 8 months, because I knew I wanted to supplement my income based on the fact that my YouTube wasn't doing as well anymore. But the thought of having to get up every day and go to work was driving me insane. I just couldn't force myself to do it, right? So I didn't. And then I felt the same thing that you all were just describing, right? It's not laziness. It's like when you process it, it's like, wow, why would I do this? I got a crib. As long as I keep it clean, it's a nice ass crib, right? I got food. I got a car outside. If I need to get somewhere, I can get there. So why get up and be in pain physically, knowing what I'm dealing with, to go get what? $16 an hour, $17 an hour? I'm going to work part-time anyway, right? So why go do that? Why put myself in physical pain for what? For what I'm already...
Like when they come to the corner and they tell you start selling dope, it will get a job at McDonald's, and you look at them like, the fuck would I do that for?
That's a different question.
Well, look, I understand.
That's true, but the mindset is the same, because you're crossing out what you have versus what you're gonna have, and whether or not it makes sense right, to make that adjustment.
Well,
if every time my phone rings,
wait a minute, Tommy.
Go
ahead, Snow.
I was just going to say, though I understand what you're saying, Beans. To me, the way I look at it is this. All right, it's like when fathers are trying to teach their children the difference between having something that's just given to them that they don't have appreciation for, and they treat like crap, and then teaching them to go out and work and earn something for themselves, even if they're earning it from their parents. Now they have an appreciation for it because they had to do something to get this object, rather than just go and stand in line or go up and say, "Hey, Dad, can I?" You understand what I'm saying? It's the whole respect and appreciation of what I have now because I went out and I worked for this, and that's what we as men teach our kids, right?
Absolutely. But the reason why I don't like that argument is because I can take you to somebody's house who works and it'll be fucking filthy. And then I can take you to somebody who has Section 8 and they shit look like the Taj Mahal.
I get that, but that isn't the majority.
Well, I can't make that argument, and I won't. And you know why? Because the majority of people on Section 8 aren't even young. Right. So I won't make that argument. I would say if you make me pick, I'm going to say no, but I won't argue against it because I can't quantify it. But I just know the majority of people who are actually on Section 8 who actually get that housing, they're not even young people. So you're talking about older people. I know in New York, somebody has sent me the article that was saying that the Jewish community were the biggest consumers of Section 8 in New York. Right, somehow, some way. So that's what I'm saying. When I know my daughter's mom, man, she just had a nice ass townhouse. Now she just got another mansion style house, right? Because she ended up taking in 2 more kids. So all in total, she got 5 kids. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of just working out for her that way. They got to put in a house big enough to fit everybody. So she ends up in this really, really nice ass house. And it ain't like they just out there running through it, throwing paint against the wall. They taking care of it. You understand?
You're missing the point.
No, I'm not missing it. We're just talking about one part of it. But I got the actual point. But I'm just saying one part of it.
No, I think so, though, because even with the analogy about selling weed versus McDonald's, like to ask oneself the question, why would I trade in up or down in either direction when I have what I need right here? We're not triggering the survival instinct with either of these, with the options that are given. What I'm saying is you will eventually be galvanized to take action if your life becomes threatened. What do you think you will do if someone starts to cut your air supply? You're going to attack whatever is impeding your air supply. Same thing with water and eventually food. Eventually, your instinct to survive, your self-preservation trigger will activate and decimate whatever the fuck you got going on. But as long as you give food, shelter, water, there's always going to be that why would I trade up if I have what I need? Because you're not activated by the most powerful galvanizing agent you have. And that is not the will, but the instinct, the drive, the evolutionary imperative to survive.
So you think that it actually stifles it?
100%.
Absolutely.
It atrophies it. It atrophies it. If you don't, you all right, lay in a bed for the next 10 years, see how well you can walk.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand that.
You just described how it does, though.
No, but I'm saying it made me, but Tommy, what are we doing right now? You see what I'm saying? Like, bro, I put in mad hours. I'm not doing what I was doing before because I'm not monetized, so I don't see the same result from it. But that's what I'm saying. Imagine if I was still monetized right now. You know what I was doing. I make all the music for my shows. I make all the thumbnails for my shows. I'm doing hoodies now, garments and shit, t-shirts and shit. Like, I'm not just taking what they giving me. And that's what I'm saying. It's not that it stifles me from wanting more. It makes me not want to go punch somebody else's funky ass clock just to have the same thing. That's what I'm saying.
That's the point. It's giving you an option. It's not making you find another fishing hole. If you fish a pool, a pond, dry fish, but you still have a little something to eat, you're going to continue to fish this dry ass pond. You start starving, eventually you're going to be like, well, fuck it. If I got to go to this fish market and gut fish for food, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to be driven to, you know what I mean? You have the luxury of making
you have to do what you got to do, is what he's saying.
Yeah, but
so right now you don't have to do what you got to do because you have the luxury of Section 8. But
I
if they take that Section 8 away,
see, that's what I'm saying. If the average nigga don't get nothing anyway, but crib, light, food. See, that's what I'm saying. That's the average nigga that get up and go to work every day. Crib, light, food. And then they got whatever vices. Right? They got whatever their vices are. That's what they get anyway. They don't get trips around the world. They don't get Gucci, Louis Vuitton. They don't get moments at the Oscars.
I never said none of that.
Get up and go to work, come home.
I never brought up any of that.
But that's what I'm saying. If I'm getting it, this is what I'm saying. The disagreement that I have. The disagreement that I have is that if you are a person who wants more, I don't believe that welfare or any kind of handout is going to make you want less. That's what I'm disagreeing with. If
no, it's not that it makes you want less.
You're going to find a way to want more.
It's not that it makes you want less. It makes you content.
Yes.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Not if you're the person who wants more. It's not. So my cousin and his wife, guess what? They had Section 8. Once she built up and she knew she was in a position to buy a building, guess what? Bye-bye Section 8.
But
straight up.
she
was about to become an RN. She was going to be making too much money and she wanted to buy a building anyway. Bye-bye Section 8. She gave it up. She gave that shit to her son. He had just had a baby anyway. So him and his baby mama and their baby went and got their own 1-bedroom apartment. But guess what? She wasn't going to downplay her RN status or not go buy her building because of what was provided through Section 8. She wanted more, and she didn't let that government handout stop her from wanting more.
No, no. What you're doing is you're proving that she actually used it for what it was actually set up for, to help people in a rough time, not for it to become, a part of their permanent life.
Okay, cool, but that doesn't defeat my argument, which is that if you're the type of person that wants more, it doesn't. That's why I'm saying you gotta listen. If you're the type of person who wants more, like she wanted more, God damn it, you're not gonna let this pigeonholing of government of welfare stop you from going and get more.
What you're missing is if you don't have Section 8, you don't have a choice but to go out and get it. And what can happen with that is you can end up with more, whether you want it or not. If you have Section 8, you have a level that you can be content with and you can chill. You get what I'm saying?
But Tommy, see, so you're having a conversation, so I'm not going to discredit you for that. But in the debate, that's a checkmate. You know why? Because like you just said yourself, you can end up with more, but most people don't. They end up with food, shelter, clothing. That's what they end up with, right? Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm saying. The argument that we were just having right now is that it's going to stifle you. No, it might stifle you from getting up and going to get a job if you're in a position where you don't need the job in order to maintain any part of the food, shelter, clothing, right? Of the light bill, the shelter, and the food. If you don't need a job for that, yeah, it might stop you from going to get a job.
If it doesn't stifle you, then why isn't the people that are on these programs, why aren't there more of them that are successful then?
This is why it's checkmate. Here's the flaw in his argument. You ready? The want and desire to get more is not an on-off switch. It is gradient. Some people, they are driven, doesn't matter. Their want is damn near as strong as their survival instinct. Some people really have a strong want, but just can't pull it the fuck together. But a swift kick in the ass and they'll get going. That's why in sports and shit, they have coaches to get you through that one last rep that you just don't feel like pushing out, but you know is in you. Some things require working past failure. Some people have the gumption to do that. Some people don't have the fortitude to do that. But a coach will push you through it. The survival instinct is the ultimate coach to push people with any degree of want to go find their wants.
I don't see how that's a checkmate.
The potential for someone to drive themselves to their highest potential that can be stifled by complacency. You don't see how that's possible?
No, I'm not arguing complacency, right? That's a nice word, right? I'm arguing welfare, right?
Okay.
I'm acknowledging that welfare can put you in a place where you're complacent. But my argument is that that's going to be for a motherfucker that would have been applicable to anyway. That's what I'm saying. The person who's going to be complacent by the welfare is a person who wasn't going to do shit anyway with a job, but goddamn it, have rent, light, food.
Wrong.
I'm saying anybody that wanted it was going to go get it anyway, and they wasn't going to let the welfare stop them.
Here's why. Because with welfare, there's no sweat equity invested. There's no track that you're on. If you're working for it, you're not going to let yesterday's efforts go in vain by not putting in effort tomorrow to grow. And even if you do stay complacent, at least you're on a track with a momentum, with direction.
But it's the same thing.
No.
All you're doing is getting up and going to work. That's most people, Aaron. They just get up and go to work.
But there's a chance for promotion. If you perform, you have an opportunity to grow. With welfare, you don't have the opportunity to.
People. That's my point, is that that's not most people. Most people get up and go to work, and that's it. They're not in that bitch trying to get raises. They're not doing none of that. They going with the flow. Whatever it is, you get your increases anyway. They tell you what kind of increases you're gonna get over a certain amount of time, and you know what it is, and you're just there. My uncle,
you know how that's a lie? Most people work, and most people do get raises. Why wouldn't most people just go on welfare then? If what you're saying is true, most folks would just go on welfare. They want better for themselves.
But what I'm saying is that, well, there's a couple of reasons. That's a nuanced conversation, I think. But what I'm saying is this: my uncle was at Delta for 25 years. Guess what he did? He got up, he went to work at 4:30 in the morning. He got off at 2:00 in the afternoon, and that was it. And when the company was downsizing and they gave people an opportunity to either take less money or take an early retirement, he took an early retirement. That's most people. They ain't out here just busting their ass trying to get to 100K. It's the reason why the median income is 52K. It's a reason why.
You're introducing things I didn't say. I never said 100K was a milestone.
Driven people or whatever are going to be the ones that go after the higher positions when they are working, all that kind of stuff like that.
Right.
But most people, even if they are making good money and could move up, they just don't, because they're comfortable where they're at.
Well,
so you know what I'm saying? I know a mail carrier. I know a mail carrier. He makes really good money. He could go ahead and he could be working the line or whatever inside of the processing center and everything like that, and go for the higher earning job because he has the tenure and the knowledge of the job to do so. He does not want to, because he doesn't want the responsibility. So he's just fine being a mail carrier.
You're conflating. When I said there's a gradient component to drive, I'm not saying that there isn't a cap.
Mm-hmm.
People that want, that doesn't mean you just want it all. You might just want a certain amount that welfare can't provide you. Whatever that mail carrier is doing, I bet you it's better than welfare. And if that's all he wants in life, fine. But maybe if he was on welfare, he would be lured in by complacency to never achieve it.
Right, because
you're just talking about the drive itself, right? And you're saying that welfare reduces that drive. It makes it less likely.
That's it.
Yes.
Now,
so you need some trauma to drive you.
Not only does it reduce the drive, but it also keeps you stuck in a specific economic position.
I think what he's saying is that trauma will push your drive harder than its initial on its own.
Right, but even
you already got to have that. You already got to have that in you or whatever. But what I will agree with Aaron on is having more of a step down. As far as with the if you go ahead and you do get a job and everything like that, that makes more money, that they don't necessarily pull the rug out from under you as soon as you do so, and there's no buffer period for you to go ahead and get your feet planted in the ground or whatever with your new job, so you will be able to survive without the benefits. I do agree with Aaron on that. Because that's been one of my complaints or whatever since, I even got on Medicaid and all that kind of stuff like that. So I do agree with him there, but just to take it away and not even have the benefit altogether, I can't necessarily go that route with it.
But that's the thing. You would have that buffer so that you can redevelop those muscles of actually being motivated.
Well, Aaron, the other thing I think they're missing on what you said, though, also is even if you get to a place to where you're okay with the level you are at your job, right? You're okay with your job responsibilities, where you're at. The difference between that is welfare, you're going to be stuck at this rate of money.
Yeah.
Where you're at your job, you're still going to keep progressing up that pay scale. Unless you're at a place where they have a capital.
Why y'all acting like jobs just be handing out raises like that?
No, they
not
don't.
every job has most of these jobs, if you're not in corporate or nothing like that, you're not getting no yearly raises or no shit like that after no review or none of that kind of stuff like that. You're just
I've ever
not.
had, I got a raise every year. Every year.
Cool.
Well, okay, good for you, but good for you or whatever. But most people are not getting no yearly raises like that. It doesn't.
Let's say that they do though. Wait, Callie, that's not even cool. Watch this, Callie.
25 cents.
Let's say that whatever the last job I was on, it was 50 cents every 6 months. So it is what it is, right? I'll give that to you. Cool, you got that. The point where you're wrong at is that when you say whatever the people are getting on welfare, that's just what it's gonna be, because that's not how that works. Those get increases too, right? They set the money at a certain place to make sure that you're able to survive, right?
Yeah,
so whatever when cost of living goes up, you get a raise in that too, right? So, but that's what I'm saying. Those ain't really the hills to die on. The conversation that we're actually having, conversation that we're actually having, and I'm not gonna say who it is because I ain't trying to put nobody out there, but I know somebody. His mama had Section 8. She passed away. The Section 8 passed down to him. This man is a drug dealer.
How do you pass down welfare?
Wait a minute. This man got bank bread.
See, that's the problem.
But watch this. On paper, he still got Section 8.
That's why it has to go away.
He has a house, you know what I'm saying, that he's never really at. It's just there, right?
That's why we got to get rid of it.
But before we go back to that, this is the part where niggas be like, okay, I see what you're saying. He was the type of cat, guess what? He wanted to wear big belt buckles. He wanted to wear True Religion name brand jeans. He wanted to wear fur coats. He wasn't going to allow what he got from welfare to stifle his drive to go get that shit. That's what I'm trying to explain to you is that those kind of people are just those kind of people. They gonna go get it. Anybody that would be stifled by it would be a person that wouldn't have no much more than what they getting from welfare anyway. Because that's all they would work towards.
You're explaining something I'm not trying to touch. I don't care about that. I care about the fact that he has welfare.
But that's not what we're debating right now. Right now, we were debating the fact of welfare stifling people from going and overachieving. And I'm telling you, the argument that I'm making is that if those people are that, they're going to be that regardless.
Beans.
They're going to do that shit regardless.
Beans. That one person does not disprove the gradient amount of people are able to galvanize themselves. It's not, like I said, it's not an on or off switch. You're not Jeff Bezos or Stephen Jobs level alpha male, or you're just lazy. Those aren't the only two options.
But it's not just that.
What does it cost? What does it cost to maintain a human life? What does it cost to maintain a human life until death?
About $1 million, isn't it? From life to death.
All right, whatever that number is, does welfare?
I don't think so.
Does welfare hold that person responsible to cover the cost that they're placing on the earth?
No, but that's a different argument, and I'm going to have to ask you all to concede to the argument that we were just having. Because
my argument is to get rid of welfare.
Because I gave you 3.
No, my argument is to get rid of welfare.
The problem with your last one though is he inherited it, so he was already doing what he was doing before he even got
there. He inherited it as a kid.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. He was already selling drugs, and then he inherited it, right?
Technically, but he wasn't.
So so what I'm telling you, so he wasn't even in the position to get it.
He was 18 years old.
But what I'm telling you is he wasn't even in a position to get it. It just happened to be handed down to him. Get what I'm saying?
That's how welfare works. Like you just it
No, I
show
know
up
that's
one
how
day.
Section 8, but no, but what I'm telling you is
you apply for it, they make you wait, and then they call and say, "Hey, nigga, you got this shit."
I know, but what I'm saying is it's a difference between I'm in a position to where I qualify to get it, and then I just so happen to get it because this person had it and they died and they passed it down to me. Like
Especially if
that.
you don't need it.
And to make the point, that's literally what it's come to. I don't want to say black people because I don't know white people in that position, but a lot of people I know, that's what it's turned into. Like that's their inheritance. It's fucking Section 8. And
Dude,
I know people who literally are scared to get a job because they don't want to lose Section 8.
Bro, I
Yes.
grew up on welfare and didn't even know it could be handed down.
That makes sense. That's what now that's the argument that we're having right there. The argument that we're having right there is about the first one was about the drive, right? Now
No.
that's the argument that Aaron wants
Not
to
mine.
switch us to.
Not mine.
Well, the argument, no, I'm sorry, I said that backwards. The argument that we were having at first is that what Tommy is saying, which is in line with what Aaron was just saying, right? That was what we was having at first, but it ended up becoming about the drive. I'm cool with switching. I just need somebody to concede, right? I just gave you 3 examples. Tommy is making, he wants to add the caveat that he inherited, but it doesn't make a difference. The fact of the matter is that he had it. He could have literally said at 18 years old, well, I got this shit. I can sit on my ass and not do nothing. But he wasn't that type. He liked nice shit. So he wasn't going to allow the restraints of welfare to make him stay at that level.
He didn't have the restraints though, Beans, because he sold dope. So it was under. See, he had the positives of both. He was able to get the money and still had the benefits.
No doubt.
Okay, what I'm saying is it'd be different if he didn't have the drug income, and he was under the restrictions of Section 8. Then that would be a valid thing. He's not under restrictions of Section 8.
Look what you're talking about. Right now, you're talking about the money. I'm going to say it one more time. We're talking about the drive. The argument was that having the welfare will kill the drive. It didn't. That's the only thing I need from that story is to be able to show you how
what I'm trying to explain to you, Beans. If you're under the restraints of it, he's not under the restraints.
Nobody is. That's the point. The only motherfucker who is going to succumb to the restraints of welfare is the person who that's all they was going to do anyway. That's what I'm saying. I know I'm being demonstrative, but don't listen to my tone. Listen to my words. The argument was that the welfare kills the drive. And I just gave you 3 examples of myself that I know personally where it didn't. Like, it didn't matter what the fuck they had. They wanted more and they was going to get that shit. Period, point blank. One of them did it illegally. The other one did it legally.
He's repeating himself. Listen. I know what you're missing.
Because y'all have to acknowledge shit here.
No, I don't have to do anything. Listen. You ready? I'm about to fix it. My root argument is to get rid of welfare. One of the supporting reasons to get rid of welfare is because it can diminish the drive, as well as all the other things. I'm not saying it's an absolute that it will. I said it can, and that's one of many reasons why you should get rid of it.
But Aaron, to me, you can correct me if I'm wrong. If you're arguing that it kills the drive to want more, that's the thing where I'm saying, okay, listen, the people who want that shit anyway was gonna go get it.
What does can mean? What does can mean? It's possible.
Absolutely.
That's my argument.
Okay, but now you have to quantify what percentage, because that's not a reason.
It doesn't matter. It's one of many.
It does,
okay,
Aaron, because listen, logically, if it applies to 10%, then it don't matter.
1%.
Then that's not a good enough reason to get rid of it.
Didn't I say one of many? You're not listening. I said one of many.
It is, and I'm just saying that reason is not one that's good enough to use to get rid of it.
It's 1% of many. I got 99% left to cover. You ready?
No, the fuck you don't. You ain't got 99 more reasons.
No, I have one reason that's worth 99%. I didn't say one reason is a percent.
Okay,
listen. Go ahead. Listen, you ready? Here's the other 99%. It costs money and resources and effort to keep a person alive. Each individual should be responsible for that fucking shit as long as they're alive. On welfare, you ain't doing that.
Right.
That's 99%. There's the other one.
So that's anybody that's alive?
Well, who the fuck else is going to feed you?
I'm just asking you, should that logic that you're using apply to everybody that's alive?
Everybody that's alive, yes, because everybody that's alive eats and needs shelter, don't they?
Okay, cool. So I'm going to give you one more caveat that I know you're not considering. What about able-bodied?
Exactly. We're talking about people on welfare that are able-bodied. We're not talking about disability. We're talking about welfare.
Absolutely. So here's the thing. Do you accept the premise that everybody who are on paper considered disabled are not able-bodied? That there are
I don't know. If you're not able to contribute or provide or do whatever it takes to compensate for your survival, then yes, there's a caveat for that. That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm asking you your opinion on something. I'm saying, do you understand that there are people who are absolutely able-bodied, but on paper they are labeled as disabled? You accept?
Yes.
That, right?
Yes.
Okay. So does that also apply to those people?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm a vet, dude. You think I don't know anything about like mental health and all? I mean, there's all kinds of reasons. You know, you're talking to Beans.
Absolutely. So that means
how smart I am.
Absolutely. So that means we need to get rid of wake up money as well. I'm with you then.
No, that's earned.
Well, it depends on what you're
okay,
talking
so
about.
look, if most people on welfare work, are they not contributing to that same tax money that pays for the welfare?
Yeah, but he's not talking about them, Calvin.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about fully contributing to offset the cost you're making on the planet.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not talking about those people, just to be fair about it. He's talking about people like myself that, you know what I'm saying, like don't
or that
work
drug
hard.
dealer. What the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, he's talking about those people. Because he just said if to offset is different. You know what I'm saying? But Callie has a good question. That is actually a good question, right? Because of the fact that you're calculating up the total cost that it takes, and you said that the person should be responsible for that. So if they're not completely responsible for that, technically they still fall in what you're saying. But I know that you're talking specifically about the people who you feel like are abusing the system, including those niggas that get wake up money.
Well, there's
that's not
including them niggas.
Talk about the people who commit welfare fraud are not the ones that are actually receiving the benefits, but the ones who own the businesses and sell the products to the people.
Let me get past wake up money first. That came out first. Ready? If a motherfucker is damaged in the brain, has PTSD, and is incapable of fully integrating into society where they can work and get a job to take care of themselves, they should be compensated for. You know why? Because they volunteered to take a portion of their life and take on that PTSD in the interest of protecting the United States and the Constitution.
Thank you, Aaron.
If they never did that, they probably wouldn't have had that PTSD.
You niggas ain't held up no motherfucking walls. You niggas ain't stormed no beaches. Y'all ain't been in no firefights. You ain't flew no planes. Don't nobody give a fuck because you went in and crawled under a few dirt maps and crawled on a few ropes and sold some soup to your fellow military veterans. You don't deserve shit.
Beans.
No, they actually
I'm going to give you my dates of service.
Volunteered to do the shit so you didn't have to get drafted.
Shut up. I'm going to give you my dates of service. October 10th, 2001. To October 11th, 2005, as a United States Marine. What the fuck didn't I do?
You killed innocent people. Got you. That's not the point. The fact of the matter
is, that's not the argument. It's
from a distance. On top of that, he wasn't running up on niggas with the
volunteer service. It's volunteer service that's intended to protect the United States. And there was a price to pay.
Okay, I've done this.
Okay, the military ain't been used to protect the United States for quite a while.
That's not my problem.
Aaron, I got you. I'll concede for you.
My intention,
guess what,
was to protect the United States. If my commanding officers used my efforts in other ways, that ain't my fucking problem.
Don't matter. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Don't matter to us.
Not lying, you were government property.
I did this debate with a couple of other niggas in the military before. We looked it up, right? The percentage of military people that actually been in a firefight, I don't even think that shit was 3%.
I don't give a shit.
So I do, because that's 97% of people that's getting money because they making up shit.
No.
My ear hurt.
You ready?
My nostrils be burning.
No. Beans. Here's how I know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Boot camp alone, which is 100% of service members, can cause damage to the skeleton because of high impact workout with a load.
That is a
that
fact.
Right there can give you bad knees and bad backs.
That is a
Plural.
fact.
Absolutely. You know what else?
So what the fuck are you talking about? The service members, 97% are pushing pencils when boot camp alone is enough to do it.
Nigga, we was over here lifting up 500 to 1,000 pound bombs.
It's boot camp. It's volunteer service to the United States. That's where the injury occurred.
Absolutely. Guess what? Prison is involuntary.
They had niggas walking 20 miles, my G.
If you've been to jail before and you've had trauma in your head from being trapped in them cells for a long time because these stupid motherfuckers had laws against drugs that should.
You're gonna tell me that crime and patriotism are synonymous? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Absolutely. I can literally make an argument that as a drug dealer, I did more service for the country than 97% of the people in the military. That's
not what landed you in jail, is it?
Yes, drugs. I'm not.
What I'm saying is,
I'm talking about the time.
You're telling me the drugs serve the United States selling drugs?
Yes,
selling drugs.
Absolutely, the drug market serves the United States. Absolutely. What are you talking about? It is a
Clearly,
recession.
this nigga was getting high off his own supply.
It helped the growth of colossal industries, several industries. Several industries boomed because of drugs.
I don't know who the fuck
No. I'm not
rehabilitation, prison management, all kinds of shit.
I'm not talking about corporate level cocaine. I'm talking about Beans being a drug dealer. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
I'm sure there's more damage done to lives than you could repair. Okay, I'll tell you what. Are you still doing what you were doing?
That's true.
No, absolutely not.
Are you still doing what you were doing to help?
Absolutely not. But wait a minute.
It was useless.
But wait a minute. But we was just talking about the Sackler family earlier. They destroy way more fucking lives.
Yeah, fuck the Sackler family.
As many lives as the underground drug.
Yeah, you didn't hear me use that Sackler family. You didn't hear me say those two words until just now.
But you understand how that economy affects the market, right?
Yeah, but I have nothing to do with the Sackler family. That's not a connection you can make to me.
My point is that if you understand how that market affects the economy, how come you don't understand how the drug market, the underground drug market, affects the economy? It's a recession-proof business. It keeps
how what market affects the economy? What market?
The big pharma.
What's the intentions of big pharma?
To make money.
No. What is it? What are they selling?
Hope. I'm sorry. I'm being facetious right now. I'm sorry. Let me answer your questions. Medicine.
What is the intent? What is the understood intention of the medicine?
It ain't real. They selling bullshit as placebos.
You didn't answer the question. You didn't answer the question.
Because I don't know how to answer it legitimately outside of saying medicine.
The intended purpose of the medicine that they're selling is to either treat, cure, or heal or soothe people in need. Now,
what the fuck is drugs?
Is it controlled by people who are experienced in those drugs? People are educated in the field of medicine.
Obviously not, since they were fucking lying about their results.
Is it controlled?
Created an opioid crisis.
Is it controlled relative to the street pharmacy environment?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the intention of street drugs?
The same damn thing.
A good fucking time. It's not intended to cure any fucking thing.
Neither
it's
is
not
that
intended
shit.
to treat any fucking thing.
That's not true. That is not true.
Crack cocaine is intended to give the delusion of a temporary solution.
Medicine does. It's not a cure. It relieves you of the symptoms. It makes you think shit ain't
if you're going to use my argument, use the whole argument. I said cure, treat, and soothe.
Okay, cool.
Street drugs only provide a high. That's their only intention. Nobody's buying street drugs to cure, treat, or soothe a genuine illness or injury.
It's not true.
It is for a good fucking time.
No.
And it is unregulated. What's in it is unregulated. The dosage is unregulated. How it affects the individual's body is unregulated. There's no fucking clue what you're doing.
So, hold on. All of the street drugs and all of the pharmaceutical drugs have the exact same characteristics.
I didn't say all.
People are taking street drugs to soothe their stress, and a lot of them to soothe some pain, right?
Did I say
and
all?
the street drugs, listen, and and the pharmaceutical drugs make you addicted to them, and they don't cure the problem. All they do is mask it, so you have to keep taking the drugs over and over and over again to the day you die. It is exactly the same thing.
No, now that's true. That's true. Hold on, Reese. Hold on real quick, Aaron. Hold on real quick.
Let me debunk his argument.
True. Wait, hold on, Reese. Hold on, Aaron. Reese, that's true, but that's not even the best argument. They killed 3 times more people.
Thank you.
It's not even close.
Nobody dies from natural causes anymore. Everybody in the world dies from a disease.
One word. Watch this. Listen. You ready? Fentanyl.
Yeah, where did that come from?
Pharmacies.
Whose drug is that?
You don't even see the fucking argument I'm making.
I don't. I'm not gonna lie, I don't.
How many people die on fentanyl prescriptions administered by doctors, and how many people die on fentanyl overdoses in the street?
Oh my God. Where's the fentanyl coming from?
That's not the argument I'm making, Beans. Why are you asking a question? I asked you a question. I asked you a question. Answer it.
Let me ask you a question. In the streets.
That's the point I'm making.
Now the fentanyl in the street, where's it coming from?
Of course. But that's not the argument I'm making. You're making me concede to an argument I don't care about challenging. I'll give you that.
Absolutely, because at the end of the day, it goes right back to big fucking pharma. There's nobody on the streets making fentanyl.
Beans. Stop moving the fucking argument. The original argument was you selling drugs on the street and the impact that it has. And I'm telling you, it doesn't matter where it came from. If you didn't sell that drug, you wouldn't be responsible for offsetting the impact it has on someone's life.
But
we're talking about you, Beans. I'm not talking about the drugs and where it came from. I'm talking about you. Listen. I'm talking about you, the cost and burden that you have on the planet and how you offset it.
You can't sit here and tell me that selling drugs to me. You can't make that argument to me when Big Pharma has murdered 3 times as many people as the shit I was selling.
Did you hear me indict Big Pharma earlier in the conversation, in the argument earlier? They're already criminals. They're already criminals.
But remember what? Okay,
they're already criminals. Say it again.
Remember, we were having an economical argument that kind of became moral, right?
I don't care. It became moral, and I confirm that they're criminals. I
got you. I understand that. I'm saying we were having an economical argument, right?
Okay.
From the economical impact, what I'm saying is absolutely whatever we had going on in Nicaragua and all that shit, when they brung them fucking drugs in anyway to fund the wars they had going on, them drugs don't get sold unless we sell them. Yes, nigga, we benefited the American economy. Absolutely. Yep. The drug game is a recession-proof business that keeps money flowing through the whole goddamn country from coast to coast, and not only that, running through the fucking banks. That is a fact.
You know what's a better idea?
And they then add in the prison shit. Now, when you get caught selling the motherfucking drugs, guess what? You're processing through this fucking prison industrial complex. You're supporting the prisons, the police officers, the sheriffs, the county sheriffs that lock your dumb ass up, the medical doctor staff, all the motherfuckers who make toothbrushes, soap, towels, clothes.
You ready to mate? I want you to topple the king.
All that shit is based on the drug market.
Ready to topple your king right now? Ready to topple the king? It's about to be mate. You ready? What's it done for the black community? All that shit. Mate.
No, because you can't
welfare, drugs, prison system, all that shit. You're advocating for that. What's it done for the black community?
I'm not advocating for it. I'm saying it was impactful to the economy.
I said get rid of it.
You did.
That's my argument.
Why do y'all not like to concede certain things before you move forward?
Because my argument to get rid of it you've not beaten my argument that we should get rid of it.
That's not,
you've not proven the reason why we should keep it.
I absolutely did, right? But
you haven't. What it's done to the black community, the drugs, the welfare, and prison all fucked us up.
Okay, cool. But you can't lump welfare and drugs together. So, but let's do this. What I'm saying is this. The argument that we were just having about the drug game,
separate. Together, they fucked us up.
The argument that we were just having about the drug game, it started out economically because you were asking me, am I serious about the drug game being a benefit to America's economy? Absolutely. And I think I just proved that. So I'm saying acknowledge that first, then we can move on to the next thing.
That's not what I said. I said, does the drugs you did I said the drugs you sold offset the cost of your life, the burden your life has on the planet. I didn't say drugs benefit the economy. I never said.
So
I never argued
said
that.
you asked me like really like you didn't agree with that.
Because no, it's not that I don't agree. It's that there's no place in the conversation. Like really, you like doing that. You like bringing shit outside that doesn't belong. Like that has nothing to do with my point. I started it for the welfare. I started. We went down this road.
Wait. I think you might have forgot the reason why that came up is because I was arguing about the wake up money, right? And I was saying that I said as a drug dealer, I can argue that I did more for America based on what we did for the American economy than most 97% of military people have done, since none of the motherfuckers ain't held up no walls or stormed no beaches. That was my argument.
I said the drugs that you've sold and whatever it is that you've done have offset the cost of your life here on the planet and the impact the drugs you've sold has. You're telling me that?
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to get you.
Then what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm just trying to get you to concede that as a drug dealer, we had more impact on America by way of influencing the economy than 97%.
You want me to concede that the moon is 276,000 miles from the planet? That has nothing to do with it, Beans. I'll concede to whatever you want.
Listen, what I'm saying
Stalin
is
7 feet tall. Is that what
I'm saying?
Hey, I gotta go. The baby's waking up, man.
Okay, all right. So we'll see you next time, bro. Appreciate you.
Beans, what other extraneous shit do you need me to concede to?
I want to finish my sentence, and then I want you to respond to the sentence and not nothing else. Here's the sentence.
Go ahead.
As drug dealers, we did more for the country by fueling the economy than 97% of the people in the military who have never seen a firefight, held up no walls, or stormed no beaches.
I have no data to support that, but I have no evidence to refute it. So if you want that, you can have it.
Okay, so now when we move on, again, the only point that I actually remember you making about the welfare shit was about the stifling of people's drive, right?
And how the fuck did we get to where you were talking about?
Because I made the argument against the military because we were talking about free money. I
go,
brought up the fact that the military, it applies because there's a bunch of able-bodied motherfuckers getting wake-up money. And they could take their funky asses to work, and I don't give a shit because they was in the military for 2 years. Fuck them.
And they're fucking working.
Okay, a lot of people that get welfare works too. We're not talking about those.
I know we're not talking about those. I'm talking about the people that don't work and get welfare. That's
right,
always
and
been
I'm
my
talking
argument.
about these niggas that don't work and get the wake-up money. Fuck them. Give a shit because they was in the military. They don't give a fuck about me. I don't give a fuck about them.
Well, fuck them too. But the welfare has to go. I don't give a shit.
So wait, Aaron. So wait, Aaron, you're basing your argument about getting off of welfare on a subset of people, on a minority of people?
Yes. I don't care if it's one.
He admitted that. I
don't care if it's one person. Fuck you.
Remember, he said that.
Pay for your goddamn life if you can.
He keeping it real. Shit.
You think you're not Cali Bev? You're not gonna catch me out.
No, I just didn't hear it. Everybody said that you said it before. I just didn't hear it, and I just had the thought right now, like, goddamn.
Listen. You know what it is, Cali Bev? You know what it is, Cali Bev? Cali Bev, you know what it is?
I don't give a fuck.
It's principle, Cali Bev. If it's one person that is fully capable of offsetting the cost of their life places on this planet, and the people around them for their entire life have to support their life, that's bullshit. Get a goddamn job. Contribute.
So does that?
I don't care. Go off the grid. Kill shit.
So does that argument go across the board with everything for you?
Did you hear what I said? If they are fully capable and able to support their lives, yes. Anything outside of that changes the game.
So
for example, that drug dealer that Beans was talking about.
But see, wait, but listen, I like that he said that because Callie, what he mentioned earlier, right, when he first was articulating it, which made me jump on it, was he articulated about when I brought up able-bodiedness, he articulated about people having, mental illnesses and such. Like he said, I'm a veteran, so I understand, right? I knew he understood what I was saying. I was trying to get him to say it out loud.
Yeah, you're not catching me out. Come on, man.
No, I wasn't trying to catch you. I was trying to get you to say it so I could make my point about every opportunity I get to take a shit on military veterans that get wake up money, I take it, right? But this is my thing though, right? Because me personally, again, because I just don't feel no kind of way about the military like that. I'm not gonna just look at them and say, well, because you chose to, right, go to the military and something happened in boot camp that make your ear ring every 3 hours, that I gotta feel sorry for you. But then these cats I know that grew up in the fucking ghettos, and those ghettos were specifically introduced on purpose. Those communities were made that way on purpose. Those drugs were pushed into their communities on purpose. Those jobs were removed from those communities on purpose. That vocational training was removed from those schools on purpose. I'm not going to look at their plight. I'm not going to look at the PTSD and the anxiety and depression that they suffer because their mama was on drugs. Their daddy was on drugs. Their mama's a hoe. Their daddy been in jail. They got to step over crackheads trying to go to school. They got to dodge bullets every fucking day in real whole life, actually dodging bullets in school in their home. I don't supposed to give a fuck about their PTSD.
You checkmated yourself. You checkmated yourself.
Fuck them. You
checkmated yourself. You made the shit out of yourself. You ready? All that shit would go away if you get rid of welfare, get rid of drugs and all this other shit. And you know what I said? Put a timer on it. Put a timer on it. That way the currently existing people are covered. Let the fucking community reset itself so you don't have those issues anymore.
Nope, you don't believe that.
And the motherfucker gets Social Security checks.
You don't believe that.
There's
no way
that doesn't win the debate. What I believe doesn't win the debate. You can't disprove what it's a perfectly logical. It is a perfectly logical explanation.
Yes, I can. Because you know what? Because I know the motherfuckers in power. I know that they did all that shit and made sure that all of that shit collided with each other on purpose. So now when we having this conversation today, people can fucking be confused about it. But let there be no motherfucking confusion. Welfare didn't do that shit.
I didn't say it did.
Okay,
I said get rid of it, didn't I say everything else?
Absolutely, but this is my point though. If you remove welfare, right, but you still have feminism, civil rights, Vietnam War,
I didn't say feminism.
I'm saying it. I'm naming all
of that too. Get rid of it too.
No, listen to what I'm saying. If you remove welfare, right, going back 1962. If you remove welfare from niggas, but niggas still got to deal with feminism, free love, birth control, Vietnam War, civil rights movement, murderers of your leaders from Malcolm X to Martin Luther King to Medgar Evers to fucking Fred Hampton, devocationalizing of the schools, removing all the programs to teach you how to do things with your hands that you can use to make money and provide for yourself and a family that you choose to have
Why
later
don't you just
on.
say all the deteriorating components since 1960 till now? I mean, I know what the list is.
Because I want the slow motherfuckers in the back to understand that it ain't just as simple as those words, right? I'm almost done. When you come through the 70s and you get through with the devocationalizing of the community and you had an invent of heroin put into the system, right? Now you're talking about you coming into 1982 and you're talking about crack get put into the system. Now you're talking about the prison industrial complex. All of that shit still happens and there's no welfare. Black people still fucked up. So that's why I'm saying it ain't welfare.
Let me ask you a question.
Point. So you can't make the argument that if you get rid of welfare that you're going to see a drop in crime. I don't believe that.
Let me ask you a question. Did I ever say all of that shit should remain, or did I ever say all of that shit is you can't repair it? If something is cutting you, and there's something next to it that's cutting you, you want to start removing what's cutting you so you can work on repairing the damage that's done. Don't let it continue to cut you. Stop the cutting process so you can start sewing shit up. All that shit you just named right now is having a residual effect. Most of it. We're not in Vietnam anymore.
Right, yeah, no doubt.
Fentanyl's all over the street, but crack is on a decline.
Yeah, no doubt.
The job market, like everything you just said, is old history. Is past. There's a fallout from it.
No doubt.
So if you're gonna fucking suture a wound, why don't you stop cutting next to the wound so that the sutures actually take place? Why leave a fucking hole to hemorrhage blood? Welfare is the one thing that sticks that's still fucking us up. Get rid of it so you can actually start to effectuate change that is not reversible.
Right, but if you get rid of the wrong thing, then you make it worse.
You're gonna put more water in it?
No, I agree with you. I just don't agree with you that the welfare is that. That's where
It's
we're at
all
an impasse at.
If it contributes to the problem, it's a problem. If water's
Everything
coming in,
right, but if you but see if you have comorbidity or whatever like that, right? If you treat the wrong disease first, then you're going to end up exacerbating other things, and you're going to have a bigger problem than what you had initially.
The timer
no doubt, but
will allow you to triage that.
Cool. Wait, let me say this. It's not that the way that you're setting up the exit doesn't sound plausible. It does. I just disagree with the exit. That's all I'm saying. Like that, we're at an impasse as it pertains to welfare, right?
Keep welfare the way it is, to be available to anyone who does not want to work, who's fully capable of working. That's what you want?
Nah, I won't say that.
Well, that's what the fuck we got.
When you put it that way, it sounds horrible, right?
Mate.
when you put it that way, it really sounds horrible.
Did you topple your king yet or what?
No, but you're saying, okay, you saying that that's what we got, right? But at the end of the day, I could make the same argument that was made earlier. If that's the case, then why everybody ain't on it? And
because the drive that you said is only reserved for Steve Jobs type motherfuckers is keeping them away from it.
Well, there you go.
People that like that mailman that just, wants to be able to have a few nice things.
Yeah, they want something extra. That's what I'm saying. But that's
what I'm saying. And you know what? And they have the dignity to not do what that drug dealer's doing and double dip on one thing that's gray market, one thing that's black market.
You can't hate on him. It's a win.
I'm not hating on it. I'm not hating on it. I drew a distinction. I drew a distinction. I'm not hating on it.
Okay,
I said
that's a win.
He might have a greater sense of dignity, which is subjective to him.
Mm-hmm.
He may feel as though he's a better person than to do what the drug dealer's doing by double dipping. I just drew a distinction. I didn't hate on him.
I mean, hey,
again,
it's a fucking win, bro. Well, I come from a win is a win.
You sound like you're the most bought off capitalist I ever heard. You the one that had a problem with capitalism, and here you are. Mate, again. How many times you want to set the chessboard up?
I don't think it's necessarily capitalism in and of itself. It's what capitalism is known to be right now.
I'm sorry, dear Callie. Can you do it again? I'm sorry, Callie. I'm dealing with this guy. Say it again, sweetie.
No, I would say I don't think the problem is capitalism in and of itself. It's what capitalism has become to be like the last couple of decades. I think that's what the main problem is.
I always really had you in high regards. Nothing's changed. You are fantastic.
No, it has.
Callie Bev, you're awesome. You're correct. You're intelligent more than, he's awesome. He's intelligent. He ain't correct. You figured it out. You want to set the pieces up again?
I'm mad I missed that because I was looking for something. What happened?
No, she was telling the truth about capitalism that we established earlier that you still refuse. Capitalism is, you know what? I'm sorry. Take it away, Callie.
What did she say? What did you say?
I was just saying that it's not so much capitalism in and of itself. It's what capitalism has turned into be over the last couple of decades.
Yes, but you have to see the thing that they don't want to include that I ironically am willing to include, even though it helped bolster their argument against me with communism, is that there is an inevitability, right? Especially when you put the human component in there, right? So I think it's like saying, you create the bomb, you create the nuclear bomb for one reason, but the destruction that it leaves in its wake, it's like, that's not what we created it for. Well, but that was a component of it. Inevitably, it was going to cause this, it was going to lead this destruction in its wake, right? And I'm saying with capitalism, the fact of the matter is the ism itself to me, as I interpret it, means I'm choosing the money. I'm choosing capital. If I got to choose the money or Aaron's life, I'm choosing the money. If I got to choose the money or this hospital, working for the people, I'm choosing the money. If I got to choose the money or poisoning this well supply, I'm poisoning the goddamn well supply. I'm taking this bag. This bag at all costs. We in business, and business is to make money, and that's just what it is. And that's the problem to me. Now, if you said capitalize,
be a drug dealer or go in the military, it would have been a different argument, huh?
It ain't shit. That is unfair. That is actually unfair, sir. I took the ASVAB, okay, and they told me that I wasn't qualified to be in the Air Force, so I didn't go.
Did you sprain a finger with the pencil? Do you have PTSD? Do you have PTSD from test anxiety? Go collect your fucking mailbox money.
Wait, you saying that? But my man Omar said where he from in Philadelphia, they was literally giving people wake up money who were traumatized for prison stints.
Okay.
So I'm just saying, like, I'm going to always be against the wake up money as long as people are against other folks getting it. Because at the end of the day, your plight is your plight, and your plight was chosen. You chose that shit.
Here's why that doesn't even.
People out here that's been going through shit and they don't even fucking know it. You know how many black people? They ain't just black, but I'm just gonna talk about them because we black. But you know how many black people are walking around undiagnosed from the shit they had to go through in the ghettos of America that was produced to be that way and produce those effects on them?
My wife has a behavioral health degree. We have mental health discussions all the time.
All black people from those conditions deserve fucking government assistance.
Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. The guy that comes out of jail with PTSD and is getting mailbox money, I'm not even mad at that. You know why? First of all, he's out, which means he paid his debt to society. Second of all, he has an opportunity and a chance to go start something greater and do more than erase the fucking sins of his past. And if it takes a little bit of mailbox money to straighten out his fucking wires that were crossed in prison so he can actually go teach these young boys and get them to fuck together, I'll happily pay the check. No worries.
You different.
I'm a different motherfucker.
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
but that's why you brought me up here.
Everything all the way. That's a fact. That's a fact. You think everything all the way through. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I was trying to let him earlier. I'm like, let him move the fucking pole all over the room. It's a hole everywhere he goes. I perforated the floor with shit.
Listen. All you got to know and understand is this: I'm fair, right? I like equity. I don't have a problem.
Try not to be though.
No, I'm really am. Look, if you can see two black people in the ghetto being traumatized, then I can see to the military people being traumatized. Bro, my mom was in the military.
I wouldn't even ask.
I got so many family members that get wake up money. I'd be wanting to rob their ass.
Okay? I'm not asking. I would say that's an unfair exchange.
How?
As a black vet, I would not ask you to concede veteran PTSD in exchange for black people PTSD.
You have to.
No, I'm not gonna. No. I would say veteran PTSD has to be justified and qualified. Black people PTSD, by virtue of being a black man in America or a black woman in America, is enough. Okay. The fact that we don't even have a goddamn black Superman or any other superhero to look at on TV, I don't give a shit if you grew up with a silver spoon in a goddamn cage made of platinum. Your perception of yourself is not Zachary's perception of himself. That's got to count for something. Okay. And you didn't ask for that. Like you said, I know that.
Yeah.
At least as a veteran, you got to have some fucking documented measurable injury that you can account for. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
And the fact that you joined, it was voluntarily, and the intentions were noble. Black people ain't got that luxury. So no, I'm not going to ask that. That's an unfair exchange. However, objectively speaking, welfare's got to fucking go.
Okay, here's the issue, right? Let's get back to that.
Oh shit!
I'm sick of this bullshit. Let's read this. Brooklyn, him.
Yeah, I can't say that either.
Grab disproportionate share of Section 8 affordable housing. Don't look like they poor to me, man.
No. Beans, what we about to get into, I'm not trying to get you clipped.
No, I've actually reported on this before. It's all good.
All right, I'm gonna say two words. I'm gonna say 2 words, and then I'm gonna step away from this one.
No, it's the only thing that we're looking at is the fact that the about the Section 8 housing. So it's not see, this is the thing. Nobody cares, right? That's what I'm saying. Where I come from, we don't care, right? It's just that the idea that's usually spread about people who receive government benefits is that it's just a bunch of poor lazy niggas, and that's just.
Well, I'll tell you what. You gave me another reason to get rid of it, to take it out of those motherfuckers' hands.
Oh, this nigga.
What is it? We at 102. Does that one count for 2%? How about that one?
Okay. So listen, where they at over there in Brooklyn, bro? They got 30% of them. 30.
Get rid of it.
You see what I'm saying?
Fine.
But why though, bro? This is what I don't understand. See, this to me is communism.
Yes.
Right? It's the community taking care of the community.
No.
If everybody that's working is paying into taxes, right? Even though technically none of the taxpayers' money goes towards this, right? But that's another argument. But the fact of the matter is that's what we believe is happening. My thing is, why do you have a fucking problem with that? Why don't you have a problem with your money being used to destroy other countries of people of color, to steal their resources? Why you have a fucking problem with that shit? Your problem.
Who told you I didn't? Oh, that's an assumption. Who told you I didn't?
No. I'm saying in general, not you.
Oh, no, it's a fucking problem.
I'm saying in general, why don't people have a problem? You know what I'm saying? With that shit. Like if I'm thinking that some of my money that I'm gonna get taxed, and so I'm thinking some of my tax money goes towards helping other people have shelter, bro, that don't bother me. It never ever has. On no job that I ever look at my taxes and go, dirty motherfuckers getting welfare. Like I never did that ever. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't bother me at all.
If there's a country in Africa that had its natural resources stripped by some of those welfare recipients in Brooklyn, left the land and everything desolate, used the human resources, leveraged to its hilt to the point where they're distended and required to drink water that looks like coffee. Yeah, I don't need them to be citizens in the country I live in for my tax money to help out. Fuck no. Because the tax system and the money that we make is partially propped up on their fucking, like with slaves. They say black people built America. Well, that shit built America. Bought my wife a diamond ring. Go feed those folks. I don't think it came from over there, but my morals won't let me take that chance. Just feed them. And when you do, bring them on over here. Because what happens when African immigrants come to here? They end up being well-paid accountants, attorneys, and doctors. So let that shit rock out. Pay for that, no problem.
You don't see them as a part of us, do you?
As citizens of the planet, yes. As members of the diaspora, yes. As delineated by, fucking nationality, no.
Yeah, it's taken a while for me to even like really get over my frustration with Trigger Mike and Fantastic and JB and all these type of cats. Because I used to feel like they was always talking shit about black people. I think Trigger has done a few things to kind of show and highlight that for him, it's not about African versus black, but it's just like he look at it like this black thing and how it makes us all look, because when he goes places, that's what people see, right? But I still don't look at Africans as us. And to be honest with you, I don't even believe the story of the slavery and all that other shit like that. Like I think it's more likely that And the story is that, oh, they was shipping black people in over here. I think it's more likely that they was shipping niggas from over here to over there. Like,
either way, they're more us than there's only three races: Caucasoid, Negroid, Mongoloid. We are them and they are us.
Yeah, sometimes I only be thinking we from here though, to be honest with you.
Like, what, from the planet?
Yeah, from this planet.
Oh, we're not. You don't want to have that discussion. Oh,
yeah, I really be like, yo, we can't be from here. This don't even make sense the way the shit be sounding. But yo, that's me trying to make sense of the dumb shit. But I'm just saying, like, I think it's the relationship is fragile. It's problematic at best.
Whose relationship?
Our relationship with the quote unquote African, man. It's, I don't know, man. And then like even like with the Somalis, right? It's so many of them. I'm in the middle of the country. It's so many of them motherfuckers, bro. And when they look at me, it's not like they looking at me like, man, what's going on? You know, fight the power. They looking at me like, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
That's the effect that has been put. All right. When earlier y'all were having a discussion about racism and the effects of it and how it went, you know what I mean? And the whole time I'm listening to y'all and I was trying to get in, I'm like, y'all don't even see that the main component of racism that damages us is in the brain. Nobody addressed how our minds have been changed. And everybody's revisiting shit in the past, all the different stuff that ended. And I'm like, yo, none of that matters the effect it had here. And we ain't the only ones. They did it over there. Look, all divide and conquer. Once you do that, you can shape the perception of the divided people any way you want, especially if division came along with dependency on the person that divided you, which is what welfare is. They can shape the fucking shit you see and fool you into anything. If you and I are buddies and we're used to hunting and we've hunted many a buffalo together and ate and made and got fat and, you know, fuck bitches galore, we get divided. Someone tells you that I was talking shit about your wife and someone tells me the same. We're likely to believe it after we keep eating the meals that they're feeding us that we don't have to fight buffalo anymore. I've been sitting there eating steak all day and they tell me this about you. When they reintroduce us, we at war. Fuck that. I just want to hunt with my buddy. Leave me the fuck alone. You understand? That's welfare. That's all that shit.
I can't make. My issue still is I will absolutely make the argument that welfare was used against black people.
Along with it's all a complex weapon system.
Absolutely. I cannot make the argument that it needs to be done away with today, because I don't even think it's really impacting that many people.
It's one of the only bullets left in the gun that's actually on paper still, is what I'm saying, though. You got to pull it out slow. All the other bullets have been fired. We're bleeding now. We got to stop the bleeding. I got to get one more bullet out of that gun before it fucking hits us. It's the only one on paper. It's welfare.
So you're making the argument, you know, when white folks got the cold, we got pneumonia, basically, right?
No,
because because majority of black people are not even on welfare. And welfare, when it came about, wasn't even for black people. It was for white people. Yeah, the welfare queen was a white woman.
Don't care.
So that's what I'm saying. So you're making the argument that, you know, it's hurting us more than it's hurting them, so we should get rid of it. That's why I said when my folks have flu.
That's not the argument. The argument is it's hurting us. Done deal. I don't care if it hurts them or not. I don't care if it kills them. There's nothing to do with the argument. It's hurting us. Get rid of it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I never brought that.
So let me see something. Whoa, that's 25%. Yo, so okay. According to black demographics, right? 40% of black men don't work, right? But according to what was I just looking at? Oh shit! Actually, that was black demographics too. I didn't know that that's what I was looking at. There's 2.6 million black firms. Oh shit, no, I'm doing that wrong. I'm doing that number wrong. Let me see. 3% majority owners, 34% were women majority owners. Okay, so 53% of black businesses are owned by men. If I'm
the other
reading
47 women, evidently. I mean,
no, it says 53% and then 39% were women majority owners, and then 8% had equal male and female.
dual. Okay, yeah, I didn't count. Yeah,
Right.
okay, sure. Yep.
So, well, but let's add the other 8% in there too, because that counts, right? Because they own those businesses too. So let's say that's what is that one? That's 61%. So 61% of what was that number again? 2 million what? 2.6. Okay. 61% of 2.6 million.
2.6 million what?
Okay, so that's 1 million. That's 1,586,000, right? And then
what does that number represent?
Well, I'm about to show you. 10% of 10 million would be 1 million, right? Which means this is basically what? 10% would be 1 million. So this is 15%. Yeah. So almost 16%. So if 60% of black men don't work and then another 16% own businesses, then that means you're looking at, what was that, 76? So you're talking about 24% of black men who don't have an income. I wonder what percentage of those 24% actually benefit from welfare directly.
Probably low.
And that's the men. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so if you're gonna argue that this is gonna have like a real impact on the kids, see, then now that's a whole nother discussion, right? It's a whole nother discussion. And I don't think we get all these kids trying to make it in basketball, rapping, all this other shit, if it's stifling their drive that they parents or mothers majority are getting government assistance. You see? So we're talking about the men again. It's a very low percentage of men that this is actually impacting. And that's why I'm kind of saying, like, I just don't see the necessity, bro. Like if you say get rid of it for women, then I'm with you.
When you wash a glass before drinking it, when you wash a glass before drinking it that had shit on it, you wash it, you bleach it, you do everything. You happy with leaving 17 E. coli cells on the rim of that glass before you drink water?
Not at all. But there is, but this is what I'm saying. You're not gonna have a complete extermination. That's never gonna happen. So there is going to be something left. It might not be welfare. It's going to be some feminism, you know what I'm saying? Drugs, toxic ass food. It's going to be something else.
Do you attempt to fully eradicate, or do you come up with a pre-selected number that is an acceptable loss?
Yes, that's what we do all the time.
No, there are times where we attempt to completely eradicate. I hope that's what you do when you wash your dishes, because I'm not coming.
Oh, well, I was taking it past the dishwasher thing. I'm just saying in general.
I'm just saying as a practice of eliminating any kind of pathogen or harm. There are times where you attempt
friendly fire,
total annihilation of the harm.
Understand
sometimes at the cost of something good.
Not gonna happen. It's because this is why I was saying earlier when you said something, and I was like, bro, everything is a problem. Like, that's what I'm saying. Right now, we still got feminism. That shit is destroying shit. You go say welfare, okay, cool. I'm gonna concede to it for this part of the argument, right? What else we got? We still got drugs and shit hurting and harming people. You got bogus ass food, unreal ass food, poisonous ass food. You got stupid ass police still shooting and killing people. You got crooked ass politicians. You still got a lot of shit that's gonna be hurting black people, but we want to argue about welfare. Like, let's stay and get rid of that other shit.
No.
That's what I would say.
No. Triage says get rid of the things that have done the most damage.
Right.
Oh, well, then that would be food.
Wait. No, wait.
That's a
wait.
fact.
What does triage also say? Out of that, get rid of the things that you can get rid of more readily first. Why would you try to get rid of one thing that takes 100 years to get rid of when there's something over here that takes 30 seconds? You can get rid of that real quick and then get back to this. Just because this thing that takes 100 years is very dangerous and has done a ton of damage. You can still wipe this out, especially if that has a chance to grow. While you're taking 100 years to get rid of this, that thing's going to grow.
So let me say this
now.
Let me preface my statement with this because I know what you're gonna think, right? I remember what you said about the buffer. Okay, I remember. With that being said, it's still gonna be a lot of fucking people who falter behind that. Still gonna be a lot. Right? It's the same thing you saw when they were shutting down the projects.
I concede to that.
Hold on. That shit made the city worse, Aaron. Them shutting down the projects in Chicago made the city worse.
No
that
buffer.
is a fact.
Same thing in
buffer.
Atlanta.
No buffer. That shut down. One day people had home, next day they didn't. No buffer.
What you talking about in when they shut down the projects? No, that's not how that worked.
What?
Well, it took them like 10 years. They had a whole other plan because what they was trying to do at first, right? They was trying to get we're gonna get the people out, right? But we're doing it in sections, right? And then they ended up keeping the row houses. But we're gonna do it in sections, right? So but this is what they said. At first they said, I can't remember, don't quote me on the numbers, right? But at first they said it was gonna be something like maybe 30% of the residents who remained in the new structures and housing and shit would be from there, and it ended up being like 8, right? So you taking all of these people and dropping them into other fucking neighborhoods where it's rival gangs, neighborhoods where it ain't no jobs, there ain't nothing for them people to do. You see what I'm saying? But try to take over land, sell drugs, and rob and shoot each other. That's why the city looked the way it looked.
Then that's not cleaning up shit. That's just rubbing it around.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm saying. Like the way when you in a state, and by state I mean this country, but when you in a state where nobody really gives a fuck about you, the fuck that people give about you is pretentious at best, right? Okay. They come up with these plans and they say, yeah, this is what we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna work it out. At the end of the day, they end up lying about a bunch of shit, and then they end up moving you to places, and it just becomes worse. Not only that, I'm gonna say this because I don't want nobody to think that I'm phony. Not only that, a lot of those people come out of them projects fucked up. So guess what happened when they sent them to the suburbs? They went out there and fucked it up.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Now the suburb became the new hood.
Yeah. Oh, I expect that.
You see what I'm saying?
That fuels gentrification.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just, but I said that's just pushing it back and forth across the field.
Yeah,
that's absolutely. Not doing anything.
Yeah, that part, absolutely. But that shit that they did inside of the city, that's why it looked the way it looked. You got rid of all of the niggas who had any say-so, right? You could say whatever you want to about them, you know, they gang chiefs or whatever, but you got rid of all of the niggas who had respect, say-so, pull in the neighborhood, and now it's just a bunch of shorties running around crazy.
It's happening here in Philly. I know what's going to happen to the projects. I'm going to tell you. They're going to become high-rise loft apartments.
Right.
Priced out the wazoo.
Yep.
And then the suburbs are going to run the shit. Here in Philly, same thing's happening. We have places like, and watch this, Reese, he'll be able to tell you. When you talk about the gentrification moves near college campuses, talking about West Philly, North Philly, and then you start talking about the surrounding neighborhoods in the Northeast, Delaware County, Upper Darby, Chester. These places are experiencing the same exact switch. Reese, am I tripping?
Nope.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're saying, brother. At one,
Temple has bought up half of North Philly,
is
right?
a real estate game.
You know, Temple has bought up half of North Philly, right?
Huh?
Temple has bought up half of North Philly.
Half of North Philly. Drexel has half of West. Yep.
So that's why I'm looking at them shutting down the welfare thing, and I'm saying it ain't gonna be no fucking different. It's gonna be the same thing. Because now you're gonna have these people first of all, what jobs are they gonna get to?
That's the problem, right? So that's why I said there's the difference between pushing shit around and cleaning it up. So with the welfare buffer, part of that process, as you wean, when you wean off of something onto something else. And we're not going to introduce any new people to welfare. The welfare starts for people that have babies right now, come up with a first timer. This timer is no new applications. And then there's a weaning process for whoever's left. Once that weaning process takes successfully, I don't even think you need to really put a finite termination date. Just put to be determined. Invest all your time, resources, and money into the weaning process itself. Make that as successful as possible. Run it until it's taken its full course. The last motherfucker off of that shit is the day we close the doors forever.
I think you're looking at, and this is gonna sound reckless, I think you're looking at a 60% loss from that. I do.
60% loss of human beings?
Absolutely. Motherfuckers gonna be going to jail. Motherfuckers gonna be committing more crimes. I'm telling you, I don't see these people. I don't see these people like just taking to the
you know how you mitigate that loss?
To the workforce and shit. Like, bro, I was blackballed from working in Illinois for 12 years. And nobody was listening to me. Nobody believed me. I knew it though, because I'm like, bro, this don't make no sense. I'm knowing people who are just going and getting jobs. Every time somebody tell me they got a job somewhere, I'm going right behind them and I apply to it, but they won't call me. So then when I got with my auntie, she ran a government service program where they, it was one of them facilities where you go to and they help you, learn how to do resumes, job placement, stuff like that. Medical cards and different stuff like that for poor people. But it was in the Mexican neighborhood. So she told me, she was like, look, you need to come down here. I go down there. She had 3 places where she sent all of her high crime offenders to, because they would usually work with her. One of them was like this printing place. I'll never forget because it looked spooky over there. But I applied to all 3 of them, and none one of them got in contact with me. And she sent me and other people at the same time, and they took them. And that's when she told me, I don't even know if she was supposed to, but she told me about a red flag system that they had in place. So when people get convicted of certain crimes, right? And at that time, I had a domestic. I'm thinking the drug cases was the thing that was hindering me, but it was the domestic, because it was considered a violent crime, even though it was a misdemeanor and there was no bodily harm. Nobody had to go to the hospital, nothing like that. So watch this. After 12 years of dealing with that bullshit, never being able to get no job, I left, went to Iowa, had a job within 3 weeks. The very first job I applied to, I got it. And I just kept getting job after job. Moved to Louisville, Kentucky, job after job after job after job after job. Nobody's denying me. Why? Because they not holding my background against me. I'm really only applying to local companies. They doing local background checks. Nothing's hindering me. You see what I'm saying? So in that space, if I had the opportunity to get some sort of welfare and somebody was to tell me I didn't deserve it, when I'm literally being blackballed from work for some simple shit that I actually, and at that time, the domestic that I got charged for, I didn't even fight. There was nobody on, there was nothing. They just charged me. And I copped out because I don't do well with jail. I have anxiety and I'm claustrophobic. So the point is, I can't even ride in the backseat of vehicles. That's no joke. So the thing is this though, right? So if I'm looking at the welfare system and what you're talking about doing, right? And what I'm comparing it to is me being blackballed from employment. Did you notice what I told you? I said, when I got to Iowa, I got a job, and then I said, and another job, and another job, and another job. And
it's an easy fix, Beans.
But wait, the jobs weren't lasting. Why? Because now I'm not conditioned for it. When I was a young man, you know what I'm saying, trying to get into the shit and y'all blackballing me from it. Now I'm not conditioned to it. It's 12 years later. I'm 30 years old. I'm frustrated with life. I'm mad. I'm angry. I'm upset. I'm bitter. I got all this hardness in my heart towards these industries anyway. So every little thing a motherfucker say to me, who the fuck you think you talking to? Fuck this job. I'll beat your ass. You want to step on set? Like I'm bouncing from job to job to job to job to job, bro.
Your propensity, your ability to thrive and survive at all costs was diminished to the point where you could not control your own impulses. Impulse became more important than survival. But even that's an easy fix. All those problems could be solved easily.
I don't think it is.
Okay,
you might know some tricks and shit because I know you've been in the field.
You ready?
To mental health, but
you ready? The weaning process, you triage that. Where do you start? Women and children, right? The women that can just look, your Job Corps candidates that just never went to Job Corps, get them out of the way. Women that have babies that are really, really going to be galvanized to activate their fucking survival instinct. They got it all. They're fine, right? They just, them and the babies, get them out of the way, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a large majority of your women population. Vast majority of it. Near enough to say all. But the ones that are left, you lump in with where we're about to go now. Now you start working through the men. The men that are absolutely capable, who don't have nearly the issues you just outlined, they're next. Everyone else is still on welfare doing just fine. Now they're being prepped. I mean, you're getting things like your ID, you're getting all your paperwork together, you're getting your suits, your interview suits, your clothes, doing some prereq classes here and there, just to get the blood moving, get you flowing, get your mind, you know what I mean? Maybe some dietary changes, some wellness checks, you know what I mean? Make sure you know the transportation system, just preparing you with the basics of life. So when your number's up, you can hit the ground with a little bit of momentum. Now, when it comes to people like in your circumstances are the ones that you say would absolutely go bull ape shit, ones that are young enough and capable enough to go into the military, serve whatever fucking job they're qualified and interested in when they come out, have some expunged, you know, fuck with the records a little bit, change some statuses, you know what I mean? Add that on, you know what I mean? Full military benefits when you come out, college education, you know what I mean? Maybe if you're a felon, the ability to vote, an own firearm and land reinstated, shit like that. The ones that are too old to do that, well, we're talking about sage level age. There's no skills. You can impart a skill on a man that's interested in something that is solitude. You can create a whole new business, and it's only small because we're not talking about a lot of people left. You said 60% of an already small number. We cut that in half with the men and women, and then we've dwindled down to the last men that, you know what I mean, have not much to offer. You don't have many left. Create something for them to do. A trucking company where they can just drive by themselves. Create a nonprofit where they just run around talking to people. Don't fuck up your life like I did. If they're artists, or you know, if they have any kind of skill or interest, you can take any interest and leverage it into something lucrative, especially if they have a story to tell. I bet you they do. You've been telling them all night. You got stories. Your stories alone told in an audience full of kids is enough to galvanize 2 kids to do something different. You've already offset everything you've done because you got 2 kids up out of a bad situation. You were only one. You've already beaten the odds 100%. Just in one conversation. You have a conversation every week with kids for the next 20 years. How many lives you change? Just you. And you get paid to do it. Welfare gone.
I don't know, man. Maybe it might work. I don't know.
I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if it won't work. We'll have to find out. One thing I do know what won't work, more of the same shit they've been feeding us.
So the pay for it part, right?
Pay for what?
For the help that we're giving all these people to, you know, get them acclimated to coming into the workforce and, you know, being able to function or whatever, right? So do you think that the offset of the new welfare recipients that money would be able to pay for those programs and whatnot?
New welfare recipients. You mean the ones that are newly released from welfare?
No, I mean the people who are unable to become new welfare recipients. The money that you would save
I
from that.
see.
Do you think that would be able to cover at least 70% of the cost of what? Because I know it's gonna have to be supplemented because it's not gonna be enough money altogether. But you think that will sell as far as, you know, you would have to basically raise taxes in order to supplement that last 30%. You think people would go for that?
Well, yes. So I completely understand your question, and I 100% agree with it. It's a great question. So I do believe there is going to be an offset, right? What you save by no new recipients, you can spend on getting the old ones out. At the beginning of the buffer, that's going to be your biggest problem. You're going to have to create a spark, and that's where the jump is going to come in taxes. But it's going to be very momentary, because all you need to do is get the first 10 welfare recipients out and productive in order to start the cycle of tax money flowing in. And to save, by taking them out, you are now saving your first 10 welfare recipients. So you get a 1% increase from the taxes and a 10% savings from the people that just left. You get where I'm going?
Should run
in order
for
to cause
office.
that, you need to just give a tax kick to pay enough to get them out. And then once that happens, it's a it's self-feeds. You can bring the dollar taxes right back to where they are, and then it will be an exchange. It'll be an attrition rate. It'll be
self-subsidized.
Yep. The conversion will naturally feed itself. Correct. But yeah, it's like a spark plug in a car in the engine. You got a chamber, a cylinder full of fuel in there. You just need that spark. The spark, and then once it sparks, the fire permeates throughout it'll just grow and blow itself out.
So, okay, sounds cool, right? So far, you kind of halfway got me going, but I don't think it's necessarily realistic. But the premise of it, the idea of it, you halfway got me there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, say it's time for election time. Do you think that same program would fly depending on who's presenting it?
If it's marketed right, yes. I don't think the public wouldn't allow it. I think it could drop. I think it would be weapon. I think it's what the next candidate would leverage if it were put into place and thoroughly adhered to, and a handful of people, small handful, saw the value in it, even if no one else moved on it. As long as we don't go backwards, a handful of people see the value. 100% is going to be a bargaining chip for the next incoming politicians. It's going to be something they're going to use. They're not going to want to get rid of it.
Well, okay. I understand that once people see that it works, they'll be more on board. But that initial introduction to get the ball rolling.
Oh, you're going to have challenges.
No, I'm saying, do you think the amount of pushback that you would get, do you think that depends on which party is introducing it?
Yeah, it could. I think that's a two-way street too. It could influence the party, the perception of the party, and it could influence the probability that that plan will be voted for, depending on the party. Like if the Republicans introduce it, black folks ain't going for that shit. The Democrats introduce it, the black folks are going to go for it. But if black folks inherently hate it, Democrats aren't going to want to risk their stronghold on the black community about proposing that shit. So the study would have to be done to see what the zeitgeist is on that anyway.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about the parallel to what Obamacare initially was supposed to be before it got all watered down in Congress and whatnot.
Yep.
When you ask people, when you just say the proponent, the aspects of the policy, if you just give them the bullet points, the Republicans agree. But then when you say, do you agree with Obamacare, they don't like it, they hate it. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It'll be like what you're introducing. It will be the same thing, just in reverse.
In reverse, yes, and it would have to be a little more clever, partially because it's in reverse, but partially because everything you just mentioned and the problems that it could create. You're 100% correct. One of the reasons why Obamacare, whatever flaws that it had, same thing. I don't know if you know about Dodd-Frank. It was a 2,000-page dossier that was supposed to fix the housing market. It was an economy revision,
Right.
and it dealt with, you know what I mean. So, but it created a lot of bullshit with housing and business there. The reason why those things had their flaws is because they fell to bargaining chips for other bills that had nothing to do with it. When they vote for these things on the floor, they're usually like, well, I'll vote for your stupid little fucking bill that I don't like if you vote for my little stupid fucking bill that you don't like. So they can sneak things in and out. And that's one of the things I wanted to mention earlier, why weed is still even on the table. They were saying that it's because they can't tax it and all these other things. No. It's just a can to kick back and forth. It's just something that has enough spending power when it comes to negotiating bills, because the public interest in it is there's still a law, right? You say marijuana and it has conversations. So the mystique of marijuana just gives it enough weight to stay on the floor, to kick back and forth as a negotiating chip, but nothing ever really happens with it. That's why a lot of these things stick, that Democrats go into office and say, yeah, we would never do that, and they end up doing it because they bargained for something else that they really, really wanted. They just do a lousy job at prioritizing that shit, and they do a lousy job negotiating for it. But with this, you would have to get involved with some of that. You'd have to be real clever with it.
Yeah, I feel you. When it comes to selling the policy, I will say that the Democrats are playing kickball with their shoelaces tied. Like,
you already know. So it's going, yep.
And the Republicans are much better at politics. I won't necessarily say policy, but I'll say politics.
There's a difference. You're right. You're absolutely 100% correct. Now, I will say this. I think the Republicans would get on board because the end result, the net result, is fiscal conservatism. Socially liberal, care for the people. Fiscal liberal, high spending. Conservatives want to be first fiscally responsible. Socially liberal or conservative is a matter of morals. It's like, what religion are you? That's where LGBT comes in. But if you're selling something that the ultimate goal is fiscal responsibility, Republicans will eat that shit up, and that's what the Democrats will have to use to sell to the Republicans.
I could feel that, but I will say that that's how a lot of Republicans sell their policy, is through social conservatism.
That's going to be the sell. I think it's a bill for the Republicans to introduce. They're going to have to sell how it is it's still socially responsible to the Democrats. Democrats are going to see it right away and go, no, that's a social conservative. You don't care about anybody's shit. But that's when you start mentioning the training component and the restorative component, where you are rebuilding people back into being constructive citizens, which only fuels your fiscal conservative argument anyway by increasing the tax base. But if you tell them, look, we're being socially responsible because we're healing people, giving them the ability to get back on their feet and truly thrive and live life, not just sit and wait to die. You know what I mean? Like, actually live and like go out and produce and dream, or at least chase a dream, or take pride in it. I bought a car. You know what I mean? Or I bought a hot hoagie with my own money. I didn't have to buy a cold one, take it home and heat it up. You know what I mean? Shit like that. Just those small little joys of life. If you can sell that to Democrats, then they'll look at it as socially responsible. They probably won't, though.
Yeah, it's just, I think that the Democrats are out of practice when it comes to the politics game, per se.
Yep.
So I think that's, all of us, mostly Gen Xers, because, we the ones that still vote. But I would say that the Gen Xers and further down are they're starting to see the game for what it is, basically. So, and I think that's partially why, you know, people are losing, not necessarily going from Democrat to Republican, but at least being more willing to look at the actual policy in and of itself and not, you know, straight ticket vote like a fucking zombie.
Yeah.
Even though I know Republicans do that shit too, but you know, we do.
Oh yeah,
talking about black
no,
people.
there's party allegiance out the wazoo over there too. But yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Us X's and early millennials, we still have that higher learning. You know what I mean? Like that. You know, that 80s and 90s shit that we had, that leaders of the new school, fucking Spike Lee.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like
we had our pro-black shit.
Yeah, right. Like we thought about shit. I think there's a resurgence of that today. It looks different, but I think that's what's driving them to the Republican Party today. They're just looking around and saying, "You ain't fooling me." It just looks different because the music is different. They're not talking about it in the music. We wore Africa, fucking Prince, and you know, fuck the man. You know what I mean? Like in the rap now, they look like clowns and talk about getting high, but they still outside of the studio are like something right.
Woke, right? And that's why I hate that they.
Well, there you go. That's what it is.
They done co-opted woke and made it this whole whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That it is
Exactly.
now. Can't have nothing, man.
Yeah, they turned it into a clown show. I will say that. And when I say they, I mean white conservatives turned woke into a clown show. And then the liberals were right behind them and doing some old silly shit on the other end.
Exactly.
That really was bothering me because I heard somebody from this space use the term in that way, and I was just like, damn, man, like it just
no.
I would never do it because I understand that if I did, I would add the context though. Like this new woke shit, it ain't the real woke. You know what I'm saying? Like just to make sure that I'm acknowledging that I understand where we used to call it conscious rap and conscious this.
Conscious and revolutionary, yep.
And then it became woke. You know what I'm saying? And they took that and turned it into some other shit, man. But listen.
Woke is a past tense action verb. That's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What you did to me earlier when I was asleep.
Exactly. So we just hit 10 hours, man. I can't believe I've been on this long. I gotta definitely get out of here and go grab me some food. I want to say salute my man Reese for coming through. Cali Bear for coming through. You know what I'm saying? Sway, I don't know what the hell. You just came through to just show everybody that you can pull up wherever you want to, whenever you want to.
I'm sorry. I'll probably bullet. People probably try to get in.
And my man Aaron for coming through. No diggity.
I thought this was Fight Club.
No, this ain't Fight Club. This is definitely not Fight Club.
What does that say right there?
Fight Club alum.
Oh yeah.
Dyslexic. I can't read. But you're supposed to go 12 hours if you're gonna do.
No.
Yeah.
It's not about this. It's not about the show. It's about the people. You know, and the idea that we're gonna have these good conversations and substantiate our arguments and communicate in good faith. We had that all night. And even when it did get demonstrative, nobody was overly offended or upset or any of that other stuff, man.
No,
it was
totally
beautiful.
correct.
It was beautiful all night long, man. And I definitely want to just keep that going. So I thank everybody who participated. Right now, I got it. The way I got it set up is to do it every other week. You know what I'm saying? So every other Saturday, you know, so that way we don't oversaturate it and we can keep keep the topics fresh. So the next one, what was yesterday? The 16th, so 23 and then 30th. So the next one will probably be the 30th. And we're definitely gonna dive into Trump. It's time. We gotta go ahead and dive into Trump. I think it's time to have a real conversation about that. Because most people is either having a conversation one way or the other, right? It's either we over here, we shitting on them here and shit, or we over here and we love them and everything is everything. And I think it's time to have a conversation where we pull them both together. I have my issues as far as the topic goes. I have my issues with capitalism, but I don't know nothing about no other economic systems, and I don't really give a shit about those. I care about the one that I'm in. And that's why I can have a conversation about it. And it's not about, you know, getting rid of it. It's just about addressing the shit that's wrong. You know, if we
take a look. Yep.
That's it. That's all it's about.
Take a look.
So this conversation, shout out again to Aaron and Uncle T.
Thanks for having me, man.
Well, Paulo, man, Trigger Mike came through. So it's a few other people I can't remember. But for everybody that came through, man. And of course, all the people who supported through the Cash App, all the new subscribers to the Team PodMob channel. If you haven't subscribed to the new Team PodMob channel, you wasting your time. Okay. The Thursday night show, 7 p.m. New Team PodMob channel. Myself, UT, Kiki, and Shanika.
How many fucking channels?
And yeah, so the first couple of weeks we just trying to get our groove together, build our chemistry, and then after that we'll start doing like special invited guests. And then this Saturday show will be when people are able to, just come on the panels and stuff like that. But man, listen, especially Reese, Callie, Sway. What'd you say, Sway?
Don't you already got 2 channels?
Yeah, but them other 2 channels can't be monetized, and not only that, I want to be able to do what I like. That's what I want to be able to do is what I want to do on these channels. But on that channel, I want it like I'm practicing now, to be a better version of myself. But like I want to be able to do what I want to do on that channel. So that's like why when we hit the 6 hour, when we was about to hit the 6 hour mark, I ended the stream over there on that channel, to make sure if it needed to be adjusted or anything like that, it could, because we're not trying to go there with that, right? But over here, we can still hang out, party, do our thing. And, I'll probably just take the original channel and try to upload all the original episodes and just have it as an archive, man. Watch those original episodes. And then on this channel, we do our thing. And then on a new channel, we build something new. And like I said, that's a partnership channel. And I hope that gives me the out that I need, to not lose that one or ruin it, man. But I seriously, right now, y'all have no clue how much I appreciate having this dialogue, this conversation, y'all being here with me. Man, I'm single again for the first time in a long time. So
damn.
Yeah, man. So it's like it's really lonely around this motherfucker, nigga. I'll be at the gas station talking to the girl at the counter for a long time trying to get my breakfast. Like, damn, I wish I had to go back home, but it is what it is. But man, I appreciate everybody, man. Thank y'all for coming, man. We about this thing, y'all.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Beans. Aaron, it was nice talking to you outside of dick and pussy. Outside of dick and pussy conversation.
Hey, you know what? The whole show, though. You see what I'm saying?
It was
the
robust.
whole
It was
show
good.
was none of that. You see what I'm saying?
Not 1 minute.
Yeah, we was able to go the whole show 10 hours without talking about that at all, bro. So
let's do it
the
again.
next one is gonna be
That's what's
about
up.
Trump. We'll be able to do it again, talking about Trump, because I think this election is gonna be really important. I really do. I do. So thank y'all, man. Peace, y'all. We out of here.